This is the BBC Home Service. Saturday Night Theatre presents Martha Scott as Emily, with William Ith as George, and Stanley Maxted as the stage manager in Our Town by Thornton Wilder, adapted for broadcasting by Cynthia Pugh. Our Town.
Excuse me.
Yes?
The producer asked me to come and say a few words about this play, do the linking and so on.
Oh, yes. You're the stage manager, aren't you?
That's right. I stage managed the first production. New York it was, in 1938. Do I go ahead now?
Yeah.
Right.
On a green light.
Well, now, listeners, the name of our town's Grover's Corners, New Hampshire. It's just a little place. The population is 2,640. I'll try and give you a rough idea of the layout so that you can get a kind of mental picture. Right here, where I'm standing, is Main Street, with the post office, the town hall, and a row of stores with hitching posts and horse blocks in front of them. We don't have automobiles yet, for this is May the 7th, 1901. Just before dawn. Just before dawn, as I said. That was one of Mrs. Webb's cockerels. The Webbs live in this brownstone house, and the next to it belongs to Dr. Gibbs. Mr. Webb is editor and publisher of the Sentinel. That's our local paper. And he has two youngsters, Wally and Emily. And Dr. Gibbs, well, he's our doctor and a good friend to everybody in Grover's Corners. Yes, sir. He has two children, too, George and Rebecca. These two families are what you might call the principal characters in the story of our town. There's Doc Gibbs coming down Main Street now. Got a call at 1:30 this morning. Baby case it was. And here comes Joe Kroll delivering the daily paper. Our paper, the Sentinel.
Morning, Doc. Morning, Joe. Want your paper now?
Yes, I'll take it. Thanks.
Anybody been sick, Doc?
No. Just some twins over at Mrs. Goroslavsky's. Joe, I see here your teacher, Miss Forster's going to get married.
Yes, sir. To a fellow over in Concord.
Well, I declare. How do you boys feel about that?
Well, of course, it ain't none of my business, but I think if a person starts out to be a teacher, she ought to stay one.
How's your knee, Joe?
Oh, fine, Doc. Never think about it at all. Only like you said, it always tells me when it's going to rain.
Well, what's it telling you today? Going to rain?
No, sir.
Sure?
Yes, sir.
Your knee never makes a mistake?
No, sir. Well, I'd best be getting along. Got the rest of Main Street to do yet.
Oh, I'm tired. Fine pair of twins, those. Though Papa Goroslavsky's not too pleased about it.
What's the matter with you?
I'll use them with the milk.
Morning, Doc.
Morning, Howie.
Somebody sick?
Pair of twins over at Mrs. Goroslavsky's.
Twins, huh? This town's growing bigger every year.
Seems like it is. Going to rain, Howie?
This mist, you mean? No, it'll burn through. Be a fine day, you'll see. Come on, Bessie.
Takes her time, don't she? But there, how old is she, Howie?
Going on 17. Bessie's all mixed up about the route ever since the Lockharts stopped taking their quart of milk every day. She wants to leave them a quart just the same. Keeps on scolding me the whole trip.
Oh, here you are, Frank. Good morning, Howie.
Morning, Mrs. Gibbs. 2 pints, ma'am.
Thanks. Seems like you're late this morning.
Yeah, something went wrong with the separator. Morning, Mrs. Gibbs. Morning, Doc.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Howie.
Get up, Bessie.
Well, now, breakfast. Children, time to get up. Everything go all right, Frank?
Yes, I declare, easy as kittens. Twins, too.
Good. Bacon will be ready in a minute. Sit down and drink your coffee. You can't catch a couple hours sleep this morning, can't you?
Mrs. Wentworth's coming at 11. Guess I know what it's about, too. Her stomach ain't what it ought to be. This coffee tastes real good.
Then all told, you won't get more than 3 hours sleep. Frank Gibbs, I don't know what's going to become of you. I do wish you could go away someplace and take a rest. I think it'll do you good.
Maybe.
And look, you've got to speak to George. Seems like something's come over him lately. He's no help to me at all. I can't even get him to cut me some wood.
Is he sassy to you? Oh, thanks. I will have another cup.
Here you are. No, he ain't sassy, just whines. All he thinks of is that baseball. George! Rebecca! You'll be late for school.
I'll speak to him. George, look sharp.
Yes, boy.
Oh, well, guess I'll go upstairs and take 40 winks.
Mom, what dress shall I wear?
Don't make a noise, Rebecca. Your father's been out all night and needs his sleep. I washed and ironed the blue gingham for you special.
Oh, Mom, I hate that dress.
Oh, what's up with you?
Every day I go to school dressed like a thick turkey.
Now, Rebecca, you always look very nice.
Mama, George is throwing soap at me.
I'll come out and slap the both of you. That's what I'll do.
George, stop pushing. Do.
Who'd have a sister? Gosh, look at the time.
You should have got up when I told you. Never leave yourselves enough time, you don't.
While George and Rebecca are eating their breakfast, let's take a peek at the Webb's house next door. Wally and Emily Webb are also having breakfast, but young Wally's nose is buried in a book.
Children, now I won't have it. Breakfast is just as good as any other meal, and I won't have you gobbling like wolves. It'll stunt your growth, and that's a fact. Wally, put away your book.
Oh, Ma, by 10 o'clock, I gotta know all about Canada.
You know the rules well as I do. No books at table.
But, Ma, teacher will be that
You
mad.
done your homework last night. And anyway, I'd rather have the children healthy than bright.
I'm both, Mama. You know I am. I'm the brightest girl in school for my age. I have a wonderful memory.
Eat your breakfast.
Eat your breakfast. Mrs. Gibbs will be saying the same thing to George in a bit. Seems mothers are all the same the world over. Well, they gotta be. Yes, I thought so. Young George has stopped eating and is talking to his mother. If he were a clerk, I'd say he was asking for a raise. Has that earnest kind of look.
So you see, Ma, if you would ask Pa...
I'll speak to your father about it when he's rested and not before. All the same, seems to me 25 cents a week's enough for a boy of your age. I declare, I don't know how you spend it all.
Oh, Ma, I got a lot of things to buy.
Strawberry phosphates, that's what you spend it on.
I don't see how Rebecca comes to have so much money. She has more than $1.
I've been saving it up. Gradual.
Well, dear, I think it's a good thing to spend some every now and then.
Mama, do you know what I love most than anything in the world, do you? Money.
Miser, that's what you are.
Eat your breakfast.
Here's the first bell. Where's my books? I gotta go. Come on, George.
Coming.
Hello, Wally. Hello, Emily.
Morning, George. Hello, Rebecca.
Emily, wasn't that problem the most awful old thing? The one about the bathtub and all those drain pipes?
Oh, I don't know. I got it all right.
You did? Oh, but then you're bright. Everyone says so.
Now the chickens, that's the first thing. Corn's getting a bit low, must order some more. Here, chick, chick, chick. No, go away, you. Here, chick, chick. What's the matter with you? Fight, 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 that's all you do. Hey, you don't belong to me. Oh, don't be so scared. Nobody's going to hurt you. Think you must be one of Myrtle Webb's for the look of you.
Hello, Julia.
Oh, they are, Myrtle. This hen belonged to you.
Why, yes, that's Connie. Been broody all last week, and now it seems she don't rightly know where she belongs. Get along home with you silly things.
Lovely day. How's that cold of yours, Myrtle?
Well, I still get that tickling feeling in my throat. Told Charles I didn't know I go to choir rehearsal tonight.
Have you tried singing over your voice?
Yes, but somehow I can't do that and stay on the key. Thought I'd give myself a few minutes rest in the sun and string some of these beans.
Let me help you. How big do you like them?
Oh, about so big.
Right. Beans have been good this year.
Yeah, I decided I'd put up 40 quarts if it killed me. Children say they hate them, but I noticed they're able to get them down all winter.
Now, Myrtle, I've got to tell you something. Because if I don't tell somebody, I'll burst.
Why, it's Julia Gibbs.
Myrtle, did one of those second-hand furniture men from Boston come see you last Friday?
No.
Well, he called on me. First, I thought he was a patient wanting to see Dr. Gibbs. And he wormed his way into my parlor and... Myrtle Webb. He offered me $350 for Grandmother Wentworth's tall boy. True as I'm sitting here.
Why, Julia Gibbs.
He did. That old thing. Why, it was so big I didn't know where to put it, and I almost gave it to Cousin Hester Wilcox.
Well, you're going to take it, aren't you?
I don't know.
You don't know? $350? What's come over you?
Well, if I could get the doctor to take the money and go away someplace on a trip, I'd sell it like that. You know, Myrtle, it's been the dream of my life to see Paris, France.
Paris? Well, Julia Gibbs, I don't know.
Oh, sounds crazy, I suppose, but for years I've been promising myself that if we ever had the chance...
How's the doctor feel about it?
Well, I did beat about the bush a little and said that if I got a legacy, that's the way I put it, I'd make him take me.
What'd he say?
You know how he is. I haven't heard a serious word out of him since I've known him. No, he said, it might make him discontented with Grover's Corners to go traipsing about Europe. Better let well enough alone, he says. Every 2 years he makes a trip to the battlefields of the Civil War, and that's enough treat for anybody, he says.
Well, Mr. Webb just admires the way Doc Gibbs knows everything about the Civil War.
That's a fact. Dr. Gibbs is never so happy as when he's at Antietam or Gettysburg.
Well, if that second-hand man's really serious about buying the tall boy, Julia, you sell it, and then you'll get to see Paris all right. Just keep dropping hints from time to time. That's how I got to see the Atlantic Ocean, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Only it seems to me that once in your life before you die, you ought to see a country where they don't talk in English and don't even want to. Well, I guess I mustn't sit here dreaming. All sorts of chores waiting for me to do them.
Me too. I'll finish these beans after lunch. Thanks for helping me.
See you tonight.
While the ladies are doing their chores, we'll take a further look at our town. Thought you might like to have a little more information about it. Kind of a scientific account, as you might say. So I asked Professor Willard of our state university to sketch in a few details of our past history, and Mr. Webb has very kindly agreed to give a short social report. And there are one or two people in the studio who may like to ask questions. Professor Willard... Ah, here he is. Just a few brief notes, Professor. Unfortunately, our time is limited.
Yes, Grover's Corners. Let me see. Grover's Corners lies on the old Pliocene granite of the Appalachian Range. I may say it's some of the oldest land in the world. We're very proud of that here. Of course, there's some more recent outcroppings, sandstone, showing through a shelf of Devonian basalt, and some vestiges of Mesozoic shale. But these are comparatively new, perhaps 200 or 300 million years. Some highly interesting fossils have been found. I may say unique fossils in the cow pasture belonging to Silas Peckham. These may be seen in the museum at the university at any time. That is, any reasonable time.
And the population, Professor Willard?
Well, within the town limits, 2,640.
Just a moment, Professor.
Oh, indeed. Well, well. I understand that the population at the moment is 2,642. Mortality, birth rates constant.
Thank you very much, Professor Willard. I know we're all very much obliged to you.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
And now the social report, Mr. Webb.
Here I am.
Well, now, if you just tell him a thing or two about the social side of Grover's Corners.
Well, it's a very ordinary town, if you ask me. No, a little better behaved than most, and probably a lot duller. But our young people here seem to like it well enough. 90% of them graduating from high school settle down here right away to live as soon as, well, when they come back from college.
And now, is there anyone here who'd like to ask Editor Webb any questions about our town?
Is there much drinking in Grover's Corners?
Well, ma'am, of course I wouldn't know what you call much. Saturday nights, the farmhands meet down in Ellery Greeno's stable and holler some, and we've got one or two town drunks. But they're always having remorses every time an evangelist comes to town. No, ma'am, I'd say liquor ain't a regular thing in the home here, except in the medicine chest. Right good for snakebite, you know, always was.
Is there no one in town aware of...
Just a minute, sir. Come forward to the microphone, will you, so we can all hear you. Thank you. Now, what was it you wanted to ask?
Is there no one in town aware of social injustice and industrial inequality?
Oh, yes, everybody is. Something terrible. Seems like they spend most of the time talking about who's rich and who's poor.
Then why don't they do something about it?
Oh, well, I don't know. I guess we're all hunting like everybody else for a way the diligent and sensible can rise to the top and the lazy and quarrelsome sink to the bottom. But it ain't easy to find. Meantime, we do all we can to take care of those who can't help themselves, and those that can, well, we just leave them alone. Any other questions?
Mr. Webb.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Webb, is there any culture or love of beauty in Grover's Corners?
Well, ma'am, there ain't much. Leastwise, not in the sense you mean. Well, come to think of it, though, there's some girls that play the piano over at the high school commencement, but they ain't very happy about it. No, ma'am, there ain't much culture. But we got a lot of pleasures of a kind here. Well, we like the sun coming up over the mountain in the morning, and we all notice a good deal about the birds, and we watch the changes of the seasons. Yes, everybody knows about them. But those other things, well, I guess you're right, ma'am. There ain't much. Oh, Robinson Crusoe and the Bible and Handel's Largo, we know all that. And Whistler's Mother, but that's just about as far as we go.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, I must be getting back now. Got to mow my lawn. Grass grows fast this weather.
Now, we'll go back to the town. It's 2:00. All 2,642 have had their lunches, and all the dishes have been washed. Children have gone back to school. Only a few buggies on Main Street, horses dozing at the hitching posts. Doc Gibbs is in his surgery, tapping people and making them say, "Ah." That's Mr. Webb mowing his lawn like he said he was going to. Emily Webb is walking slowly up the street. She's finished school for the day, but she has a pile of books in a strap. Going to do some studying in the garden under that big butternut tree. Her tree, she calls it. Yes, she's settled down in the garden seat. Finding it a bit hot, Mr. Webb is. He's going up the steps onto the porch, mopping his brow. Hello, there's George peering around the gate, looking for Emily, I do believe. Well, what do you know about that?
Hello, Emily.
Oh, hello.
You made a fine speech in class.
Well, I was really ready to make a speech about the Monroe Doctrine, but at the last minute, Miss Corcoran made me talk about the Louisiana Purchase instead. I worked an awful long time on both of them.
Gee, it's funny, Emily. From my window up there, I can just see your head at nights when you're doing your homework over in your room.
Why, can you?
Yeah. You certainly do stick to it, Emily. I don't see how you can sit still all that long. I guess you must like school.
I don't mind it, really. It passes the time.
Yeah. Emily, what do you think? We might work out a sort of telegraph from your window to mine. And once in a while, you could give me a kind of hint or two about one of those algebra problems.
Why, George Gibbs.
Oh, I don't mean the answers, Emily. Of course not. Just some little hint.
Oh, well, I think hints are allowed. So, if you get stuck, George, you whistle to me, and I'll give you some hints.
Emily, you're just naturally bright, I guess.
I figure it's just the way a person's born.
Yeah. But you see, I want to be a farmer, and my Uncle Luke says whenever I'm ready, I can come over and work on his farm, and if I'm any good, I can just gradually have it.
You mean the house and everything?
Yeah. Well, I better be getting out to the baseball field. Thanks for the talk, Emily. Good afternoon, Mrs. Webb.
Good afternoon, George.
So long, Emily.
So long, George.
Emily, you might help me string these beans for the winter. Well, George Gibbs let himself have a real conversation, didn't he? Why, he's grown up. How old would George be?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see. He must be almost 16.
Mama, I made a speech in class today. I was very good.
You must recite it to your father at supper. What was it about?
The Louisiana Purchase. It was like silk off a spool. I'm going to make speeches all my life. Oh, Mama, am I cutting these beans big enough?
Try and get them a little bigger if you can.
Mama, will you answer me a question? Serious?
Seriously, dear, not serious.
Seriously?
Of course I will.
Well, then, Mama, am I good looking?
Well, yes, of course you are. Both my children got good features. I'd be ashamed if they hadn't.
Oh, Mama, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, am I pretty?
I've already told you yes. Now, that's enough of that. You have a nice, young, pretty face. I never heard of such foolishness.
Oh, Mama, you never tell us the truth about anything.
I am telling you the truth.
Mama, were you pretty?
Oh, yes, I was, if I do say it. I was the prettiest girl in town next to Mamie Cartwright, Banker Cartwright's daughter.
But, Mama, you've got to say something about me. Am I pretty enough to get anybody? Well, to get people interested in me?
Emily, you make me tired. Now stop it. You're pretty enough for all normal purposes. Come along now and bring that bowl of beans with you.
Oh, Mama, you're no help at all.
Talking of the Cartwrights, this seems a good moment to tell you that the Cartwright interests have just begun building a new bank in Grover's Corners. And they've asked a friend of mine what they should put in the cornerstone for people to dig up 1,000 years from now. Of course, they're putting in a copy of the New York Times and a copy of Mr. Webb's Sentinel and the Bible and a copy of the Constitution of the United States and a copy of Shakespeare's plays. Well, I'm going to have a copy of this play, Our Town, put in the cornerstone, so the people 1,000 years from now will know a few simple facts about us. More than just the Treaty of Versailles and the Lindbergh flight. See what I mean? So, people, 1,000 years from now, this is the way we were in the provinces north of New York at the beginning of the 20th century. This is the way we were in our growing up and in our marrying and in our living and in our dying. Now, we'll get back to Grover's Corners. It's evening. The day's running down like a tired clock. That's the choir practice going on in the Congregational Church. Simon Stimson, the organist, is taking them through the hymns for Fred Hersey's wedding on Tuesday. Clever young man, Simon, but unfortunately, he's nearly always, well, listen to him now.
Remember, ladies, music come into the world to give pleasure. Now try it again. Music's only good when it's loud. Now then, again.
Emily and George are sitting at their windows wrestling with arithmetic. At least George certainly is having a struggle.
Psst. Emily.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't work at all. The moonlight's so terrible.
Emily, did you get the third problem?
Well, yes, George. That's the easiest of them all.
Well, I don't see it. Emily, can you give me a hint?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The answer's in yards.
In yards? How do you mean?
In square yards.
Oh, in square yards.
Oh, yes, George, don't you see?
Yeah.
In square yards of wallpaper.
Oh, I see. Square yards of wallpaper. Thanks a lot, Emily.
You're welcome. My, isn't the moonlight terrible?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I better get back and try to work.
Good night, Emily.
Good night, George.
Doc Gibbs is sitting on the porch with a book, but he isn't reading. No, he's been thinking.
George. Yes, Paul? Can you come down a minute? Coming. Just finishing my homework.
I'll only keep you a minute. Sit down, son. George, how old are you?
Me? I'm 16, almost 17.
Well, what do you want to do after school's over?
Well, you know, Pa, I want to be a farmer on Uncle Luke's farm.
You'll be willing, will you, to get up early and milk and feed the stock? And you'll be able to hoe and hay all day?
Sure I will. What do you mean, Pa?
Well, George, when I was in my office today, I heard a funny sound, and what do you think it was? It was your mother chopping wood.
Oh.
There you see your mother getting up early, cooking meals all day long, washing and ironing, and still she has to go out in the backyard and chop wood. Well, I suppose she just got tired of asking you. Decided it was easier to do it herself. You eat her meals and put on the clothes she keeps nice for you, and you run off and play baseball. Like she's some hired girl we keep around the house and don't like very much.
Oh, Pa.
Well, I knew all I had to do was to call your attention to it. Well, here's a handkerchief, son. George, I've decided to raise your spending money 25 cents a week. Not, of course, for chopping wood for your mother, because that's a sort of present you give her, but because you're getting older. And I imagine there are lots of things you must find to do with it.
Thanks, Pa.
Now, let's see. Tomorrow's payday. You can count on it. Probably Rebecca will feel she ought to have some more, too.
Well, good night.
Oh, they're coming out of choir practice. I can hear your mother. Just about time you retired, don't you think?
Yes, Pa. Good night.
Good night, son.
Now, do tell Mr. Webb. I'm sure he'll want to put it in the paper.
Mrs. Soames is with them now. They'll be gossiping at the gate till all hours. I'm going in.
Well, here we are. Real nice choir practice, wasn't it?
I always like practicing for a wedding. Hymns are cheerful, sort of.
Myrtle Webb, look at that moon, will you? If that isn't potato weather, I don't know what it is.
I didn't want to say a word about it in front of the others, but now that we're alone, well, really, it's the worst scandal that ever was in this town.
What?
Well, Simon Stimson.
Now, Luella, so...
But, Julia, to have the organist of a church drunk year after year.
Luella.
Well, Julia, you know he was drunk tonight.
Now, Luella, we all know about Mr. Stimson, and we all know about the troubles he's been through, and Dr. Ferguson knows, too. And if Dr. Ferguson keeps him on there in his job, the only thing the rest of us can do is just not to notice it.
Not to notice it, but it's getting worse.
No, it isn't, Luella. It's getting better. I've been in that choir twice as long as you have, and it doesn't happen anywhere near so often. Gracious, I'd better hurry. Those children will be sitting up till all hours. Good night, Luella. Good night. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Myrtle. Can you get home safe, Luella?
Oh, it's as bright as day. I can see my husband scowling at the window now. Really, you'd think we'd been to a dance the way men folk carry on. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Luella.
See you someday.
See you then.
Oh, so here you are.
Mm-hmm. We had a real good time.
Oh, you're late enough.
Why, Frank, it ain't any later than usual.
And you stopping at the gate to gossip with a lot of hens.
Now, Frank, don't be grouchy. Come out a minute and smell my heliotrope in the moonlight. There. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, wonderful.
What did you do all the time I was away?
Oh, I read as usual. What were the girls gossiping about tonight?
Well, believe me, Frank, there was something to gossip about.
Simon Stimson far gone, eh?
Worst I've ever seen him. How'll that end, Frank? Dr. Ferguson can't forgive him forever.
I guess I know more about Simon Stimson's affairs than anybody in this town. Some people ain't made for small-town life. I don't know how that'll end, but there's nothing we can do but just leave it alone. Let's go in.
No, not yet. Frank, I'm worried about you.
What are you worried about?
I think it's my duty to make plans for you to get a real rest and change. And if I get that legacy, I'm going to insist on it.
Now, Julia, there's no sense in going over that again.
Frank, you're just unreasonable.
Come on, Julia, it's getting late. First thing you know, you'll catch cold. I gave George a piece of my mind tonight. Reckon you'll have your wood chopped for a while anyway.
9:30 p.m. Most of the lights in town are out. There's Constable Warren trying a few doors on Main Street, and here comes Editor Webb after putting his newspaper to bed.
Good evening, Bill. Evening, Mr. Webb. Quite a moon. Yeah. All quiet tonight, Bill? Simon Stimson's rolling around a little. Just saw his wife moving out to hunt for him, so I looked the other way. I don't know how that's going to end, Mr. Webb. Oh, well, he's seen a peck of trouble, one thing after another. Oh, say, Bill, if you see that boy of mine smoking cigarettes, just give him a word, will you? He thinks a lot of you. I don't think he smokes no cigarettes, Mr. Webb. Leastways, not more than 2-3 a year. Well, I hope not. Well, good night, Bill. Night, Mr. Webb. Hey, who's that up at that window? Is that you, Myrtle?
No, it's me, Papa.
Emily. Hey, why aren't you in bed?
I don't know. I just can't sleep yet, Papa. The moonlight's so wonderful, and the smell of Mrs. Gibbs' heliotrope.
You haven't any troubles on your mind, have you, Emily?
Troubles, Papa? No.
Oh, well, don't let your mother catch you. Good night, Emily.
Good night, Papa.
That old owl. George.
Yes, Rebecca?
I never told you about that letter Jane Crowfoot got from her minister when she was sick. He wrote Jane a letter, and on the envelope the address was like this. It said, Miss Jane Crowfoot, the Crowfoot Farm, Grover's Corners, Sutton County, New Hampshire, United States of America.
What's funny about that?
But listen, it's not finished. The United States of America, continent of North America, Western Hemisphere, the Earth, the solar system, the universe, the mind of God. That's what it said on the envelope.
What do you know?
Yep. And the postman brought it just the same.
Well, what do you know?
Well, I better be getting back to bed. Night, George.
Night, Rebecca.
One by one, the lights go out in Grover's Corners. Another day over, what you might call a typical day in the life of our town. And the time passes, and now 3 years have gone by. The sun's come up over 1,000 times. Summers and winters have cracked the mountains a little bit more, and the rains have brought down some of the dirt, and some babies that weren't even born before have begun talking regular sentences already. And a number of people who thought they were right young and spry have noticed that they can't bound up a flight of stairs like they used to without their hearts fluttering a little. All that can happen in 1,000 days. As I said, it's 3 years later, 1904. It's July the 7th, just after high school commencement. That's the time most of our young people jump up and get married. Soon as they've passed their last examinations in solid geometry and Cicero's orations, looks like they suddenly feel themselves fit to get married. It's early morning again. Only this time it's been raining. Thundering, too. Gardens are just drenched. And there's Mrs. Gibbs and Mrs. Webb come down to light their fires and make breakfast just as if this were an ordinary day. Guess I don't have to point out to the women who are listening that these two ladies have both cooked 3 meals a day, one of them for 20 years and the other for 40, no summer vacation. They raised 2 children apiece, washed, cleaned the house, never had a nervous breakdown, never thought themselves hard used either. It's like one of those Middle West poets said, you gotta love life to have life, and you gotta have life to love life. It's what they call a vicious circle.
Get up, Bessie.
Here comes Howard Newsom and Bessie delivering the milk. And there's Cy Kroll delivering the papers like his brother before him.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Si. Anything in the paper I ought to know?
Nothing much, except we're losing about the best baseball pitcher Grover's Corners ever had.
George Gibbs. Yeah, I reckon he is.
Now all he'll be doing is pitching hay.
Well, Bessie, guess I can stop and talk if I have a mind to. Yeah, mighty fine ball player, George Gibbs.
I don't see how he could give up a thing like that just to get married. Would you have, Howie?
Can't tell, Si. Never had no talent that way.
Oh, there you are, Howie.
Morning, Mrs. Gibbs.
Too bad about the weather.
Oh, I don't know. Been raining so heavy, maybe it'll clear up.
I certainly hope it will.
How much you want today?
I'm going to have a house full of relations, Howie. Looks to me I'll need 3 of milk and 2 of cream.
3 of milk and 2 of cream. Oh, careful, ma'am.
All right. I've got 'em.
My wife says to tell you we hope they'll be happy. No, they will.
Thanks a lot, Howie. Tell your wife I hope she gets to the wedding.
She'll get there if she can. Morning, Mrs. Webb.
Oh, good morning, Howie. I told you 4 quarts of milk, but I hope you can spare me another.
Yes, ma'am, and 2 of cream. Here you are.
Will it start raining again, Howie?
Well, I was just saying to Mrs. Gibbs as how it may clear off. And Mrs. Newsom told me special to tell you as how we hope they'll be happy. No, they will.
Thank you. Thank Mrs. Newsom. And we're counting on seeing you at the church.
Yes, Mrs. Webb, we hope to get there all right. Couldn't miss that. Come on, Bessie.
Mrs. Gibbs is busy about the kitchen getting breakfast. Every now and then she stops and puts her handkerchief up to her eyes.
Well, Mother Gibbs, the day has come. You're losing one of your chicks.
Frank Gibbs, don't you say another word. I feel like crying every minute. Sit down and drink your coffee.
Thanks. The groom's up shaving himself. Only there ain't an awful lot to shave. Whistling and singing he is, like as if he's glad to leave us. Every now and then he says I do to the mirror, but it don't sound convincing to me.
I declare, Frank, I don't know how he'll get along. I've arranged his clothes and seen to it that his feet are dry and he's got warm things on. They're too young, Frank. Emily won't think of such things. He'll catch his death of cold within a week.
I remember my wedding morning, Julia.
Now, don't start that, Frank Gibbs.
I was the scaredest young fella in the state of New Hampshire. I thought I made a mistake for sure. When I saw you coming down the aisle, I thought you were the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. But the only trouble was, I'd never seen you before.
What?
There I was in the Congregational Church marrying a total stranger.
And how do you think I felt? Frank, weddings are perfectly awful things. Farces, that's what they are. Here, I made something for you.
Why, Julia Gibbs, French toast.
Ain't hard to make, and I had to do something. Here's the syrup.
Thanks. Well, how'd you sleep last night, Julia?
Well, I heard a lot of the hours struck off.
You know, I get a shock every time I think of George setting out to be a family man. That great gangling thing. I tell you, Julia, there's nothing so terrifying in the world as a son. The relation of father and son is the damnedest awkward.
Well, mother and daughter's no picnic, let me tell you.
Well, they'll have a lot of troubles, I suppose, but that's none of our business.
Mm-hmm. People were meant to live 2 by 2 in this world. They're natural to be lonesome.
Julia, do you know the wonderful things that I was scared of when I married you?
Oh, go along with you.
I was afraid we didn't have material for conversation more than the last us a few weeks. I was afraid we'd run out and eat our meals in silence, that's a fact. Well, you and I have been conversing for 20 years now without any noticeable barren spells.
Well, good weather, bad weather, tain't very choice, but I always find something to say. Did you hear Rebecca stirring around upstairs?
No. Only day of the year Rebecca hasn't been managing everybody's business up there. She's hiding in her room. You got the idea she's crying.
Lord's sakes, this has got to stop. Rebecca? Rebecca! Come and get your breakfast.
Good morning, everybody. Only 4 more hours to live. Won't be long.
Why, George Gibbs, where are you going?
Just stepping across to see my girl.
Now, George, you come right back in here and put on your rubbers. It's begun to pour again. You don't go out of this house without you're prepared for it.
Oh, Ma, it's just a step.
You just do as I say, or you'll catch your death of cold and cough all through the service.
But, Ma...
George, do as your mother tells you.
From tomorrow on, you can kill yourself in all weathers, but while you're in my house, you'll live wisely, thank you. Besides, perhaps Mrs. Webb isn't used to call us at 7 in the morning. Here, take a cup of coffee first.
Back in a minute. Lord, what a morning. Blue sky over there, though. Probably clear up later. My wedding day. Gee, it's sounds kind of funny. Morning, Mother Webb.
Oh, good morning, George. Goodness, you frightened me. Now, George, I hate to say it. You can stand here on the porch a minute out of the rain. But really, you understand, George, I can't ask you in.
Why not?
Why, George, you know as well as I do. The groom can't see his bride on his wedding day, not until he sees her in church.
Oh, that's just a superstition. Morning, Mr. Webb. You don't believe in that superstition, do you?
Well, there's a lot of common sense in superstitions, George.
Millions have followed it, George, and don't you be the first to fly in the face of custom. I tell you, you're not seeing Emily. Well, not yet, that is.
How is Emily?
I haven't heard a sound out of her yet.
Emily's asleep.
Oh, no wonder. We was up till all hours, sewing and packing. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, George. You sit down here a minute with Mr. Webb and drink this cup of coffee, and I'll run upstairs and see she don't come down and surprise you. There's some bacon, too, but don't be long about it.
Well, George, how are you?
Me? Oh, I'm fine. Mr. Webb, what common sense could there be in a superstition like that?
Well, George, on the wedding morning, a girl's head is full of, clothes and one thing another. Don't you think that's probably it?
Well, yes, I never thought of that.
Sure. Girl's apt to be a mite nervous on her wedding day. Here, have some more coffee.
Oh, thanks. Gee, I wish a person could get married without all that marching up and down.
Yeah, every man that's ever lived has felt that way, George, but it hasn't been any use. Now, it's the women folk who build up weddings, my boy. And so for a while now, the women have it all their own way. Yes, sir, a man looks pretty small at a wedding, George. All those good women standing shoulder to shoulder, making sure the knot's tied in a mighty public way.
Well, you believe in it, don't you, Mr. Webb?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do. Now, don't misunderstand me, George. Marriage is a wonderful thing, don't forget that.
No, sir. Mr. Webb, how old were you when you got married?
Oh, well, you see, I'd been to college, and I'd taken a little time to get settled. But Mrs. Webb, now, she wasn't much older than Emily is. Oh, age hasn't got much to do with it, George, compared with other things. Pass me the butter, will you, please?
Oh, here you are. What were you going to say, Mr. Webb?
Oh, I don't know. Was I going to say something?
Well, I thought...
George, I was remembering the other night the advice my father gave me when I got married. Yes, he said, Charles, he said, now look, start right off showing who's boss. Best thing to do is to give an order about something, even if it don't make sense. Just so she'll learn to obey, he said.
Well, but I...
Yes, and then he said, now, if there's anything about her that irritates you, her conversation or anything, just get right up and leave the house. That'll make it clear to her. Oh, yes. And he said, never let your wife know how much money you have. Never.
Well, I couldn't exactly...
Well, so I took the opposite of his advice, and I've been happy ever since. So let that be a lesson to you, George. Now, don't ask anybody's advice on personal matters. Now, George, are you going to raise chickens on your farm?
What?
I say you're going to raise chickens on that farm of yours.
Oh, chickens?
Yeah.
Uncle Luke has never gone in for chickens much, but I've been figuring on reading up.
Well, a book came into my office on the philo system of raising chickens. I wish you'd read it. I'm thinking of beginning in a small way myself, in the backyard. Now, I'm going to put an incubator in the cellar and
Well, you talking about that incubator again? Well, I thought you two would be talking about things worthwhile.
Well, of course, Myrtle. If you want to give the boy some good advice, I'll just go upstairs.
George, Emily's got to come down and eat her breakfast. She sends you a love, but she doesn't want to lay her eyes on you, so run along now. Goodbye.
I'm just going, Mrs. Webb. Goodbye.
Myrtle, I guess you didn't know about that older superstition.
What do you mean, Charles?
Since the caveman. No bridegroom should see his father-in-law on the day of the wedding or near it. Now remember that.
But I never... Oh, well. I better get on with the dishes.
I have to interrupt again here. You see, we want to know how all this began, this wedding, this plan to spend a lifetime together. I'm awfully interested in how big things like that begin. You know how it is. You're 21 or 22 and you make some decisions, and then you're 70. You've been a lawyer for 50 years, and that white-haired lady by your side has eaten over 50,000 meals with you. How do such things begin? George and Emily are going to show you now the conversation they had when they first knew that, as the saying goes, they were meant for one another. But before they do that, I want you to try and remember what it was like when you were very young, and particularly the days when you were first in love. When you were like a person sleepwalking and you didn't quite see the street you were walking in and you didn't quite hear everything that was said to you. You're just a little crazy. Will you remember that, please? Now, they'll be coming out of high school at 3 o'clock. George has just been elected president of the senior class for the next 12 months, and Emily's been elected secretary and treasurer.
Bye, Louise. Hi, Ernestine.
Yes, they're coming out now and going their ways home. Emily has just turned the corner and is coming up Main Street. Her book's under her arm, and here comes George hurrying after.
Emily. Hey, Emily. Can I carry your books home for you?
Why, thank you. It isn't far.
Excuse me a minute, Emily, will you? Hey, Bob, if I'm a little late at the field, start practicing. Give Herb some long high ones.
Right.
I'm awful glad you were elected, Emily.
Thank you.
Emily, why are you mad at me?
Oh, I'm not mad at you.
You've been treating me so funny lately.
Well, since you asked me, I might as well say it right out, George. I don't like the change that's come over you in the last year.
What do you mean?
Well, up to a year ago, I used to like you a lot, and I used to watch you while you did everything because we'd been friends for so long, and then you began spending all your time at baseball, and you never stopped to speak to anybody anymore. Not to really speak, not even to your own family you didn't, and George, it's a fact. Ever since you've been elected captain, you got awful stuck up and conceited, and all the girls say so, and it hurts me to hear him say it. But I gotta agree with him a little because it's true.
Gosh, Emily, I guess it's hard for a fella not to have some faults creep into his character.
I always expect a man to be perfect, and I think he should be.
Oh, I don't think it's possible to be perfect, Emily.
Well, my father is. And as far as I can see, your father is. There's no reason on earth why you shouldn't be, too.
Well, I feel it's the other way around. That men aren't naturally good, but girls are.
Well, you might as well know right now that I'm not perfect. It's not as easy for a girl to be perfect as a man because, well, we girls are more nervous. Oh, now I'm sorry I said all that about you. I don't know what made me say it.
Emily.
Now I can see it's not the truth at all, and suddenly I feel it's not important anymore.
Emily, would you like an ice cream soda or something before you go home?
Well, thank you. I would.
Well, we'll see what the Morgans have got. Come on in. Afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Hello, George. Hello, Emily. Now, what do you have? Why, Emily Webb, what have you been crying about?
She got an awful scare, Mr. Morgan. That hardware store wagon almost ran over her. Everybody says Tom Huckins drives like a crazy man.
Yes, he does.
Here, take a good drink of water, Emily. Why, you look all shook up.
Well, thank you.
I tell you, you gotta look both ways before you cross Main Street these days. That's right. Now, drink it all up. Now, what do you have?
Oh, I'll have a strawberry phosphate, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, no, Emily. You have a soda with me.
Well,
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, Mr. Morgan.
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, yes, sir. You know, the best thing to do is just stay home now they're bringing in these automobiles. Why, I can remember when dogs used to sleep in the middle of the street all day and nothing ever came to disturb them. Now, there you are. I'm coming, Mrs. Ellis.
They're so expensive.
Oh, now, don't you think of that, Emily. We're celebrating our election. And you know what else I'm celebrating?
No.
Well, I'm celebrating because I've got a friend who tells me all the things that ought to be told me.
George, please don't think of that. I don't know why I said it. It's not true.
No, Emily, now you stick to it. I'm glad you spoke to me like you did, but you'll see I'm going to change so quick, you'll bet I'm going to change. And, well, Emily, I want to ask you a favor.
What?
Emily, if I go away to State Agriculture College next year, will you write me a letter once in a while?
I certainly will, George. It certainly seems like being away 3 years, you'd get out of touch with things. Maybe letters from Grover's Corners wouldn't be so interesting after a while. Grover's Corners isn't a very important place when you think of all New Hampshire. But I think it's a very nice town.
A day wouldn't come when I wouldn't want to know everything about our town.
Well, I'll try to make my letters interesting.
You know, Emily, whenever I meet a farmer, I ask him if he thinks it's important to go to agriculture school to be a good farmer.
Why, George.
Yeah, and some of them say it's even a waste of time. And you can get all that stuff anyway in the pamphlets the government sends out. And Uncle Luke's getting old. He's about ready for me to start in taking over his farm tomorrow if I could.
My.
And like you say, being gone all that time and other places and meeting other people, gosh, well, anything like that can happen. I don't want to go away. I guess new people probably aren't any better than the old ones. I'll bet they almost never are. Emily, I feel that you're as good a friend as I've got. I don't need to go and meet people in other towns.
But, George, maybe it's very important for you to go and learn all that about cattle judging and soils and those things. Of course, I don't know.
Emily, I'm going to make up my mind right now. I won't go. I'll tell Pa about it tonight.
Why, George, I don't see why you have to decide right now. It's a whole year away.
Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me about that fault in my character. What you said was right, but there was one thing that was wrong in it. That's where you said I wasn't noticing people and you, for instance. Why, you say you were watching me when I did everything, and well, I was doing the same about you all the time.
Were you, George?
Sure. I always thought about you as one of the chief people I thought about. I always made sure where you were sitting and who you're with. And for 3 days now, I've tried to walk home with you, but something always got in the way. And for you, and you walked home with Miss Corcoran.
Oh, George. Life's awful funny. How could I have known that? I thought...
Listen, Emily, I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to agricultural school. I think once you found a person you're very fond of, I mean, a person who's fond of you, too, and who likes you well enough to be interested in your character, well, I think that's just as important as college is. And even more so.
I think that's awfully important, too.
Emily.
Yes, George?
Emily, if I do improve and make a big change, would you be... Well, I mean, could you be...
Oh, I am now. And I always have been.
So I guess this is an important talk we've been having.
Yes. Yes.
Wait just a minute and I'll walk you home.
Yes, George.
Oh, Mr. Morgan, I'll have to go home and get the money to pay you for this.
What's that? George Gibbs. Do you mean to tell me...
Yes, but I had reasons, Mr. Morgan. Look, here's my gold watch to keep until I come back with the money.
That's all right, George. You keep your watch. I'll trust you.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'll trust you 10 years, George. Not a day over. Got all over your shock, Emily?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Morgan. It was nothing.
I'm ready, Emily.
Yes, George.
There they go, side by side. Very straight, radiant, not looking at each other. Well, that's how it began. And now we'll get on with the wedding. There are a lot of things to be said about a wedding. There are a lot of thoughts that go on during a wedding. We can't get them all into one wedding naturally, especially not into a wedding at Grover's Corners, where weddings are mighty short and plain. In this play, I take the part of the minister. That gives me the right to say a few things more. Yes, for a while now, the play gets pretty serious. You see, some churches say that marriage is a sacrament. I don't quite know what that means, but I can guess. Like Mrs. Gibbs said a few minutes ago, people are supposed to live 2 by 2. And this is a good wedding. The people are young, but they come from a good state, and they chose right. The real hero of this scene is none at all, and you all know who that is. Like one of those European fellas said, every time a child is born into the world, it's nature's attempt to make a perfect human being. Well, we've seen nature pushing and contriving for some time now. We all know she's interested in quantity, but I think she's interested in quality, too. Maybe she's trying to make another good governor for New Hampshire. That's what Emily hopes. Well, that's all my sermon. It wasn't very long, anyway. Here they come into the church. The townspeople and friends, and up in the front, the relations, the Gibbs and Mrs. Webb. Mrs. Webb is crying a little.
I don't know why on earth I'm crying. I suppose there isn't anything to cry about. This morning at breakfast, it came over me. There was Emily eating her breakfast as she's done for 17 years, and she's gone out of my house. I suppose that's it. And Emily, she suddenly said, I can't eat another mouthful. And she put her head on the table and she cried. Oh, I gotta say it. You know, there's something downright cruel in sending girls out into marriages like that. It's cruel, I know. But I just couldn't get myself to say it. I went into it as blind as a bat myself. The whole world's wrong. That's what's the matter. George is just coming up the aisle. Oh, dear, I don't wish I could stop crying.
Yes, as I said, there's a lot of thoughts go on at the wedding. George, for instance, is looking kind of pale and tense as he comes slowly up the aisle. He's thinking of a few minutes ago when he reached the church and stood in the porch looking at all those people waiting inside.
I don't want to grow old. Why is everybody pushing me so?
Why, George, you wanted it?
No more. Listen to me.
No, George. You're a man now.
Listen more for the last time I ask you. All I want to do is to be a fellow.
George, if anybody should hear you, now stop. Oh, I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, well. Where's Emily?
She'll be here any minute. George, you gave me such a turn.
Oh, cheer up, Mom. I'm getting married. Come on in.
No. Let me catch my breath a minute.
Now, Ma, you say Thursday nights. Emily and I are coming over to dinner every Thursday night. You'll see. Why, Ma, what are you crying for? Come on, we got to get ready for this.
Emily, too, is frightened as she stands on the porch in her white dress, leaning on her father's arm.
I never felt so alone in my whole life. And George, standing up there waiting for me, I hate him. I wish I were dead. Papa.
Oh, now, Emily, don't get upset.
Papa, darling, I don't want to get married. Why can't I stay for a while just as I am? Let's go away.
No, Emily. Now stop and think a minute.
Don't you remember what you used to say all the time, that I was your girl? Well, there must be lots of places we can go to. I'd work for you. I'd keep house.
Now, you mustn't think of such things. Oh, you're just nervous. Why, look, here's George coming to see what you're waiting for. Why, he's the best young fellow in the world.
But, Papa...
George, giving away my daughter. Do you think you can take care of her?
I want to, Mr. Webb. I want to try. Emily, I'm going to do my best. I love you, Emily. I need you.
Well, if you love me, help me. All I want is someone to love me.
I will, Emily. I'll try.
And I mean forever, do you hear? Forever and ever and ever.
Yes, Emily, darling. Forever and ever.
There's the wedding lunch. Come on, now, they're waiting for us. Now, off you go, George. Now, Emily, you know it'll be all right, don't you?
Yes, Papa. I know it'll be all right. Here she comes. Oh, doesn't she make a lovely bride?
Do you, George, take this woman, Emily, to be your wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward?
Perfectly lovely wedding. It's the loveliest wedding I ever saw. Oh, I do love a good wedding, don't you?
I do.
Do you, Emily, take this man, George, to be your wedded husband?
I know when I've seen such a lovely wedding. But I always cry. I don't know why it is, but I always cry. I just like to see young people happy. I do. Now he's slipping a ring on her finger. It's just as it might be me and Mr. Soames. Oh, I think it's lovely.
I've married 200 couples. Do I believe in it? I don't know. I suppose I do. M married N. Millions of them. The cottage, the go-kart, the Sunday afternoon drives in the roadster, the first rheumatism, the grandchildren, the second rheumatism, the deathbed, the reading of the will. Once in 1,000 times, it's interesting.
I've never been to such a nice wedding. I'm sure I'll be happy. I always say happiness, that's the great thing. The important thing is to be happy.
This time, 9 years have gone by, friends. It's summer 1913. Gradual changes in Grover's Corners. Horses are getting rarer. Farmers coming into town now in cars. You'd be surprised, though. On the whole, things don't change much around here. By the way, we're not in Main Street now. No, this is the cemetery. And it lies above the town on a windy hill hilltop, lots of sky, lots of clouds, often lots of sun and moon and stars. You can see Grover's Corners way down there, and over to the west there are hills and hills, range on range of them. Awful blue they are. Yes, beautiful spot up here. Mountain laurel and lilacs. Over there under the trees are some Civil War veterans, iron flags on the graves. New Hampshire boys had a notion that the Union ought to be kept together, though they'd never seen more than 50 miles of it themselves. All they knew was the name, friends. The United States of America. And they went and died about it. This here's the new part of the cemetery. See those people sitting there in a long, straight row? They're some of the people you met in Grover's Corners. Your friend, Mrs. Gibbs, she died 2 years last fall. There next to her is Simon Stimson, remember, the organist at the church? And Mrs. Soames, who was enjoying the wedding so much, she's here too. They're just sitting here quietly in the sun and the rain, looking on, you might say. Oh, they talk to each other now and then in a detached kind of way, but most of the time they're just sitting quiet and contented, the way you see them now. You know, the dead don't stay interested in us living people for very long. Gradually they let go their hold of the earth, the ambitions they had and the pleasures they had and the things they suffered and the people they loved. They're waiting for something they feel is coming, something important and great. Aren't they waiting for the eternal part in them to come out clear? Some of the things they're going to say maybe will hurt your feelings, but that's the way it is. Mother and daughter, husband and wife, enemy and enemy, miser and money, all those terribly important things kind of grow pale around here. And what's left? What's left when memory's gone and your identity, Mrs. Smith? Well, here are some living people. There's Joe Stoddard, our undertaker, supervising a new-made grave. And here comes Sam Craig, a Grover's Corners boy that left town to go out west.
Good afternoon, Joe Stoddard. Remember me, Sam Craig?
Why, gracious sakes alive. Of course, I should have known you'd be back for the funeral, Sam. Say, you've been away a long time.
Over 12 years. But I happened to be over this side when I got news of my cousin's death, so I thought I'd combine things a little and come back and see the old home. You look well, Joe.
Yeah, can't complain. Very sad our journey today, Samuel.
Yeah?
I must say, I hate to supervise when a young person's taken. Anyhow, they'll be here in a few minutes now. I had to come here early. You see, my son is supervising at home.
Yeah. A lot of new stones up here. Hi, this is my Aunt Julia. I'd forgotten.
Yeah, Doc Gibbs lost his wife 2 or 3 years ago, just about this time. And today's another bad blow for him, too.
Mrs. Gibbs has noticed them. She's just going to say something to Simon Stimson, who's sitting next to her.
Look, Simon, that's my sister Carrie's boy, Sam. Sam Craig.
I'm always uncomfortable when he's around, old Joe Stoddard.
Now, Simon.
Simon Stimson, huh? He was organist at church, wasn't he? Drank a lot, he used to say.
Yeah, but nobody was supposed to know about it. Oh, he'd seen a peck of trouble. He took his own life, you know.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, hung himself in the attic. Oh, they tried to hush it up, but of course it kind of got around. Chose his own epitaph. Usually they pick a verse, but his, well, it's kind of different. Look.
Why, it's just some notes of music. What is it?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Just an idea he had, I guess.
Joe, how did she die of? My cousin, I mean.
Say, didn't you know?
No.
Oh, she had some trouble bringing a baby into the world. What's her second, though? There's a little boy about 4 years old.
Ah.
Well, you'll excuse me now. I see they're coming.
Who is it, Julia? My daughter-in-law, Emily Webb.
Well, I declare. The road up here must have been awfully muddy. What did she die of, Julia?
In childbirth.
Childbirth. I'd forgotten all about that. My, wasn't life awful and wonderful?
Wonderful, was it?
Simon, now remember.
I remember Emily's wedding.
Oh, lovely wedding it was. I called on them at their new farm just before I died. Perfectly beautiful farm. Here she comes now. Oh, lovely she looks in that white dress. Why, it's all coming back to me. That's the dress she was married in.
Hello.
Hello, Emily.
Hello, Mrs. Gibbs.
Hello, Simon. Hello, Mother Gibbs.
Emily?
It's raining. Mother Gibbs, all those people over there with the umbrellas. Are they... Is it because of me?
Yes. They'll soon be gone, dear.
Papa remembered that was my favorite hymn. How nicely they sang it. I wish I could thank them.
Don't worry, dear. Just sit here and rest yourself.
Mother Gibbs, George and I have made that farm to just the best place you ever saw. We thought of you all the time. We wanted to show you the new barn and a great long cement drinking fountain for the stock. We bought that out of the money you left us.
I did?
Oh, don't you remember, Mother Gibbs, the legacy you left us? Why, it was over $350.
Yes, yes.
Well, there's a patent device on this drinking fountain so that it never overflows, Mother Gibbs, and it never sinks below a certain mark they have there. It's fine. It won't be the same to George without me, but it's a lovely farm. Look, the people are beginning to go now. They look so sad, all of them. Live people don't understand, do they?
No, dear. Not very much.
They're sort of shut up in little boxes, aren't they? I feel as though I knew them last 1,000 years ago. Mother Gibbs, when does this feeling go away? Of being one of them?
Dear, just wait and be patient.
They've nearly all gone now. Look, Father Gibbs is bringing some of my flowers to you. He looks just like George, doesn't he? Oh, Mother Gibbs, I never realized before how troubled and how in the dark live persons are. Look at him. I loved him so. From morning till night, that's all they are. Troubled.
Troubled? Yeah.
They haven't all gone. There's a man just coming up the path.
Oh, he's often here.
Is he one of them?
I don't know, really. What is it he calls himself, Luella? That man? He's the stage manager. Stage manager, that's it. He talks to us sometimes.
He reminds me of someone. I can't think who.
Don't worry about it, dear.
Oh, he's also like the minister who married us, George and me.
Maybe. I don't remember.
If only one could go back. Mother Gibbs, one can go back. Back there again into living. I feel it. I know it. Why, just then for a moment I was thinking about the farm, and for a minute I was there, and my baby was on my lap as plain as day.
Yes, of course you can.
I can go back there and live all those days over again. Why not?
All I can say is, Emily, don't.
But why not? I'll ask that man, the stage manager. Didn't you call him? It's true, isn't it? I can go and live back there again.
Yes. Some have tried, but they soon come back here.
Don't do it, Emily. Emily, don't. It's not what you think it'd be.
But Mrs. Soames...
You not only live it, but you watch yourself living it.
Yes?
And as you watch it, you see the thing that they down there never know. You see the future. You know what's going to happen afterwards.
But is that painful? Why?
That's not the only reason why you shouldn't do it, Emily. Our life here is to forget all that.
Oh, no.
And think only of what's ahead. And be ready for what's ahead. When you've been here longer, you'll understand.
But, Mother Gibbs, how can I ever forget that life? It's all I know. It's all I had.
Oh, Emily, it isn't wise. Really, it isn't.
But it's a thing I must know for myself. I'll choose a happy day anyway.
No. At least, choose an unimportant day. Choose the least important day in your life. It'll be important to know.
Then it can't be since I was married. Or since the baby was born. I can choose a birthday at least, can't I?
Yes.
Well, I choose my 12th birthday.
All right. It's February the 11th, 1899, a Tuesday. We'll begin at dawn. You remember it had been snowing for several days, but it stopped the night before and they'd begun clearing the roads. Look, over there. The sun's coming up.
There's Main Street. And that's Mr. Morgan's drugstore before he changed it. And there's the livery stable.
Yes, this is 14 years ago.
Oh, that's the town I knew as a little girl. And look, there's the old white fence that used to be around our house. And my dear butternut tree. Oh, I'd forgotten that. I love it so.
Do you see who's coming down the street?
It's our policeman. And there's Howie Newsom and Bessie and Joe Crow. But they're dead. All of them, they died.
Look at the house.
The house, yes. Are they inside?
Yes, your mother will be coming downstairs in a minute to make breakfast. Yes, look, there she is, shaking the grate at the door.
Lovely to see you.
Children, Wally, Emily, time to get up.
Oh, how young Mama looks. I didn't know Mama was ever that young. I'm here, Mama, I'm here.
You can come and dress for the kitchen fire if you like, but hurry. Your father should be home any minute now.
Remember, Emily? Your father came back on the early morning train. He'd been to his old college to make a speech way back in western New York. Look, here he is on the porch, shaking the snow off his boots.
Oh, yes. Papa, dear Papa.
Good morning, Mother.
How did you go, Charles?
Oh, fine, I guess. I told them a few things. Everything all right here?
Yes, can't think of anything that's happened special. Been right cold. 10 degrees below, Howie Newsom says.
Well, it's been colder than that at Hamilton College. Students' ears are falling off. It ain't Christian.
Oh, I remember him saying that. Papa, that joke of his, I remember how it made us laugh.
Did the paper have any mistakes in it?
None that I noticed. Coffee's ready when you want it.
Oh, good.
Charles, don't forget it's Emily's birthday. Did you remember to get her anything?
Yes, I've got it in my pocket. Where's my birthday girl?
Don't interrupt her now, Charles. You can see her at breakfast. She's slow enough as it is. Hurry up, children. 7 o'clock. Now, I don't want to call you again.
Oh, I can't bear it. They're so young and beautiful. Why did they ever have to grow old? Mama, I'm here. I'm grown up. Oh, I love you all. Everything. I can't look at everything hard enough. Can I go in?
Yes, you can go in.
Good morning, Mama.
Well, now, dear, very happy birthday to my girl. Many happy returns. There are surprises waiting for you on the kitchen table.
She doesn't seem to see me as I am, only as I used to be. I wanted so much to kiss her. She turned away to the stove almost as if I wasn't there.
You see, it's always like that.
Oh, Mama, you shouldn't have bothered. I can't go on. I can't.
Listen, your mother's saying something to you.
Now, Emily, birthday or no birthday, I want you to eat your breakfast good and slow. I want you to grow up and be a good, strong girl. That in the blue paper is from your Aunt Carrie. And I reckon you can guess who brought the postcard album. I found it on the doorstep when I brought in the milk. George Gibbs. Must have come over in the cold pretty early. Right nice of him.
George, I'd forgotten that. If only she'd look at me. Mama, just look at me for 1 minute as though you really saw me.
But Mrs. Webb is busy stirring oatmeal at the stove, placid and smiling. She doesn't hear her. That's the way it is. Always.
Mama, 14 years have gone by. I'm dead. You're a grandmother, Mama. I married George Gibbs, Mama. Wally's dead, too. Mama, his appendix burst in a camping trip to Crawford Notch. We felt just terrible about it, don't you remember? But now, just for a moment, we're all together. Mama, just for a moment, let's be happy. Let's look at one another.
That's a yellow paper, something I found in the attic among your grandmother's things. You're old enough to wear it now, and I thought you'd like it.
And this is from you. Oh, Mama, it's lovely. It's just what I want.
Well, I hoped you'd like it. Hand it all over. Wally has something for you, too. Made it at manual training class, and he's very proud of it. Be sure you make a big fuss about it. And your father has a surprise for you. Don't know what it is myself. Here he comes.
Well, where's my birthday girl?
They don't see me, either of them. They only see someone who used to be me. I can't bear it.
That's a good girl. Sit down and eat your breakfast.
Where's my birthday?
I can't go on. It goes so fast. We haven't time to look at one another. I didn't realize. So all that was going on, and we never noticed. Take me back up to the hill to my grave, but first wait. One more look. Goodbye. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, Grover's Corners, Mama and Papa. Goodbye to clocks ticking, my butternut tree and new iron dresses and hot baths and sleeping and waking up. Oh, Earth, you're too wonderful for anyone to realize. You tell me, do any human beings ever realize life while they live it, every minute?
No. Saints and poets, maybe. They do. Some.
I'm ready to go back. I've come back, Mother Gibbs.
Were you happy?
No. I should have listened to you. That's all human beings are. Just blind people.
Look, it's clearing up. You'll be fine tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Stimson, I should have listened to them.
Yeah. Now you know. That's what it was to be alive. To move about in a cloud of ignorance. To go up and down trampling on the feelings of those about you. To spend and waste time as if you had millions of years. To be always at the mercy of one self-centered passion or another. Now you know. That's the happy existence you wanted to go back to. Ignorance and blindness.
That ain't the whole truth, and you know it, Simon Stimson. Someone else is coming up the hill.
Another of them.
That's funny. They don't usually come around this time.
Mother Gibbs, it's George.
Shh, dear. Just rest yourself.
It's George.
Kneeling at your grave. Oh, poor fella. He ought to be home.
Mother Gibbs.
Yes, Emily?
They don't understand, do they?
No, dear. They don't understand.
Most everybody's asleep in Grover's Corners. It's stopped raining, and there are the stars doing their old crisscross in the skies. Scholars haven't settled the matter yet, but they seem to think there are no living beings up there, just chalk or fire. Only this one is straining away all the time, trying to make something of itself. The strain's so great that every 16 hours everybody lies down and gets a rest. $11 in Grover's Corners. Everybody's resting in Grover's Corners. Tomorrow's going to be another day. You get a good rest, too. Good night.
You've been listening to Our Town by Thornton Wilder, adapted for broadcasting by Cynthia Pugh, with Martha Scott as Emily Webb, William Ith as George Gibbs, Tommy Duggan as Dr. Gibbs, Harry Ross as Harry Newsom, Margaret Boyd as Mrs. Gibbs, Lorna Davis as Mrs. Webb, Tucker Maguire as Rebecca Gibbs, Alan Pierce as Wally Webb, Frank Cram as Professor Willard, Hal Thompson as Mr. Webb, Rita Vale as Mrs. Soames, Janet Morrison as the artistic woman, Stephen Jack as Simon Stimson, and J. Adrian Byrne as Sam Craig. The stage manager was played by Stanley Maxted. Other parts were played by Sidney Keith, Larry Burns, and Eddie Reed. William Ith has just completed the film Meet Me at Dawn, and Martha Scott is at present working on the RKO picture So Well Remembered by James Hilton. The singers were a section of the BBC Variety Chorus, and the organist was Maurice Findon. The production was by Val Gielgud.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
I can still hear those words echoing in my memory, for in a sense they changed my life. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you how we first came across the sign of the four. I can see it still. Our rooms in Baker Street and Sherlock Holmes, and in such detail you will be there yourself, if I may collect my thoughts for just a moment.
My mind rebels at stagnation, Watson. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my own proper atmosphere. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. That's why I've chosen my own particular profession. Or rather, created it, for I'm the only one in the world.
You're the only unofficial detective?
The only unofficial consulting detective. The work itself is my highest reward. But, Watson, you've had some experience of my methods at work.
I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied the experience in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of Study in Scarlet.
I read it. Honestly, I cannot congratulate you on it.
Oh?
Detection is or ought to be an exact science and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. You have attempted to tinge it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid.
But the romance was there.
My practice has extended recently to the continent. I was consulted last week by Francois Lavilla, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He's now translating my small works into French.
Your work?
Yes. I've been guilty of several monographs. Here, for example, is one upon the distinction between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it, I enumerate 140 forms of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco.
140?
Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impressions. But I weary with my hobby.
No, not at all. But you were speaking just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one, to some extent, implies the other.
By no means. Observation shows me that you've been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning. But deduction lets me know that when there you dispatched a telegram. Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep. Now, just opposite the Wigmore Street post office, they've taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth which lies in such a way that it's difficult to avoid treading in it on entering. The earth is of this peculiar reddish tint, which is found, as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood.
Bravo. But how did you deduce the telegram?
Why, of course, I knew that you'd not written a letter, since I sat opposite you all the morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. Well, what could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth.
Dear me.
See, Watson, how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dun-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What's the use of having powers, Doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace, existence is commonplace, and no qualities save those which are commonplace have any function upon earth.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
A young lady for Mr. Holmes, sir.
I have no appointments.
Here's her card, sir.
Oh, Miss Mary Morstan. I have no recollection of the name. Oh, very well. Ask her to step in, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. Will you go in, please, Miss Morstan?
Thank you.
Pray come in, madam.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Miss Morstan? Will you take the basket chair?
Thank you. I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, because you once enabled my employer, Mrs. Cecil Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill.
Mrs. Cecil Forrester. Oh, yes, I believe that I was of some slight service to her.
Mr. Holmes, I can hardly imagine anything more strange than the situation in which I find myself.
Then pray state your case.
Briefly, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. So I was placed in a comfortable establishment in Edinburgh. When I was 17 years of age, my father arrived in London on leave and directed me to come down at once. On reaching the Langham Hotel, I was informed that Captain Morstan had gone out the night before and had not returned. From that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father.
The date?
He disappeared on the 3rd of December, 1878.
1878.
Nearly 10 years ago.
His luggage?
There was nothing in it to suggest a clue.
Had he any friends in London?
Well, only one that we know of. Major Sholto of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry.
Sholto.
Major Sholto had retired some little time before my father came home. He lived at Upper Norwood.
Upper Norwood?
We communicated with him, of course, but he didn't even know that his brother officer was now in England.
I see.
I haven't yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, in 1882 to be exact, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstan.
1882.
I had just entered the family of Mrs. Cecil Forrester as governess, and by her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column. The same day, there arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me. It contained a very large and lustrous pearl.
Remarkable.
No word of writing was enclosed. Every year since then, on the same date, there has come a box containing a similar pearl, without any clue as to the sender. You can see for yourselves that they are very handsome.
This is most interesting. Has anything else happened?
Yes. This morning I received this letter.
Oh, thank you. The envelope too, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on the corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6pence a package. Particular man in his stationery. No address.
So what's it say, though, Holmes?
Be at the third pillar from the left outside the Lyceum Theatre tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Signed, your unknown friend.
What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That is exactly what I want to know, Mr. Holmes.
We shall most certainly go. You and I and... Yes, Dr. Watson's the very man. We've worked together before.
You're both very kind. If I'm here at 6, will it do?
You must not be later.
No.
Oh, there is one point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the pearl box addresses?
I have them all here.
You're certainly a model client. Let's see now. These are disguised hands. But they're undoubtedly by the same person. Well, we shall look out for you at 6. Au revoir, then.
Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I say, what a very attractive woman.
My dear Watson, it's of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money.
Yes, but in this case...
I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Well, I'm going out now. I have a few references to look up. I shall be back in an hour. No, my dear Watson, there's no great mystery in this matter. The facts appear to admit of only one explanation.
But you haven't solved it already.
I've just found on consulting the back files of the Times that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late 34th Bombay Infantry, died on the 28th of April, 1882.
I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests.
No? You surprise me. Captain Morstan disappears. His only acquaintance in London is Major Sholto. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstan's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year, and now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. Why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation?
Yes, but the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? It's too much to suppose that her father is still alive.
There are certainly difficulties. But our expedition of tonight will solve them all. I think that's a 4-wheeler. Yes. And there's Miss Morstan inside. Are you all ready?
I'm ready, Holmes.
Major Sholto was a very particular friend of Papa's. They were in command of the convict guard on the Andaman Islands.
The Andaman, eh?
By the way, Mr. Holmes, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk. I don't suppose it's of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Seems to be a plan for part of a large building. At one point, here, you see, there's a small cross done in red ink. In the left-hand corner, there's a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. And beside that, there's written in very rough and coarse characters, the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Mohammed Singh, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. Preserve it carefully, Miss Morstan.
I shall.
I suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I at first supposed.
That's right. This one.
And I fancy this is our man.
Are you the party who have come with Miss Morstan?
I am Miss Morstan, and these 2 gentlemen are my friends.
I was to ask you to give me your word, miss, that neither of your companions is a policeman.
I give you my word.
Thank you, miss. If you'll follow me, the cab's over here.
Oh, I lost my bearings ages ago.
Wandsworth Road.
I don't know how you'll do it, Holmes.
Stockport Place. Cold Harbor Lane. Dear me. Our quest doesn't appear to be taking us to very fashionable regions.
The staff awaits you.
Show them Inspector Fougas. Show them straight into me.
You are coming this way, please.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray step into my little sanctum. My name is Thaddeus Sholto. These gentlemen?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Oh, a doctor, eh? I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions as to my mitral valve. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now.
Really, sir, pray have some consideration for the lady.
I knew in my heart that he was dead.
Miss Morstan, I can give you every information, and what is more, I can do you justice, and I will, whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials.
Whatever you may choose to say will go no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sholto, it's getting late, and I should like the interview to be as short as possible.
Well, at the best, it must take some time, for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. He's very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me.
Norwood, then wouldn't it be as well to start at once?
Well, I must prepare you by laying the facts before you.
Then pray do so, sir.
My father, Major John Sholto, retired from the Indian Army some 11 years ago and came to Pondicherry Lodge, Upper Norwood, with a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a staff of native servants. My twin brother Bartholomew and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstan. We read the details in the papers, but never for an instant did we suspect that my father had the whole secret hidden in his breast. We did know, however, that some mystery overhung our father. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India, which was a great shock to him. From that day, he sickened to his death. Towards the end of April, we were informed that he wished to make a last communication to us. Sons, the only one thing which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment is my treatment of poor Morstan's orphan, Mary. At least half of the treasure should have been hers. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the Algora treasure. Father, when we were in India, Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstan's arrival, he came straight here to claim his share. We had a difference of opinion. Morstan sprang out of his chair, and then he suddenly pressed his hand to his side and fell backwards. I found, to my horror, that he was dead. Good God. I was still stooping over him when I saw my servant, Belchowder, in the doorway. Do not fear, Saab, he said. No one need know that you have killed him. I did not kill him, said I. Belchowder shook his head and smiled. I heard you quarreling, Saab, said he. And I heard enough to decide me. If my own servant couldn't believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it good before 12 foolish tradesmen? In the jury box. And then? Well, Belchowder and I disposed of the body that night. And within a few days, the London newspapers the full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstan. Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There, at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
Can you describe the face of the window, Mr. Sholto?
Bearded, hairy, with cruel eyes, and an expression of concentrated evil. When we returned from the window, we found that my father's pulse had ceased to beat. In the morning, we found his window open, his cupboards and boxes rifled, and on his chest there was fixed a torn piece of paper with the words, "The sign of the four."
Ah.
Sign of the four.
And the treasure?
For weeks and months, my brother and I dug in every part of the garden. Oh, it was maddening to think that the hiding place was on my father's lips at the very moment he died. To this day, I have seen only one piece of it. That little chaplet over there.
Yes?
Yes, Doctor.
Some of the pearls are missing from it.
Well, after my father's death, I persuaded Bartholomew to let me find out Miss Morstan's address and send her a detached pearl at intervals, so that at least we might make part of the restitution my father had wished.
That was a kindly thought, Mr. Sholto.
Oh, not at all. We were your trustees. Well, that was the view I took of it, though Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. So I left Pondicherry Lodge.
And may I ask now, Mr. Sholto, exactly why you brought us here this evening?
Because yesterday I learned that the treasure had been discovered.
Discovered?
It only remains for us to drive to Norwood and demand that Brother Bartholomew give us our share. I explained my views to him last night, so we shall be expected, if not very welcome.
Mr. Sholto, you have done well. We had best put the matter through without delay.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. A cab will be waiting outside.
How did your brother find the treasure?
Oh, Bartholomew was a clever fellow. He worked out the cubic space of the house. He found that the height of the building was 74 feet. But on adding together the heights of all the separate rooms and the spaces between, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. The 4 feet unaccounted for could only be at the top of the building. He knocked a hole in the ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, the treasure chest stood in the center. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than £500,000 sterling.
£500,000?
Oh, no.
Then Miss Morstan must be about the richest heiress in the country.
I believe you're right, Watson.
Well, let us be going. Perhaps we shall see for ourselves.
Who's there?
It's I, McMurdo. Surely you know my knock by this time.
Oh, aye. That you, Mr. Thaddeus? But who are these others with you?
Well, I told my brother last night that I should bring some friends.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus. I don't know any of your friends.
Oh, yes, you do, McMurdo.
Eh? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In you come, sir, in you come. You and your friends. Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus, but Master's orders are very strict.
Oh, well, come along then. We've wasted enough time.
If you'll just follow me, ma'am and gents, I'll light the way up to the house with my lantern.
I can't understand it. I distinctly told Bartholomew that we should be here. And yet there's no light in his window.
I see the glint of a light in that little window beside the door.
Ah, that's the housekeeper's room. That is where old Mrs. Burnstone sits.
What's that?
What?
I was sure I could... Yes, listen.
Huh?
It's a woman crying.
You're right, by Jove. Oh, Mr. Holmes, something seems to be amiss. Oh, will you come into the house with me, please?
Certainly.
I think I'm a little afraid.
Nothing to fear, Miss Morstan, I assure you. Would you care to take my hand?
I do... Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
There. Better now?
Much better.
Miss Morstan, I feel we should follow them. Oh, now, Mrs. Bernstone, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Freddy, sir, there is something. There's something amiss with Mr. Bartholomew.
My brother?
He's locked himself in and won't answer me. All day I've wanted to hear from him, and so an hour ago I went up and peeked through the keyhole. You must go up quickly. You must go up and look for yourself.
Oh, dear.
Give me your lantern, McMurdo, and you stay here with Miss Morstan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Salter, Watson, come with me quickly.
There's his room, the first door on the left. How can we see into it if there's no light in there? Well, there's plenty of moonlight.
Let's see. Good heavens. Something damnable. You take a look, Watson.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman. Oh, dear me.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Once again.
Now, this time. Now we shall see. Oh, dear. Oh, dead. Oh, it's terrible. Look.
Sign of the four.
The Sign of the Four is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts. You've just heard part 1. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for part 2 of The Sign of the Four. He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Once again.
Now, this time. Look.
Sign of the Four.
So, was the Sign of the Four again to be the sign of death? A further mystery for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, I will refresh your memory on the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened next in our investigation of the Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes, young lady, Mary Morstan, concerning the disappearance of her father, Captain Morstan, 10 years earlier. Each year since then, she had been receiving through the post a single large pearl. And now the anonymous sender had expressed a wish to meet her. We accompanied her to the rendezvous and heard from an eccentric fellow, Thaddeus Sholto, how his father and Captain Morstan had gained a fabulous treasure, which had disappeared after both their deaths. Now it had been rediscovered by his brother, Bartholomew Sholto, whom we were to visit to claim Miss Morstan's rightful share. Arriving at Bartholomew's house, we found him sitting in a chair, a horrible smile on his face, and quite dead.
Oh, what on earth does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means murder.
Murder?
Ah, just as I expected. Look here, Watson. Stuck in the skin, just above his ear.
A long, dark thorn.
Be careful. He's poisoned.
Poisoned? Oh!
What a fantastic mystery, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I only require a few missing links, and I shall have an entirely connected case.
Oh! Oh!
Mr. Sholto, what is it?
The treasure. It's gone.
Are you sure?
Oh, there is the hole in the ceiling. We lowered it through. I helped him to do it. I left him here last night, and I heard him lock the door. The treasure was locked in this room with him.
What time did you leave?
It was 10 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Now the police will suspect me of having a hand in it.
Take my advice, Mr. Sholto. Drive down to the police station and report the matter.
The police station?
Offer to assist them in every way. We shall wait here until you return.
But
please do as I say. It will be for the best.
Oh, very well. I suppose you know best. Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Now, Watson, we have a little while to ourselves. Let us make good use of it.
Very well, Holmes.
In the first place, let us consider how these folk came and how they went.
Now, Sholto reckoned the door hasn't been opened since last night.
Then how about the window? No, it's fastened on the inside. Solid framework. I'll just open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man mounted by the window.
How do you know?
Here is the print of a foot in the mold upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. See here again on the floor. And here again by the table.
But that's not a footmark.
It's something much more valuable to us. These are the impressions of a wooden stump.
A wooden-legged man.
But there's been someone else here.
Oh?
Could you scale that wall yourself?
Let's see. Whoa, certainly not. A good 60 feet from the ground and not a foothold all the way.
But supposing you had a friend up here who lowered you that good stout rope which I see in the corner, then, if you were an active man, you might swarm up wooden leg and all. Of course, you'd depart in the same fashion, and your ally would draw up the rope, shut the window, secure it from the inside, and depart in the way that he originally came.
Yes, but look here, this accomplice, how did he get in? The door's locked, the window is inaccessible. Did he come down the chimney?
The grate's much too small.
Well, then, how?
My dear Watson, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He didn't come through the door, the window, or the chimney. He couldn't have been concealed in the room as there is no concealment possible. Then where did he come from?
Through the hole in the roof.
Of course he did. Now, if you will have the kindness to hold the lamp for me, we shall now extend our researches to the secret room above where the treasure was found.
Can you manage to get up?
I fancy I can just get up. On this rafter.
Good. Now I'm coming up, too. Take a minute. Yeah.
Here you are, you see. Oh, there's a trap door leading out onto the roof. I fancy I can press it back. Yes. And the roof slopes at a gentle angle.
This is how he got in, then.
Now, let's see if we can find some other traces of this queer individual.
It doesn't look as though this place has been entered for years. Clouded dust.
But even dust has its uses. Look at these footprints. As clear as we could wish.
But these are the prints of a child's naked foot. Holmes, a child has done this horrid thing.
Come along, Watson. There's nothing more to be learned here. If my memory hadn't failed me, I should have been able to forestall this. Now, where did I put my lens?
Here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're certainly in luck.
What is it now?
Our naked-footed friend has had the misfortune to tread in this creosote that has leaked out of the carboy there in the corner. You can see the outline of the edge of his small foot here.
What then?
Why, we've got him. That's all. I know a dog that would follow that scent to the world's end. Hello. Here come the accredited representatives of the law. Now, before they come, Watson, just put your hand here on this poor dead fellow's arm.
Yes.
And here on his leg.
Yes.
What do you feel?
Muscles are as hard as a board.
Quite so. They're in a state of extreme contraction, far exceeding the usual rigor mortis. Coupled with this distortion of the face, what conclusion would it suggest to your mind?
Oh, death from some powerful vegetable alkaloid. Some strychnine-like substances which produce tetanus.
As you saw, I discovered a thorn which had been driven or shot with no great force into the scalp. You observed that the part struck was that which would be turned towards the hole in the ceiling if the man were erect in his chair. Now then, examine this thorn.
You go first, Mr. Sholto. It looks as though some gummy substance has dried on it.
Quite so. But is that an English thorn?
Oh, no. No, it certainly is not.
Then with all these data, you should be able to draw some inference. But here, the regular, so the auxiliary forces may beat a retreat.
Here's a pretty business. The house seems to be as full as a rabbit warren.
Ah, Mr. Jones. You must recollect me.
Indeed I do. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist. Remember you? I'll never forget the Bishopsgate jewel case. But what's all this? Bad business. Stern facts here. No room for theories. Lucky I happened to be out at Norwood on another case. What do you think the man died of?
Oh, this is hardly a case for me to theorize.
No. Still, we can't deny that you hit the nail on the head sometimes. Door locked, I understand. Jewels worth $500,000 missing. How was the window?
Fastened. But there are footmarks on the sill.
Well, if it was fastened, they could have had nothing to do with the matter.
Oh, I see.
I've got it. These flashes come upon me at times. Just step outside, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And you, please, Mr. Sholto?
Oh, very well. I shall go mad. I'm sure I shall go mad.
Inspector, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you know?
He's assisting me. May he remain?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, Mr. Holmes, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died in a fit, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How's that?
Upon which the dead man very considerately got up and locked the door on the inside.
Yes, there's a flaw there.
You're not in possession of all the facts here. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp, where you still see the mark. There, you see?
Yes.
This card, inscribed the sign of the four, was on the table. How does all that fit into your theory?
If this splinter's poisonous, Thaddeus may well have made murderous use of it. The card is some hocus-pocus, blind as like as not.
I see.
The only question is...
Oh, there is a question, then.
The question is, how did he get out? Of course. Here's a hole in the roof. You see, facts are better than theories after all. There's a trap door communicating with the roof, and it's partly open.
I opened it.
You? Oh, well, no matter. It shows how our gentleman got away. Sergeant! Yes, sir? Ask Mr. Sholto to step this way.
Paper, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Mr. Thaddeus Sholto?
Yes?
It's my duty to inform you that anything which you say may be used against you. I arrest you in the Queen's name as being concerned in the death of your brother.
Oh, there now. Didn't I tell you what they would say?
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Sholto. I think I can engage to clear you of this charge.
Oh, you can, Mr. Holmes.
Don't promise too much, Mr. Theorist. You may find it a harder matter than you think.
Not only will I clear him, Mr. Jones, but I'll make you a free present of the name and description of one of the two people who were in this room last night. His name, I have every reason to believe, is Jonathan Small. He's small and active, with his right leg off, and wearing a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. He's been a convict. As for the other man...
the other man.
He is a rather curious person. I hope before very long to be able to introduce you to the pair of them. Oh, a word with you, Watson, please.
Yes, coming, Holmes.
Watson, You must escort Miss Morstan home.
Oh, delighted.
Then I want you to go to number 3 Pinchin Lane.
Yes.
Down near the water's edge at Lambeth.
Mm-hmm.
The third house on the right-hand side is a bird stuffer's. Sherman is the name.
Sherman, yes.
Knock old Sherman up and tell him with my compliments that I want Toby at once. You'll bring Toby back in the cab with you.
Toby?
A queer mongrel with the most amazing power of scent. I'd rather have Toby's help than that of the whole detective force of London.
But I want a dog.
I won't be arguing with you. Stand clear. When I say 3, there goes this viper snake on your head.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what? A friend of Mr. Sherlock is always welcome.
Thank you.
Step in, sir. Just keep clear of the badger, sir. He bites. Now, sir, what was it Mr. Sherlock Holmes wanted? He wanted a dog of yours. Ah, that would be Toby. Yes, Toby Watson, then. Toby lives at number 7 on the left here. Thank you. Well, Mr. Sherman, I'm much obliged. Come on, Toby. There's a good fella.
Ah, you have him then, Watson. Leave the dog here and come up.
Yes, I'd better tie him to this banister, I suppose. Oh, boy. Unprepossessing brute, isn't he?
Ah, Toby and I understand one another. Oh, Sergeant, lend me your bullseye, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Now then, I must kick off my boots and socks. Watson.
Yes?
Just carry them for me, will you, please?
Where to, Holmes?
I'm going to do a little climbing. Oh, yes, and I must dip my handkerchief into this creosote. There. That'll do. Now, come up through the hole in the ceiling with me for a moment. Do you observe anything noteworthy about these footmarks?
Well, they belong to a child or a small woman.
Apart from the size, what's the chief difference?
Well, your toes are all cramped together. The other print has each toe distinctly separated.
That is the point. Now, would you kindly step over to that roof window and smell the edge of the woodwork? I shall stay over here, as I have this handkerchief in my hand.
Yes. By Jove, yes, there's a strong, tarry smell.
That's where he put his foot in getting out. If you can trace him, I should think Toby will have no difficulty.
Thank you.
Now, while I get out onto the roof, you run downstairs and wait for Toby in the garden below.
Very well, Holmes.
That you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
Have you got the dog?
Well, I let him loose.
This water pipe feels pretty firm, so
here goes. No, careful, Holmes. Oh, do be careful. Oh, well done.
My boots and stockings, if you please.
There you are.
Thank you. It was easy to follow his course across the roof.
No?
Oh, yes. Tiles were loosened the whole way, and... Oh, yes. In his hurry, he dropped this.
Some sort of a pouch made out of beads.
Yes, sir.
Anything inside? Ah, some more of those thorns.
They're hellish things. Now, Watson, will your legs stand a 6-mile trudge?
Certainly.
Then here you are, doggy. Good old Toby. Smell it, Toby, smell it.
What's that you're showing you, Holmes?
A handkerchief with a creosote on it. And watch him go. What? Come on, Watson. He's going to set us a stiff face. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a breather. We've had no very heavy rain since yesterday. They had 28 hours fast, but their scent will still lie upon the road.
Holmes, how would you describe the wooden leg man with such confidence?
The simplicity itself. 2 officers who were in command of the convict guard learned an important secret as to buried treasure. A map drawn for them by an Englishman named Jonathan Small.
Jonathan Small?
You remember we saw the name on the chart Miss Moulton showed us.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Small had signed it on behalf of himself and his associates. The sign of the 4, as he somewhat dramatically called it.
Ah, yes.
Well, aided by this chart, the officers, or one of them, gets the treasure and brings it to England. Now then, why didn't Jonathan Small get the treasure himself? The answer is obvious.
Oh? Is it?
You haven't a pistol with you, have you?
No, I have my stick.
I shall leave Jonathan to you, but if the other turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead. Come along now. Toby's anxious to be getting off.
Well, he's baffled again. There's nothing but the river from here.
Yes, but out of luck. They've taken to a boat.
Stolen it?
No. These fellows are sharper than I expected.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, what, Ma?
You come back to me, what? Come back to youngin. If your father comes home and finds it like that, he let us hear about it.
Oh, dear little chap. A fine child, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, bless you, sir, he is that. Here, how do you know my name?
The signboard over your door. Mordecai Smith.
Oh, that.
Away, is he? I wanted to speak to Mr. Smith.
He's been away since yesterday morning, sir. But if it was about a boat, sir, maybe I could serve as well.
I see from the board that he has a steam launch. That's what I'd like to have.
Why, bless you, sir, it's in the steam launch that is gone. That's what puzzles me. I know there ain't more coal now than would take it to about Woolwich and back.
He might have bought some at a wharf downriver.
He might, sir, but it weren't his way. Many a time I've heard him go on about the prices they charge for a few odd bags. Besides, I don't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
A wooden-legged man?
I roused him up yesterday night, I did.
Oh, then I'm unlucky, Mrs. Smith. Oh. I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the, let me see, what is her name?
The Aurora, sir.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. She's not an old green launch with a yellow line, very broad on the beam.
No, indeed. She's as trim a little thing as any on the river, black with 2 red streaks.
Ah, yes. Well, I hope you'll soon hear from Mr. Smith. I'm going down the river. If I should see anything of the Aurora, I shall let him know that you're uneasy. A black funnel, you say?
No, sir. Black with a white band.
Oh, of course, yes. It was the sides which were black. Well, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Clever, Holmes.
The main thing with people of that sort is never to let them think their information can be of the slightest importance to you. If you do, they'll instantly shut up like an oyster.
Well, our course seems pretty clear now.
What would you do, then?
Well, I would engage a launch and go down the river on the track of the Aurora.
My dear fellow, it would be a colossal task. She may have touched at any wharf on either side of the stream between here and Greenwich.
Employ the police, then?
Worse and worse.
What are we to do, then?
I want you to take a hansom and return Toby to his owner with my compliments. Then drive home, have some breakfast, and get an hour's sleep. It's quite on the cards that we may be afoot tonight again.
Very well.
I must send a wire.
To whom?
You remember the Baker Street irregulars whom I employed in our study in Scarlet Gate?
Oh, those little ragamuffins.
This is just where they might be invaluable. The wire will be to my dirty little Lieutenant Wiggins. I expect he and his gang will be with us before I have time to finish my breakfast. In future, they can report to you, Wiggins, and you to me. I cannot have the house invaded in this way.
Horrible rabble, sir.
Stay in, Ron, I'm warning you.
However, it's just as well that you should all hear the instructions. Now then, I want to find the whereabouts of a steam launch called the Aurora. black with 2 red streaks. Funnel, black with a white band. Owner, Mordecai Smith. She's downriver somewhere. Is that clear?
Yes, Governor.
The old scale of pay and a guinea to the boy who finds the boat. Oh, here's a day in advance. Now, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Come on, you lot, all out. And quiet down that day there. Come on, all of you.
Horrible rabble, all right.
If the launch is above water, they'll find her. In the meanwhile, we can do nothing.
You going to bed, Holmes?
No, I'm not tired. I never remember feeling tired by work, though idleness exhausts me completely. Now I'm going to think over this queer business to which our fair client has introduced us. Wooden-legged men are not so common, but I should think the other men must be absolutely unique.
Oh, that other man again.
Diminutive footmarks, toes never fettered by boots, naked feet, great agility, small poisoned darts. Now, what do you make of all this?
Perhaps he's one of those Indians who associated with Jonathan Small.
Hardly that. Some Indians are small men, but none could have left such marks as that. Now, let's consult the gazetteer. Now, then, what have we here? Antananarivo's too far. Andes, no. Andaman Islands, situated 340 miles to the north of Sumatra and the Bay of Bengal. A moist climate, coral reef, sharks, convict barracks. The Aborigines of the Andaman Islands may perhaps claim the distinction of being the smallest race upon this earth. The average height is rather below 4 feet. They're a fierce, morose, and intractable people, though capable of forming most devoted friendships. Now then, listen to this. Their feet and hands are remarkably small. They have always been a terror to shipwrecked crews, braining the survivors with their stone-headed clubs or shooting them with their poisoned darts.
Amiable fellow.
Watson, you look done. Why not lie down there on the sofa and see if I can put you to sleep?
Oh, well, Holmes, I don't mind admitting I could do with a few winks.
Oh, my dear Watson. You slept soundly. I was afraid our talk would wake you.
Talk? I heard nothing.
Oh, Wiggins has just been up to report. He says no trace can be found of the launch.
Can I do anything? I'm perfectly fresh now.
We can only wait. If we go ourselves, the message might come in our absence, and that would cause delay.
Yes, but...
Well, you can do what you will, Watson, but I must remain on guard.
Well, then I shall run over to Camberwell and call on Mrs. Cecil Forrester. She asked me to yesterday.
On Mrs. Cecil Forrester? I see.
Well, of course, on Miss Morstan, too. They were anxious to hear what's happened.
I understand. I wouldn't tell them too much, though. Women are never able to be entirely trusted. Not the best of them.
What's an atrocious sentiment, Holmes?
Don't be too late back, my dear Watson. I expect to hear something definite before the night's out.
The Four was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts, and you have just been listening to part 2. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon, for the 3rd and last part of The Sign of the Four.
The BBC, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You're ready to part. He raises his hand.
I'm ready, Holmes. Action and danger were a frequent climax to the investigations of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, let me refresh your memory concerning the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened in the end of the Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes and I were upon the track of Jonathan Small, the one-legged ex-convict responsible for the theft of the Agra treasure, which we were endeavoring to recover on behalf of our charming young client, Miss Mary Morstan. The scent had led us to the River Thames, upon which it seemed the thief and his mysterious accomplice were preparing to escape in the steam launch Aurora. After instructing his young Baker Street irregulars to find where this vessel at present lay, Holmes restlessly awaited the news that would lead to the resumption of the chase. Oh, here I am, Holmes. Anything happened?
Nothing yet, Watson. You're just in time to take over watch, though.
I say, what's the idea of the sailor outfit?
I'm off down the river, Watson. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I can see only one way out of it.
Well, surely I can come with you, then.
No. You can be much more useful if you remain here as my representative. Some message may come early in the morning. I want you to open all notes and telegrams and act on your own judgment. Can I rely on you?
Certainly.
Well, get some sleep while you can. If we're in luck, you may have news of some sort before I get back.
Oh, very well, Holmes. I should be going with you, but best luck to you.
Here's your breakfast, Dr. Watson.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, and Mr. Anthony Jones is here to see you, sir.
Ah, come in, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, he's been out all night, and I can't be sure when he'll be back. Take that chair and join me in a cup of coffee.
I don't mind if I do.
How's that? There you are. Now, may I know what brings you here so early?
Well, I got a wire from Mr. Holmes this morning.
Yes? What does he say?
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me. I am close on the track of the Sholto gang. You can come with us if you want to be in at the finish. Sent from Poplar.
He's evidently picked up the scent again.
Then he's been on a false chase too, has he? Well, even the best of us are thrown off course sometimes. This may prove to be a false alarm, you understand. But it's my duty as an officer of the law to allow no chance to slip. Isn't that someone come to the door? Perhaps it's Mr. Holmes.
I say, who are you, my man? What do you mean coming in like this?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but I'm acting for him. If you've a message for him, you can tell it to me.
It was to himself I was to tell him.
I tell you, I am acting for him. Was it about Mordecai Smith's boat?
Yes. I knows well where it is, and I knows where the men he's after are. And I knows where the treasure is.
Look here, my man.
It was to Mr. Sherlock Holmes I was to tell him.
Well, then you must wait for him.
No. I ain't going to lose a whole day to please no one.
Wait a bit, my friend. You have important information, and you're staying here whether you like it or not.
Oh, all right.
I think you might offer me some coffee, though. I thought my disguise was pretty good, but I hardly expected it would stand that test.
You rogue. You would have made a rare actor. Those weak legs of yours would be worth, £10 a week on the stage. But I thought I knew the glint of your eye, though.
Oh, did you, Jones? Well, it's nice to get these whiskers and things off for a while. I've been working in that get-up all day. You see, a good many of the criminal classes begin to know me. Especially since our friend Watson here took to publishing some of my cases. So I can only go on the warpath under some simple disguise like this. You got my wire, Jones?
That was what brought me here.
Here's a coffee, Holmes.
Thank you. And how's your case prospered, Inspector?
I've had to release 2 of my prisoners, and there's no evidence against the other 2.
Never mind. We shall give you 2 hours in the place of them. But you must put yourself under my orders.
Oh, now, look here.
You are welcome to all the official credit, but you must act on the lines that I point out. I shall want a fast police boat to be at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, that's easily managed.
Good. Then I shall want 2 good men in case of resistance.
There'll be 2 or 3 in the boat. What else?
When we secure the men, we shall get the pleasure. I think it'll be a pleasure to my friend here to take the box round to the young lady to whom half of it rightfully belongs. Let her be the first to open it. Eh, Watson?
It would be a great pleasure to me, Holmes. Rather an irregular proceeding. However, the whole thing is irregular. I suppose we must wink at it.
Exactly.
The treasure must be handed over to the authorities afterwards, until after the official investigation.
Certainly.
Is there anything else?
Only that I insist upon your dining with us before we set out.
Oh, well...
I have oysters and a brace of grouse with something a little choice in white wines. Watson, you never yet recognized my merits as a housekeeper. Oh, by the way, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
You'd best clean that old service revolver of yours. It's as well to be prepared.
Tidy-looking craft.
Is there anything to mark her as a police boat?
Well, yes, that green lamp on the side.
Then take it off.
Oh. All right.
You can tell them to cast off now.
Right. Cast off? Yes, sir. Where to?
To the tower. Tell them to stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Opposite Jacobson's yard. All right, sir.
Splendid craft. We ought to be able to catch anything.
Get that river steamer well behind us. There aren't many launches to beat this, I can tell you.
Still, she'll need to be smart to catch the Aurora. She has a name for being a clipper. Now, I'll tell you how the land lies.
Yes?
How would Small conceal the launch until he knew how the police inquiries were shaping? If I were in his shoes, I might hand her over to some boat repairer with directions to make a trifling change in her. She would then be removed to his shed or yard, and so be effectually concealed, while at the same time she'd be available again at a few hours' notice.
Yeah, that seems logical enough.
At Jacobson's yard, I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to them by a wooden-legged man with some trivial directions as to her rudder. At that moment, who should come down but Mordecai Smith, the missing owner?
But how did you recognize him?
Oh, he bellowed out his name and the name of his launch. I want her tonight, said he, at 8 o'clock sharp, for I have 2 gentlemen who won't be kept waiting. I was lucky enough to pick up one of my boys on the way, so I stationed him as a sentry over the launch. He's to stand at the water's edge and wave his handkerchief to us when they start.
I should have had a body of police in Jacobson Yard and arrest them when they came down.
Which would have been never. Eh? This man Small is a pretty shrewd fellow. If anything made him suspicious, he'd lie snug for another week.
If you might have stuck to Mordecai Smith, Holmes, he would have led you to their hiding place.
I think it's 100 to 1 against Smith knowing where they live. Why should he ask questions?
Well, there's Jacobson's Yard anyway. Where those masts are standing up.
Ah, yes, I see.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can see my sentry through these night glasses. There's no sign of a handkerchief yet.
Suppose we go downstream a short way and lie in wait for them.
It's 10 to 1 that they'll go downstream, but we can't be certain. It'll be a clear night and plenty of moon. Now, we must stay where we are. Will you give instructions, please?
Very well, as you say.
Look, Watson. See how the folks swarm over yonder in the gaslight?
Yes, they're coming from work in the yard.
Dirty-looking rascal. But do I see a handkerchief? There, surely there is a white flutter over yonder.
Yes, I can see it plainly.
Yeah, and there's the Aurora, and going like the devil. Full speed ahead, engineers. Make after that launch for the yellow light. By heaven, I shall never forgive myself if she proves to have the heels of us.
She's very fast, Miss Holmes. I doubt we shall catch her.
We must catch her. Keep it on, Snowford. Make her do all she can. If we find her good, we must have them. Hold it on, men. Hold it on. Get every pound of speed you can.
We're gaining a little.
I'm sure that we shall be up there in a few minutes.
Look at this. That's not going on here. It's blundering straight in between. The Aurora will gain good 200 yards while we're dodging run.
We must have more speed. Hold it on, men. Keep it up.
next to the chap in the stern. Looks like a Newfoundland dog. I can tell. We're getting close to the punctured marshes. Now we're really gaining on them. Look, see! What? That chap's standing up in the stern. A wooden leg.
Oh, you're right, Holmes. That thing next to him eats a little black man. I've never seen anything like it. Consider them a child. I'll give them a hand. He's two there. He's two in the name of the Lord.
Yes, that's all, Bob.
Yes, 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 Holmes.
Look at that. He raises a part. He raises his head.
I'm ready, Holmes. Brilliant. They go into the river. He's gone. Straight down. He's a goner for sure.
Keep out of the launch. Look, wooden leg pulling the tiller over.
He's making for shore. He'll run it dry.
Off for him. Mr. Jonathan Small, I fancy.
Down this mud. I'll come quietly. Give me a hand.
Well, Jonathan Small, I'm sorry that it's come to this.
And so am I, Mr. Holmes. But I don't believe I can swing for the job. I give you my word, I never raised a finger against Mr. Sholto. It was that little Alan Tonga who shot one of his darts into him.
You're under the charge of Inspector Athelney Jones of Scotland Yard. He's going to bring you up to my rooms, and I shall ask you for a true account of the matter. If you make a clean breast of it, I may be of use to you.
No, I shall never fear.
I think I can prove that the poison acted so quickly that the man was dead before ever you reached the room.
That he was, sir. You seem to know as much as if he'd been there. Pity we didn't take that alive, but there was no choice. All's well that ends well. We'll be at Vauxhall Bridge presently. Dr. Watson. Yes, Inspector? I shall land you with the treasure box. It's most irregular, but an agreement's an agreement. And you shall take it round to the young lady yourself. You, where's the key? At the bottom of the river. We've had work enough already through you. Well, Doctor, Miss Mawson might at least see her box. Bring it into the Baker Street as soon as you can. Greatest of pleasure.
I heard a cab drive up. Huh? What news have you brought me?
I brought something better than news.
Oh?
I've brought you a fortune.
Is that the Agra treasure?
The great Agra treasure. Half of it is yours and half is Thaddeus Sholto's. You'll have a couple of 100,000 each. There'll be few young ladies in England richer than you.
If I have it, I owe it to you.
No, it's my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom you thank.
Won't you sit down? No, here, beside me, and tell me all about it.
No, I have to get round to Baker Street with it as quickly as I can. I just got leave to bring it so that you should be the first to see it.
Where's the key?
It's been mislaid. The police will soon have it open.
Don't I to see into it now, Dr. Watson?
Well, I don't really think that'd be...
Oh, but you can't treat a woman's curiosity in this way. Oh, come on, I insist.
The police might...
Oh, as part owner of the contents.
Would you really?
Of course. Now, what should we use?
Well, I think that's okay.
Oh, you have my permission, Doctor.
Now then, get the end of it under the heart. Good. Now, do it as a lever.
Bravo! Well done.
And now, you must lift the lid.
Very well. Oh, I feel quite nervous. It's empty.
Oh, thank God.
Why'd you say that?
Because it puts you within my reach. Because I love you, Mary. As truly as ever a man loved a woman.
because this treasure, these riches, sealed my lips. Now that they're gone, I can tell you how I love you. That's why I said, thank God.
Then I say, thank God, too, John.
Whoever has lost a treasure this night, I know that I have gained one.
And did you say, Dr. Watson?
Inspector.
This is your doing, Small.
Yes. No every man is in it right for it. Say 3 men were in the Andaman convict barracks and myself. And I know they'd have me do just what I done, rather than let it go to Kip or Kim or Sholto or Morstan.
Cut out that bragging. Where is it?
You'll find the treasure where the key is, and where little Tonga is. In the river.
You're a senior, Small. Why didn't you throw the box in as well?
The man that was clever enough to hunt me down is clever enough to pick an iron box from the bottom of a river. Now, they're trying to pick up what's scattered over 5 miles or so may be a harder job.
This is a very serious matter, Small. If you'd had justice instead of hindering us like this...
Justice? Talk about justice. Look how I earned that treasure. 20 long years in that fever-ridden swamp. Chained up all night. Bullied by every native guard who left to take it out of a white man.
You forget that we know nothing of all this. Until we've heard your story, we cannot tell how far justice may originally have been on your side.
Well, that's true, Mr. Holmes. Now, you've been very fair-spoken to me. If you want to hear my story, I'd no wish to hold it back.
If you please.
Keep it short. I shall want it in full when we get to the station.
Very well. Well, it begins when I was 18, and soldiering in India with the 3rd Bucks. A crocodile in the Ganges nipped off my right leg. With this piece of timber strapped to my stump, I was useless for anything active. But lucky for me, I got a good job as overseer on an indigo plantation. And that was all right till the mutiny. I got into Agra just before the siege closed it off. Well, to cut a long story short...
That's right. Get on with it.
I joined up with 3 Indians. And names were Abdullah Khan, Muhammad Singh, and Dos Akbar, in a bit of a plot to get some treasure off a refugee merchant. Mind, it wasn't none of my idea.
No, of course not.
They couldn't work it without me, and they put it to me at the point of a knife. Join them, or get them in. Well, I killed the merchant. I never touched him, mind. I hid the body in the fort. Well, there was no use dividing the treasure while we were under siege, so he had that too. I drew 4 plans of where it was, and we put the sign of the 4 of us at the bottom and swore that we should each always act for all.
Leave out the fine sentiments.
Well, the mutiny was broken, and we thought we were safe. But the merchant's body was found, and so now we were suspected. We were brought to trial. We all got penal servitude for life.
Wasn't the treasure found then?
Not a word of it came out at the trial. But there we were, shipped off to the Andamans to serve our time and work a fortune we couldn't touch. Well, after a few years, I was put to dispensing for the surgeon. They gave me a little hut next to his quarters. Now, some of the officers used to come and play cards with him in the evenings. There was Major Sholto and Captain Morstan and some others. Well, I used to overhear him talking, and it pretty soon struck me that Major Sholto was falling in for some pretty big losses.
That was it.
And one evening I heard him say, "It's all up, Morstan. I'm a ruined man." So when the captain had walked off to his quarters, I nipped out and asked the Major if I could have his advice. "What about?" says he. "Oh, well, sir," I said, "I happen to know where $500,000 in hidden treasure lies. And I thought if I told the proper authorities, it might get my sentence shortened for me."
Get on with it.
I could see him think it over like. Well, the upshot of it is that he comes back next day with Captain Morstan and a little, what you might call, unofficial proposition.
Don't mean to say it,
Mind, I didn't betray my friends. We held a little meeting, the 3 Indians and the 2 officers and me, and it was decided Major Sholto would go to Agra and recover the treasure. Then he'd send a small yacht provisioned for a voyage. The Indians and I would get away in it. Captain Morstan would apply for leave to go to Agra, and we'd all meet there for a final share out of the treasure.
Say this way, Small, if this is a yarn you're spinning, I've never heard the like of it before. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
I fancy we're hearing the truth. And you can guess what happened next. That villain Sholto went off to Agra, but he never came back. No yacht to fetch us, nothing.
Well, what else did you expect?
An officer's word, sir. If 4 convicts could keep faith with each other, then you might have thought that...
let's hear the rest of it.
Well, from that day I lived only to escape and track down Sholto. But it was weary years before my time came. One day, a little Andaman Islander was picked up in the woods, sick nearly to death with fever. He was venomous as a young snake. But as I nursed him round, he took quite a fancy to me.
Is this Tonga?
That's right, sir. He was a fine boatman, and he owned a big roomy canoe. He didn't need much talking to get me away from that place. Well, we got to Singapore. From there, we wandered about the world until we reached England 3 or 4 years ago. I earned our living showing Tonga off at fairs as a cannibal. He used to eat raw meat and do a war dance. I was staunch and true with little Tonga.
That's enough about him. Get back to shelter.
It wasn't long before I found where he lived, but I was too late. We went to his place and looked through the window of his room. He was lying in bed with his sons at either side of him. Even as we watched him, he died. Well, I got into the room that night. I searched his papers, but there wasn't a line about where the treasure might be. And before I left, I thought of my poor Indian friends still back there in the Andamans. I wanted to leave our mark behind, so I scrawled down the sign of the 4 of us on a piece of paper, and I pinned it on him.
Oh, that explains that then, Holmes.
Yeah. Pray continue, Smoke. Well, after a while, I heard that the treasure had been found at the top of Pondicherry Lodge. Well, I couldn't hope to get up there, not with this leg, so I brought Tonga with me, with a long rope wound round his waist. He could climb like a cat. But as ill luck would have it, Bartholomew Minnesota was still in the room when Tonga got in. Little devil killed him with his blowpipe. Thought he'd done something very clever until I gave it to him with the rope's end. Anyway, there was nothing else to do but lower the jewels down, leave the sign of the 4 on the table, and get away as quick as we could. And there you are, gentlemen. I told it all. And every word the truth, I swear. A fitting wind-up to an extremely interesting case. There's nothing that wrong you to me in the latter part, except that you brought your own rope. That I didn't know. By the way, I had hoped that Tonga had lost all his dart, yet he managed to shoot one at us in the boat. I have it here. I didn't see you find that, Holmes. You'll examine your hat when you have a moment, my dear Watson. I managed to pick it out without your noticing. Well, sir, he did lose them all, except the one he had in the blowpipe ready, you see. Ah, of course.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you're a man to be humoured, but duty is duty. I'll feel more at ease when we have our storyteller here safe under lock and key.
All right, I shan't make any trouble.
Of course, you'll both be wanted at the trial. Good night, sir.
Good night, gentlemen both.
Good night.
Well, Holmes. There's the end of our little drama. Thank you.
Well, good health.
And to you.
I'm afraid it may be the last chance I shall have of studying your methods, Holmes.
Oh? Why, sir?
Miss Morstan has done me the honour to accept me as a prospective husband.
I feared as much. I really cannot congratulate you.
Any reason to be dissatisfied with my choice?
Oh, not at all. I think she's one of the most charming young ladies I've ever met. But love is an emotional thing. And whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason which I place above all things. I should never marry myself lest I bias my judgment.
I trust my judgment may survive the ordeal. You're weary, Holmes.
Yes. The reaction is already upon me. I shall be as limp as a rag for a week.
Strange how terms of what in another man I should call laziness alternate with your fits of splendid energy and vigor.
Yes. Well, I need the makings of a very fine loafer. And also of a pretty surprise, actually.
Is one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And now you know how it ended. My name, my real name, is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Wedding bells are ringing for me now, it seems. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And need I say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, and soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
The Tallyman.
Andrew Fergan, you have pled guilty to a charge that you did on the public footpath outside licensed premises known as the Turkish Raven in King Street, Glasgow, present a loaded revolver at John Laverick, discharge the said revolver, fatally wound the said Laverick, and did thus murder him.
Yes, my lord.
You have chosen that nothing should be said on your behalf. The willful and deliberate taking of human life must bring its full punishment, and the duty of this court is clear. I sentence you to imprisonment for life.
Thank you, my lord.
The court is adjourned.
Court, all rise.
Enter.
My lord.
Come in, Chief Superintendent. You too, Chief Inspector.
Sir? Thank you, sir.
Sit down, both of you.
Sir.
Now, I want to talk about this man, Fergan.
Well, I think...
For the moment, Chief Superintendent Ilford, I prefer to perform that exercise myself. I've seen your Chief Inspector on occasion, but only in the witness box.
Sorry, this is Detective Chief Inspector Colin Thane, in charge of Millside Division.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Mains.
Might be wise to decide on that later, Chief Inspector. Still, for the moment, I have removed my robes and wig. Ilford, I'm not addressing you in your capacity as head of this city's CID force, nor you, Thane, as the man in charge of the division in which this murder was committed. You, understand?
Yes, my lord.
Meaning you don't. Ilford, I seem to remember you smoke a pipe, and unfortunately I've left my own tobacco at home.
Here's my pouch. You're welcome to try it.
Thank you. Yes, that's true. Now, while I fill this pipe, let me say that I've already told the Advocate Depute that, in terms of law, I have no criticism to make of the conduct of the case or the police information as presented.
That's something.
Now, let's try this tobacco. Yeah, reasonable. In terms of law, as I said, no criticism. On the other hand, in my opinion, in my non-judicial opinion, the situation is a damnable disgrace.
Yes, my lord, but
Chief Inspector Thane, do you challenge that view?
No, sir. I can't.
Good. When one spends one's life hearing evidence allegedly given under oath, actual honesty becomes a rare and valued commodity. Now, I have the case papers here. Andrew Fergan was, an insurance clerk, married, 2 children. He experimented in petty embezzlement from his firm and had to replace the money quickly. As a result, he borrowed £100 from an unlicensed moneylender.
Yeah, we call them tallymen, my lord, because they keep tally on what's owed and the interest.
That's right. The interest rates, I gather, are unusually well commensurate to risk.
20 to 25% per week. The clients have no alternative. They're poor risks. No one else would touch them.
And repayment, I understand, is rigorously enforced.
Fall behind, and the heavies move in to jog your memory, my lord.
And if, like the unfortunate Fergan, you still can't pay, what then?
The tallyman fixes a lower weekly figure, but the interest keeps mounting.
Forever?
Yes.
According to the court reports, the murdered man Laverick was a tallyman.
Well, I'd say a hired help. He was outside that bar to collect payments.
Yet no note of payments made. Very little money was found on the body. Odd.
Well, they work in pairs. There's always a minder in the background.
A minder? Oh, I see. In case of trouble. Or in case the tallyman might be tempted to be unfaithful to his master.
Maybe both, sir.
Maybe. Thane, I have just sentenced a man to life imprisonment because he exterminated a parasite. A 25% per week parasite. A parasite who apparently was only an agent for a much larger parasite.
But Lord Mayor...
Are you seeking sympathy?
No! Look, sir, we tried damn hard to find Laverick's minder and the boss behind him. You think we just sat around on a backside?
That's enough.
I'm sorry.
Lord Mains, maybe it's better if I answer for my officers.
Of course. Good tobacco, this. Doesn't become too heated.
Yes, well, I like it that way. Tallymen. Yeah, we mop up a few now and again. If we're lucky, we nail them as unlicensed moneylenders. They're fined, and they go off laughing. Customers are too scared to talk about what really happens.
But you know these men.
Yes, we do. Except a new teleman seems to have arrived on the scene lately. A king-sized version. Running a big operation. So far, we can't get a lead on him.
I see. Then you learn as you get older that irritation is not necessarily condemnation.
Sir?
Just as I've learnt, it sometimes helps to think aloud.
Yes, sir.
Until not very long ago, Scotland had a particularly civilized outlook towards any individual charged with murder. No plea of guilty was allowed. The charge had to be proved by proper presentation of evidence to a jury. And today, I had to sit silent while that wretch Fergan pled guilty. I was left as a rubber stamp, passing the only sentence prescribed by law. However, life imprisonment is a flexible phrase. Recently, the Crown authorities were naive enough to release a particularly vicious thug after a mere 9 years. I have transmitted my view that, on this basis, Fergan's term should be no more than 5 years. He's not to be told of this. Nor, pending the possibility of an appeal, is he to be approached in any way.
5 years. That helps.
A salve to several consciences. My second thought is that it would be grossly wrong for one of Her Majesty's judges to advise the police of this city.
Agreed, my lord.
But I imagine a considerable effort will be concentrated on this particular Talaman, with much more in mind than a mere appearance at some lower court. In turn, if such an individual came before me, and if a jury in its wisdom found him guilty, well, I don't propose to say any more.
No, I don't think there's need, my lord.
Good. Now, I have another case waiting. Thank you, gentlemen.
Millside CID, Detective Constable Beach. Yes, that's right. I was calling earlier. You know what?
Afternoon, sir. Still snowing outside?
Getting worse, Mac. The main street's only fit for polar bears.
No, I'm glad I'm not still out in a beat.
Where's Inspector Moss?
Oh, right, you've tried.
D.I. Moss is in your office, sir, fixing the crime map.
Again? He never gives up.
Right, thanks, pal. Nothing, please, Sergeant McLeod.
I heard. It's that jewelry store break-in last night, sir.
Anything else happening, Mac?
No, just run-of-the-mill stuff, sir.
We'll try and keep it that way. Beach?
Sir?
Find some tea, will you? Myself and Inspector Moss.
Right, sir. Weak for Inspector Moss.
As always. She's also happy. Hello, Phil.
Oh, calm. Come on, I've just...
For God's sake, take those marker pins out of your mouth, will you? Look, swallow them and we'll have a hell of a job getting more without a requisition.
I wouldn't have to risk it if you do your own damned office work.
Divisional crime maps. Invented by someone with nothing better to do.
And there's headquarters requests in as well, monthly statistics.
Well, they can wait. Oh, let me sit down. Fergan got life.
I heard. Poor basket.
The Lord Mains thought. Buddha Ilford and I got a private roasting afterwards. His lordship wants the tallyman found or else.
That would please Ilford.
Oh, don't sound so happy about it. We got the job.
But Ilford...
Here's the boss. Top priority. High Court judges worry him.
Well, they worry most people. The tallyman, what's left to try?
Well, we can't go near Fergan. There's a ban on it. We know his story anyway. However, I did have a notion. Come in.
Tea, sir.
Yours? Thanks.
Weak for you, Inspector Moss.
Weak. I've seen stronger tap water. Still, as long as it's wet, thanks.
Well, Beach.
Sir.
Make sure headquarters get a list of what was lost in the jewelry story.
Yes, sir.
I want it circulated as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
All right, Beach.
sir. How about the tally man? You said you had a notion.
Well, there were some press photographers outside the court. I asked one to take some extra pictures, where people are left after Fergan's case was over.
And if there's a familiar face,
Uh-huh.
yes, it's worth trying. Oh, this tea's pretty grim.
It's good for your ulcer. A fag?
No, I've got my own.
Oh, no, not those again.
Herbal mixture. They stimulate my stomach juices.
Well, they kill off mine. Here, have a light.
Andrew Fergan. His trouble was horses, right?
Mm-hmm. So he borrowed £100 when things got rough. At 25% per week. In 3 months, he owed the tallyman $500.
Yeah, then when things got bad, he shot Laverick at the collecting point.
Then tried to shoot himself, but the gun jammed.
Some people lose all along. Now, how did he contact the tallyman again?
He didn't. Someone phoned Fergan, said if he needed a loan, they could put him in touch. So he met John Laverick and got the cash. Plenty of people knew Fergan was getting desperate.
That seems to be how the tallyman operates. He hears about a prospect, makes the approach, but always through a leg man.
No direct contact. Phil.
What?
There been any outside calls from me?
Oh, well, none I know about. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. I want to take some time off tomorrow morning, personal.
Well, you're the boss here.
Yes, but if Buddha Ilford happens to
now look that daft. You're out on inquiries.
Thanks. It might be an idea to get Sergeant McLeod over to that pub where John Laverick was shot. Just to chat around now the case is over.
Right. Mac holds his beer better than most. What about you?
Home first for some food, and then I'll see a couple of people. Look, if those press pictures arrive, I'll be back home again about 10. You can bring them out.
Do I get fed?
Well, as long as you don't bring those herbal smudge balls. They stink, Phil. They really do. Right, coming. Oh, something smells good.
Oh, it's stew. Or what's left of it. The kids had theirs early. Hey, stop that.
Well, if a man can't kiss his wife...
Not when I've both hands full of dishes.
Point taken. Where are the kids, anyway?
Well, Tommy's at his Cub Scouts, and Kate's gone to watch TV at the roundups.
What's wrong with our TV?
The roundups have colour.
Oh. Well, that stew smells good.
Mm-hmm.
Phil might look in later tonight sometime.
Oh, good.
Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Look, sit down a minute, will you?
Yes, but the stew...
Oh, forget the stew. Mary, I got a letter this morning.
If it's another bill, then...
Look, read it, will you?
All right, then. Just wait a minute till I put this stuff down. Well?
Here.
Oh, thanks. Bank of Central Scotland. Oh, I haven't an account there.
Just read it.
All right. Dear Mr. Thane, further to our earlier conversations, we are now in a... Colin!
Read it, all of it.
Executive Security Officer, £5,000 a year, annual bonus, 5-day week.
Weekends our own and no night shift.
Oh,
What do you think?
it's wonderful.
I had a couple of feelers from them a week ago. It was hazy then, but, well, this is firm enough.
Do you want to do it?
Swap thief catching for a cushy number with that kind of money. I'd even rate the executive dining room.
Well, when are you going to see them?
Tomorrow?
Does Phil know?
Not yet. Mary, what's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Oh, it's like a dream come true. Any cop's wife would feel that way.
Well, then.
Would you be happy doing it?
What do you think?
Now, tomorrow, your good suit needs pressing. Now I'll do that tonight.
All right. Something's burning.
Oh, the stew.
Oh.
It's cremating. Oh, look at the stuff. If I'd known when you'd be home, it would be
Bank hours are 9 to 5.
Yes, but I know, but
Mary, what's wrong?
Oh, I'm happy for you, you idiot. Oh, come on. Have your meal. Or what's left of it.
All right. I've got to go out for a spell anyway. I'm still a cop.
That's what I mean, Colin. And it's what you want that matters.
Now, that's the place, sir.
Uh-huh.
Complete with neon sign.
Rab Hayes loans by arrangement.
Well, at least the snow's stopped.
For a spell. Right, Erickson, keep an ear on the radio. This won't take long.
Right, sir.
Nice little place you've got here, Mr. Hayes.
Small talk I can do without. Well?
Do I sit down?
Suit yourself, no charge.
Andrew Fergan got life today.
It was on the radio, and I told you all I knew last time.
Well, now I'm tidying up.
Who says I need tidying? Now, wait a minute. If it's anything to do with my money-lending license...
It isn't.
Nobody likes a moneylender, okay. But I ran a straight business. Signed agreements, low fixed-rate interest, all square.
I'll wait for you later, Mr. Hayes. But Fergan came here wanting a loan.
And I chased him. He was trouble. When I take on a client, it's because I'm pretty sure I'll get my money back.
I'd never suggest you were a charity. But what happens if a problem turns up if you can't get your money back?
I call in a collection agency. They use persuasion. Non-physical. Or a court order and try to get the cash back by installment.
Any particular agency, Mr. Hayes?
I use the Barber Debt Recovery Bunch.
I've heard of them.
You should. They're mostly ex-cops. And it's a strictly legit operation like mine.
Going back to Fergan, how often do you turn down clients?
Daily.
You ever hear what happens to the people you turn down?
Sometimes I... Wait a minute. Tidying up, you said?
Yeah.
What you're really asking is if any of them get involved with the tally man, right?
Maybe.
Well, if they do, I'm sorry for them. The word is, he plays rough, whoever he is.
Mr. Hayes, I want a list of people you've turned down lately.
You're not on, Chief Inspector. I guarantee secrecy.
Hayes, I could get a warrant to go through your file.
Go ahead. My reject file's here in my head, nowhere else. And I'm not getting involved with the tallyman.
Meaning you're scared?
That's an understatement.
All right. I won't push it for now. But I'll be back.
Anytime, Chief Inspector. Just don't expect any change. I'll see you out.
Hayes, in my book, tallymen are scum.
You're wasting your time. I'll give you a tip. You won't find anyone who'll talk.
Meaning?
Meaning good night. Any luck, sir?
He was scared.
The snow's back on.
I noticed. Right, Erickson. Next stop, the Lombok Gambling Club.
That's up.
Monday night. Harry Freeman, the bookie's there on Mondays.
He's a bit of a character, isn't he, sir?
Yeah, he is. And he doesn't scare easily. You can drop me off somewhere near the club and then wait. We'll do this quietly.
Black 15. That's Russia.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Not good. So far, I've saved myself 400 quid.
Still gambling with that money.
I enjoy watching. And the mental arithmetic, you know. Buy a drink, Colin.
Maybe later. Can you spare a minute, Harry?
Sure. Let's shade away from this mob.
Well, I have a problem.
A married man.
This one's called the Tallyman.
You picked them, don't you? The Fergan business.
Something like that.
Colin, I told you what happened with me. Andrew Fergan placed a few bets, well shot. When he lost, then I stopped his credit. He hit some bookies a lot worse.
You tried to collect?
Yes, but I'm no backstreet heavy.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Well, thanks for that much. This place is busy tonight.
Some people have money to burn.
Not all of them. Table 4. A boy, early 20s, short fair hair. You see him? A quietly dressed one.
Well?
Strung up to busting point. And he's lost again. And that's life, laddie. He'll learn.
You know him?
Oh, just a face. He's been here before. But you'd be more interested in the back of that table left, the one you left. Gently, man. See anyone you know?
Herb Cullen.
A scar and a shootout.
He did a 5 stretch for armed robbery. You've some nice members.
Later, Colin, we've company. Hello, Josh. Helen, good to see you.
How's the horse business, Harry?
It's a living.
You look well in it.
Eh? And you're still keeping bad company?
You'll do till something better comes along.
Oh, thanks very much.
Meet an old school pal of mine, Colin Thane. He's a cop. Colin, this is Helen Milne, my favorite blonde.
Hello.
And Josh Barber.
Hello.
Chief Inspector Thane, isn't it?
That's right.
Business or pleasure, Chief Inspector? Being here.
He lets me buy him a drink now and again. Be polite, Colin. Josh Barber might offer you a job in your dotage.
Well, I have a few ex-policemen on my payroll, that's true.
Barber, the collection agency.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of it. Now it's my turn, Mr. Barber. Business or pleasure?
50-50 as far as this place is concerned. I've started a new operation, a bonded security service. The club has signed on, but I've other ideas.
So have I, like having a drink. Join us, Chief Inspector.
Not now, thanks.
Harry?
Maybe later, Josh.
I'll see you then.
Bye, Chief Inspector.
Goodbye.
Rouge, red 7.
Who's the girl, Harry?
Oh, your father's a heart specialist. I know him for a spell.
Good looking. And Barber?
Rags to riches. He's moving up. Fast car stuff in a flat in the West End.
Yeah, fag?
No, I packed them in.
Yeah, I keep saying I will. Oh, well. We were talking about someone else.
I can tell you that Tallyman's no mess.
What else?
Just gossip, Colin. Something I heard. But maybe he doesn't always need payment in cash.
Spell it out, Harry.
Well, I don't know that I can, except that there might be a kind of, services rendered arrangement, sometimes inside help on, different things.
Like robbery?
Look, I only got a hint. Just what are you after, Colin?
Anything. But from you, Harry, some names. People on the bookie blacklist. Punters who've run out of credit in a big way. And I'll forget who told me.
For you, I'll do it. Anything else?
Well, that depends on you.
You're the same old arm-twisting basket, aren't you? Well, let's say I'll listen around. Do you ever get tired of being a cop?
You know, it's funny you should say that.
Hey.
What?
Time you were going. The scar and the cheroot.
Cullen?
He's leaving. You know, somebody somewhere told me Cullen did time with the late, unlamented Laverick, and knew him pretty well.
Well enough to be his minder.
That I wouldn't know, would I?
Over here, sir. See anyone leave the club just now, Erickson?
Yes, sir. A youngster about a minute ago, and then another character soon afterwards.
Damn, the snow is getting worse. Where did they go?
Well, the youngster turned down that side street. I think the other fellow went that way too, sir.
Well, let's take a walk and see.
Aye, right, sir. I think it's... In there, sir. The side street.
I heard. Come on.
Right. Along there, sir. Where that dustbin's fall. Hey, you, stay where you are.
He's running. Now get him.
Aye, right, sir. Hey, come back down here.
Now, what do we hear, eh? You're the kid who was in the Lombok Club, aren't you? Look, take it easy, laddie. Who roughed you up?
I don't know. It happened too fast.
Yeah, well, it looks like he hit you with more than a snowball. Now, you stay here, all right? I'll be back in a minute, and we'll get you fixed up. Erickson! Erickson!
Coming, sir. I lost him, sir. Sorry.
Easy enough on a night like this. The fellow he jumped is back here.
The youngster?
That's right. He's,
Sir?
Well, he's gone. Now, we've bloody well lost both of them.
Is it nearly fixed, Uncle Phil?
How does that do that, sir?
Is that blood, Uncle Phil?
A wee bit.
Oh, well, don't spill any on my airplane, then. It's messy.
Having fun, Phil.
I cut myself with this knife. I'm bleeding to death, and your son worries about the mess.
Here's a screwdriver, Uncle Phil.
All right. No. That's it. All set to fly again.
Oh, thanks, Uncle Phil.
Where's your mother, Tommy?
In the kitchen, Dad. Kate's still at the Randalls.
Colour television, I know. Well, just get used to being underprivileged. And tell your mum I'm back.
No need. I heard the door. Coffee and sandwiches, Phil?
Oh, great. Well, I'll take that tray, man.
I'll probably scoff a lot. Here, Phil, have you been smoking those ruddy camel dung fags again?
Gwynne, what's camel dung, Dad?
You badge. You should have been there long ago.
Oh, but Dad...
Now, come on. There's a glass of milk in the kitchen. Hurry up.
All right. Night, Uncle Phil.
Night, Tommy. See you.
Good night, son.
Night, Dad.
I'll just go with him, Colin. You've things to talk about with Phil, haven't you?
Yeah?
Hmm?
Oh, yes.
Good. Now, come on, young man.
Did you see Uncle Phil's finger there, Mum?
Things they talk about? What things?
The Tallyman, Joe.
Oh.
Look, help yourself to coffee and sandwiches, will you?
Well. Oh, here, I've got those press photographs from outside the court.
Good. Any faces we know?
A few, like you'd expect. Hey. These sandwiches are good.
Starving multitudes fed daily. Go on.
Well, take a look at this one. Recognize him?
Should. I saw him tonight. Herb Cullen, as nasty as they come. And the character at his elbow is Truck Harris. Now, he's on file for armed robbery. He usually doubles as a driver and spare muscle.
Interesting. Where'd you see Cullen?
In a gambling club. And one of the punters was beaten up outside.
By Cullen?
I couldn't prove it.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, leave it till the morning and then pick up Cullen. Any excuse you can think of. But keep it well clear of the Tallyman business.
Easy. Well, his pal, Harris.
Well, find out what you can. But no direct contact. I don't want to scare anyone. Oh, and another thing, Phil. Remember, I'll be in late.
There's nothing wrong, is there?
Hmm.
Personal, I mean.
No. Just something that turned up. But I'm going to have an early night.
Oh, I can take a hint. You might have to take another sandwich with me.
Help yourself.
Right. Well, I'll get in my way. Good luck with, whatever it is.
Thanks, I'll need it. Oh, Phil.
What?
Nothing that'll keep.
Good night, Ed.
Good night.
Good night, Betty.
Good night, Phil. Phil's off early.
Yes, he wanted an early night.
What did you think about the bank job?
I didn't tell him.
Why not?
Well, I thought I'd wait till after the interview. I mean, it's not final yet, Mary.
No, it's not. Well, make sure your shoes have a good polish for the morning, Colin. Appearances matter with that.
Morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, my name's Thane. I have an appointment with Mr. Patterson Dial.
Oh, the general manager. One moment, sir. Yes, he is expecting you. If you'll just come with me.
Thanks. It's quite a place.
Well, this is our head office, sir. And the branch has assets of, I think it's 37 million pounds now, though I haven't personally counted it.
I'll take your word for it.
Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Thane, sir.
Come in, Thane. Thank you, Stoddard. A pleasure to meet you, Chief Inspector. I'm Dial, Patterson Dial. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
And a light.
Thank you.
Weather still as bad as ever, eh?
Cold enough for penguins.
Quite. Well, I'll get to the point. Were you surprised by our letter?
That's putting it mildly.
It's normal banking practice to make discreet inquiries before coming to decisions. We know quite a lot about you.
I see.
Appointing an executive security officer is a new departure for this bank, a board-level decision. Does the post interest you?
What's involved?
Good question. Mainly, you'd be our security consultant. We've about 100 branches, town and country. Some could be robbed by an intelligent 5-year-old. Changing that would be your first task.
I see.
Afterwards, well, you'd have senior executive status and a free hand in security matters.
How free?
Very free. Subject only to board approval.
Well, why this all of a sudden?
Our sister bank in England lost a lot of money in 2 daylight raids. That brought certain members of our board out of a deep sleep. Come.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Harris needs your signature in this.
All right, Benison. Let's see it.
Sir.
What on earth happened to your face?
I slipped and fell in the ice last night, sir, just outside my house.
Easy enough in this weather. Excuse me a moment, Thane.
Yes. You caught quite a crack. Where do you live, the North Pole?
West Park. But there's not much difference right now, sir.
West Park? Where exactly?
Garrison Street.
Yes, I know it.
It seems all right. There you are, Menison.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And be more careful.
Yes, sir, I will.
Now then.
What's his job?
A clerk in the Foreign Department. He's quite a bright lad.
Been with you long?
About 4 years. We brought him into head office just after he got married. Marriage is good in a banking career. Steadies a man.
Anchors him.
Quite. Now, suppose I get someone to show you around. Then, you'll want a little time to consider, of course. Suppose we have your answer 2 days from now, on Thursday.
That's fair.
Good. I'll get hold of someone. You'll find it interesting, Chief Inspector. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's the guided tour, Mr. Thane.
From vaults to attic. Thanks very much.
Did you see all you wanted? Mr. Dial said...
All I wanted, Mr. Stoddard. Thanks again.
A pleasure. Goodbye, Mr. Thane.
Goodbye.
Hey, watch where you're going. Sorry. Oh, it's you, Mr. Thane.
Johnny McBain. I haven't seen you
since I retired as a sergeant. How's Millside Division, sir?
Oh, surviving. Here, what's this fancy uniform?
It's a security outfit. I'm on cash escort today. Here's the boss coming.
Things too quiet for you over in Millside, Chief Inspector.
Good morning, Mr. Barber. Hey. Well, even a cop has to visit a bank manager sometimes.
Oh, then I hope he was kind. Move that bag in, Donny. I'll bring the rest.
Right, Mr. Barber.
Cash delivery?
Aye. That's a security truck outside, except with people of 6, so Donny and I had to double up.
You've been kept busy, then?
People want security, we supply it. If ever you think of packing in the force...
I'll try to remember.
I'm only joking. You know, I once wanted to be a cop, but I failed the medical.
Some people would rate that an escape.
Maybe. Well, I better get this cash in. Look round at my office sometime. You can see my set.
Thanks. Maybe I will.
Aye, Mr. Thane.
You enjoying the job, Donny?
Oh, it's no bad. Mr. Barber wanted me on the debt collecting side, but no for me.
Barber?
Oh, the money's good. That's what matters, eh?
Usually. Well, it's time I was getting back, Donny. See you.
See you, Mr. Thane.
Millside CID. Aye, Sergeant McLeod speaking. Hold on. Morning, sir.
Morning, Mac.
Glad to see you.
Something up?
Aye, that Alhambra warehouse place was done overnight.
Much taken?
A couple of £1,000 worth of colour tellies, according to the manager.
Oh, they'll be easy enough to unload.
That's what Inspector Moss said. He's in your room, sir.
Right, Mac.
Aye, McLeod here.
Now, look. What's that warehouse job?
Hello, Phil.
Oh, morning, Colin. Like a colour telly.
Like I heard. Any leads?
No, not yet. But still, I thought we might get some benefit from it.
Meaning?
Herb Cullen. I had him picked up for questioning.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Well, this one's more a brass neck.
Well, we'll hold him for a couple of hours. Look, I want you to go and turn his place over.
Legal or on the fly?
Legal. Get a search warrant.
I'm on my way.
Thanks, Phil. Oh, damn.
See ya.
Bye, Phil. Yep.
Chief Superintendent Ilford Headquarters calling you, Chief Inspector.
Thanks. Put him on, please.
Morning, Jane.
Morning, sir.
Any progress on the teleman?
A little, sir. A man called Cullen. He may be part of the hard help.
Yeah, good. Well, keep at it. I just come from the Chief Constable. He's heard how the judge felt about sentencing Fergus.
So the pressure's on, sir.
Well, let's say he's taking a strenuous interest, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, good. Keep in touch, then. I'm relying on you.
Thank you, sir. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Oh, well.
Sir?
Mac, have Cullen brought up here. And come in first, will you?
Yes, sir.
Chief Security Officer. No. He said Executive Security Officer. Oh, hell. I need some time to think.
Sir?
Mac, how did you make out of the pub last night?
I got a few names, sir. People who were there the night Laverick was shot. Some of them haven't been back since.
Now, they're the ones I'm interested in.
I'll have them checked out, sir.
By the back door. Try their wives or whatever.
Can I take a policewoman, sir?
Mac, you're fat, 50, and going bald. You look as respectable as a church elder.
Marine Division had a church elder through on an indecency charge last week, sir. I don't trust women on their own.
All right, take a policewoman. You know what to ask about. Money troubles. Laverick must have used that pub as a collection point for a few customers. Now, where's D.C. Beach?
They're bringing Cullen from the cell, sir.
Well, I want him to check out a bank clerk, James Mannison. He lives in Garrison Street, West Park. Tell him to do it discreetly.
Beach discreet, sir?
Well, he can try, can't he?
Yes, sir. What's the link, sir?
Well, Mannison says he hurt his face in a fall. I say Cullen thumped him outside the Lombok Club last night. I saw Mannison this morning, but I don't think he recognized me.
Well, that'll be Beach for Cullen now, sir.
Right, wheel him in.
Sir? Here you go.
Move, Cullen. Help Cullen, sir.
Well, what's it this time? Routine inquiries will do. Where were you last night?
Same place as you, the Lombok Club.
And early this morning.
Why?
Where were you, Cullen?
A friend's place. He had a party going.
Anywhere near the Alhambra warehouse in King Street?
Never heard of it.
I see. What's your friend's name?
Well, I just kind of met him casually.
That's a pity.
But I wasn't near any warehouse.
Was he searched, Beach?
Yes, sir. He had about 60 quid in his wallet.
Petty cash?
Well, I might need bus fares.
You got a job, Cullen?
No, just casual deals. You know how it is.
Have an idea. Hold him for now, Beach.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the charge?
None yet, but I'll try and think of one of your desperates.
This way, Cullen.
The cops. It's no legal.
Try out your empty and move.
60 quid. Bus fares. Who said crime doesn't pay? Get in, Phil.
Hello, Colin. Thanks for coming out.
You asked.
Well, that's Colin's flat over there. On the corner, 2 up.
And what's so important you couldn't tell me on the phone?
A few things. How about you?
You're still trying to check on this hint that the Taliban may have a sideline in burglary. Oh, come on, Phil, let's have it.
Well, I better get this over with. Colin's place. I found 400 quid in a shoebox and a Beretta automatic under a loose floorboard. I put the gun back after I jiggered the firing pin.
The money?
I left it too. But, I found a couple of telephone numbers in the back of an old envelope.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to like this, but...
Go on.
I checked the numbers with the telephone people. One is the home of someone called Mannison.
James Mannison, West Park.
Right, but...
I've got Beach checking on him now. The other?
Your pal, Harry Freeman's home number.
Harry Freeman? You sure?
Positive.
What's the time?
About 1 o'clock.
Harry usually goes home for lunch. Erickson.
Sir?
Head out towards Monk's Walk. I'll show you the way from there.
Right, sir. Are we in a hurry, sir?
No. At least, I'm not. Not for this one.
Looks like that bookie business pays.
Yes, but his old man sharpened knives from a bar.
Colin.
Hello, Harry. You've met Phil Moss.
Yes, a couple of times. Come in and keep that damn cold out. Through here.
Thanks. Oh, like a drink? Not right now, Harry.
Not for me.
Oh, I like one before lunch. I was going to call you, but... where's that? Yeah. I heard a thing or two more. Oh, cheers.
We've, heard a thing or two of our own, Harry.
I don't like the way you said that, son, huh?
Tell him, Phil.
We turned over Herb Cullen's place. He had a note of your home phone number.
Cullen? Did he call you last night?
Not last night or any other time. I'm going to get Lil. Lil!
Coming.
Let's hear what she has to say.
Hello, Colin.
His name is Chief Inspector for the moment, Lil.
Oh.
Now, where were you last night?
Here. Why?
When did I get home?
Oh, about 1 a.m., I think, but
Did anyone phone after I got back?
last night? No.
Or while I was out?
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. There was a call. Oh, I forgot. Was it important?
So now she tells me. Who was it?
He didn't give a name.
Well, had you heard his voice before?
No. I thought he might be one of Harry's punters. We get that sometimes.
All right. Thanks, Lil. I'll take it from here.
But...
later.
Well, all right. Don't be too long. Lunch is ready.
Well, Colin.
Harry, I don't quite...
If we were still kids, I'd land you one in the guts. What's the angle? That maybe I was on the Taliban's team?
Let's forget it.
No. I'd like to know why Cullen was calling me.
Maybe to tell you to keep your mouth shut.
Why me?
Cullen saw us together at the club.
Cullen doesn't scare me. I've got the names you wanted.
Blacklisted punters, Phil.
I wrote them out. Yeah, here.
Thanks, Harry.
Oh, and a bonus. Ever heard of the Housewives Special?
The what?
Housewives Special. It's a collection run for housewives who've landed on the Taliban's book. They're told to travel on a certain bus route, same time each week. The collector's aboard. A woman.
Oh, neat. Which route?
I'm still asking that.
Harry, no. You've been warned off.
Oh, I can cope. Are you in a rush now?
No. Not desperately, I suppose.
Then you've time for that drink.
I think so. In fact, I'm sure of it. Take it easy now, Erickson. D.C. Beach should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, if he hasn't lost the way. Beach needs a guide dog.
I think that's his car parked ahead, sir.
Pull in behind it.
All right, sir.
Over here, Beach. Get in.
Right, Inspector. Oh, hello, sir.
Well, what's the score on the Mannisons?
I did it in the old door-to-door consumer survey questions, then I got it.
We know you're brilliant.
Well, the wife's name is Irene. She's a redhead, and they've got money worries, all right.
Who says that?
The butcher, the baker, and the neighbours. They had a washing machine repossessed last week, and before that, it was the lounge suite. Now, local gossip says it's the girl who spends the money. Mannison earns bread, but she likes cake.
Have you talked to her?
Consumer survey style.
Beach.
Yes, I did. Then Mannison came home for lunch.
Control to 15, car 15, Chief Inspector Thane, come in, please, over.
Answer it, Erickson.
All right, sir. 15 to control, over.
15, Chief Inspector Thane, proceed to City Mortuary, rebody of Herbert Cullen. Message ends.
Cullen?
Oh, he'd only been let out of Millside about an hour ago.
Received control. 15, over.
Beach, take Inspector Moss back to Millside.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Colin.
Phil, pick up Rab Hayes, the moneylender.
Huh?
Well, I think he maybe passed the word to Cullen.
Oh, no. Right, I'm with you. Damn it, Beach, get out. Let me out, will you?
Sorry.
Right, Colin.
You know where we're going, Erickson.
Yes, sir. To the mortuary.
Back again, Colin?
Sometimes I think I've got a season to this place, Doc.
Well, here he is. The late Herbert Cullen.
He's a mess.
Well, people usually are when they've been hit by an underground train.
Is that what happened?
Well, according to Central Division, who had him carted in. He fell off the platform at St. Enoch Underground as a train came in. Kapow.
Central says you're interested in him.
We'd only just let him go.
Oh, so. Did he fall or was he pushed?
Uh-huh. Doc, there's a telephone in this place.
You're over in the corner. Help yourself.
Ah, thanks.
Well, you'll get the Central Division report, but they've no witnesses that matter. People just saw him fall. And don't expect any miracles from me, Colin. No luck?
No, it's a bookie's office.
Well, he'll be closed. You should read the sports pages, Colin. All racing's off today because of the weather.
Yeah, well, I'm trying his home number now. Out. Well, thanks, Doc. I'll be at Millside if you turn up anything.
Oh, with this one? Oh, you'll be lucky. Believe me, you'll be very lucky.
Well, Colin's no great loss to mankind, but why did he have to go and get himself killed in Central Division?
Well, they'll keep us posted. Phil, I want Cullen's flat gone over again. Really gone over.
I'm ahead of you. It's been done. Scientific Bureau, the lot.
Good.
But I didn't get your moneylender Hayes. He was out.
Anyone waiting for him?
Uh-huh. Still, maybe we've got something else that's new.
Hmm?
Sergeant McLeod.
Sir?
In here, will you?
Right, Inspector Morris.
What's Mac got?
He'll tell you.
Get me Monk's Walk 2866, will you?
Sir?
I close the door, Mac. It's a hell of a draft.
Sorry.
Right, Colin. You told Mac to check out some names.
Yes, regulars who vanished from the Turkish Raven after Laverick was shot, Will.
One of them turned out to be interesting, sir.
No?
Patrick Lucas, married, no family. Works as a storeman. He got around to admitting that he's in debt to the Tallyman. He says Laverick was his original collector, then someone else took over.
Who?
A man named Harris.
Truck Harris. Remember, he was on that court photograph with Cullen.
Back full circle.
Well, I don't know. Finish it, Mac.
Well, as this man Lucas tells the story, originally he was owing money all round, and a debt collecting agency was pressurising him.
Which agency?
The Barber people, sir.
Thanks, Mac. Listen, where's Lucas now?
Waiting out at home.
I will leave him there. Yes, hello.
Hello?
Ah, Lil. It's Colin Thane.
Oh.
Is Harry there?
No, and I've been out shopping.
Any idea where he is?
Well, he went to see Dr. Mills, the heart specialist.
Harry at a heart specialist.
Well, he doesn't like people knowing. You know how Harry can be.
Yes. Listen, have you got Milne's number?
Hold on.
Aye.
Yes, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Millside 4235.
4235. Thanks, Lil. I'll try there.
Anything wrong?
No. I just want a word with Harry. Bye, Lil.
Bye.
Get me Millside 4235 and quickly.
What's the problem?
Well, there may not be one yet. Come on. Ah. Hello?
Hello.
Dr. Milne.
Yeah?
Millside CID, Dr. Milne. Is Mr. Freeman still with you?
No, he left a couple of hours ago. So, I don't quite know what to say.
Why, Doctor?
Well, his car's still parked outside my consulting room. He said he was coming back to it afterwards, but,
How do you mean afterwards, Doctor?
he said something about going for a bus run. In fact, he hurried me through his appointment to be on time.
Which bus, Doctor?
Yes, the 3:20 bus for Forsyth. It passes near here.
Thanks, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, something wrong, Colin.
How long from here to Forsyth and back by bus?
Oh, 20 minutes each way, I suppose. Oh, say an hour at most.
Harry Freeman's been gone 2 hours. Mac.
Sir?
Mind the shop. I think Freeman's in trouble.
Well, there's the full side terminus. The middle of nowhere. And this damn snow's starting again.
No sign of him. Erickson. Sir? You can help on this. We'll check through these trees and bushes.
My left shoe's letting in.
Oh, for God's sake, Phil.
Oh, sorry, Colin. All right, Erickson, you heard.
Yes, sir.
Nothing over here, Colin.
What about you, Erickson?
No, nothing yet, sir.
Well, that's my lot, Colin.
Sir, over here.
Right. I'm coming.
Here, sir. Lying beside this bush.
It's him.
What is it? Oh. Is he?
Dead, Phil. No sign of a wound, but... Yes, he's dead.
I'm sorry, Colin.
More courage and sense.
That was always his trouble.
Phil, I want a full turnout on this one.
You'll get it.
Well, let's put it this way. The reason I came here from headquarters is that we may be dealing with two murders committed by the same person, or persons unknown, within the space of one afternoon, correct?
If either of them was murdered. Doc? Well, I just said it for the record.
Yeah, noted.
Phil, let's have the prelim report from the Scientific Bureau again. The one from the bus terminal area.
All right. Seems the snow helps in one way and hinders in others. They've got car tracks and footprints beside the tracks. At least two men and certainly a woman. Same footprints, including the woman's beside the body.
Yeah, it's a start. What about Cullen's flat?
All they found there was that someone made it ahead of them. Money and an automatic pistol taken. We knew they were there, sir. But we did fix the firing pin.
Oh, so I heard. Well, Central Division are trying for more witnesses to what happened at the underground station. Let's concentrate on Freeman for the moment.
I was told he had a cardiac condition.
That's right, but he kept quiet about it.
Well, if a man with a cardiac condition goes wandering out in what's close to a blizzard, he's asking for trouble. He could drop dead. Natural cardiac failure.
But, Doc, with what we know...
Colin, my job is medical fact. Now, the only medical fact I can give you so far is that when you found him, he'd been dead about an hour.
What about that heart specialist fellow?
Dr. Milne. We've tried to contact him again. He has a flat in town, but his real home is up north at Glen Craig.
And he's on his way there now. 18 miles. You could call it 3 hours in this weather.
Yeah, well, I'll get the county people to see him.
I'd rather do that myself, sir. I think it might be important.
Well, haven't you enough on your plate?
Well, nothing that's going to happen in a rush, sir.
And I can handle this end.
Well, in the special circumstances, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Tell Milne I'd like Freeman's case notes, Colin.
I will.
Well, if there's nothing else, Doc, I'll give you a lift back to headquarters.
Thanks.
And, yes, we'll have another conference first thing tomorrow at headquarters. Good night, Thane. Boss.
Good night, sir.
Just remember, Colin, case notes.
You'll get them.
Well, that's over. When are you leaving to see Milne?
The sooner the better. It's a long way, and on these roads...
Well, what's keeping you?
Well, that bus conductor.
And he's the moneylender. Look, it's time I had a share of the action.
All right. Phone and tell Milne I'm on my way. I'll take my own car. Driving will give me some time to think. And thanks, Phil.
Millside CID. Inspector Moss.
Phil, is Colin around?
Oh, hello, Mary. No, he's out. Oh, and he's liable to be late back.
Because of what happened to Harry Freeman.
Yeah, so you heard.
It's bad. For Colin, too. He's got enough in his mind already.
Yeah, I guess that much. Mary, it's none of my business, but, is he going after another job?
Yes. Or he's been offered one. A bank security post.
I see.
Phil, if he won't ask you, I will. What do you think of the idea?
For me? I don't know. That might work out for him. I take a bet you'd like it.
Oh, if Colin did. Charlie?
Too much, I caught. Well, he's the one that'll have to do the deciding, that's for sure.
Well, it won't be tonight. Thanks, Phil. And good night.
All right, Mary. What the hell, working in a bank? I don't know. Come in.
Hayes, sir.
Let's have him.
You have Mr. Hayes.
There's no need to push.
Shut the door, Beach.
Shut.
Look, I want to know why
While
you brought...
you're here, I'll tell you. Harry Freeman's dead.
The bookie? Hard luck.
He was helping us. And when you warned the Tallyman, Chief Inspector Payne was asking questions, you put the finger in Freeman.
Not me. I don't want anybody.
You know I don't like you, Hayes. Beach!
Sir.
Outside. And keep that door shut.
Hey, what's going on?
I'll tell you, I'm tired of an ulcer, and I haven't eaten since lunch. And we're all alone.
Don't you try threatening me.
Who's threatening Hayes?
Hey, take your hands off me.
Oh, did I stand at your foot? Oh, now, how did that happen? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hayes. Who did you contact? Try again.
Well, you don't understand.
Like I said, I don't like you, Mr.
But
Hayes.
if I hadn't tipped them off, they'd have...
That's better. Who's the Tallyman?
I don't know. I mean it. My contact's a woman.
Oh, woman again. What's her name?
Janie Milton. That's what she calls herself.
Oh, Milton, huh? The original Paradise Lost.
Yeah?
Oh, forget it. Just tell the rest.
Well, I contacted her through a telephone number. She came to me a few months ago with a proposition. I give them names of people I've turned down for loans, and they pay me commission.
You tipped her off last night.
Yes.
Describe her.
Blonde, young, good looking. Nice legs, I suppose.
Hayes, what else do you know?
Nothing.
Ever of a youngster called Jim Manison asking for a loan?
Manison? No. Why?
That's my business. Beach!
Sir.
Take this animal out and get a full statement. I'll leave that door open. For the smell in here.
Come on in, Payne. We wondered if you'd make it. Farmer, I didn't expect you. I can see that. Well, how are the roads? Bad. The last stretch through the hills is rough, all right. Take your coat off. Dr. Milne got your message. He's expecting you. When did you get here?
Just before your inspector phoned. I brought Helen up, Milne's daughter. She was worried about driving on her own. You met her at the Lombok Club, remember?
Yes, of course. I suppose you know why I've come.
Aye, Harry Freeman. Very sad. Of course, he had a bad heart. Just one of those things, isn't it? So, why the journey?
When you get a sudden death out of doors, well, sometimes there can be red tape inquiries. But if Dr. Milne certifies the medical background...
You can cut the red tape.
Exactly.
Oh, in here, Chief Inspector.
Thanks.
Oh, good evening, Chief Inspector. You've come a long way, and on a devil of a night.
Well, that fire looks good.
Warm yourself, man. And you'll have a dram. You know my daughter.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
Miss Milne?
Get the man a whiskey, girl.
Water, Chief Inspector?
No, thanks, not this time.
Water? A heathen notion. Sorry you missed me in town. And I'm sorry about Freeman. I liked him.
Most people did.
Your drink, Chief Inspector.
Thanks. Your health.
Seems he's come all this way to get a piece of paper signed or something. What difference does it make where Freeman died if it was a heart attack?
Well, there's always form filling. I'll be happy to do the usual.
It shouldn't take long.
We'll go through to the gun room, I think.
Then I'll say goodbye. With those roads, even if I leave now, I won't leave the city before midnight.
Oh, stay if you want. There's a spare room.
No, thanks. I've too much work to clear if I'm going to take time off to come deer shooting with you.
The term is stalking. And we're after hinds, not stags. Not that I expect you to know the difference.
The main thing is, Josh, you'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening. All ready for an early start.
Well, Ted, let's go and get this business done.
And I'll say good night.
Good night, Mr. Barber.
Remember, watch those damn roads.
I will. Don't worry about me.
In here, Chief Inspector.
Thanks.
I don't know. Got a family thing.
School age.
Then you've plenty ahead of you. Oh, look in my armory. Huh?
Some nice guns there.
A few. Now, what's all this nonsense about driving up to get a medical certificate?
You played along with it, thanks.
Because you seem to want it that way. Well?
Tell me Freeman's medical history.
Simple enough. Fairly common cardiac condition. Mm-hmm. I've been treating him about a year, mostly drug therapy, and setting him to lead quite a life.
How serious was it?
Myocardial degenerative changes.
Oh.
I'd have said he'd no need to worry if he followed my rules and avoided any major emotional strain. Why do you want to know?
We think he was murdered.
I see.
There's no outward sign of physical violence.
Well, his blood pressure was up several points this afternoon. He was in an obvious state of tension.
Doctor...
Let me finish, then. You say he died in the open. In this weather, in his condition, even a small emotional upset could kill him.
You mean...
I mean you've probably come a long way for very little.
I know the people he was up against, Doctor. Now, suppose they knew he had a bad heart.
And played on it to me.
Well, except he didn't tell anyone about his heart. Did you, Dr. Milne?
Now, look here.
Look, I'm sorry, Doctor, but I'm still asking.
It would be totally unethical to discuss a patient with other people.
It could be done innocently.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Could it have happened?
Thane, I'm a widower. And I'm very proud of my daughter.
But daughters can pose problems, especially when they meet strangers.
Don't spell it out, Thane. I need time to think. How would I contact your police sergeant?
Through police headquarters in Glasgow.
There is a way Freeman might have died. Vagal inhibition.
What's that?
The vagus nerves extend to the heart.
Look, I'm not
There's
sure...
a little story which explains it best. Not quite 200 years ago, a man Downey was janitor at Aberdeen University. He was a sneak, an ark. And the students decided to teach him a lesson. They held a mock trial and condemned him to death.
Nice people, students.
Downey was blindfolded and dragged to an execution block in a state of terror. They bared his neck, forced his head down, and the student flicked him on the back of the neck with a wet towel. He only meant to scare him, Thane. But Downey died. That's vagal inhibition. Shock that causes the heart to stop.
Would it show in a post-mortem?
It might, if you knew what to look for. Otherwise, cardiac inhibition, plain, ordinary heart failure.
Doctor, did you discuss Freeman's death with anyone before I arrived?
Anyone?
Barber, then?
No. But he knew about the telephone message, and I'm a heart man.
Could he have known about Freeman's condition before tonight?
Well, he might have seen Freeman at my surgery. He meets Helen there sometimes. Or maybe Helen told him. Helen knows my patient.
Could Barber know about vagal inhibition?
That's right, it's on my mind, Thane. I made a joke about it a few weeks back. Helen had dumped ice in my drink.
And you explained it in detail?
The expert showing off, yes, I did. Well, what happens now?
Nothing till we know more. Doctor, don't tell your daughter about this, and act normally when Barber arrives back tomorrow.
Normally, with him, is one stage short of open dislike. I'll manage that.
Well, I'd better start back now.
Back? You'll eat first.
Oh, well,
I insist. Coffee and sandwiches at least.
Well, I could use them.
Right. Helen!
Yes, sir, coming.
And afterwards, watch those roads, Thane. It's tricky through the hills.
I'll be careful. I'm driving my own car. Milne wasn't joking. This road's like a skating rink. And single track. Damn! That wasn't clever. Now, just you take it easy around this next bend. Easy. Hell, those lights! I can't see!
Never mind the car. Oh, thank heaven you're all right, Colin. But you say it happened last night. Where have you...
Where have I been since then? Stuck halfway down a slope with a car jammed against a tree. Then when I did manage to get out...
But what about the other car?
Oh, long gone. He'd been waiting there for me. Then slam, headlamps, spot lamps, the lot.
Oh, he could have killed you.
I got that feeling too. Morning, Mary.
Phil, I didn't know you were here.
I brought him over.
Oh.
Anyway, All I got was this bump on my head. Then I walked and walked. A newspaper truck gave me a lift. I contacted the county police, and then Phil. And here I am.
What about the car?
The county police said they'd have it hauled in.
Colin. We're due at headquarters.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil.
8 a.m. Buddha Ilford said.
Come in.
Morning, sir.
Doc Williams beat you to it.
Yeah, only just. Morning.
Doc. Sit down, both of you. Feeling all right, Thane?
Reasonable, sir.
You sound like Moss at his best.
Yeah, well, let's get started. I call this meeting because I want to get a clear perspective on all of this, and there are several points of detail needing tidied up. Thane, I understand you can't be positive who sent you off that road last night.
No, I can make a damn good guess, sir.
Josh Barber, of course. Unfortunately, we don't deal in guesswork. On the other hand, you were interested in the man Truck Harris and a woman named Janie Milton.
Harris was a friend of Cullen's. Janie Milton is the name we have as a tallyman collector.
Janie Milton's real enough. She is currently living with Harris.
And a woman's footprints were found beside Harry Freeman's body.
A woman and 2 men. The tire tracks, sir.
Inconclusive. Doc, your turn.
Cullen's case, hopeless. Multiple injuries. Very multiple. End.
And no witnesses.
That's the way it goes in a crowd at a station.
But Freeman's different, thanks to Dr. Milne.
He contacted you?
Phoned at 1 a.m. and lectured me.
He said vagal inhibition.
Well, he developed that. Mechanical intervention at the main arteries of the neck. Finger and thumb grip just here at the front. If you like,
I'll take your word on it.
Well, that's just a prod. But thanks to Milne, I found very slight bruising on the deep muscles of Freeman's neck.
I see.
Freeman wouldn't have known a thing, Colin.
I've read your reports, Thane. This bank clerk...
Manison, sir.
Manison. I know we're talking about 2 murders, but he worries me. If Freeman was right and the tallyman sometimes settles a debt for inside help...
Then we could have a bank raid on the car.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know more about security inside that damn bank.
Well, I think we've got that, sir. Right, Colin?
Eh? Oh, yes. Yes, they're pretty good. Old-fashioned, but good.
Yeah, even so, I don't like taking chances. Perhaps we should give them a hint.
But this could be a chance to bring the tallyman out in the open, sir.
Yeah. Well... Yes, this once I'll back your way, Thane. But I think you should lean a little on this bank clerk.
That's on the program, sir. He goes home for lunch. Now, we'll be there just ahead of it. Last flight, Phil.
Sometimes I think everybody in the world lives on a top floor.
Phil, there's something I've been meaning to ask since this morning. I made a crack back at headquarters.
About you in the bank? Mary told me what's going on.
Well, I was going to.
In your own sweet time, eh? You made up your mind yet?
I think so.
You in a bank. It'd be better with a performing bear.
Aye, well, here we are. J. Manison, aye. Try the bell.
All right. The men in watch say she hasn't been out all morning.
They'd better be right.
And they know it.
Yes?
Mrs. Manison.
That's right.
Police, Mrs. Manison. Millside CID.
Police?
Mind if we come in?
No, I mean, yes.
Thanks.
In here. Well, there isn't much furniture, I'm afraid. We're waiting for a new suite and
The last one was taken away because you couldn't give up the payments, Mrs. Manison.
Now, look here.
Mrs. Madison, don't waste your energy, we know.
Even if you're right, what's it got to do with you?
Maybe quite a lot.
We haven't done anything wrong. We'll pay what we owe.
But bank clerks aren't particularly well paid.
And banks don't like their staff getting into debt.
Jim says everything will be all right soon. He's doing extra work for someone.
Mrs. Madison, ever heard of the tallyman?
No, why?
How about the Barber debt collecting agency?
They've been here, yes.
Mrs. Madison, take a look at these photographs. You recognize any of these people?
I don't know. Oh, yes. The woman, that's Miss Milton. She
She loans money.
She loaned some to you.
Yes. She came to the door one day and she
How
said,
much, Mrs. Madison?
Why should I tell you?
Because you want to keep your husband out of trouble.
I borrowed £100 from her.
Mm-hmm. Did your husband approve?
Oh, no. Oh, he was angry, but he's paying it back.
And money?
Well, of course. But that'll be Jim home for lunch. He's always forgetting his key.
Go and let him in.
All right.
Same old story.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Hey, what's wrong?
Jim, the police?
He's getting the message all right.
Well, let's hope it softens him up. Ah, hell, I feel sorry for him.
Can't be helped, Phil. Here he comes.
You want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Madison. Remember me?
Yes. Yes, you were with Mr. Dial at the bank.
That's right.
Irene said police.
That's right, too. Mrs. Madison, I want to talk to your husband alone.
Oh, no, I want to stay.
That's all right, Irene. Do what he says.
Well, I'll see if your meal's ready.
You do that.
I'll be in the kitchen.
Sit down, Mr. Madison.
Now, look. I don't like coming home and finding my wife half scared out of her wits.
I said sit down. Good. Now, just take a look at these photographs.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, don't make it difficult, laddie.
Madison, when do they raid the bank?
You're joking.
Look, I don't joke when two people have been murdered. We've got most of this bunch tagged, Madison, including Josh Barber.
Who's he?
If you don't know him, how about Janie Milton or Truck Harris?
We know the Tallyman has his hooks in you, Madison. But don't you remember me another time in that alley after Herb Cullen roughed you up?
That was you?
Yes. And Cullen's dead now.
Do they know at the bank? I mean, was that why you were there?
Well, there was another reason.
But you don't understand.
No, maybe we do.
How long have you had the Tallyman on your back, Madison?
All right. 5 months. Things had gone wrong. I should have kept us on a budget.
It happens. Too much weak at the end of the money.
They said Irene would get acid in her face. Now, look, she doesn't
You'll
know...
both get protection.
We won't take chances. You've been helping them, right?
Yes.
When does it happen?
You picked your time. It's tonight. They've got keys to the main door of the bank and the basement area. Well, my job is to knock out the alarm system before I leave this evening.
Just like that?
Oh, it's easy enough. They give me a little thing like a clock. I clip it on and it kills the alarm system. Or it will between 11 and 1 a.m.
So, they're trying for the strong room.
No. Well, that's why it has to be tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, you tell it, Madison.
Every Scottish bank issues its own banknotes.
Yeah?
Well, banknotes wear out, or they get torn, or dirty, or damaged. The branches withdraw them and send them back to the head office. And whatever is collected is destroyed once every 3 months.
Who does it?
The top management, Mr. Dial. He has dinner in the bank, then starts burning the money about 11.
Oh, sounds like an orgy.
Well, I wouldn't know. But, well, the tallyman had heard about it.
How much old money will they burn tonight?
It's only a guess. 300, maybe 400,000.
Great. They need more than the alarm system knocked out. Those doors,
Oh, they've already done it twice. Sort of rehearsals. I got impressions of the keys made from them.
You've been busy, laddie.
But I hadn't much choice. They took me along the first time they went in, about a month ago. From the front door into the basement took 1 minute, 28 seconds. They timed it.
That's for a night watchman.
Well, he uses a room up on the top floor and sleeps most of the time.
You mind telling me where you fit in tonight, apart from fixing the alarm system?
I have to stay home. They say... Well, they said I just wouldn't hear from them again.
Well, you'd better do what they told you all the way. But look, just do it. Fix the alarm system.
But what about afterwards?
You're a Crown witness.
But I'll be finished with the bank.
You can't have it always.
No, I can't.
You and your wife will have protection. Don't worry about that. I have your phone.
Yes. It doesn't get cut off until next week.
Phil, call headquarters and tell Buddha Ilford the score.
He's going to love it.
Madison?
Yes?
Look, just play it our way, and it won't be too bad.
Have I any choice?
None, laddie. Now, where's the phone?
at 21:15 hours. Lookout requested for a light blue
Do
saloon
we have to
car.
listen to that?
Switch it off, Phil.
Right. Sometimes as I spend the night just sitting in a divisional office. Waiting isn't my strong point. 21:15. 9:15.
And all's well.
So far. Mac?
Sir?
We could use some tea in here.
Right, sir. For free. Oh, how does Mr. Ilford like his?
No milk. I'm on a diet. 3 sugars.
I heard her.
Damn doctor says I've got to lose weight.
Ah, they're all the same. The last one I saw about my ulcer.
Yeah, another time, Moss, if you don't mind. Thane.
Sir?
The checklist. Barber left town.
6:30, sir. Last report we had placed him almost at Glen Craig. It's still snowing up there.
Yeah, well, he won't be in our little party, eh? He keeps his nose clean, all right. Madison and his wife are at home.
With 2 plainclothes men holding their hands.
Damn young fools. And the last report we had on Truck Harris and the Milton woman had them drinking in a pub, right? We'll have to move soon.
With these other reports, sir, they tie in Harris and Janie Milton.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the bank. It's time we told them. And they're not going to be very happy.
I'll get them now. Bank of Central Scotland, head office, please. Come in.
Gee, sir.
I just put them down, Mac.
Right, sir.
That's all, Mac.
Sir.
Yeah, it's time we contacted the bank. A fellow, Dial is the general manager.
We know him, sir. Don't we, Colin?
Yes.
Huh?
I'll be prepared, the Boy Scout motto.
Oh, well. Now, where's my tea?
Hello?
Bank of Central Scotland. Mr. Dial.
Mr. Dial, it's Chief Inspector Thane, Millside CID.
Thane, I want to ask you how you knew I'd be here. Initiative, eh? Something I can help you with?
It's an official call, Mr. Dial. We have information an attempt will be made to raid the bank tonight between 11 and 1 while you're destroying the old bank notes.
While we're... Thane, is this some kind of joke?
No, I wish it was.
Excellent, Thane. And now you'll nip the whole thing in the bud, eh?
No, sir.
What? Did you say no?
We want to nail them inside the bank. Now, that needs a little cooperation on your part, Mr. Dial.
Cooperation? Thane, you're on the brink of becoming an officer of this bank. I forbid any action which could affect public confidence.
Mr. Dial, we've got to get them inside the bank, or we haven't enough evidence.
Thane, how long have you known about this?
We've been working on it.
And you've deliberately avoided warning us. It's going to require considerable explanation.
Are you going to help or not, Mr. Dial?
I don't appear to have any option, do I? But I won't forget this, believe me.
All men in position, Sergeant?
All safe, sir.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Mr. Dial, I think you can relax.
If anything does go wrong...
It won't. With men placed all through the bank, other men outside, nothing can go wrong.
I've heard that said before. What do I do now?
We'll just keep on as usual. These the banknotes?
Yes. All right, Stoddard. Feed some bundles into the shredder.
Starting now, Mr. Dial. Bundles 1 to 12.
Spats the stuff out like so much mince, eh? Now what?
We burn it. In it goes. Close the door, Stoddard.
Bundles 13 to 24, sir.
Thane.
Sir?
This is yours. I don't like guns, but they could be armed.
How many of us will have guns?
Well, you and I and 2 men upstairs. Who's on the radio link to the car outside?
Beach, sir. Beach, all set?
On standby, sir. Nothing yet.
When it happens, it won't take long. Inspector Moss didn't seem pleased at missing this.
And that's an understatement, sir.
Yeah, well, he's got his own task. I want Barber's office taken apart.
Sir,
Well?
car arriving, sir. Just a moment. Stopped at the door. 4 men plus drivers. Bank door being opened now.
My God, if anything goes wrong...
Just keep feeding the furnace. The rest of you get out of sight.
Bundles 61 to 72, Mr. Dial.
Mr. Dyer?
Sorry. Start the machine.
Don't bother. Just hold it down there. Rob, watch your store and we'll do the rest.
But,
now you over there. See this shotgun?
Yes.
Well, it says behave and nobody gets hurt. Now, a pair of you, back away from that money. All right, lads, come on, start gathering.
Police, drop that shotgun.
What the hell's going on?
We're armed, Harris.
Come on, you damn you!
Pack it in, Harris.
Come on! Harris, drop that gun! Last warning! Rob! All right, damn you!
Sergeant, get them all against that wall. All of them.
Right, sir. Go on, you miserable bunch of knaves.
You all right, Mr. Doyle?
Yes, I think so. My clerk.
Just frightened, Mr. Dyer.
I'm fine. Well, I'll have to talk to the chief constable about commendations for you both.
That's very kind.
Public-spirited action. All right, Sergeant. Let's get those stocking masks off and see who we've got.
You first, laddie.
Thane.
Yes, Mr. Dyer.
Perhaps you were right after all. My board believes in public-spirited action.
And commendations.
Well, anyway, I look forward to hearing your answer tomorrow. You understand? If I spoke harshly,
Oh, that's all right.
Eh?
Coming, sir.
Well, they look better in handcuffs, eh?
Truck Harris and Jenny Milton, right?
Get lost, copper.
Manners. At least you'd sense enough to drop that gun, Harris.
Why, Black, a loser.
Oh, if you'd had more guts,
I'll
you'd
belt up, Jeannie.
That's good advice. Now, this one now. Sandy Lang, isn't it?
Aye. And I know you.
Then a gentleman who says his name is Smith. And they're bringing the driver in from outside. Sergeant?
Sir?
We'll keep Harris and the lady. Take charge of the rest.
Right, sir. Beach. Up with them. Yeah, you. That's why I call it.
Come on.
Take
it easy. Oh, yeah. Hey.
Nothing.
You walked into this one, didn't you, Harris? Enjoy your drink with Janie in the pub tonight?
Who told you this was own copper?
Or maybe it was Cullen.
He wouldn't grasp.
Then why did the tally man have him killed?
Who's the tally man?
You've been collecting for him. Both of you. And we can prove it.
We can prove other things. You two killed Harry Freeman.
Us? Hey, now, wait a
While
minute.
you were there, was it Josh Barber who did it? While you watched?
Who's Josh Barber?
Woman, you sound like a gramophone record. We know all about Barber.
Of course, Barber may tell his own kind of story.
Well, Janie and me didn't kill anyone.
Shucks,
Out to hell, Janie. You and me? Well, I'm not carrying any cans for Barber.
Oh, suit yourself. I've had it.
Well,
Barber did for Cullen at that underground. He said the cops were too interested in him.
and Harry Freeman?
Aye, we were there, but it was Barber who killed him. How?
Oh, some fancy throat trick.
Yes, hold on.
Truck's right. It wasn't us.
Chief Inspector Thane, call for it.
Take it, Thane. Well, you people know what happens now. Charge and caution statements. Don't try changing your minds.
Here's the phone, Thane. It's Inspector Moss.
Thanks. Phil?
How'd it go?
Oh, smooth. And they're talking.
Well, we've got Barber this end. We found a loose floorboard beside his desk. The same trick as at Cullen's place. Ledgers, names, all his Taliban account books.
Bring them to headquarters, Phil. We'll get the whole mess in order there.
And what about Barber?
Ever seen the dawn break over the Highlands in winter, Phil?
Oh, I should have guessed that.
Well, I can't push it any faster than this, sir. Not on these roads.
I know. How long now?
Oh, a mile or so, I reckon.
Well, there's dawn breaking. You can keep it. I'd call it grey desolation.
There should be a turnout coming up.
You mean with that car's weight?
Looks like a county car, sir.
You're right. There's someone waving us down. Pull him beside them.
Yes, sir.
Wind down the window, Phil. He's coming over.
Well, why my side? Oh, all right.
Chief Inspector Thane.
Yes?
Inspector McFarren, County Police. You've made good time.
We've a good driver.
Aye, but you're still too late. They've gone from the house.
When?
20 minutes ago.
We weren't supposed to leave until after dawn.
Ah, but I know the doctor. He's a hell of a man for the deer, and our orders are to do nothing till you came.
I know. Did they see your car?
Not a chance. It was well hidden. And I know where the deer shoot is. Eagle Loch way.
And from here?
Into the hills, sir. If your man gets up there.
We can whistle for him.
All right, McFarren. You lead the way.
I'll do that, sir. But stay close and be careful. It's a hell of a road.
You heard what the man said, Erickson. Be careful.
Sir. Down there, Chief Inspector, that's Eagle Loch. This may look just like a skating rink, but it's always thin ice and it's damn near bottomless. And over there's where the folk are gathered. Look, you can see the cars.
We'll walk down. Inspector Moss and I first. Keep your men back unless there's trouble. If Barber sees us too soon, he's liable to bolt.
We'll be ready if you need us.
Phil? All right.
Damn the snow. It's getting in over my shoes again.
Easy now. Nobody seems to have seen us yet. There's Dr. Milne.
Ah, but no Barber.
Doctor! Thane! I wondered...
Where's Barber, Doctor?
With Helen. They're over at our Land Rover. No, damn, they're coming this way.
He's seen us. And he's on to us.
That's near enough, Thane. Stay still, all of them. You too, Helen, I mean it. My God, he's got a gun.
Don't try it, Barber. Put that damn thing down.
Me, I'm leaving. Helen comes too, understand?
George!
Shut up and do what I tell you. Doctor, I want the Land Rover keys. Throw them over. You can have them, but if anything happens to Helen...
Hold on, Doctor. That gun, Colin.
You're right. Barber, it's not on.
I'm warning you.
Thane,
for pity's
It's
sake.
all right, Doctor. That's a Beretta he's got. And we know where it came from.
Barber, you got that gun from Cullen's place, didn't you?
What if I did?
Well, it's just that we fixed the firing pin when we searched Cullen's place before he was killed. Try it.
Damn you! You still won't get me!
He's running. He's heading for the loch. He'll get away across the ice.
Wait, boss. That's Eagle Loch.
Thin ice and damn near bottomless, and we can't stop him.
I could. With my rifle, I'll get it.
No, Doctor.
But Colin!
The ice fell.
He's right, Moss. The ice won't bear him once he's any distance out. That's the way with Eagle Loch.
Can't we do anything?
No, except wait.
He's down.
He's through it. No, sir, stay. It's not on.
Please, help me! Help me!
I'm sorry, sir. We'll find him in the spring. I'm damned if I'm letting anyone else risk his neck.
Well, of course it was bad luck. We've got the rest of them, Thane. And the tallyman's finished.
That should keep Lord Mainz happy.
Yeah. Get him off our backs, anyway. Thane, there's something else.
Sir?
I talked to Patterson Dial. He let it slip the bankers made you an offer.
I planned to tell you as soon as I decided, sir.
Good divisional officers like you don't grow on trees. But I wouldn't like to say what I'd do. You made up your mind?
I'm seeing him today, sir.
Yeah, he told me. You taking it?
Oh, no. No, sir. Not now.
Huh. What about your wife?
Well, I think she knows already.
Women usually do, Thane. Where's Moss?
Outside, sir.
Well, I'll buy you a drink, both of you. You've had a narrow escape, Thane. Just remember, you're a cop, and you're stuck with that. Absolutely stuck.
That was The Tallyman by Bill Knox. The part of Chief Inspector Thane was played by Paul Kermack, Inspector Moss by Phil McCall, Lord Mainz by David Stewart, Superintendent Ilford by Martin Cochrane. Police Constable Beach, Tony Roper, Sergeant MacLeod, Willie Joss, Mary Thane, Gwyneth Guthrie, Driver Erickson, Michael Bruce, Hayes, Ian Dewar, Harry Freeman, Arthur Boland, Josh Barber, Robert Trotter, Helen Milne, Anne Scott Jones, Jim Manison, William Armour, Patterson Dial, John Young, Mrs. Freeman, Sheila Donald, Doc Williams, Michael Elder, Dr. Milne, Bryden Murdoch, Irene Manison, Rose McBain. And the producer was Gordon Emsley.
Saturday Night Theatre. The New Rector. The novel by Stanley Weyman, dramatized for radio by Molly Hardwick, starring Jeremy Clyde as Reginald Lindo, with Gabriel Woolf as Stephen Clode. The action begins near the close of the year 1879. The New Rector.
Poor dear Mr. Williams.
We'll never get another like him in this town.
So we've seen the last of our dear old rector. Such mournful things, funerals.
You would come, Mamma.
I thought it only right to pay my last respects to Mr. Williams, Laura. My dear, did you notice Mrs. Clare's bonnet? A bunch of coloured flowers distinctly showing under the veil.
Never mind, Mamma. Nobody could take their eyes off yours.
Oh, yes, I think I was wise to have it made up specially. Oh, here's Stephen Clode. Oh, how sad he looks, poor fellow.
I expect he wonders who he'll get in Mr. Williams' place. He's really very handsome, isn't he, for a curate?
Laura, dear. Well, Mr. Clode, so the sad occasion is over.
Yes, Mrs. Hammond. He is laid to rest.
Now, what we all want to know is who is to be the new rector.
Well, Miss Laura, I hear that the living may be given to Mr. Herbert of Easthope.
Oh, but he's old. Now, why don't they give it to you?
To me? My dear my dear young lady, it's quite out of the question. I've never had the slightest expectation of the living.
I should have thought you most suitable.
No.
Everyone in the parish would be glad. Why shouldn't you have it? Can we not get up a petition or something? I think someone should tell Lord Dinmore what we all want. I do indeed.
If your good wishes could procure me the living, I should have reason to hope that Lord Dinmore will certainly appoint a senior man.
Someone who can't even dance, I suppose, or play tennis like you.
It would certainly be more gratifying to the ladies of the parish if the new rector were, youngish, unmarried even. I always feel that a clergyman's wife should be chosen from his congregation.
Then, you see, she knows everyone's business and everyone's troubles,
yes.
And it's all much pleasanter.
I agree, Miss Laura. But remember, Lord Dinmore is an old man. His choice must be from among his own friends.
Like Mr. Eastley. Ugh.
Where is Lord Dinmore? Has anything been heard of him?
On a hunting trip as usual, ma'am, but where, nobody knows. His solicitors think he may be in northern Canada.
I shouldn't think he knows where he is himself, silly old man.
Lord Dinmore is eccentric, there's no doubt of that.
It's such a charming rectory. You could have delicious dances in the drawing room.
At Christmas?
At Christmas, of course, and the library is remarkably fine. But you're shivering, Miss Laura. You mustn't catch cold.
How thoughtful you are, dear Mr. Clode. Come, Mamma, you know what they say about catching cold at funerals.
Blasted London fog. You can't see across one's own room. Well, that's small enough. Come in. Lindo, my dear fellow.
Jack.
How on earth did you find your way to the temple on a day like this?
It is a fair way from the East India Dock Road.
You walked, of course, yeah? Don't tell me. Poor parsons always do, like poor barristers.
Oh, come, Jack, now you get plenty of brief, surely.
Not enough, old man. Thought you were one when you knocked.
Seriously, have I called at a bad time?
Oh, not a bit of it. Take your coat off. Sit down. What's your news?
Well, that's just the point, Jack.
Ah, you have news. I thought there was an unusual flush in your cheek, a bit of sparkle in your eye. Parish affairs? Some old party left £1,000 to St. Barnabas Mission?
I wish they had. No, it's not that. It's personal. I've received the offer of a living.
By Jove, I'm glad of it, very glad. You've had enough of slumming. What is it, 200 and a house?
It's rather more than that.
Oh.
Read this.
October the 30th, 1879. The Reverend Reginald Linder. St. Barnabas Mission House, 383 St. Dock Road, London. Dear Sir, we are instructed by our client, the Right Honourable the Earl of Dinmore, to invite your acceptance of the living of Clavisham in the county of Warwick, vacant by the death on the 15th instant of the Reverend John Williams. The living is of the approximate value of £810 per annum and a house. Our client is travelling in the United States, but we have the requisite authority to proceed in due form and without delay. Well, this beats everything. Clavisham. Why, I know it well.
Do you really?
I knew old Williams. I've even got an uncle down there and cousins. My dear fellow, it's a wonderful piece of good fortune. I congratulate you heartily.
Oh, thank you, Jack. It is gratifying.
But how did you come to know the noble Earl?
I don't. I've never seen him in my life. But my uncle was his tutor. You know my uncle, a vicar of St. Gabriel's Aldgate. He died about a year ago.
Oh, yes, I remember.
He often used to stay at Lord Dinmore's place in Scotland. I suppose my name must have come up sometime when they were talking.
Likely enough, and the Earl remembered it.
It's wonderfully good of him. And not a small country living, but a town. And £810 per annum.
And you're just 25. Why, you'll be the youngest rector in the clergy list, I should think.
I know, but I mustn't think of it just like that. From the loaves and fishes point of view, I mean. Of course, I'm glad about the money and the house, but if I didn't feel I could do the work as I hope to do it, well, please heaven, with as much fervour as I've worked at St. Barnabas, then I would refuse it. I would indeed.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, old fellow. We've known each other from college days, and I know you're not the man to shun responsibility.
I'm glad you think so.
I do. Accept. Now, about this uncle of mine, his name's Bonamy, and he's a solicitor, and one of your church wardens.
How strange. And jolly, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't call it jolly, exactly. He's been good to me, and I'm not going to say anything against him, but I wouldn't like him for one of my church wardens. Never mind, though. You'll like my cousins. Splendid girls. One's still at school, that's Daintree, and as for her sister, Kate, well, you'll see what I mean. But don't cut me out, though, will you?
I expect to have very little time for flirtation, Jack. My parish duties are all that will concern me.
Of course, of course. My cousins are coming up on a visit next week. Introduce you, if you like.
It's very kind of you, Jack, but I have a busy fortnight ahead. It'll take me all my time to wind up my affairs at the mission.
Come along, sir. Oxford train just leaving.
Thanks, I'm not travelling. Just seeing someone off. Here you are, girls. Something to read for the journey.
Oh, good. The new Punch.
Thought you'd like this book, Kate.
Their wedding journey. Oh, it sounds rather romantic reading for me, Jack.
Oh, I don't know. Just thought you might like it. All right in this carriage?
Yes, thank you. Couldn't you get us an empty one? Daintree.
Sorry, none to be had. But that chap in the corner won't bother you. Hasn't stirred from behind the Times.
He's got horrid boots on. Daintree, be quiet.
Well, there you go. Soon be at home, girls. Remember me to the governor.
And thank your mother again for having us. Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, Kate. Goodbye.
Well, that's that. Back to boring Clavisham. Well, at least there'll be the new rector. Jack said he was nice. And clever. That was all, though. I wish he'd told us what he was really like. He hardly said anything. But I suppose men don't notice. Papa said, in his letter, that it was a pity a local man hadn't been appointed. Someone who knew the place and the old ways. Papa would. I say, Kate. What? Look at this in Punch. Visitation questions for archdeacons and others. Let's pretend we're archdeacons calling on old Lindo.
Are your services monotonous or musical? Do you turn your back upon your congregation, or does it turn its back upon you? How many threepenny pieces do you get in your collection? Do the pretty girls go to you or the curate for religious teaching?
They'll go to Mr. Claude, of course. He's quite good-looking and young, even if he does only make sheep's eyes at Laura Hammond. I bet Mr. Lindo will be as old as beastly old Dr. Gregg. As old as...
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Jiminy, a clergyman.
I beg your pardon, ladies, but I feel I should make myself known. I am Reginald Lindo.
Oh!
I should have spoken before when your cousin, my friend, Jack Rowley, saw you off.
Well, it would certainly have been kinder, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I didn't speak. As it is, I have embarrassed myself and you. How can I apologize?
Wouldn't the best way be to forget how our acquaintanceship began and pretend we've been properly introduced?
Oh, quite the best way. Thank you, Miss Bonamy. And this is Miss Daintree, I believe.
That's right. It's all Jack's fault, really. He made us think you were awfully old. And stuffy and pompous, you know. Daintree.
Oh, what do you think of me now?
I think the dogs would like you.
Dogs?
My dogs. Snip, Snap and Snorum. They're bull terriers. Read your punch, Daintree. Do you think you'll like Clavisham, Mr. Lindo?
I trust I shall.
I don't think you will.
Really? Why?
Wait and see. Just you wait, that's all.
Goodbye for the present, Miss Bonamy. Miss Daintree, I hope to see very much of you in the future.
Oh, we hope so, too. Oh, we do. The dog cart is meeting us. Will you share it as far as the rectory?
That's most kind of you, but I expect to be met by my curate.
Oh, yes. There is Mr. Claude at the end of the platform.
Oh, well, I'll go and join him. Goodbye, ladies.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Bonamy. Well, Miss Bonamy. Back among us once more, eh?
Good day, Dr. Gregg.
Oh, he can't do without you, you know.
You're very kind. Come along, Daintree.
Picked up a handsome young parson on the way, did you?
We hardly picked him up, Dr. Gregg. He travelled in the same carriage. And it was Mr. Lindo, so there.
Oh, a new man's son, I presume. Oh, there'll be some scratching and clawing among the parish tabbies now, I wager.
I really couldn't say.
Well, you seem to be getting along with him pretty well. Haven't seen you laughing like that before.
Yes, it was a very pleasant journey.
Pity I didn't see you at Paddington. And we could all have shared in the fun, eh?
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid we really must be going. Good day.
Good day to you, Miss Bonamy.
Why didn't you tell him it was the rector, Kate? Now he's got it all mixed up. Dr. Gregg may find out his facts for himself. It's no business of ours to help.
Mr. Claude, I believe. Good day to you.
Oh, good day.
You came to meet me, I think. My name is Lindo.
Oh, really? Mr. Lindo didn't mention that you were with him.
I'm afraid
you will walk up to the rectory with me, perhaps?
I would like that.
And where is your father? Was he delayed by business?
My father?
Have I made a mistake? You're Mr. Lindo's brother, perhaps?
Brother? No, I am Mr. Lindo.
The rector?
Yes.
Indeed. Indeed. I beg your pardon. I thought. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I'd expected to see an older man.
I'm sorry you're disappointed. I begin to think that I am rather young, for you're not the first today who has made that mistake.
Ah, I saw you leave Miss Bonamy and her sister.
Yes, we travelled together. A charming young lady, Miss Bonamy.
Well, you'll find the rectory a very comfortable house, warm and old-fashioned. Mr. Williams, housekeeper, has everything prepared for you.
Well, then won't you dine with me?
Oh, I was expected at my lodgings.
Oh, do. I think we should make friends with each other as soon as possible.
Thank you. I will, then.
There's so much I have to ask you. I need your help and your advice. I have no knowledge of Clavisham and its ways, and you have so much. You will help me, won't you?
Of course, Mr. Lindo. You may rely on me. Very pleasant meal. Thank you.
Won't you take some more coffee?
No, thank you, no. Yes, I've always admired this library. Oh, this is charming.
My prayer book. Yes, it is a fine binding.
Reginald Lindo, 1850. Well, surely you didn't possess this in 1850.
Hardly. I wasn't born until 54. No, the book was my uncle's. I was his godson, called after him.
Is he alive?
No, he died. Let me see, nearly a year ago.
Your uncle was an old man, I take it?
64 when he died. He'd been Lord Dinmore's private tutor, you know, though they were almost of an age.
Indeed. You knew Lord Dinmore through him, I suppose?
No, never met him. I shouldn't know him from Adam.
Ah, indeed. I think I will take a little more coffee.
Yes?
Is Mr. Bonamy at home?
No, sir, he isn't.
I'm sorry to have missed him. Do you know what time he will return?
No, sir, but I expect Miss Bonamy does. Will you walk upstairs, sir, and I'll tell her?
Thank you.
This way, sir. Mind the turn, it's dark. Oh, do be quiet, Togs. Dainty, get them downstairs. My father isn't in, Mr. Lindo.
No, so I thought I...
Oh, Dainty, you naughty girl. You've brought Snorham in.
Well, he followed me.
But you know Papa would be so angry if he found him here.
But I only want him to see Mr. Lindo. You are unkind, Kate. You know he never gets a chance of seeing a stranger.
You want to know if he likes me?
That's right. Look, he does. He's laughing.
Oh, is that what it is?
Take him out, Dainty, right outside, and keep those other two out.
Snip and Snap aren't as big as Snorham, Mr. Lindo. Jack gave me Snorham, and Snip and Snap are his sons.
Quite a genealogy.
Yes, and Jack was the Genesis. Genesis means beginning, you know.
Thank you. I'll remember.
Dainty, you must go downstairs if you're going to talk nonsense.
Oh, all right. Come on, Snorham, we're not wanted.
Well, now do sit down. I'm sorry Papa isn't in. I'll ring for some tea if you'd like
Oh,
some.
please don't trouble. It was really you I came to see, I must confess. Your face and Dainty's are the only ones in this town that are not absolutely new to me.
Yes, it must feel strange.
It does. Aren't you going to ask me what I think of Clavisham?
I'd rather ask you in a month's time. Do you know, they're saying you'll only stay with us a year.
A year? Why?
Oh, don't you know the tradition? That as many times a clergyman sounds the bell at his induction, so many years he'll remain in the living. And you rang it only once.
Did I? Well. Had I known, I should have told it at least 50 times. Claude should have warned me. How curious. I suppose he thought I knew. Oh, I remember now. The Archdeacon did say something afterwards. I didn't understand him. You know the Archdeacon, Miss Bonamy?
Oh, no.
Oh. Well, at any rate, you must know Mrs. Hammond and can tell me where she lives. She has kindly asked me to dine on Tuesday.
She lives at the townhouse, up among the trees near the top of the town. You can't mistake it.
Shall I have the pleasure of seeing you there?
No, I don't know Mrs. Hammond, except to nod to. We don't know many people, Mr. Lindo, as you'll find out.
I see.
Oh, don't look so downcast. She's very pleasant, I believe, and comfortably rich. She entertains a great deal. Dances and tennis parties, that sort of thing. And Laura Hammond is very pretty and has a lot of admirers. One of them is your Mr. Claude, I believe.
Really? Oh, well, in that case, I wish him luck, poor fellow. He seems strange. How shall I put it? Melancholy, withdrawn.
Disappointed?
Exactly the word. How clever you are, Miss Kate. Miss Bonamy, I mean. And how refreshingly charitable to your own sex.
Well, charity begins at home, they say, and that is where you will generally find me.
I could ask nothing better than to call on you, if you would...
Oh, Papa. Mr. Lindo has called.
So I see.
Well, I'll leave you alone, then.
Do.
Goodbye, Mr. Lindo.
Goodbye, Miss Bonamy. I'm extremely glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Bonamy. I called because I particularly wanted to say something to you.
As your churchwarden?
Yes, and generally. Mr. Bonamy, I have heard that you weren't disposed to look on my appointment, the appointment of a complete stranger, I mean, with favour.
Where did you hear that?
Well, perhaps you'll excuse me saying how I learned it. It was in conversation, by accident.
Then I think you should have kept it to yourself.
Well, possibly. My only motive in mentioning it was to say that I hope, shortly, by appealing to you for your hearty cooperation, to overcome any prejudices that you may have.
My prejudices are rather strong. I may as well warn you now, as frankness seems to be in fashion, of one reason for them.
Pray do.
I've been told you're meditating considerable changes in our church here. Now, I must tell you this, that I object to anything new. Anything new. And not only new incumbents.
But who told you that I meditated changes?
Ah, let's say that I learned it in conversation by accident.
But it's untrue.
Indeed. Glad to hear it.
I'm not thinking of making any changes whatever, unless you consider the removal of the sheep from the churchyard a change.
I do. A great change.
But surely you don't object to it. Well, everyone must agree that in these days, and in town churchyards especially, that the presence of sheep is unseemly.
I don't agree at all. Neither did the late Mr. Williams.
I don't think you mean what you say, Mr. Bonamy.
You'll find that out when you turn out the sheep. Meanwhile, I bid you good evening.
Someone to see you, Rector.
Oh, dear. Anybody important, Mrs. Baxter?
A stranger to the town, I think, sir. Not a gentleman.
What does he want? I really must finish this sermon. I have to go out this evening.
He won't say what he wants, sir, except to see you.
Oh, very well. Show him in.
Yes, sir. In there, sir.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
Sit down. Your name is...
Felton, your reverence. Charles Felton, Lord Dinmore's valet.
Indeed. Has Lord Dinmore returned, then?
I can't say he has, sir.
Well, then you've brought me some message from him.
No, sir. If you'll pardon me, it's about myself, sir. I'm in a bit of trouble, and I think you'd help me if you heard the story.
I'm quite willing to hear it.
Well, sir, I wasn't very well out there, sir, and his lordship, he's an independent kind of man, thought he'd be better by himself. So he gave me my passage money and board wages for 3 months and told me to come home and take a holiday until he returned to England.
Yes?
But on board the boat, I'm not excusing what I did, sir, but others have done worse. I was led to play cards with a set of sharpers, and the end of it was that I landed at Liverpool yesterday without a halfpenny.
Oh, that was bad. You need help, I suppose.
I want something to live on until his lordship comes back.
But why come to me? Why not to Lord Dinmore's steward, or his agent, or his solicitors?
Well, they'd tell of me, and likely enough I'd lose my place.
I still cannot see why you came to me.
Because you're rector of Clavisham, sir, which is my lord's gift, as you know, sir.
Yes, but...
I came here, sir, expecting to meet an older gentleman, a gentleman of your name, a gentleman known to me. And I find you. I see you, do you see, where I expected to find him.
You mean my uncle, I suppose?
Well, sir, that's as maybe, you know best, but that's how the case stands, and seeing it stands so, I hope you'll help me. I do hope, on every account, that you'll see your way to help me.
I don't understand your manner, Felton, but I'm willing to help you. Of course, I shall expect you to repay me when you're able.
Oh, I'll do that.
You might have added thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will allow you 10 shillings a week. On loan, of course. You can keep yourself on that, I suppose.
Oh, it'll help, sir.
There you are.
Oh, you're very kind, sir. A real good-hearted gentleman.
Mr. Lynn... Oh, I beg your pardon, Rector. I thought you were alone.
Come in, Claude, come in. Our friend here is leaving. You can send me your address, Felton. Good day.
Good day, sir, and thank you.
Someone out of luck?
Yes.
Didn't care for his looks much. He's not local, is he?
He's respectable enough. In fact, he's Lord Dinmore's valet.
Oh. Has Lord Dinmore come back?
Nobody sent the man home. The silly fellow lost his money on the boat coming over and wanted an advance until his master's return.
Why on earth did he come to you?
Oh, I don't know. He did, and there's an end of it. I suppose I'd better put my cash box away before Mrs. Baxter accuses me of putting temptation into my parishioner's path.
Yeah.
This is an ingenious little cupboard, don't you think, Flo?
Very. One would hardly notice it among the bookshelves.
It comes in useful for petty cash and a few private papers. Any news abroad today?
Well, there's a good deal of interest felt in the question of the churchyard sheep.
Oh?
If you give way on this matter, you will give way on others. Bonamy is impossible. He's not a gentleman, you know. He was an office boy with Adams and Rooke, the old solicitors here.
Oh.
Well, he's well off now, a sort of power in the town, but of course people like the Hammonds don't visit with him.
Well, that seems very unkind and very snobbish. And whatever Mr. Bonamy may be, his daughters are perfect ladies, and very charming ones.
Yes, of course. I suppose they suffer for the old man's crustiness.
It's all utterly unchristian. I won't tolerate such attitudes in my parish.
Then you'll run your head into a lot of trouble, my dear rector. This is a small, close-knit country town society, not a slum, working-class area like your previous one. But your feeling does you credit.
Yes. Or perhaps I can get a word in tonight. You're going to the Hammonds' party?
No.
Really? I understood you were a particular friend of theirs.
Mrs. Hammond has been kind enough to invite me to all her parties since she moved into the townhouse nearly 2 years ago.
Well, then why...
Mr. Williams was not a dancing man. He went out very little. Now that the parish has a young rector, I imagine the Hammonds will pay less attention to his curate.
Dear me, Claude, I had no idea you felt like this. Oh, my dear man, I don't give a straw whether I go to the party or not. I'll send the boy up to say I'm ill, and then they'll invite you.
Nonsense, I wouldn't think of it. Please forget what I said. I have plenty of duties to keep me occupied.
So have I, indeed. But I suppose one must go into society sometimes.
Want to rise to the top of the tree. If your soul isn't wedded to an office stool, be careful to be guided by this golden rule. Be careful to be guided by this golden rule. Stick close to your desk and never go to sea, and you all may be rulers of the Queen's Navy. Stick close to your desk and never go to sea, and you all may be rulers of the Queen's Navy.
Splendid. Ah, Rector, you must tell me all about your mission work.
I should like to, Archdeacon.
Not quite the moment now, in such a festive gathering. Why don't you ride over to see us one day?
How very kind. I'd be honoured.
Well, we're only 3 miles away, at Kingsford Carbonell. My wife will make you very welcome, won't you, my dear? I was just saying to Mr.
You look happy, Mr. Linder.
Happy, Miss Hammond? I feel really transported into another world. From the one I was in this afternoon, you know.
And it's a pleasant one.
Oh, delightful, charming. You can't imagine how much, sir. These beautiful rooms, the flowers. Where can they have come from in December?
Mamma has them sent from the Isles of Scilly.
Really? And the music. I hear so little outside our choir. What was that very lively piece they were singing just now?
You don't know Pinafore? Why, it's all the rage. I thought you came from London.
I do, but I never went to theatres and couldn't afford them.
Dear, dear. What a dull life you must have had, poor Mr. Lindo. Never mind, we'll cheer you up now. Mamma is always organising something or other.
That reminds me, I did mean to speak to you, and I hope you won't think me impertinent.
Yes?
About the Mrs. Bonamy.
Oh.
I believe, well, I have heard that Mr. Bonamy's unpopularity in Clavisham has led to a certain, what one might call ostracism of himself and his family.
Really? I don't know anything about it. Mr. Bonamy is a wretched, cross, fidgety man, and everybody detests him. Why, he's trying to bully you about those sheep, isn't he?
Well, yes, he is.
Don't give in to him. He's only doing it to be tiresome. We like you. And you're a gentleman, which is more than he is.
You're very, very kind to me, Miss Hammond, but what I mean is that I think it's a pity Miss Kate and Miss Daintree should suffer for their father's shortcomings.
Do they? I hadn't heard.
I believe very few people call on them.
Then they must call themselves and leave cards.
Miss Hammond, you are so influential in this town, and so...
What am I?
So sweet and kind, I'm sure. Oh. Too kind not to help two somewhat friendless young ladies.
Oh, very well, then. I'll ask Mamma to call, though I don't know if she will. What a dreadful man you are, Rector.
Why, what can Mr. Lindo have been saying, my dear?
Only that we must make friends with the Bonamys, Mamma.
The Bonamys? That rude, overbearing man?
Mr. Lindo says nobody calls on the girls and that we should.
It would be a kindly and Christian act, Mrs. Hammond. Miss Hammond agrees with me.
Really, Laura? After all you've said about Kate Bonamy?
It will please Mr. Lindo so much, Mamma.
Oh. Oh, very Well, of course, my dear. Won't you play to us again, Mr. Greenacre? I'm sure we'd all like to hear another of your pièces de résistance.
Good heavens, man. What are you doing?
Oh, mercy. Mercy, Governor. Don't give me up.
You scoundrel, get up and tell me what you were doing. Yes, robbing the rector's cash box, weren't you?
Oh, don't give me up, sir. I've never been in jail or in trouble in my life, sir. I didn't know what I was doing. I swear I didn't.
Aren't you the man who was with the rector this afternoon?
Yes, sir. Charles Felton. Oh, I'm a respectable man. I'm his lordship's own valet. I'll tell you everything.
I know all about you. Mr. Lindo gave you money.
He did, sir.
You ungrateful wretch. Thank heaven I came here and found you tonight.
You come in so quiet, I never heard you. It shook my nerves terrible.
Yes, well, I had urgent business with Mr. Lindo, and I didn't want to disturb the household. And thanks to me, in a few days you'll wear the broad arrow on your clothes, my friend.
No, you're a gentleman in holy orders. Oh, give me this one chance, sir.
Be quiet, or get up and speak like a man. Now tell me what you came for, and I may let you escape, but the truth, mind.
Well, sir, his lordship turned me off. He missed some money and gave me enough to carry me home and told me to go to the devil.
That was not the tale you told Mr. Lindo.
No, sir. That was lies. But I had to get some money from him to live, sir.
You came to Mr. Lindo rather than anyone else. Why?
Because I thought he was an old an old friend of his lordship, sir. A gentleman I'd met once. And then, when I got to Clavisham, I heard the new rector was a young man.
Yes?
And putting two and two together and keeping a still tongue myself, I thought he'd serve me as well as the other, only different like.
And what did you say to him?
Not much, sir, but he understood, and he promised me 10 shilling a week.
To hold your tongue?
Well, so I took it to be, sir.
I see. And then you came here to rob Mr. Lindo further.
I saw the money in that box this afternoon, sir, and I thought a bit of capital would set me up comfortable. And then the devil put it into my head that the young gentleman wouldn't prosecute, even if he caught me.
Look here, Felton. I'm going to deal mercifully with you.
Oh.
On certain conditions.
Sir?
Not to leave Clavisham. If you do, before I give the word, I'll put the police on your track, you understand?
Anything, sir.
I wish to see that you lead an honest life for a while. I may tell Mr. Lindo at once, or I may not. Now, where are you lodging?
The Bull and Staff, sir.
I'll stay there. And since you're living on the rector's bounty, you may say so.
Anything you want, sir.
And I'll go. And take nothing with you.
It's all there, sir. I've took none of the gold, nor touched none of the papers.
Good. I'll be off with you.
Oh, I'm very grateful, sir.
Now. Quick. Parish accounts. Parish accounts. Here we are. This is the letter. Messrs. Gans and Baker, the Reverend Reginald Lindo. Dear sir, we are instructed...
Claude? What are you doing, man?
It's all right. I'll explain. I expected you before.
Oh, the dickens you did.
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm glad you didn't come.
But what is my cash box doing out? And my papers?
No, I can explain the whole thing.
Do?
The fact is... I've taken a good deal on myself, and I'm afraid you'll blame me. I came across to borrow a book from you just before 11. The lights in the rectory were out, but to my surprise, the front door was open.
As I found it just now.
Exactly. Well, I had misgivings, and I looked into the hall. I saw a streak of light under the library door, and I came in softly and then threw open the door, and I saw a man in here.
Did you indeed? Who was it?
Well, that's just what I can't tell you.
He got away then?
No.
Then where is he?
I let him go.
You let him go? May I ask why?
Mr. Lindo, he's a parishioner of yours. It was his first offence, and I believe him to be sincerely penitent. I believe, too, that the accident of my entrance saved him from a life of crime. I may have been wrong. I dare say I was wrong, but I cannot go back upon my word. The man's misery moved me. I thought what I should have felt in his place. And I promised him in return for his pledge that he would live honestly in future, that I would not betray his name to anyone, even to you.
Well, when you do a thing nobly, my dear fellow, you do it nobly and no mistake.
So You don't blame me.
Oh, no, indeed. He's taken nothing, I suppose.
Oh, no. I was putting things straight when you came in and startled me. The papers are in a mess, I'm afraid.
It's my own fault for letting him see that the cupboard key was kept in my drawer. Well, a lesson.
Yes. Well, you had a pleasant party, I suppose.
Very pleasant, yes. The Miss Hammond really spared no pains to entertain me. I was almost embarrassed by her kindness, I can tell you.
Indeed.
What a pretty creature she is. I must say I'm glad I came to Clavisham, in spite of Bonamy and his miserable sheep.
I'm so pleased. Well, good night.
Well, good night, my dear fellow, and thank you for all you've done.
Pray don't mention it.
Oh, Mr. Claude, I was glad when I saw you coming up the path. Have you seen Mr. Lindo?
Why, no, Mrs. Baxter isn't here at home.
No, sir, he isn't. He went over to Holberton yesterday with Mrs. and Miss Hammond to stay with the Humphreys. He never came back last night.
Have you inquired of the Hammonds?
Oh, yes, but all Mrs. Hammond could say was that he should have followed them, and she supposed that he was here.
Who's to take the service?
There's only you, sir.
But I'm at the Hamlet Church today. I can't possibly neglect that. Now, don't worry, Mrs. Baxter. The rector's sure to be here in time for 11 o'clock.
You don't think he's met with an accident? No. They say something's happened at the coal pits on Bear Hill.
Nothing of the sort. He'll be here. You'll see.
Ill?
9 minutes late beginning, and then the shortest sermon in living memory.
But Bonamy, he's been studying hard, poor fellow. Reading the devil's books all night. Looks like it anyway, with the night's growth of beard on him.
That's what comes of having a young man always getting about the country.
I've always thought Miss Laura Hammond to be no better than she should be. Do you suppose she did return last night, or...
I think you're both very uncharitable.
Kate.
How do we know the reason for Mr. Lindo's lateness or his looks? He may have been ill.
He didn't send for me if he was.
You should reserve judgment until you know the facts, Dr. Gregg.
That will do, Kate. Are you the lawyer in this family, or am I?
I'm sorry, Papa, but it makes me angry to hear Mr. Lindo spoken of like that when he can't speak for himself.
Well, here he is. Let him speak.
Why trouble about him? Let him go for the damned dissipated parson he is. And the sooner the better, I say.
I'm much obliged to you for your good opinion, Dr. Gregg. I imagine I was meant to hear it.
It's no concern of mine what you hear, sir.
I should be still more obliged to you if you would swear elsewhere. Not in my churchyard.
Oh, how dare you? Why, you young puppy!
I think the least said soonest mended. Eh, Lindo?
It's a pity you didn't think so before, Mr. Bonamy. Do you only come to church to backbite?
Do you only come to church when it suits you? You were late for service.
And if I was?
Well, there may have been a good reason, but it's a thing I've not known happen here for 20 years.
You take too much on yourself, Mr. Bonamy. My parish, among other things. You've laid yourself out to thwart and embarrass me. I know that. But I warn you, I shall find means to...
To put me down?
No, to keep you in your place as I hope to keep to mine. I wish you good morning, Miss Bonamy.
Well, Kate, what do you think of your young hero now?
You have still not heard the reason for his lateness.
No, Miss Kate. He didn't care to tell us.
You've little enough to thank him for, Kate. He's not been near for a month at least. Too busy up at the Hammonds.
I won't discuss Mr. Lindo any more. I'm going home. Daintree?
I'm here. I was listening to you, and I think you're perfectly horrid, Papa.
What?
And so are you, Dr. Gregg. It's nothing to do with you. And if you feel like that, you ought not to come to church at all. I wouldn't.
Well, I
come along, Daintree.
Horrid cats, that's what you are.
And that is what they said, Mrs. Hammond. Miss Hammond. My own parishioners.
It's abominable.
Yes, really abominable of them.
But you haven't heard yet why I was late.
Well, I know it wasn't that you stayed at the Humphreys all night playing cards. My maid told me that rumour.
They would say that. The real reason was very different. I started back last night about 9:30 after you and Mrs. Hammond had left. As I passed Bear Hill Colliery, I heard there'd been an accident, an explosion. A man with a night shift had been crushed.
Oh, dear. Seriously?
Beyond help.
Oh.
He wanted to see a clergyman. Another pitman, seeing me riding past, stopped me.
How very sad.
I went down the mine and stayed with him the night. He died at 9:30 this morning. I came straight from that to church. And they say these things of me.
It's too bad, spiteful creatures.
I heard young Daintree defending me, rather loudly. And Miss Bonamy seemed not to join in the general denunciation.
Oh, well, perhaps she has finer feelings.
Well, yes, I must go. It was so kind of you to invite me to luncheon. I have so few friends in Clavisham.
You may count us among them, Mr.
Oh,
Lindo.
yes, indeed.
I thank you both, sincerely. You have helped me today by your kindness. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll see myself out.
Well, come again soon.
Thank you.
I like that young man.
So do I.
Do you, Laura? I wonder how much.
Oh, well, he's very handsome, but he hasn't half the brains of someone else, or the looks.
Stephen Claude?
Yes.
Well, perhaps not. I don't know. Poor Stephen. I thought you liked him very much at one time.
I did. I do.
But you don't want to marry him now.
I don't know.
He loves you, Laura, I'm sure. I've seen him look at you. Now, do you think you should lead Mr. Lindo on as you do and neglect Stephen for him?
I don't neglect him.
Yes, you do. He's not been invited here since Mr. Lindo came to the parish. I feel I should have been firmer with you. Much of this is my fault. But one has a position to keep up in a town like this. And I wanted you to make a good marriage.
Oh, Mamma.
Now, perhaps if Stephen had got the living...
Oh, do be quiet, Mamma. It's all very tiresome and I'm bored with it.
Will you ring the bell for tea, dear? I think we'll have it early this afternoon. I feel I want...
Morning, Doctor.
Morning, Claude.
The very man I want to see.
Oh, why?
What is this absurd story about the rector and you? There's not a word of truth in it, I imagine.
How can I tell until I know what it is, eh?
Why, the quarrel in the churchyard. All an invention, I suppose.
It's no invention that Lindo was abominably rude to me.
Rude? Oh, that's certainly his way.
It's a damned unpleasant way.
Well, why did you not answer him back?
I'll answer him back all right with a riding crop next time he talks to me. Now,
Doctor, I've just been to your house.
Huh? What's the trouble?
Well, my younger girl's a little out of sorts. Would you mind stepping in and seeing her?
Oh, very well. Though I do have a very long list of visits this morning.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Claude, so you've made up your minds to fight, eh?
I'm not sure I understand you.
You haven't seen Lindo this morning?
I haven't seen Mr. Lindo this morning, no.
Oh, you don't know that he turned the sheep out of the churchyard after breakfast, and half of them were found nearly a mile away down Warwick Lane.
I didn't know.
Well, it's a fact. Of course, he gave the churchwardens notice to remove them a fortnight ago. We didn't comply because we say it's our affair, not his. I tell him from me, the only question in my mind is the action we take.
You mean a complaint to the Archdeacon?
Perhaps. We'll see. I wonder if the doctor knows anything about this. I'll have a word with him.
Miss Kate and Miss Daintree are in the drawing room, Doctor. If you'll step inside.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, well, well. So my little patient isn't even in bed, eh?
Daintree felt she would be more cheerful down here. She can look out at the street. It's dull upstairs. Perhaps you would look at her here, Doctor.
I don't want looking at.
I believe I'm the person to tell you that, young lady. Now, let's see the tongue.
Daintree, that's not polite.
And the pulse. Yes, very good, very good. Now, any temperature?
Yes.
Not a bit of it. Now, what are our symptoms, eh?
I've got a beastly headache, and I've been sick 4 times. I'm feeling sick again now, since you came in.
Oh, well, it's better out than in, eh? No, there's nothing seriously wrong with you, young lady.
I wish you had it, then.
Can you prescribe anything for her, Doctor?
Oh, certainly, certainly. But, may we step into the other room?
Oh, of course. Though I'm afraid there's no fire lit.
Oh.
There's nothing serious the matter with her, then?
No, nothing at all. Something she's eaten, I suppose. No, the matter is with me, Miss Kate.
With you?
Yes. And, you are the cause of it.
I? Oh, really, Doctor?
No, don't be frightened. You must have known for a long time what I think of you.
Oh, indeed I haven't.
Well, you easily might have known. But the long and the short of it is that, well, I want you to marry me.
To marry you?
Now, hear me out, please, and don't answer in a hurry. If you like, you can have until tomorrow to think it over.
No.
Oh, very well, as you like, but, well, I hope it doesn't need very much thinking over. I'm not a rich man, but I am decently off.
Oh, it isn't that.
Now, don't buy a pig in a poke, eh? Now, you've been to my house, Kate, and, well, if it's not quite as large as this, it is a great deal more lively. Or you'll see people there you'll never see here, nor will see while your name's Bonamy. Now, don't you think you could say yes at once, my dear?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I couldn't indeed. I'm very sorry.
Oh, come, I think you can, Kate. Naturally, you're bashful.
No, I'm afraid it's out of the question, Dr. Gregg.
I don't think you understand, Kate. The house is ready, and the furniture and the servants, they're all ready for you whenever you please. It's an offer not many would make you, you know. Oh, come, Kate, don't be a little fool.
Don't touch me, please. I have said no, and I'll say it again. Indeed, I'll be as plain as you have been. I don't like you as a wife should like a husband, nor otherwise than as a friend. A
friend? Well, you can keep your friendship. I didn't ask for that.
I have nothing else to give you.
Oh, you wouldn't have said that a month ago, would
I
you?
would indeed.
Oh, no, you'd have sung a very different tune if I'd whistled to you before this niminy-piminy parson showed his face here.
How dare you?
Oh, I'm not an absolute fool, you know. Well, I've one last thing to say to you. Your parson won't be much of a catch, and we've stripped him of the living he's no right to, and proved him the swindler that he is.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then you're about the only person in the parish who doesn't.
Mr. Lindo is nothing to me, or I to him. But I will not listen to slanders about him, and I will not listen to any more of your insults. Go along. Get out of this house.
When I have said one more word...
You won't say it. You'll go now.
Daintree.
You leave the room, child.
I shan't. But you will. You'll go now, as Kate tells you. And if you don't go before I count 3, I'll fetch the dogs.
Now, look here, miss...
1.
Kate...
2. Are you going? Or shall I fetch Snorum?
Well, Oh, all right. Damn it, I'll go.
You're not eating anything, Kate.
I have a little headache, Papa. I'll be better when I've had a cup of tea.
This business with Gregg upset you, I suppose.
Yes, a little.
You're sure you gave him the right answer? He's a well-to-do man, you know. I don't know many who could make you more comfortable.
Oh, I couldn't marry him. I don't like him.
Now, Kate, I wouldn't have you marry anyone you don't like. You know that.
Yes, Papa.
I thought you had a fancy for young Lindo when you first came here.
Oh, that was only because he had no other friends then. There was nothing. Dr. Gregg spread stories because we'd travelled from London together. And Stephen Claude has spread some too, though he pretends to be Mr. Lindo's friend. I don't want to talk about it. Only,
Yes?
Has he really turned the sheep out of the churchyard?
Yes, he has. He's making a fool of himself, as I expected. However, it's convinced me of one thing.
What?
That he doesn't know himself that he has no right here.
Now, Dr. Gregg said something about that. I don't understand. Why has he no right?
It may be a mare's nest. I don't know. But it's the talk of the town that there was some mistake in his presentation for a living. There's a disreputable fellow at the Bull and Staff who's said to be getting blackmail money from him.
I don't believe it.
I'm not sure that I do. But if Lindo lived quietly and made no enemies, very little might be said when the mistake came out. But as it is, well, if good fortune's turned his head, and he's made a spectacle of himself with a Hammond set.
Could you not give him a word of warning?
I? Why should I? What business is it of mine?
I suppose not.
Miss Bonamy, this is a surprise.
I thought I would come to see you. I almost turned back and then...
Come in. I was on my way out, but there's no hurry.
Thank you.
Oh, bitter day. Oh, you're shivering. Let me take your coat and I'll ask Mrs. Baxter to make some tea.
No, I'm not cold. There's something I want to say to you.
Yes? Well, come into the library and sit down.
Do you know what is being said of you in the town?
A good many hard things, I believe. But I don't believe they will affect me one way or the other.
So you won't thank anyone for telling you of them?
Well, where ignorance is bliss, you know.
Yet there is one thing being said which I think you should know. Your friends may not venture to tell you.
Indeed, you arouse my curiosity.
It is being said that you have no right to the living. That you were appointed by some mistake or fraud.
Is it indeed? No, I hadn't heard it. May I ask if you heard it from your father?
Well, he told me, yes. But he also said that he didn't believe part of it.
He thinks me not guilty of fraud, then?
No.
I'm much obliged to him.
Oh, you're angry with me, I can see. But I have one more thing to say.
Please continue.
I am told that the fewer enemies you make, the more quietly you live. The greater the chance will be of your staying here when the mistake is found out.
The mistake? What mistake?
Oh, please, I shan't trouble you again. I only want you to know that those who have cause to dislike you, I don't mean my father, feel that you're playing into their hands and will use all the disagreements as weapons against you when the time comes.
Really? And may I ask who my ill wishers are?
I don't think their names matter.
Then at least may I ask why I am indebted to you for this warning?
I thought it a pity you should fall into a trap unwarned. And I thought your friends would not warn you.
I quite agree with you. My friends wouldn't believe the story.
Perhaps not.
I am astonished that you did. I am astonished that you should have believed anything so absurd, Miss Bonamy.
I suppose I should say I'm sorry I told you, but I'm not. It's better you should hear it like this than from others.
I hope never to hear of this nonsense again.
You will. I'll go now. But you will hear it again, and remember what I have said.
Mr. Cloud to see you, Miss Laura.
Oh, show him in, Susan.
I didn't know you had a visitor. Good day, Rector.
Miss Laura won't mind entertaining two clerics at once, will you, Laura?
Oh, of course not. Do sit down, Mr. Claude.
Thank you, I mustn't stay.
I'm glad you've turned up at this particular moment, Claude. I want your opinion. Miss Laura says that I'm pauperizing the town by giving too much away.
Now, if you're half as generous at our bazaar on the 10th, you'll do twice as much good.
Or half as much evil.
If you like.
Any success the bazaar may have will be entirely the result of your efforts, not mine.
Thank you.
Would you think those very small hands could turn out so much needlework, Claude?
Miss Hammond is very accomplished. Were you asking my opinion about parish expenditure?
To be sure.
Well, there is one pensioner I think you'd do well to strike off your list.
Who's that?
The gentleman at the Bull and Staff.
Bull and Staff? I don't know any such gentleman.
I think you know Felton.
Felton? The valet? Yes, I know him, but I didn't know he lived at the Bull and Staff. Not much of a place, is it?
Very nearly the worst public house in the town.
Oh, really? I'll speak to him about it.
I should speak to him about getting drunk, too. He's drunk every day, but Saturday, when he comes and pulls a long face at you over a clean neckcloth.
Who is this man? I don't know anyone called Felton.
Protégé of the rector's. Ask him if you want to know.
He's a servant of Lord Dinmore's, Miss Laura.
You might also ask the rector why he finds Felton board and lodging free, gratis, and for nothing.
That's my business, Claude.
Mr. Claude. Stephen, why are you being so horribly rude to Mr. Lindo? And why are you both so angry?
I have no idea why Mr. Claude has begun this subject, Laura. Perhaps I'd better say good evening to him.
Oh, must you? You won't forget the bazaar.
Of course not. Good night.
Well, which is it to be, Laura?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. Is it to be him or me? You must choose.
Who said my choice was limited to you, too? Who said I should have to choose at all?
Oh, Laura, don't play with me. Don't torture me. I'm a man. Is he more? Is he as much? I love you with all my heart. I've loved you since the first moment I saw you. Will you throw me over because he's a little richer, because I'm a curate and he's the rector? God help me, Laura. I thought you loved me a little.
Stephen, you don't need to speak to me like that.
Do you mean you...
Please, give me a little time. I want to think something out.
No, I want your answer now.
You must hear me, Stephen. I know people think I'm a sticky little doll, but I do have feelings. I do care for you, Stephen.
Oh, my darling.
No, do listen. You see, I'll tell you, though I wouldn't tell anyone else. Mr. Lindo hasn't made any proposal to me. I've no reason to think he's fond of me at all.
Then why?
Don't think badly of me for saying this, Stephen. I wouldn't marry Mr. Lindo because he's a rector with a living and a position. Oh, I did flirt with him at first, but then I realized how stupid I was being.
I was so jealous, so bitter.
But all the same, I wouldn't marry a curate. Not even you. Well, you see, to marry a curate would be a failure for a girl like me. I've held my head rather high and stood by and seen other girls married. And if I married a curate now, well, do you understand?
I think so.
And despise me? Well, you must. But I think you should know me as I am.
Yes.
Now, I'll say this to you. Win a living, and I'll marry you. If you can't, then I can't.
You marry me on the day I obtain a living.
Yes.
Laura. Oh, Laura. No, you shan't escape. I shall kiss you as I've wanted to kiss you so long, Laura.
Stephen, don't. Oh, you frighten me. Darling Stephen.
And you promise?
I promise.
Claude?
Damn.
Are you there? May I come in?
Confound it. Just a moment, Rector. Yes, come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you in your lodgings. I see you're busy.
No, just sorting some papers. I'm afraid our encounter this evening was unfortunate. I was out of sorts.
Oh, don't trouble yourself about it. That isn't why I called. I came to tell you the news.
What news?
Why, Bonham served me with a writ. At this hour of the night, too. A writ for trespass in driving out those wretched sheep.
Oh.
And it's in the Queen's Bench Division of the High Court of Justice and all the rest of it.
Well, what will you do?
Oh, fight, of course. That's why I came to see you. Now, didn't you tell me you knew the Archdeacon's lawyers in Birmingham?
Why, yes. Won't you sit down? It's much warmer over by the fire.
Oh, no, I'm in haste. Just write the address down for me like a good fellow.
Yes.
Any scrap of paper will do.
Yes. Let me see. Yeah. No. There you are. Yes, they may be trusted, I think.
Oh, thank you. I'll write tonight as soon as I can get back. Now, I'll leave you to your work. Don't sit up too late over that mass of papers.
I won't. Good night.
Good night.
Oh. And all for nothing. There's not a line in these letters to convict him. All my pains for nothing. How am I to get them back?
Oh, it is jolly decent to see you, Cousin Jack. Why don't you come often and often, though it is so dull here?
Work, my dear, work. But I thought I'd slip down and see you and Kate and my friend Lindo. I didn't expect to hear the old man had been putting his foot in things, though.
Well, he has, as we told you. No end.
And yet he's the best of fellows. Don't you like him?
I did. Kate did too, didn't you?
Oh, of course.
And you don't now?
Well, not so much. He's too big a swell for us now.
Oh, Daintree means that my father and Mr. Lindo have not got on well lately.
Hardly, if it comes to serving a writ.
So, of course, we've seen very little of him.
Oh, that's all, is it? Well, no doubt he's found his own friends.
Who has?
Mr. Lindo, Papa.
Ah, you know him, I think, Jack.
Why, yes, sir. We were at college together. He's one of my best friends.
Indeed. I hadn't realized that. No, I dare say in private life he's not an objectionable man.
Oh, quite the reverse. Why do you say that?
Because in public life, I dislike him.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know him much in that capacity, you see, though it happens that I was the first person who congratulated him on his promotion when he told me of the offer of the living.
Did he indeed?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going over to see him. He dines late, I expect.
Mr. Lindo does everything that is fashionable.
What do you think you're doing?
Who's that?
I've called to see Mr. Lindo.
Oh, what a start you gave me. I am Mr. Lindo's curate. I was putting back some parish papers.
So I saw. I'm afraid your nerves are a little out of order.
I was startled. Yes, I'll just lock the cupboard and then I'll leave you to yourself. But I'm afraid if you wish to see the rector, you may be disappointed. He was to spend the evening at Mrs. Hammond's. He may not be back before midnight.
Then I must call another time.
If I see him first, may I give him any message or your name?
You might say Jack Rowley called.
Mr. Rowley, yes. Well, you'll be certain to see him tomorrow if you go to the bazaar at the assembly rooms.
Really? Then I'll make a point of going.
Do have some more tea, Archdeacon.
Thank you, Mrs. Hammond, but I feel I've really had enough after that excellent cup at the bazaar.
Oh, wasn't it a success?
Indeed, yes. I think we may have taken £100 or more.
Yes. So you see, Mamma, we didn't wear our eyes out over those tablecloths for nothing.
Oh, I never imagined we would, my dear. I only cautioned you not to work in a bad light. For it's such a disfigurement to a girl to have to wear spectacles. Don't you agree, Archdeacon?
Oh, I do. I always say that a lady's bright eyes are her fairest jewels. Yes, now, now what is the phrase I'm looking for?
Lord Dinmore, madam.
Good heavens alive!
Why, Lord Dinmore, this is most kind of you. What a pleasant surprise.
How do you do? Well, you all look very festive here. Right.
We've been at a church bazaar, Lord Dinmore. I think you should have been there to patronise it. We didn't know you were in the country, but we sent you a card.
Never heard a word of it.
But you must have got the card. I sent it to you at the hall.
Never set eyes on it. Did you, Archdeacon? Looking very well.
I may say the same of you, my lord. You had good sport?
Oh, capital. But it won't last my time. In 2 years, there won't be a head of buffalo in the States. Oh, by the way, saw your nephew.
My nephew?
Yes, had him up to dinner in Kansas City. Good fella, very good fella.
But, Lord Dinmore, you must be thinking of someone else. I haven't got a nephew.
No? Oh, it must have been the Deans, or perhaps it was old Canon Frampton's. Anyway, it was a good fella. Excellent fella.
There have been changes in the parish since you were here. Poor Mr. Williams is gone.
Yes, to be sure. Poor old chap. He was a friend of my father's. Now you're a friend of mine, in his place. Oh, I remember now. Yeah. I meant to see Lindo before I called here.
Oh, I'm expecting him every minute.
Yeah? Oh,
yes.
Capital. He's a good fella now, isn't he? Sure you ought to be obliged to me for sending you such a cheery soul.
Oh, indeed, yes.
He's not so very old. Well, not too old. Miss Laura. Young for his years.
If you like to put it that way.
Mr. Lindo, ma'am.
I'm afraid I scarcely deserve any tea. I'm so late.
Lord Dinmore is here. I don't think you've seen him.
Oh, well, I have been looking forward for a long time to this meeting, Lord Dinmore.
To be sure. Pleased to meet you.
Have you just returned to England?
Came back last Saturday night. Where's Lindo? Why didn't he show up? Thought I heard someone say he was here.
Lord Dinmore...
But this is...
What? Where's she? You're not one of his curates. Made a mistake then, I beg your pardon. But where is he?
This is the rector, Lord Dinmore.
Oh, no. I mean the old rector. My old friend.
Oh, he's forgotten Mr. Williams is dead.
Nothing of the kind, dear lady. Bless me soul, do you think I don't know whom I present to my own livings? Thought this gentleman was Lindo's curate, that's all.
I'm afraid we are at cross purposes, Lord Dinmore. I am not my own curate because, if I may say so, I am myself, Reginald Lindo, whom you were kind enough to present to this living.
To Clavisham?
Yes.
You say you're Reginald Lindo?
Well, certainly I am.
Then, sir, I say certainly you are not. What do you mean by saying that you are? Huh? What do you mean by it?
Good Lord...
Who are you, sir? Answer me that.
I think you must be mad, Lord Dinmore. I am as certainly Reginald Lindo as you are yourself.
But who made you rector of Clavisham?
The bishop on your presentation.
That's quite true, my lord.
It's a lie. I presented a man nearly 3 times his age to here, man of 60. It's an old friend of mine. Oh, promised him the living years ago. Well, if this man has letters of presentation, I didn't give them to him.
Lord Dinmore, you will answer for these insinuations. If there has been an error, the fault was not mine.
An error, you call it, do you? Well, let me tell you.
Lord Dinmore...
One moment, Lord Dinmore, if you please.
What?
If there has been a mistake, I fully believe it is not our young friend's fault. A few questions will make it clear.
Oh, well, I'll ask your questions then. He won't answer them.
I think he will. Now, Mr. Lindo. Here's Mr. Claude. just at the right moment.
Do I interrupt? Shall I go?
No, please stay. Lord Dinmore, this is Mr. Lindo's curate. He may be able to help us. First, my lord, to whom did you intend to present the living?
My old friend, Reginald Lindo.
His address?
Huh? East End of London. Somewhere. I remember now. St. Gabriel's Aldgate.
He was my uncle. He died a year ago, last October.
He died?
Yes, died. Your lordship keeps a watchful eye on your friends, it seems.
Good heavens. Dear. Oh, yes. I remember now. I had heard. There was a letter came when we were in camp. We had some Indian trouble, moved on, forgot about it, I suppose. Oh, dear.
My uncle died a year before the presentation was offered me by your solicitors.
Lord help us. You are a clergyman, I suppose?
You insult me, Lord Dinmore.
Oh, you're a fine one to talk of insults. And you in my living, without a shadow of title to it.
Excuse me, I think I can answer for Mr. Lindo. There.
Yes, Mr. Claude?
When Mr. Lindo came here, I expected an older man. He happened to mention that he'd lost an uncle of the same name, and it occurred to me then that it was just possible there might have been a mistake. But I'm sure that he had no suspicion of the kind himself.
Nonsense! Is it possible that he had none if you had?
Is it possible that a man who had his dear friend's death announced to him should forget the news in a year and think of him as still alive?
You scoundrel, you puppy. You're going to give up my living?
No.
No?
If you had treated me differently, my answer might have been different. Now, though the mistake was yours, you've accused me of fraud. You've dared to ask me whether I am a clergyman, though I have been ministering to the people in this parish for months. You've insulted me grossly, and so have put it out of my power to resign.
But I order it.
I acknowledge no authority in you. I am subject to the bishop and him only.
Give me my hat. Let me get out before I swear. Oh, I've never been so insulted in my life. Never. Now, let me get out.
Oh, Lord Dinmore.
Well, what an old bear.
Oh, dear.
This is a very strange business, very. Perhaps, Rector, we should have a little talk.
I think I'd better go. You'll excuse me, I'm sure, Mrs. Hammond.
Of course.
Good night.
Poor young man. I'm absolutely sure he knew nothing about it.
And so am I.
It is difficult not to think so. And yet I fear he will be forced to resign.
Oh, surely not.
Lord Dinmore is a very opinionated man, and he has strong feelings about the Cleversham living. I wonder if you know, Claude. Perhaps I should not say this, but we're all friends here. I wonder if you know how near you were to having the living.
I?
Yes. I believe only one thing stood between you and it.
And that was?
A promise. The Earl's promise to his old friend that he should have this living. But for that, he would have kept the resolution he'd made that in future he would give his living to the curate, wherever the latter had been 2 years at least in the parish, and stood well with it.
As Mr. Claude does.
So now, if anything should happen to Lindo, you would drop into it. Well, perhaps I've said too much and should take myself off before I commit more indiscretions.
Yeah, I'll come with you if I may. Good night, Mrs. Hammond.
Good night.
Laura.
Good night, Stephen.
Good night.
Oh, poor Mr. Lindo, the pity of it. Think of the income, and such a house as it is.
It is a nice house.
That wretched old man, it was all his own fault. Oh, I think he's half mad.
And there's the view from the drawing-room windows.
He ought to be ashamed of himself.
And the hall, with a Persian rug or two, it would be as good as an extra room.
What hall? Oh, at the rectory.
Of course.
Upon my word, Laura.
Heard it all now, Bonamy, and I've heard what you've got to say about that scoundrel Felton. So we've got a clear case. Now then, what's to be done? You want to take counsel's opinion?
No, my lord. I mean that I don't think I can act for your lordship in this matter.
Not act?
I have explained, my lord, that I have been constantly opposed to this young man, but my opposition has been of a public nature, and, on principle, I'm unwilling that he or anyone else should think that private interest has had any part in my opposition.
But damn it, you served him with a writ.
I'm afraid I cannot make my reasons clearer.
You realize that you're throwing away a share of my work?
I do, my lord.
And I suppose you'll act for the other side.
I shall not act professionally for anyone.
Oh, well, then you're a damned quixotic fool. That's all I have to say. Oh. Jenkins! Jenkins! Where's Madame Courage?
Still here, Jack? I'm surprised at that.
Why, sir?
Well, I mean, I wonder why you're not at the rectory, advising your friend how to keep out of jail.
What?
What on earth do you mean, sir?
I mean that he's in considerable danger of going there.
Oh, no.
There's been a scene at Mrs. Hammond's. Lord Dinmore turned up there and met him, denounced him as an impostor, and swore he'd never presented him for the living.
My goodness, who told you, Papa?
Never you mind, young lady. What's more, Lord Dinmore has evidence that Mr. Lindo has been paying a man a certain sum each week to keep his mouth shut.
How much?
It's not true. Who told Lord Dinmore about this?
I did, in fact.
Oh, how could you? How could you betray him? Even if it's true, there must be a good reason.
Kate.
Oh, don't cry, Katie. Please, dear.
This is rather a wild tale, isn't it, sir?
I can't answer for it, but there's no doubt of one thing, that Lindo was appointed in error. Daintree, fetch me my slippers, as a good girl. Oh, no, get me a candle and take them to my room. Time I was in bed. And you.
Yes, Papa, but poor Kate.
Oh, Jack will talk to her. Come along.
Kate. Kate. Is there no hope for me, then?
No, Jack, but he doesn't care for me.
No, quietly. There's a dear girl. I'll tell you what. I think I'll go round and see him.
Oh, not about...
No, of course not. But he's in trouble. I ought to be with him. Will you tell Uncle in case I'm late?
My dear Jack, I'd ask you to sit down and have some whiskey, but I don't know whether I should. Lord Dinmore says it isn't mine, even the decanter.
I should take a chance on that, and I'll have mine neat. Thanks. Good health. Now, I want to help you as a barrister. Of course, your bona fides at the time you accepted the living is the point of importance. You didn't see the solicitors, the Earl's people, did you?
No.
So their letters conveyed all you knew of the living and the offer?
Exactly.
May I see them?
They're here, in the cupboard. I made them into a packet and put them away soon after I came. They've been here ever since. Here you are.
Let me see. Dates. Good. Number 1. I think that's the letter you showed me. Hello? How's this?
What?
You've torn off the latter part of this letter. Now why?
I never did that.
Certain?
Quite. I remember arranging and endorsing the packet. The letter was intact then. I read each one through.
Have you ever shown the letters to anyone?
Never.
Think.
Well, I do remember now that soon after I came here, a man broke in and ransacked this cupboard.
A burglar? Was he caught?
No, or rather, yes. But my curate caught him, but let him go as it was his first offence.
Well, sounds an extraordinary story to me, but...
Jack, what a fool I've been. Good heavens, what a fool I've been.
About the letter?
No. Jack, I want you to give a message to your cousin, Miss Bonamy.
Yes?
Will you tell her? I'm sorry I misjudged her a little while ago. Oh, she'll understand, and behaved so ungratefully to her.
Yes, I'll tell her.
And you, Jack. I can't express to you how good I think it was of you to come here tonight.
Nonsense, I've done nothing. Oh, which reminds me, what about my uncle's writ? Have you put it in a lawyer's hands?
Yes, Turner and Gray of Birmingham. Claude gave me their name.
Well, I'd better settle it for you, I think.
Oh, you're more than kind, Jack. Now, where did I put their address? Claude wrote it down for me on a scrap of paper. Yes. Here it is.
No, thanks. Where did you say you got this address?
From Claude.
And where did he write it down for you?
Where? At his lodgings. Why? Is it important?
It very well might be. May I take this with me?
Certainly.
Good night, old chap.
Good night, Jack.
Mr. Lindo, Daintree told me you were here.
Oh, Kate, don't let's waste words. You got my message from Jack.
Yes, and it made me very happy.
I felt I must come personally, however. I owe you a very deep apology for my rude thanklessness.
Please, don't say any more about it.
I've been very stupid, very blind. When I first came down to Clavisham, when we travelled down together, I thought things were going to be very different. It has been my fault that my path has been a rough one. I see now how wrong I've been. Will you tell your father that, for me? Although he is acting for Lord Dinmore.
But he isn't.
Not acting? Why? Do you know?
No, he tells us very little. But I don't think he is such a bad friend to you as you suppose.
Oh, I'm glad. Very. The Archdeacon thinks I ought to resign. Do you?
Oh, how can I judge?
But you must have heard more than I have. Now tell me what you think, Kate.
I think you should judge for yourself and not depend on anyone's advice. Try to do right according to your conscience. I shouldn't talk to a clergyman like this, should I?
Yes, if he hasn't the sense to follow his own teachings. Oh, very well. I shall use this advice to better purpose than the last you gave me.
Mr. Lindo, will you...
What? Anything?
Not anything, just come and tell me what you have decided.
I promise that. Faithfully.
Morning, Claude. And may I congratulate you?
Congratulate? On what?
Why, haven't you heard about the rector?
No? What of him?
He's resigning, that's what. What? Lindo's going to resign at once.
He's changed his mind, then?
That's right. Talking big, defying the Earl, all the rest of it. But he's singing a different song now, it seems. Ah, here comes the Archdeacon. Now we'll hear the facts. Good morning, Archdeacon. And what's the news?
Good morning, Dr. Gregg. Ah, Mr. Claude, I was on my way to see you. Well, I see we're almost at the library. Shall we step into the reading room and have a word? It should be quiet at this time of day. I always find when I drop in to glance at the gentlemen. Well, now, I have some good news for you, Mr. Claude. I saw Lord Dinmore yesterday.
Indeed? Did you?
You heard that Mr. Lindo has resigned the living.
I heard just now.
Frankly, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But having said that, Mr. Claude, I'll come to a pleasanter matter. I'm happy to say that Lord Dinmore has authorized me to offer the living to you.
To me?
I'm glad the living has not gone to a stranger. Ah, Mr. Bonamy, you've heard the news?
I have. And as People's Warden, I object to Mr. Claude's appointment.
Oh, bless me, what do you mean?
What I say.
What objection can you have?
It's rather a curious story. When Mr. Lindo first heard that his title for the living was in question, he referred to the letters containing the offer.
I see.
From the time of his arrival until now, they've never passed out of his keeping, to his knowledge. Nevertheless, when he referred to these letters kept in a locked cupboard in his library, he found that the first in date had been mutilated.
What has this to do with me?
In a moment you shall see. Mr. Claude, did you supply the rector with the name of a firm of solicitors?
I did.
And gave him their address?
Certainly.
This is what you wrote?
Yes. But what has this to do with objecting to my appointment?
Just this, Mr. Claude. The address is written on the reverse side of the very piece of paper which is missing from Mr. Lindo's letters. And I should like to hear from you how you came into possession of it.
What? I think you'd better tell us, Mr. Claude.
I don't know. The rector must have given me the paper.
He is sure he did not.
You don't mean to charge me with stealing it, I suppose?
To be quite candid, I do.
On what evidence?
Jack, come over here, please. Here is my nephew, gentlemen. Will you kindly tell the Archdeacon what you have told me?
It is only this, Archdeacon. When I went to call on the rector the other night in his library, I saw Mr. Claude replace something which looked like a packet of papers in a cupboard.
Oh, that's a lie.
I thought he seemed strangely upset when I spoke. Afterwards, I found out indirectly from the rector that he had no business at that cupboard, which contains only private papers.
Well, perhaps you'll explain that, Mr. Claude.
It's all a lie. It's a plot against me. They're all in it. Barnaby and Linda and this man.
I can hardly believe that.
Well then, believe what you like.
Who is it? I can't see you.
Laura.
Oh, Stephen. Why, you're drenched. What a terrible night. Come in.
I want to speak to you, Laura.
Oh, do take that coat off. You'll catch your death of cold. Oh, your poor hands. What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, everything. Everything. I've been walking about all day since morning.
Oh, you look so wild and strange. Let me get you some brandy.
No, Laura. I'm leaving Clavisham.
Leaving?
Yes, tomorrow. I've been within a hair's breadth of getting the living, and I've lost it. Through my own fault, I know that. I've been foolish, worse than foolish. I've been found out, that's all.
Oh, Stephen,
Laura.
I'm so sorry, so sorry.
Have you no more to say than that?
What more do you want?
If you don't know, I can't teach you.
You've no right to say that. You remember our agreement.
You intend to keep to it?
Of course.
And that's all you have to say to me?
Yes, all. Except that I wish you well. I shall always wish you well, of course.
Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Laura.
My dear girl, what is it?
He's lost the living. He's going away tomorrow.
Stephen? And you let him go?
Yes.
You little fool.
Don't call me names.
I call you a fool because you are one. Stephen Claude may not be much of a clergyman or of a man either, from what I've seen of his behaviour to the rector. But whatever he may be, he is the man you love.
Don't.
Oh, yes. Even your stupid old mother can see that. Oh, I blame myself very much in this. I've brought you up to be worldly and foolish, and a fine job I seem to have made of it. Well, my eyes are open now, and I tell you, Laura, to think again, or your life will be ruined.
I shan't.
Believe me, you will. Now, send for Stephen, Laura. Tell him you'll go with him, that you don't care whether he's a curate or a bishop. But he has faults, and so have you. Perhaps you can learn to cure them together.
I can't change my mind now. I won't send for him.
I think you will, my dear. I think you will.
Can't you play something more cheerful, Daintree?
No, because I'm miserable. Oh, Kate, what shall we do when he's gone?
Who? Oh, you mean Jack?
Of course. But you never did care for Jack.
Now, you have no right to say that. I think Jack's one of the kindest, most generous men I know.
Oh, I never thought you felt like that.
Perhaps I didn't a little while ago. I know him better now.
Do you remember when he saw us off at Paddington and brought you Their Wedding Journey to read and you didn't want it?
Yes.
Perhaps he meant it as a sort of hint.
Daintree, if you don't stop chattering nonsense this minute, I shall be very angry with you. Now, go off to the schoolroom and write out some French verbs. I want to be by myself.
Well, you won't be, because I can see Mr. Lindo walking up to our door.
What?
Your hair's quite tidy.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Lindo. Kate's in there if you want to see her.
Yes, I do, Daintree, very much. Kate.
Good morning. I'm afraid my father is not in.
I came to see you. You've heard the news, I suppose?
Yes, and I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm sorry now that when you...
Asked for advice?
Yes. I'm sorry I presumed to give it.
Oh, that's a pity, for I've come to ask for it again. You won't refuse, will you?
Well, I think I must. I know nothing of business.
This has nothing to do with business.
Oh, well...
I'll make it as short as I can. And it will help me a little if I put it in the third person.
But I don't...
Once, Kate, there was a man. Young, keen, and successful. So successful that others envied him. Who came to know a girl, and from the moment of knowing her, to admire her. She was not only beautiful, but from the first meeting he thought he saw in her the qualities all men want to see in the woman they love.
Oh, I think...
Stay where you are. This man was weak. He'd had little experience in his new field of work and thought himself of greater importance than he was. He had plenty of opportunities of meeting this girl, but his head was turned and he moved away from her to others. He acted badly, in fact, and he got his reward. And finally, he lost his grand position and found himself where he'd started, as a poor curate.
Yes.
Then, of all times, he found out for certain that he loved this girl, and that he could imagine no greater honor or happiness than to have her for his wife. Well, look at me, Kate. Will you tell me what he should do? Should he ask her to forgive him, or should he go away?
Won't my advice come a little late?
Oh, Kate. Oh, my darling girl.
Oh, you mustn't. Oh, yes, do.
Oh, Kate.
Well, upon my word.
Oh, Papa.
Sir,
pray don't disturb yourselves for me.
The fact is, sir, I have just asked Kate to be my wife.
And I was just going to say I would.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, you have surprised me.
You'll give your consent, then?
Well, I really can see no reason for withholding it. No, on the whole, I cannot see one.
Oh, thank you, Papa.
When I saw you here, Mr. Lindo, I imagined you'd come to tell Kate your news.
Oh, well, I'd not quite got around
What
to that.
news, Papa?
I saw Lord Dinmore just now.
Oh, what did he say?
He told me something which Mr. Lindo already knows. It seems that his lordship's mind has been considerably altered by an account he's just heard of Mr. Lindo's conduct on the night of the mine disaster.
I only did my duty.
Your duty in this case seems to have consisted of descending Bear Hill Mine by temporary lifting gear to workings 2,000 feet below the surface, where you remained all night by the side of a dying man in a spot where you might have been killed at any moment by a further explosion.
Oh, but you never told us.
Mr. Lindo never told anybody, apparently. He merely arrived late for church. The manager of the collieries just made his report to Lord Dinmore, who owns the Bear Hill mines, of course. Lord Dinmore is what one might call a sporting man, with a great admiration for bravery.
And it was brave indeed.
Perhaps you'd like to tell Kate the form his lordship's admiration took Lindo.
Well, Kate, he offered me the country living of Pocklington in Oxfordshire.
Worth about 500 a year, I think. The vicar of Pocklington will take over the living here.
And you never told me. You let me think you were going to be a poor curate, you said.
And it made no difference to you, Kate.
Of course not.
Well, I may say I foretold this. I always said this young man would introduce great changes in the parish, and he's done it. He has fulfilled my words to the letter.
In The New Rector, Jeremy Clyde played the part of Reginald Lindo, and Gabriel Wolfe was Stephen Clode. Mrs. Hammond was played by Cecile Chevreau, Laura Hammond, Alexa Romanis. Jack Rowley, David Enders, Mr. Bonamy, Wilfrid Babbage, Kate Bonamy, Mary Chester, Daintree Bonamy, Pat Pleasance. Dr. Gregg, Roger Delgado, Mrs. Baxter, Marjorie Forsyth, Felton, Louis Stringer, the Archdeacon, James Thomason, Lord Dinmore, Hayden Jones. The pianist was Arthur Tatler. The novel, by Stanley Weyman, was dramatized for radio by Molly Hardwick and produced by Graham Gould. The play will be repeated on Monday afternoon on Radio 4 at 3:15. Jeremy Clyde is now appearing in Conduct Unbecoming at the Queen's Theatre, London.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Blossomed Hours and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters. We present Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the first and strongest impression Chesterton makes upon us is of a warm, buoyant, life-loving character, and that quality determined his whole career as essayist, poet, novelist, and public speaker. His family background was of that old, prosperous, self-respecting middle class in England, deferential toward the aristocracy, but with no dream of entering it, and quite satisfied with its superiority to the class below. In his pungent style, Chesterton describes it as the class in which nobody was any more likely to drop an H than to pick up a title. He tells of screaming in early childhood for a hat hanging on a peg, and finally exclaiming, "If you don't give it me, I'll say at." That, the child felt, would bowl over his relatives for miles around. Thus the middle class was well educated. Chesterton's father was deeply read in English literature and early initiated his son in that field. His father conducted a modest but successful real estate business, which had been carried on with universal respect by his ancestors for several generations. The word respectable, Chesterton says, now given derogatory meaning, has been replaced by the word adventure in application to business, and he thinks that marks the contrast of the Victorian epoch with our plutocratic commercialism. His mother's family had a French surname, with the tradition that it came from a French soldier of the Revolutionary Wars who had remained in England. On the other side, his mother was descended from the Keiths of Aberdeen, and that Scotch element in his ancestry took romantic hold of Chesterton's boyish mind, as it does with all who have that background. Of his maternal grandfather, he says, he had been one of the old Wesleyan lay preachers and was thus involved in public controversy, a characteristic which has descended to his grandchild. He was also one of the leaders of the early teetotal movement, a characteristic which has not. He quotes two sayings of this grandfather, both of which characterize Chesterton's own permanent view of life. Once when his sons were ridiculing convention, he said, they talk a lot about fashion, but fashion is civilization." On another occasion, when the younger generation was lightly tossing about the pessimism of youth, the old man said, "I should thank God for my creation if I knew I was a lost soul." His grandfather's last statement expresses what Chesterton calls, toward the close of his autobiography, the chief idea of my life. That is, the idea of taking things with gratitude and not taking things for granted. The aim of life is appreciation. There is no sense in not appreciating things, and there is no sense in having more of them if you have less appreciation of them. Both the happy hedonists and the unhappy pessimists were not in touch with this particular notion of having a great deal of gratitude even for a very little good. That is the central idea running through Chesterton's whole life, which he found completely realized only in the Mother Church of Christendom, explaining to him why the wide wandering ship of his life found final port in that harbor. He was born in 1874 in Kensington and baptized in the Anglican Church of St. George opposite the large waterworks tower. That tower, which caught his child imagination, was to figure in one of his humorous allegorical stories later on. His earliest memory, he tells us, was of a toy theater made by his father, who had many hobbies to round out his workaday life. It contained a man with a golden key crossing a bridge to a castle, a symbol Chesterton completes as the god with the golden key in the concluding chapter of his life story. With his usual stimulating paradox, Chesterton argues that modern educators are wrong in regarding the child as living in a world of make-believe. He holds the child world to be the one world of absolute clarity and reality. It is the man who has his head in the clouds. Thus he insists he was all there in childhood, and his life's conclusion after many wanderings was return to that reality. Also, he believes educators are wrong in holding the children dislike stories with a didactic Sanford and Merton moral. He insists they do like them, and that it is right that they should. Chesterton's school days at St. Paul's in Hammersmith are narrated in a chapter characteristically entitled, How to Become a Dunce. Nevertheless, while the chief feeling among his associates was shame at displaying any ability, he won a prize for a poem, learned much from his comrades, and got more equipment for life than he acknowledges or perhaps recognized. While his fellows went to college, he was transferred to the Slade Art School with the hope that he would become a painter. Though showing some ability in that field, it was not to be his career, as his literary ability and interest early asserted itself. Meantime, he was going through all the spiritual doubts and pessimistic questioning characteristic of the time when science was undermining so many foundations of belief. He dabbled in spiritualism for a time, but found no answer there. His makeshift solution was that mere existence was extraordinary enough to be exciting. Anything was magnificent compared to nothing. He came out of the period of doubt resolved to write against the then popular pessimists. In that mood, his early poems were written and published with his father's help in the volume The Wild Night. It was favorably reviewed, giving him as poet his first literary recognition. Then his long review of a book on Stevenson brought the friendship of lovers of that master, and the crown came when the Macmillan firm asked him to write a book on Browning for the English Men of Letters series. He says whimsically that his book was on love, liberty, and poetry, with occasional references to Browning, but it was well received. He was thus launched as man of letters before he became controversial journalist. Meantime, his interest in political affairs was awakening, and he was groping toward a local type of patriotism, reluctantly calling himself a socialist because he could not be an imperialist. He believed in the right of small groups and peoples to enjoy their liberties without being subject to the control of greedy empires. These ideas were clarified by the breaking out of the South African War, in which Chesterton's sympathies were wholly with the Boers, but equally opposed to the pacifists. It was through his attitude on the Boer War that he came to know Hilaire Belloc, who held similar views, and the closest friendship of Chesterton's life was formed. His growing interest in political affairs took him into the field of journalism with a series of articles in The Speaker. Then came the purchase of the Daily News by the pro-Boer liberals, and Chesterton wrote a weekly article for that paper through many years. Later, his brother Cecil founded the Eyewitness, subsequently called the New Witness, to expose and attack political corruption, as in the Marconi case and the sale of peerages. Chesterton wrote for it constantly and edited it while his brother was fighting in France and after Cecil's death in the World War. With his spirit of local patriotism, Chesterton had vivid sympathy for Irish nationalism. He says, "It is to me a considerable satisfaction to think that I've always felt it the first duty of a real English patriot to sympathize with the passionate patriotism of Ireland, that I expressed it through the worst times of her tragedy and have not lost it in her triumph." Chesterton thinks his success in journalism was due to the fact that he never wrote anything suitable to any of the papers for which he was writing. He means that for various political papers, he was writing charming literary and humorous essays and stories, which the readers found a delightful relief from the conventional material furnished them. He was thus distinctly the man of letters working as journalist. This is evidenced by the successful publication in book form of numerous volumes of his articles under such titles as All Things Considered, Generally Speaking, Come to Think of It. Besides the mass of such work, he wrote biographies portraying Dickens, Stevenson, and St. Francis. His collected poems make a large volume, including a saga of King Alfred and the stirring war poem, The Ballad of St. Barbara. While he did not achieve any great poem, his verse is effective, often humorous or sarcastic, and expresses a wide range of emotion. His production covered novels and detective stories, the best being the Father Brown books, a successful play, and religious writings such as Orthodoxy. An amazing range of work it is. He found time withal for public lecturing, including successful trips to the United States. Chesterton's style is pungent, effective, often scintillating, but it remained journalistic, using many of the careless inaccuracies more characteristic of American than of British journalism. His graver fault is a love of paradox and a yielding to the lure of the epigram. Whole truths never scintillate. The more limited a half-truth is, the easier is it to polish its facets and make them shine brilliantly. This is accentuated in Chesterton because he was temperamentally a controversialist. Thus he is often clever and scintillating rather than sound in balanced wisdom. He stimulates thinking, at times to the point of rejecting his conclusion. Nevertheless, his spirit is always so genial and human that one welcomes the stimulation and forgives the limitation. It is significant that the late written autobiography has less of paradox than the volumes of essays, particularly those from the first half of his career. This shows his serious constructive purpose in telling his life story, especially to reveal the meaning and the development of his faith with the concluding acceptance of the Mother Church of Christendom. Chesterton is modest in estimating his own work. He says, "My real judgment of my own work is that I have spoilt a number of jolly good ideas in my time. It was not the superficial or silly or jolly part of me that made me a journalist. On the contrary, it is such part as I have in what is serious or even solemn. In short, I could not be a novelist because I like to see ideas or notions wrestling naked, as it were, and not dressed up in a masquerade as men and women. But I could be a journalist because I could not help being a..." His religious development is the heart of Chesterton's life story. The Victorian period in which he grew up experienced the breakdown of faiths resulting from the discoveries in science. He describes the world about him as agnostic in religion and pessimistic toward life. To both of these attitudes he was opposed temperamentally and by instinctive faith. The groping for solutions in theosophy, spiritualism, and other cults disgusted him as much as the despairing unbelief. Long before his final solution, he was feeling his way toward it in such books as Heretics and Orthodoxy. He tells of coming upon the sentence in the Common Catechism, "The two sins against hope are presumption and despair." He came to see presumption as the sin of the self-styled optimist, despair as that of the pessimist, while for him the solution lay in accepting the teaching of the only church old enough to be antiquated. Interesting that it was Father O'Connor, upon whom with fictional transformations he based the Father Brown stories, who received him into the Roman Catholic communion in 1922. The closing tender passage of the autobiography returns to the toy theater dream of his childhood. "There starts up again before me, standing sharp and clear as of old, the figure of a man who crosses a bridge and who carries a key, as I saw him when I first looked into fairyland through the window of my father's peep show. But I know that he who is called Pontifex, the builder of the bridge, is also called Claviger, the bearer of the key, and that such keys were given him to bind and loose when he was a poor fisher in a far province beside a small and almost secret sea." Throughout Chesterton's life story and from all his writings, the impression is given of a warmly human, most lovable man, strong in his opinions, sometimes prejudiced, but always seeking truth, and with a faith in life which the negations of his time could not destroy. He was a tenacious friend, a jovial comrade, with a boyish exuberance of merriment. He fought for true liberty and the social justice that preserves it, courageously standing for the unpopular side when his convictions placed him there. He enjoyed life deeply and lived it eagerly till the curtain fell in 1936.
G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters, has been the subject of another program in the series entitled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Walt Whitman, poet of democracy. Copies of tonight's discussion of Chesterton may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company in Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Saturday Night Theatre.
Don't forget the grocery list, Owen. Sure.
Make it a dead cert. Don't forget.
So long, Georgie.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Who was that? What is this grocery list?
Don't you know? That was Major Owen Evans. He only happens to be the son of the new Minister of Munitions.
Well, cut yourself a slice of cake, Major.
We present William Squire as the Minister in Storm Lantern, a play adapted for radio by Morris Mezeyevich from the book by Richard Earl Lloyd George, with Noel Hood as the minister's wife, David Buck as the minister's son, Lawrence Payne as the minister's secretary, and Ira Heath as the minister's statistician. The time is the First World War. Storm Lantern.
Owen! Oh, Owen, darling, how lovely to see you. We sent the car to the station.
I got a lift from London. Well, let me look at you. You're looking well, Mother.
How long is your leave, darling?
I've got a whole week. It was supposed to have started at midnight on the 4th, and I was tangled up with a whole mob going to Victoria when I saw a friendly face with a large, familiar cigar stuck in the middle of it. So I got a lift down.
Oh, that was nice of him.
Well, the place looks wonderful. Oh, what a relief.
Have you eaten, Owen?
Well, I have, but I can always eat again, of course. How's the old man?
Your father's in great form. It started to rain, so he said he'd go out for a walk. But, of course, he's expecting you, and I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Owen! Hello, Jason. How are you? Oh, you're looking well.
You got that in first.
Don't you think he's looking well?
He's looking fine.
Not too thin, but there are lines round there.
I think it suits him. Mrs. Evans, the generals have arrived. I've told them the minister was expecting his son and asked them to wait in the study.
Thank you, Jason.
2 top brass waiting their turn after an infantryman. Now I know I'm at home.
Darling, I think I'll go and arrange about a nice hot bath for you and tea.
Scotch, Owen.
Thanks, Jason. How is Father? Are you keeping him in order?
Oh, nobody can do that, but I'm very, very proud of him.
This new job, munitions.
Yes, he gave up the exchequer for a new ministry. An absolutely unknown quantity, can you imagine it? Giving up the most important post to that of the Prime Minister for a purely technical job which had to be built up from scratch. We started off with a desk and 2 chairs, but later in the day one of the chairs was requisitioned because they said it belonged to another department. Well, how's it going out there?
Well, I'm glad Father's taken over munitions.
It's bad, is it, Owen?
It just doesn't seem to make sense. We've got the men, of course, and we're supposed to be a great industrial power. But how can you explain the awful sense of inadequacy? We're absolutely outclassed. Everything's needed. Howitzers, grenades, machine guns, rifles, barbed wire, trenching kits, shells, landmines, lorries. I've made a whole list here.
Splendid. Let me have that, will you? I can see different handwriting here.
Oh, half the battalion had a hand in this. It's what you might call a petition. You'd better let me have it back. I'll make out a clean copy for you. This was written with a pencil stub in the dugout.
No. It's fine as it is.
Owen, my dear. Oh, it's wonderful to see you. My word, but you've grown tough. Hard as nails. A real man, Jason, eh?
How are you, Father?
He's looking fit, isn't he, sir? I've got the Generals Brewster and Crump in the study for you. I've told them you'll be able to see them later on.
Later, Jason, later. How long?
A week, starting the morning of the 5th.
Splendid. It'll give us a chance to have 1 or 2 talks. Are you feeling tired?
Well, it was very noisy out there.
And most of the noise was being made by them, I suppose. All right, you don't have to tell me.
Excuse me, sir. A special branch man to see you, too, sir. I've told him to wait.
For the moment, perhaps you'd kindly leave us, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's up, Father? Is it really difficult?
There are 2 wars, my boy. And as far as I'm concerned, the principal one is here in Whitehall. General Red Hot Brewster. They get promoted not on merit, but on a basis of senility, seniority. Like cheese, the older they are, the higher. That's Brewster. Crump. Well, Brewster promoted Crump as his second in command. It's been the most ridiculous appointment since Caligula made his horse a proconsul.
What seems to be the trouble?
All the good generals in the past never had enough equipment. They're always complaining about shortage of armament and troops. Our generals are different. They tell me they don't need any more equipment. But do they believe this themselves? Can they possibly believe it? No, but the suggestion originally came from me, a civilian. What an insufferable nerve. What business is it of mine, anyway? The job of government is to provide the war, isn't it?
Do you mean to say that they actually refused equipment?
Can you imagine it, Owen? It's like a soldier refusing a free sample in a maison tolerée. Excuse me.
You mean you can actually supply this stuff and they won't have it?
It's absolutely terrifying. I have to think up schemes to outwit them into accepting more equipment. Oh, but leave this to me. I can handle them.
I'll be praying for you, Father.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but Mr. Owen's bath is now ready, and Mrs. Evans says she will have tea for him as soon as he's had it.
Hello, Jessie.
Oh, welcome home, sir.
Thank you, Jessie.
I think you'd better go, my boy. Don't worry about what we've been discussing. In fact, I think I got a bit of news that might cheer you up.
Good news?
I think so. So does Winston.
For this time.
It's top secret.
I've given my oath of allegiance.
But you talk in your sleep. If you let this one out, you needn't worry about the Germans. I'll personally conduct the firing squad.
Well, it must be something.
Well, for security reasons, we call this thing a tank. It's a mechanized cavalry charger.
Oh, no, that's been thought of before. It won't work. No vehicle on wheels can go through barbed wire, past dugouts and pillboxes.
It doesn't run on wheels.
No? How's it mobile, then?
Well, I can't play guessing games with you about our top secret inventions. Now go along and have your bath. I got a big meeting.
Well, good luck, Father.
Shall I tell the General you're ready, sir? Oh, by the way, this is a grocery list the boy brought home.
Let's have a look.
It's rather crumpled.
Crumpled and not very clean. What's all this different handwriting?
It was written in the dugout by several of Owen's comrades. I'll make a clear copy for the General, shall I?
No. I want this particular piece of crumpled, grimy paper. I suppose this uneven handwriting can't be attributed to shell shock, can it? Mud from the trenches, Jason, eh? No little red stains. I suppose it'd be going a bit too far to experiment with a little red ink. Perhaps not. However, I can trust you to hand it to me at the psychological moment.
Indeed, sir.
How long have they been waiting?
About half an hour, but they're all right. I've explained about Owen, and they've got halfway through a bottle of brandy already.
Well, there's this other chap. He's from Scotland Yard, I believe. Any idea how long it'll take?
Oh, well, perhaps you'd better see him first. The Generals will take up the rest of the evening, won't they?
Yeah, well, tell Chief Detective Inspector Taggart that I can give him 2.5 minutes.
He's just outside, sir. Come in, Inspector.
Thank you.
You have exactly 2.5 minutes. Inspector Taggart, sir. Sit down, will you?
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, now, what's this confidential matter you wish to see me about?
How are you, Mr. Evans?
Taggart.
Aye.
Taggart? Do I know you? There's something familiar.
Aye, you were a young MP and we were going on a midnight expedition into the underworld.
Bless me, Jack the Ripper.
That's right, you've got it now. And my word, what a night.
Here, Inspector, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes.
We never did catch him. I'm sorry it turned out to be a wasted night for you.
Wasted?
Well, we found no trace of the criminal.
I found something all right that night, Inspector. It wasn't altogether a wasted evening. No criminal was caught, and you couldn't find clues of any crime. What about the gin houses, the doss houses, the stinking alleys and grimy cellars, the rickety tenement, disorderly houses and thieves' dens? All this in the capital of the richest country in the world. I set out to investigate a crime that night. I found evidence of 10,000.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't want to keep you. You must be a busy man, Inspector. Now, what do you want to see me about?
This is a security matter, Mr. Evans. We're rather concerned about your safety.
Yes. Now, what is it?
There's a young woman on your staff, a Miss Caroline Bishop. You know her, of course.
What about her?
She joined your staff last March.
If you say so.
A statistical expert, I understand.
Well?
We've just discovered that she's in the inner circle of the militant suffragette movement.
Caroline?
Yes. Now, I don't have to tell you, Mr. Evans, what happened to you in the past. You'll dismiss the girl, won't you? It's dangerous to have her here where she can take a pot shot whenever the mood's on her.
Well, we'll see what a little finesse can do in this situation. A woman is a highly susceptible organism, Taggart.
I don't know what you're up to, sir, but I don't like it.
If you don't know what I'm up to, you don't know whether you like it or not, eh? Now, be a good chap and let me handle it my own way. Now, highly intelligent and capable statisticians are not to be dismissed lightly.
Oh, please be careful.
Capable statisticians are not to be dismissed lightly.
Oh, please be careful, sir.
Yes, it was very friendly of you to call, Inspector.
Oh, good day to you, Inspector. Thank you very much, Mr.
Jason?
Sir.
Before you call these chaps in, have I got my production charts?
They're in your desk, Minister.
Ah, yes, thank you. Now, two things. That little bit of paper.
Do I hand it to you, or does Owen?
Owen, brief him.
Sir.
Now, Jason, tactics. This is a crucial meeting. I'm going to use everything I know to break through their stonewalling tactics. Now, what have you found out?
Brewster.
Brewster.
Nothing in his private life, no vices, no financial involvements. But there is one small thing of interest. Do you know he's afraid of spiders?
General Brewster?
It may sound incredible, but he'd rather face a rhinoceros at full gallop than a spider.
Interesting. All right, I'll try to remember. Now, you've got me the other material I asked for.
Yes, I've put it on your desk. Brewster's second cousin married a man called Thomas Alfred Baverstock, who is a shareholder of Hamilton's, the small arms people. And I've got the names of others.
All right, fetch 'em in. Oh, I hate to use this sort of stuff, but heaven help us, what is there to do?
I'm sure you're right, sir. Gentlemen, the minister will see you now.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I'm sorry you kept waiting.
How do you do, Minister? How's your boy?
Major in the infantry. Splendid, sir.
Now, sit down, gentlemen, sit down.
Oh, there you go.
Now then, I take it we've left our revolvers in the cloakroom.
Yes, I've talked it over with my colleague, Minister. We're quite ready to settle our differences and start a fresh page. After all, there's teamwork called for.
If we all pull together, we'll knock Jerry for 6 feet.
Down.
That's it. Yes, I don't have to remind you, Minister, that we have our boys at the front, too.
There's no need to make any protest about that, General.
We would like to speak very plainly, however.
Splendid.
Now, you've got some figures of our equipment, Minister. Now, before you start firing them at us, let me give you just one statistic that we've computed while we were waiting for you in the study where you made us so very comfortable. Very good. Between us, General Brewster and I have 67 years of military experience.
What my colleague means to say is that we, too, have worked out certain figures of our requirements.
Yes, you see, you must consider, Minister, the question of mobility. Now, in the old days, troops were strengthened with great quantities of protective armor, and armies vied with each other in providing heavier and heavier armor for their soldiers.
And in the end, this defeated the whole purpose of defense by slowing down maneuverability.
Now, gentlemen, I'm not dismissing mobility, maneuverability, and general agility. I don't want to bog you down with unnecessary material, but surely this is not a proposal to equip your cavalry with 15th century armor. But, gentlemen, this has become an engineer's war. All our national genius for inventiveness and organization in the machine age is at your disposal. More than 600 industrial firms have agreed to turn out weapons.
Yes, but
here is the raw material of victory, gentlemen, and we offer it to you to hammer into practical military shape.
But who are these firms, Minister? What do they understand about producing weapons?
They're the top men in the country. Hard-headed manufacturers of commodities ranging from locomotives to sewing machines.
Yes, but they've had no experience producing arms, Minister. We're professional soldiers. We must know that our weapons are up to standard.
Yeah. We can't equip our fighting men with machine guns produced by sewing machine specialists. This war isn't a sewing circle, you know.
Minister, you must appreciate that it is only a selected number of industrial firms who have had the experience to produce weapons to the required standard.
Yes.
I have a list here. Now, these are old traditional firms whose experience goes back some 200 years.
But, General, they made javelins then. If I needed pikes and bows and arrows, I'd be delighted to place an order for them with these fuddy-duddies. What's going on? A favored firm policy? Is there any nasty nepotism going on between the War Office and these ancient armorers? If there is, I'll get to the bottom of it.
Sir, are you suggesting that?
No. I'm not accusing anybody, but every situation which encourages the favored firm's policy spews out its opportunists, its adventurers, and practitioners of corruption.
Go look here, David Ben.
I've been accused of this sort of thing myself, and through very ugly experience I've learned how these things function and create misunderstanding. I'm only telling you all this to explain the dangers of a favored firm policy. It creates jealousy, and jealousy is the father and mother of scandalmongering. When it rains, gentlemen, when the heavens open, we all get wet.
I think you're exaggerating the danger of this, Minister.
Trust my experience, General. You're in my territory now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
Oh, that's all right, my boy. Your intervention might be quite timely. Come in. Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet my son, Owen. General Brewster, Lieutenant General Crump. Now, sit down, my boy. My son was in the tropics when war broke out, and he traveled 3,000 or 4,000 miles to fight in your war, General.
I know your regiment well, young man. They're a credit to us.
He's just come back from the front on leave, and by pure coincidence, he was telling me about the sense of insecurity he felt about German shell fire.
Well, it's just that we feel we'd like to chuck just as much of the stuff back at them.
When Owen heard that I'd been made Minister for Arms Production, his comrades made up a little grocery list. Am I right, Owen?
Grocery list?
You don't happen to have it on you, my boy, do you?
Let me see, Father. Keys, lighter. List of addresses. No, that's not it there. Ah, there it is. Yes, I've got it, Father. There you are.
Ah, yes, it's all that different handwriting. I suppose most of your comrades had a hand in this. Some of this is almost undecipherable. They were written in the front line, weren't they? The word howitzers is written with a very shaky handwriting.
Jackson was suffering from a bit of shell shock, I'm afraid, sir.
Now, what are we going to do about this gentleman, This paper grimy from the mud of the trenches, written with a stub of pencil on a soldier's knee by the light of a guttering candle. Look for yourself.
Quite, yes, sir. Yes. I shall deal with it.
No. Don't file it. I want to keep this little piece of paper. I've got a meeting at the Albert Hall on Sunday, and I'd like to be able to tell the people in that audience that this is the order I've received and to say that the goods shall be delivered. They shall be delivered, gentlemen.
I'll tell Mother you're still engaged for the time being.
You are doing. Well, gentlemen, shall we study these production charts?
We've already seen them.
How many machine guns do you think you need for each battalion, Brewster?
4 as a maximum.
I've marked 16. Now, do you seriously think that this is going to hinder your strategy? No, don't tell me. Before you present me with any arguments, I think I ought to give you the benefit of one piece of strategy that I have acquired in my experience. Now, draw closer, gentlemen. Closer, please.
What's it?
Now, this is what I want to tell you. You're doing this all wrong. Don't you see, if you put in an order for more equipment than I can supply you with, you can always blame me for your defeat.
What?
I'm telling you something that you can use against me. Now, Brewster, how many machine guns do you want to order?
We've based all our tactics on standard weights of equipment, Minister. 4.
When you march, General, go forward, for God's sake.
Yes, sir, we just don't trust those other firms. Do we trust them,
No, for
No,
God's
we don't.
sake, man, you heard my son say we need more shells.
Shells that may explode in our own trenches?
Exactly.
All right. I'm sorry to have to do this. Let me see that list of favored firms, the old faithfuls.
Well, we've given them to you. Here's our copy.
Now, Brewster, you yourself have no personal interest in any of these firms, of course, but do you happen to have a relative called Batherstock?
Tom. Oh, him. Oh, yes. Relative on my wife's side. Let's see, I don't suppose I've seen him for a couple of years or so.
I see the name. Hamilton's listed as one of the firms we've been placing contracts with. Don't you feel it a little indiscreet for your relative to buy shares in that company?
Damn it, man, what's it got to do with me?
How do you think it would sound if there was a rumor to the effect that you resolutely refuse contracts to other firms, but the one in which your wife's relative invests his money is favored by the War Office?
You're a bloody
That's a shame.
wicked
You're a damn well. There's thousands of
Apologize.
shareholders in the Hamiltons. My sister's got shares in them herself.
I'll deal with you in a minute. Now, listen. I know there's not a shred of connection between your favored firm policy and your wife's cousin's husband. But even if you two beat me up so that I have to crawl on my hands and knees to get there, I'll still get up in the house and tear every stitch off your backs.
Apologize.
Now, don't move.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Don't move, it might run up your leg.
What?
A spider.
Oh, no. Oh, well.
Don't flap. It's gone now.
Where?
Sit down, Sam, for goodness sake. Don't you see he's pulled a flanker? There's no spider.
No, Crab, are you
Don't be a
sure?
fool. Sit down, man. He's made a fool.
No.
All right.
Gentlemen, you insisted on 4 machine guns, and I suggested 16. Let's compromise. 20. I'm setting our production targets at the same ratio. 500% increases. You'll have fortnightly reports as to our progress.
All right. But we're placing a firm order for this lot, and if you're late with delivery, we'll nail you to the pole, sir.
I said, don't bother to see me out.
I beg your pardon.
And good day to you, too.
Success, Jason. Agreement. Oh, Jason, what a villain I am. Sometimes I succeed in frightening myself. I worked the spider. Poor old Brewster.
Oh, they deserve it, sir. Congratulations.
Good. Now, another thing, Jason. Caroline Bishop.
Sir.
Why did you engage her?
Well, she had first-class qualifications, sir. Is anything wrong?
Do you know she's a militant suffragette?
Lord, no. Are you sure about that? Good heavens, I'll have to get rid of her at once.
You think she'll want to stick a knife in my back, eh? Was it Charlotte Corday who butchered Mara when he was taking his bath?
Well, I don't necessarily see it taking place on quite such an intimate occasion.
Touché. Anyway, let me have a look at the girl.
I really think you shouldn't take such chances, Minister.
Now, don't worry, my boy. I'll deal with her.
Well, she's been waiting in the anteroom, sir. The young lady, sir.
Thank you, Jason. That'll be all for the moment. Miss Bishop. Sit down, please, young lady. Jason told me that you're an excellent statistician.
Yes, sir.
Send an official memo to the Director General of the Arms Production Committee.
Sir.
I am pleased to inform you that agreement has been reached with the General Staff about our production targets. 500% increases in all categories of weapons to be delivered by yesterday. But earlier will be appreciated.
Oh, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, my dear. It is exciting.
All categories of weapons?
Everyone.
What about ambulances?
Ambulances? We'll send those to Kaiser Willie. I'll settle for guns. No. There's something I'd like to ask you, Miss Bishop. What is your opinion of women's role in the war effort? You know, we've plans to have the young women and housewives working in the factories.
Do you really want to know what I think? I think it's a very fine mess you men have got us all into. And now, I suppose, we're being asked to show our appreciation and loyalty by doing work that we've never been trained to do for wages far below what would be paid to the men. And afterwards, when we've helped to get you out of this mess, we'll be bundled back into the kitchen and the nursery and told that we're not really fitted to have a voice in our future and the future of our children. And then the whole thing will start all over again.
No, my dear, you'll see that it will not be the same. You know, last week I visited the old village where I was brought up. I wandered through the woods familiar to my boyhood. There I saw a child gathering sticks for firewood, and I thought of the hours I spent in the same pleasant and profitable occupation. For I also have been something of a backwoodsman. And here is one experience taught me then, which is of use to me today. I learned as a child it was little use going into the woods after a period of calm and fine weather, for I generally returned almost empty-handed. But after a great storm, I came back with an armful. We are in for rough weather now. We may even be in for a winter of storms. It will rock the forest, break many a withered branch, and leave many a rotten tree turned up by the roots. But when the weather clears, you may depend on it there'll be something brought within the reach of the people that will give warmth and glow to their grey lives, something that will help to dispel the hunger, despair, the oppressions of the wrongs which now chill so many of their hearts. And women, who have so nobly rallied to our help, will share our right to lend their voice in the highest councils.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
And when women have the franchise, when that golden day breaks, I only hope that they will not lose their taste for wearing a pretty petticoat. I hope he won't insist on the right of being a cement mixer. On the subject of femininity, some of my views are decidedly old-fashioned. How are you going to do it?
Mr. Evans.
We're going to do it with a stiletto, pills, or a homemade contraption of glycerine and nitrates.
I don't understand you. How did you find out?
When were you going to time it for? Derby Day? Michaelmas or Halloween?
You knew all the time. Why didn't you have me arrested?
Oh, you're not such a desperate character after all, are you? Here, give your nose a good blow. Oh, now, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to you.
You mean you won't arrest me?
I suppose you were determined to prove yourself a heroine.
I wasn't really going to blow you up. It was to be a demonstration of a suitable occasion. I was the inside woman. But why did you calmly send for me when you knew that...
Are you really a dangerous woman, Caroline? How fascinating. Tell me, have you ever stood on top of Vesuvius? I was in Naples when Vesuvius started getting lively again. All my hotel friends made a beeline for the nearest railway station. But I climbed to the top of Vesuvius and stood at the mouth of the crater, listening to the rumblings and watching the black smoke and little spurts of fire like a huge angry cat licking its lips. I think you'd have enjoyed it too. It was one of the most exhilarating moments of my life.
Standing there singing Welsh hymns.
Clever girl.
I suppose that's why you love storms. Yes, of course. I've seen you go out in the rain, waving your shepherd's crook, with your cloak flying in the wind, looking like some terrible villain from Italian opera.
But that's exactly what I am. You know what I think, young lady? Instead of some noisy mob demonstration, you should try to make your point with feminine strategy. Did Cleopatra tie us off the railings, eh? Did Pompadour go on hunger strike? No, they waggled their pretty bottoms once or twice, and before you could say alimony, they had their hot little hands on everything they wanted. This isn't a personal opinion. Everybody knows about Cleopatra.
Yes, sir, but please...
Oh, don't you think the role of Mark Antony suits me?
But please, Mr. Evans... I have to go now.
Yes, of course. You know, perhaps I'd better have some figures from you. Come to my study after dinner.
Yes, Minister.
Hello, Morgan Evans here. May I speak to Sir Beerbohm Tree? Herbert? Yeah. Look, I want your advice. I'm speaking at the Albert Hall on Sunday. You know that damned echo? Well, I want to project my voice so the words going out don't hit the words coming back. Yes, it's a barn of a place, I agree. Well, how would you cope?
Hey, what do you know? This is all our stuff. Hey, what have we got here? And I Stedford!
Sir! Yes, Jason. We've had the phone call.
Just this minute.
Yes?
It's all over, sir. The campaign worked.
Oh, I knew it.
News from the palace is that the PM's resignation was handed in early this morning.
Thank God. At last my hands are free. I had to do it. You know I had to do it.
Yes, that's true. You're the only man for the job.
You mean that?
I swear it. You had to do it.
I didn't do it alone, you know. No, I had tremendous allies. I think I can say we're all entirely disinterested. The proof is that they were from every party, right, left, and centre. We had to form a united front. Fleet Street, that's where the power is. Friends in Fleet Street. Yeah, but you know, it's easier to get rid of a prime minister than a general in wartime. That's a lesson we mustn't forget. The real work is before us. Well, I suppose I shall get a summons to the palace any time now.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, too.
What is it?
A newspaper man has got hold of the story of your affair with Caroline Bishop.
Oh, damn and blast! Oh, never mind, it's not serious. Nobody will dare attack me now.
I know, but this newspaper man is stupid. He's a Welsh Anglican, and his editor is a Welsh Anglican.
Oh, heaven help us, what am I to do? By the way, who is Caroline Bishop?
You must remember, sir. Last year.
Oh, yes. The suffragette. Goodness, I took all the ginger out of her crusade, didn't I? Yes, you're right, it's no laughing matter. Did I tell you that story about my feud with the Anglican bishop? One night our party planned a counterblast and I appeared on the platform and the chairman introduced me. He said, "We all know that the Bishop of St. Asaph is the greatest liar in creation. But thank goodness, yes, we have in Mr. Morgan Evans a match for him tonight." These Anglicans. What are we going to do? Who is this writer?
I thought it best to let you see him, have a personal word. He's just arrived.
How much can he prove?
Well, I don't suppose he can actually produce a photograph of you in bed with her.
That's it, brutal but true.
Well, I had a word with him, and he's certainly got some proof.
Enough to write a piece, anyway.
Do you think he would really dare do this to me at the present time?
Oh, don't forget, sir, there's a whole army of VIPs in your own party, in the Tories, among the Labour backbenchers, who would be delighted to see you embarrassed, to say nothing of the General Staff. Scandal brought down Parnell, Dilk. You haven't forgotten.
Oh, what a curious world we live in. Here am I, the foster son of a shoemaker, who is about to become this country's war leader. I could only have achieved this on the simple grounds that I'm the only person fitted for this job. But because I relax after an 18-hour spell of work with a little slap and tickle in my study, social foundations tremble.
The journalist, sir. He's 36, pompous, self-righteous, and a bit of a fool. He works for one of the Cardiff dailies. He seems to be flattered to be summoned to see you, but he won't easily be shaken.
36. And if he's a reporter and able to travel from Cardiff, he's able-bodied, isn't he? What does the army have to say these days about an able-bodied young man of 36, Jason?
Yes, sir. I didn't think of that.
No, we'll have to do this very carefully. We'll have to cope with it with the hot and cold technique. You'll do the threatening, I'll do the bribing. I've got to be the hero, of course.
All right.
All right, that's one. Now tell me as soon as there's any news from the palace. What else?
The generals are here, sir. Crump's brought his plans for the offensive.
Yes, now what's my opinion about that?
Well, I think it's a crackpot scheme, but then, of course, I'm only an amateur.
Why do you say that?
Well, he wants to attack through a reclaimed swamp. And in August, at the time when there's been regular monsoon weather for the last 30 years.
He says that summer is the best time for an army to attack, and we're supposed to have the advantage of surprise by attacking through a reclaimed swamp. I mean, if you think it a crackpot scheme, then the Germans will probably think so too. Well, we've got the ordnance requirements all worked out in any case, haven't we?
The departments have worked out all the requirements for supplies in every detail.
Now, listen carefully. I want you to make a mistake in them.
A mistake?
Yes, an unimportant one, but a mistake.
In what, sir?
Anything. Gumboots. How many pairs of gumboots have you on order? Whatever it is, stick a knot on it.
Very well, sir.
And when we discuss the figures in your presence, you'll have to draw my attention to it.
I see. Well, yes, sir.
All right, that's all, I think. Now, we'd better deal with this young fellow. What's his name, the reporter?
His name is Hughes.
And his first name?
Hugh Hughes.
No jokes, Jason. If there's any jokes to be made, I'll make them.
Yes, sir.
Morgan, you know you have these visitors again, the generals. Shall I give them a meal, or are you going to be busy with them?
Oh, Catherine. I'd like to have a chat, my dear. Yes, later, Jason.
Let me know when you need me, sir.
I have something to tell you, Cathy.
What is it? What's wrong this time?
My dear, there's nothing wrong, at least nothing serious. But there's something wonderfully right. The Prime Minister has handed in his resignation, and I expect a courier from the palace any time now.
The Premiership?
Darling, I think the King is going to ask me to form a new government.
Oh, Morgan.
You see, darling, all our years of struggle to be crowned, and I want you to know that I could not have done it without you.
Morgan, my dear.
It's not quite settled yet, you understand. There are still difficulties and problems. I mean, some of the Prime Minister's friends in the Cabinet have sworn that they won't serve with me.
What have they got against you?
Oh, against me personally, nothing. But we come from a different background. I mean, these are all school friends of the Prime Minister. We are faced with jealousy and caste solidarity. But I can overcome it, and I shall. With your help.
How can I help you?
You can help. I'm going to be absolutely frank with you, Catherine. My enemies have tried to find every way to discredit me. They stopped at nothing, even to fabricated scandal about me. I mean, you know very well, my dear, how vulnerable a public man is. I mean, I've only got to exchange a polite word with a woman at the reception and tongues start wagging. I mean, how many times has that happened in the past?
Oh, Morgan, not again.
Now, don't misjudge me. You know, I only have to smile and those damned hussies start boasting that they made a conquest of me.
What happened this time?
Well, there was a young woman on my staff. I haven't seen her for months now. She left at the beginning of this year. In fact, I could hardly remember who she was when I was told about it.
What are they saying?
Well, they're linking my name with hers. They've absolutely no proof whatever. All that happened was that when I was working late, as you know I have to, my dear, she invaded my study one night on the pretext that she wanted some letters signed. I went through the correspondence with her, and then she had to check something in one of the letters, so I took a short nap. I mean, you know how it happens. I can sleep anywhere. Well, I just put my feet up for 5 minutes, and when I woke up, I found my tie unfastened and my shirt unbuttoned. I mean, she said she was making me comfortable. Well, I'm afraid that's how we were found together by another member of the staff.
Oh, Morgan, what a terrible liar you are.
Give me the Bible.
No, I won't have you blaspheme.
Give me the book. I shall swear by all that's holy.
I won't have you adding any more sins to your conscience.
All right, my dear, believe it or not as you will. But I've been in the front line for 2 years now. I fought the battles at home as well as those in France. I've had to fight every kind of bitter opposition. I've worked 20 hours a day. I haven't slept. I've gone without rest and every solace. Why? Am I a war profiteer? Am I a poster hero who basks in his artificial glory? Others have made millions out of the war or live with the sound of perpetual applause in their ears. I've just done a job of work. The king wants me to form a government. Am I doing this for ambition? Was it ambition that prompted me to give up the chancellorship for a new unknown ministry and involve myself in technicalities for which I had to go to school all over again? But I willingly made this sacrifice, and I ask as my right for sacrifices from you. Yes, my dear, sacrifice your pride, stifle your jealousy, forget that I'm a husband, and remember that I'm a pilot trying to navigate a storm never before experienced in the history of our country.
You don't have to make speeches to me, Morgan. Spare me your eloquence. I'll do what I must for Owen's sake. He's told me what we owe to you.
Oh, my dear.
What is it you wish me to do?
Nothing, almost nothing. There's a young man waiting for me in the study. After I've interviewed him for a few minutes, all I want you to do is to come in with a tray of coffee.
No.
Oh, Catherine.
No, Morgan. Please. Don't touch me.
Mr. Hugh Hughes.
Oh, indeed.
From the Cardiff Echo, Minister.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, busy, very busy, Mr. Hughes, as you see. We have to keep the pipelines flowing, don't we? Still, I always have time for my friends from the press. What can I do for you? No, don't go, Jason.
Mr. Evans, sir, this may sound like impertinence, but my editor has asked me to interview you about a certain matter of importance in connection with your own personal life. My editor feels that in these days particularly, our leadership shall give an example of righteousness and uprightness. So many of us forget today, when our physical well-being is in danger, that it is our immortal soul which is important. Mr. Evans, sir, have you always followed the true path?
Mr. Hughes, the minister isn't here to protest his honour. If you know anything to suggest that he is not an honourable and upright man, it is for you to prove. Otherwise, you must understand that question is a damnable piece of impertinence.
No, Jason. The young man is earnest and zealous, and obviously he's only doing his work as a good journalist. There's nothing personal in all this, of course, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Evans. But I have my duty as a citizen and professional man to ask you this question.
Well, my young friend, as you ask me on behalf of your Welsh readers, you obviously have a right to know these things. And the answer is that there is nothing whatsoever on my conscience.
Come to the point, Hughes. Of what are you accusing Mr. Evans?
I'm afraid it is immoral behavior with a certain young lady formerly a member of Mr. Evans's personal staff.
Have you any proof?
I regret to say yes. We have corroborative information from another member of Mr. Evans's domestic staff.
Oh, he's talking about Caroline Bishop, Minister. She was on our staff, that is true.
Caroline Bishop. Do I know the girl?
Well, she left our employment almost a year ago, Minister. I doubt whether you will even remember her.
Who's the other person?
Oh, somebody else we had to dismiss. She was directed from a rather redundant sinecure post to factory work.
Well, Mr. Hughes, that doesn't amount to very much, does it? How well do you know these people?
Well, it is true I've only known them a short while.
Ah, you mean since they brought you the story? Do you know that woman, Caroline Bishop, was a militant suffragette and a sworn enemy of Mr. Evans? Do you know that the suffragettes tried to murder Mr. Evans in his own home, that they planted a bomb? And as a result of this criminal piece of folly, members of their organization were sentenced at the Old Bailey to terms of imprisonment?
That wasn't Miss Bishop. I've checked her background and know nothing against her. She has no criminal record at all.
Nor have many other sworn enemies and opponents of Mr. Evans. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't stoop to all sorts of devices to prevent him from doing his indispensable work effectively.
You know, this matter is really more simple than it may seem. I have a large staff here. Because of the war, it is predominantly feminine. But Mrs. Evans has never seen fit to object to the presence of these ladies in my home. Oh, I think you'll have to find some rather stronger proof than what you've told us about.
If you don't prove such an accusation up to the hilt, Mr. Hughes, I can promise you that both you and your paper will have the biggest libel damage claim in the history of Welsh journalism.
No, Jason, my boy, there's no need for any of this. I'm sure Mr. Hughes is a reasonable man. He's entirely disinterested. All he wants is to see that justice is done and the high standards that one expects from our leaders are maintained as an example to the community.
I'd like to have it clear from you, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Evans has denied this accusation in respect of Caroline Bishop and this other person. Do you give us your assurance that you accept this?
I shall report what you have said, Mr. Evans. But naturally, I am not authorized to give any assurance that my editor will not print my article.
I understand, Mr. Hughes, that you are 36.
Yes.
And you obviously seem to be able-bodied.
Oh.
Is there any particular reason for your military deferment?
Jason!
No.
Really?
Excuse me, Minister, but I must insist on this. Mr. Hughes has questioned your character.
It's true.
Well, what's your explanation, Mr. Hughes?
I don't have to give an explanation about that. I've already appeared before an official tribunal and satisfied them about my objections to fighting in the war on certain religious grounds.
Yes. Let me see. Fighting in the war. Jason?
Yes, sir.
Aren't we forming a special corps of stretcher bearers?
Oh, quite right, Minister. Brave fellows. Genuine pacifists, but honorably serving their country in an entirely non-combatant way there. Amid flying shrapnel and whistling bullets, they succor their wounded comrades in the heat of battle.
Oh, no.
That should satisfy your immortal soul, Mr. Hughes.
No, Jason. I think this must be left to Mr. Hughes's conscience.
Nevertheless, I think I'll drop a line to Mr. Hughes' editor about this special corps. You know, Minister, how often you've been reproached about protecting young, able-bodied men when middle-aged family men have been called up.
Yes, it is a problem.
Nevertheless, if I have genuine proof of this accusation, Mr. Evans, I feel honor-bound to do my journalistic duty.
Well, exactly, Mr. Hughes, if you have genuine proof, but what does that amount to? I mean, are we going to take as gospel the gossip of two rather disgruntled females who've been directed from rather comfortable jobs to factory work? I approve of your high journalistic standards. It is a rare and refreshing thing these days, and I'd much rather see you carve an honorable career for yourself for the future. Oh, I don't want to send you into battle, Mr. Hugh Hughes. I'd rather have you in Who's Who.
Ma'am?
Oh, please don't get up. I am sure you would like a hot drink after your long journey, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, my dear.
Thank you, Ma'am.
I'll leave you, gentlemen.
No, Kathy, my dear, don't leave. I'd like you to stay and meet Mr. Hughes. He's from Cardiff.
Oh, really? We have many friends there, Mr. Hughes. We always welcome our friends when they're in foreign parts.
Mr. Hughes has asked me a rather personal question, Catherine. It's in connection with a young lady who was on my staff about a year ago. Do you remember her? A Caroline Bishop.
No, I don't. I'm afraid I know nothing about her.
But Mr. Hughes seems to think that I do. Well, come along, Mr. Hughes. You had a certain accusation to make about this young lady. Well, would you kindly repeat it?
Milk and sugar, Mr. Hughes?
No. Yes, 2 lumps, please.
Well, Mr. Hughes?
No, Minister. I've decided I've nothing to ask you. Thank you for granting me an interview, Mr. Evans. I have a long journey, and I think I ought to be on my way.
Oh, I do understand. Now, look after yourself, young man. The slush on the roads is very treacherous.
This way, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, Catherine, let me help you.
No, I can manage. Leave me be, Morgan. There's nothing more for us to say to each other. Just open the door for me.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Evans. May I help you with that?
No.
Next case, Jason. Don't forget, gumboots.
Yes, sir.
What are you grinning at?
Mr. Hughes, I'd much rather have you in Who's Who. Yeah, all right, sir. Gumboots.
Now, that's it. Now, one other thing. If the King's messenger arrives, interrupt us. And I want full drill with fanfares, general proclamation, and a 10-gun salvo.
Yes, of course. You won't hear their groans for bursting rockets. This way, gentlemen.
Good day, Minister.
Good day, Minister.
Gentlemen, now please be seated.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Now, I understand there's only one thing on the agenda today. Crump's offensive project.
It's about time we had your approval of that, Minister.
Well, I've given you the guns, so now you're anxious to use them on me.
We've got to get out of the doldrums, Minister. This stalemate must end, or we'll be defeated by sheer boredom.
Yes.
Well, I must tell you frankly, gentlemen, that I'm skeptical about our capacity to launch an offensive. I don't like the idea of launching it in a reclaimed swamp where the irrigation system can be smashed up after a few gun barrages.
We've been over all that, Minister.
Yes,
The whole beauty of the scheme, if I may say so, is that no one will expect us to launch our attack at that particular time and place for the very reasons you've given. And we'll have the inestimable advantage of surprise.
Exactly.
Let's see, Brewster. As a matter of interest, do you recall how many machine guns you said you needed as a maximum?
That was some time ago.
And I remind you, 4, you said. 4. And I had to trick you into agreeing to 20. How many machine guns are we equipping our battalions with these days? 48. Surprised, gentlemen, when I point out to you that I have good reason for thinking that you tend to underestimate your requirements, particularly for an offensive.
And you, sir, are the better judge of military problems than we are.
Do you really want me to answer that?
Come, gentlemen, let's bicker about past differences. We've acknowledged our great indebtedness to your work in the Arms Ministry. All we're saying now is that the wonderful flow of arms has made it possible for us to crack down on the enemy and smash him.
You think that the Germans haven't been able to match our flow of arms? What assurance can you give me that we have an advantage in weight of armor?
It is not necessary to have a total preponderance of weapons.
Right,
The whole
sir.
point about the strategy, if I may be allowed, is to have the initiative in attack. And for that, local superiority of firepower is all that's required. We don't have to break through the entire front, Minister. Look here, let me show you, sir. Now, look here. There, and there. Now, these 3 parts of the front are the only ones at which it is necessary to achieve a breakthrough. Now, in 48 hours, Minister. Yes, that's what I said. In 48 hours. Our concentrated bombardment and infantry attacks will achieve the rupture. Before the irrigation ditches are churned up and before the weather bogs us down in the mud, our cavalry will be through, and then havoc! We will roll the Germans back into the North Sea.
General, if wars could be won by making speeches, then I'd be confident that with your assistance we could make rings around the Germans. But we are dealing with the lives of our countrymen.
It's no good. I told you it was no good, Samuel.
No. It has to sink in. Got to be digested.
Digest is no good. He'll never agree. We're wasting our time.
What's all this?
Good day to you, Minister. This is the last you'll see of this little scheme. But I promise you it won't be the last you'll hear of it.
What's up, General? What are you trying to say? Don't use tactics with me, if you please.
You had several weeks to make your mind up about this. My view is that you are not able to make a decision.
Not able to make a decision?
No, Minister.
Out with it! Out with it! What are you trying to say?
I've said all I want to.
What's he getting at?
If I may speak plainly, Minister, this is no reflection on you personally. Please don't think that we're questioning your moral courage. But the general feeling at headquarters is that a war minister with your strong bias for peace and humane consideration will never give us our chance to launch a necessary offensive.
Right.
You mean my anti-war campaign during the Boer War, is that it? Damn it, man, I took more personal risks to myself in my peace campaign than you're ever likely to meet in conducting your war.
This is not a criticism of your personal courage.
No, I'm not calling you a conscience. All I'm saying is that you're so damn mixed up in your humane views that you're totally unfitted to make a decision which involves total war. You over-identify yourself with the man on the front lines, Minister, which may be damn good humanity, but is thoroughly bad soldiering.
He's quite right, sir. At the back of your mind is the fear, the sensitiveness to loss of life. It's not that we don't personally respect you for this, but as a war minister, we think you'd make a damn fine minister of health.
That's the best thing you said this week.
All right, gentlemen. I'll put my cards on the table. I am afraid. I am frightened, I admit it. When this war started, I had a tussle with my conscience whether I should retire from politics altogether. I have imagination. I dream of bloodstains on my pillow. Is that bad? Is it bad to fear responsibility for millions of lives? Is it really better to be like you, to play with the lives of men like pieces on a chessboard? Which of us is better fitted to make a decision?
The answer's very simple. It's a question of arithmetic, isn't it? Better to lose 30,000 men in a single, bold, constructive offensive than to fritter away 100,000 lives in useless stalemate.
Right,
That's the decision you are faced with. But you can't stand up to its logic. Well, there it is, Minister. I don't think there's any further point in staying.
30,000 men. Is that your estimate of our losses?
It's not merely my estimate, Minister.
30,000.
3 divisions given to Richard, more or less. These are the pieces. And for that, a complete breakthrough. A couple of pawns for a queen, to use your comparison. There's no need to search your heart any longer in these circumstances.
We've consulted every expert, Minister, every field technician.
You give me your word that your statisticians are entirely in accord with this?
Absolutely.
I'll get the files. Let's see the figures. I want everything. All the reports, every computation.
Certainly. I have the papers here.
Now, Jason, I want the ordnance and logistics file for General Crump's operation.
Yes, sir.
Here you are, Minister.
Yes. It's all very neat, very reassuring. I want to make one final appeal to you. For the sake of our men at the front, for the sake of their wives and mothers, I put to you for the last time. Are these the true estimates of our requirements to achieve a victorious offensive against the Germans in France?
I've given you our assurance.
No collective promises. I want yours and General Brewster's, and I want the signature of every man who had a hand in this report.
You have my assurance, Minister, and you shall have all the signatures you ask for.
A breakthrough in 48 hours and no more than a loss of 30,000 lives?
I've already said so, haven't I?
Brewster?
Yes, I agree with that estimate.
The file of the operation, sir.
On the question of supplying your needs, gentlemen, we haven't been altogether indecisive, as you will judge for yourself. These reports have also been ready for several weeks. Ordnance, munitions, transport, kit, down to the last roll of lavatory paper.
Oh, splendid.
Jason, they've been checked, of course.
Yes, sir.
By you two.
More than a week's work, sir, if you remember.
No errors, no miscalculations.
No, sir. Well, there was one slight error, but it only concerned gumboots.
Gumboots? Gumboots?
Yes, sir. A minor matter, a mere typing slip, which I've since corrected in ink, as you can see here. A typist made a mistake in the noughts.
A mistake in the noughts?
Yes, sir.
In the noughts, Jason?
Sir,
Fire!
Sir?
Fire the whole department!
Minister.
Every able-bodied person to the front.
But they're all over 50, including the women.
I don't care if they're great-grandfathers. Do you know what it means to make a mistake in the noughts in time of war? What do you suppose the Germans would do? They'd call it sabotage, treason. Yes. It would mean the firing squad. Yes. A mistake in the noughts?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse that touch of irritability, gentlemen, but I'm sure you'll agree that it was necessary. There is no margin for error in these times.
Well, we shall make a last thorough check before we... You can pour me a stiff one too, Brewster.
Yes, of course. For you, Minister?
No, thanks. Now, have a quiet drink, gentlemen. I'm sure we have plenty to think about.
I am compelled to interrupt you, Minister.
Something important?
Sir, will you be attendant on the King's messenger, if you please? Mr. Franklin Brown,
Courier of His Majesty. Gentlemen.
Come in, sir. I am pleased to receive you.
Mr. Morgan Evans, His Majesty has ordered me to hand to you this personal document and requested me to await your answer.
At once. Would you convey to His Majesty my compliments and inform him that I shall be privileged to attend on him at Buckingham Palace at 1:00 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday the 18th, as requested.
Thank you, sir.
Jason, offer this gentleman the hospitality of my home, and when he is ready to do so, speed him on his way.
I am obliged to you, sir.
Well, of course, it's an open secret by now. You've heard that the PM resigned this morning?
So that's it.
That's it, gentlemen. I don't think I'm speaking too optimistically, but I think that next time we meet, it may be at number 10.
You? Well, Yes. Well, we have plenty to do.
Yes. You won't stay to dinner? Well, another time, if not now. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, dear Minister.
Owen! A drink on this.
I've just heard that little reception. Our congratulations in order.
How does it feel to be the son of a prime minister at a time when history with a capital H is being made?
Well, it's impossible to appreciate or believe that it's really taking place.
Yes.
Thanks.
Better days.
Better days. Do you remember when we lived at number 11?
I think so.
I was an engineer working at Tilbury in those days, remember?
I do.
I used to come back to Downing Street in my working clothes. And one day I was just turning up from Westminster Underground when I was confronted by a barrier of police. The whole of the traffic was held up because of some VIP do. I tried to get past, but the cops wouldn't let me through. But I'm Owen Morgan Evans, the son of the Chancellor. I live at number 11. And I'm Mary Pickford, said the cop. It was no use. No one would believe me. After a while, I began to doubt it myself.
I always doubted. I'm the son of a village shoemaker. I'm told that this humility is no good. Power, high office should be ruthless, confident. What do you think?
But it's only those frightened of power who are fitted for it.
I suppose we ought to celebrate. After Thursday, that is.
Yes, you ought to
invite
do
one or
that.
two people.
Yes, of course.
A quiet at home, but a small circle of select friends. James Barry.
Melba?
Yes, of course. I suppose I could accompany her on the piano. And that lovely dancer they're all raving about. What's her name?
Pavlova.
Yes, and Dan Leno for the fun of it. And Beerbohm Tree.
Do you like power, Father?
A little. No, a lot. But it frightens me, too. And that's good.
I'll go and tell Mother. Or would you rather tell her yourself?
You can tell her. But pretend that I don't know that you told her. She'd like to hear it from us both.
Put your feet up while I go and tell her.
Who's that?
Mr. Evans, may I come in?
Who is it? Oh, it's you again, Inspector. What are you doing prowling about in the garden? Yes, come in, come in. Well, what is it? What is it this time?
Sir, you don't happen to have on your staff a young female by the name of O'Connor?
O'Connor? I only know their Christian names. What about her?
Middle height, nice build, red hair, speaks with a slight Dublin accent.
She's not.
Sir, I have reason to believe that the IRA Secret Tribunal have sentenced members of the British government to death by assassination, and it is my duty to warn you.
Janie, I'm here!
Oh!
Oh, you're a brick to mix with this mob here. I could have met you at Scott's.
Oh, I couldn't wait. Let's have a look at you.
Oh. Janie.
Will you be staying over in town before going to Checkers? I've got tickets for the show at Daly's, and the table is booked too.
First, let's take a quiet spin in Hyde Park. I'd like to get some London air in my lungs.
Is it as bad out there as they say?
Then let's talk about it. I say, isn't that old Tom Williams on that soapbox?
He's a dreadful man. He makes all those anti-war speeches.
He was one of my father's staunchest chums in the old days. He used to face all the broken bottles on the platforms of the pacifist meetings.
Let's drive on, please. You must be tired of war and politics.
Hello there. Jason? Owen!
Where is everybody?
Well, your mother has gone for a short rest to Wales. We hadn't heard about your leave before she left. How are you?
Where's the old man?
Well, he's having a short leave, too.
Whilst Mother's away. What's going on? Where is he?
Oh, he's here, but I don't think it's possible to disturb him.
Upstairs?
Let's take it easy. Now, you can't make any rules about a man like your father. He's got to be a law unto himself.
A fine bloody homecoming!
Owen, sit down. Now, there's no point in wearing yourself out over this sort of thing.
I'm not preaching. I'm just plain damn frightened. Does he know what's going on out there, the bloody mess we're in?
Of course he does. Much better than you do.
Well, then it makes it mucking worse. That's all I can say. Mucking worse.
Listen. The old man's got everything under control. Everything. He's been working 20 hours a day. He's not a machine. He's got to relax in his own way.
How long has he been on leave?
2 nights and a day.
I suppose the traffic on the staircase has been worse than bloody Piccadilly.
He can handle it. He's as strong as a buffalo, Owen, and you know it. He's seeing Crump in a little while. He's due to arrive at any time, and I can promise you this. He'll be ready for him. This is the crisis.
You say he's as strong as a buffalo. But a time will come when even his strength will pack in. These 40-hour jags of his would half kill a normal man. It's frightening. Forget your blind love of the man and see it straight. I wanted to see him, to talk to him. I've been making up my mind what to say. You know what the men call it? Crump's flypaper strategy. We're up to our eyes in it, stuck there in the mud. Sitting bloody clay pigeons for everything Jerry can throw at us. Why don't they put a stop to it? We've been fighting 50 days and we've advanced 2 miles. At this rate, it'll take us 60 years to get to Berlin.
We know all about that. Your father's been to France. He's seen everything. He's been everywhere. Talked to privates in the line as well as the French General Staff. There's nothing he hasn't done.
Has he got rid of Crump? That butcher's cost us the lives of hundreds of thousands of men. A year ago, I told Father to get rid of him.
Don't you suppose he knows about Crump? Don't you know that he's fought everybody in the cabinet about getting rid of him? Everybody. They're all scared stiff that it would bring down the government and lead to a military junta. The press are behind Crump. Even the old man can't sack the whole of Fleet Street. And Crump's even got friends in the palace. How does one get rid of a soldier hero in wartime? What's your formula for that?
Why, in God's name, are the press behind Crump? Don't they know what's going on? Are they blind? Are there no war correspondents?
Crump has told them we're killing more Germans
Crump
than
and his phony statistics. What's happened? Has he been able to arrange an exchange of chartered accountants with the Hun? How can anyone believe such bloody lies?
Don't you see? They want to be blind. They have to be. This has got to be a victory. We can't admit all these sacrifices have been in vain.
Well, that's it then. To maintain the bloody myth of General Crump, our boys have to drown in the mud, get butchered on the barbed wire by the thousand every hour on the hour.
Owen. I swear to you, the old man's doing everything humanly possible to put an end to it. Crump has been summoned here. There's going to be a battle royal. I don't know what your father has up his sleeve, but I know it's bound to be one of his masterstrokes. Don't take any notice of this interlude upstairs. He'll give General Crump the fight of his life.
Yes, if he has any strength left. Well, this is fine. Wonderful.
I'm famished. Jason, meat, ring for Jesse. Yes. Give me a good rare beef steak. Owen, my boy, another leave. Splendid.
Take your coat off, Father.
Good.
Your jacket, take it off. I want to prove something to you. Sit down. Now, give me your hand.
You're going to put my hand down this time, eh? Well, maybe. 3 years in the fighting services may well have put snap in your braces. Jason?
Sir?
Crump arrived yet?
Not yet, sir.
That's it, my boy. Press on. I want to see him directly he arrives.
Yes, sir.
Messages, phone calls?
Northcliffe phoned, sir. I told him you were
resting.
Oh, a grip of iron the boy's got. Infantry life, eh, son? But your strategy isn't much good, no. You never make your all-out effort at once, whilst I'm fresh. I've never been beaten at this yet. Winston was champion of the cabinet, but I was champion of the house. Old John Burns, the docker, used to wrestle like a bear. Never did him any good.
Oh, Jessie, the master wants a good meal. Quickly, he's hungry.
Yes, sir. What will you have, Mr. Evans?
Now, let's see. One infantry general, well grilled, and a couple of ripe cavalry colonels, rare for entree. As for pudding, how about you, my dear?
Yes, sir. I mean, no. I mean, I'll get you something.
What did Northcliffe want, Jason?
I told him you couldn't come to the phone, and he said, all right, you'll do. Just give him a message from me. Say that I heard he's been trying to interfere in strategy. If there's any more of it, I'll break him.
Damned insolence. The king of Fleet Street. Crump runs to him every time he's in trouble. Now, Owen, my boy, would you like to try again?
Like a rock. Like a damned ruddy rock.
Aye. Anyone waiting for me?
Tom Richards is in the library.
Oh, Tom. Wonderful. I thought he was in jail.
Well, if you remember, sir, you told Tom when he was put in jail for his anti-war speeches that you hoped when he came out he'd have breakfast with you.
I said that?
Yes, sir.
Well, there you are, then. Put out an extra plate. Got you, Owen.
I think I pulled a muscle. Oh, it's a trick. No one can be as strong as that.
How did I do it, then?
I think it's the way you hold your arm at an angle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, that's it. So that the harder I press, the more firmly I push your elbow against the desk. The old cantilever principle.
Good boy, you spotted it. They always tire themselves out after a while, and then I make my counterattack.
You seen Crump? What about a bit of psychology there? Put his hand down. Challenge him to a duel across the desk with his jackets off.
What do you make of that, Jason? If they stay around me long enough, some of it wears off on them, doesn't it?
I'm going to take my bath.
Stay for a while, my boy. Your mother isn't here at present.
You're not feeling lonely, Father?
Would it surprise you to know that I always feel lonely without your mother in the house?
Minister, I think I'll go and get on with the paperwork.
Yes, Jason. Well, Owen, I don't have to ask how you are. You've given me the toughest contest since old Dr. Burns.
Are you going to get rid of Crump?
That's my contribution to the war effort, my boy.
But can you, with Northcliffe, with the palace?
I got rid of Brewster, didn't I?
Yes. Father, why did Mother leave? Why did she go this time?
Don't lecture me, for God's sake. Don't question the way I fight my own private war against tiredness in every bone in my body, against frustration and fear and sheer nausea. It's my way of getting drunk to forget. Besides, the temptation is rather too much for me. Wasn't it Oscar who said he could resist anything except temptation? If you protest or think you're jealous, as they all are who vilify me, is it my fault I'm absolutely irresistible to women? They're all jealous of my success with the ladies.
Are you sure you're successful with women? Isn't it they who are successful with you?
What do you mean? Now, what the hell do you mean by that?
Is it you, Morgan Evans, the man they really fall for, not the legend, the myth, the powerhouse of Whitehall and Downing Street? How long can you carry on like this? How much can your physique stand? 5 years? 10?
You'll see me through for what I have to do to help win the war.
And afterwards? It'll all be in the melting pot by then. You'll be needed. All your experience and guile and drive and imagination.
Every man must fight his own private war with himself in his own way, Owen. That's what we have to do. We always have to fight on two fronts. On two fronts.
Father, you look all in.
Huh? You're not worried about me?
I'm going to have my bath.
Yes. Oh, sorry. How are you feeling, sir?
Oh, I'm all right. What's on your mind? Well, come on, let's have it. What trouble's been brewing whilst I've been away? What's the latest crisis?
Yes? Oh, good afternoon, sir. Just a moment, please. It's you know who.
Hmm? Hello? Oh, it's you. Yes, I'm offering you the post. No? Not good enough, eh? All right, I know it's a junior job. What can you expect? They're all dead against any sort of job for you. What? Look, if you take that cigar out of your mouth for a couple of minutes, I'll be able to hear. Oh, all right. Eh. What about the Ministry of Armaments? Will that satisfy you? Good. Leave it to me.
You meant to offer him that all along, didn't you?
All right, Jason, let's have it. What's been happening? Just list the danger spots.
Sir, I don't know if you're fully aware of the extent of the opposition to having our friend here back in the government. After the Dardanelles...
Don't give me history lessons.
I'd remind you that you've canvassed every member of the government. A coalition, sir, that includes all parties, and even your staunchest friends oppose the appointment. And within the last day or two, more than 100 members have put questions on the order paper. The Albert Hall has been hired for a mass meeting of protest. Dozens of others are being organized all over the country. The generals and the admirals are also dead against it, sir. Dead against it.
Now I know I must be right.
Finally, sir.
Finally?
May I contribute my view to this?
I don't see how I can possibly stop you. Besides, everyone else has.
Well, may I say this then, sir? There's no one in the government who could possibly challenge your leadership. But if he joins the cabinet in your old job, armaments, you'll have a dangerous rival.
I know that.
Well, then, sir, if you know all that, then, for heaven's sake, why?
For a very old-fashioned reason, but one for which I don't propose to apologize. He's a friend who's proved his friendship and loyalty to me.
Mr. Evans. I see.
Is that all, Jason?
Yes. I suppose that is all. Oh, the general has arrived, sir.
Good. Show him in.
Sir.
Now, what is it?
I've known you for more than 10 years. And I realize that I've never really understood you. Till now. May I take your hand?
How do you do, Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you. General Crump, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Prime Minister. My apologies for the delay, but His Majesty was kind enough to ask me to stay at lunch with him.
Sit down, don't fuss.
I wanted you to see this. Latest reports from HQ.
An expert sale executive general doesn't immediately produce his samples.
A bad joke, Prime Minister. Not in the best of taste, if I may say so.
You don't make me lose my temper so easily. I'll choose my own time to have a row with you. Sit down.
You don't want to see these reports?
I don't want to see your stories. I can read all the fiction I want in Lord Northcliffe's rags.
You're being offensive, sir.
In that case, I hope I succeed better than you do, General.
I haven't come here to suffer your insults.
Now sit down. I have something important to tell you.
Very well.
I sent for you, Crump, to tell you that the War Cabinet has approved my plan for a supreme Allied Council representing all our Allied nations. All strategy is to be coordinated by them in future.
You a supreme war command run by foreigners? Is that the idea?
It will be run by generals best fitted to command, irrespective of their nationality.
Has it been approved by the War Cabinet?
Yes, it has.
Then why the devil wasn't I told about this before? Aren't I entitled to know about such schemes? And why wasn't I invited to to give my views to the cabinet.
You're not a member of the War Cabinet.
This concerns me, my work, my campaign in France.
You're not a member of the War Cabinet.
You have deliberately gone behind my back, sir, and presented me with a fait accompli. That's typical, my goodness, typical of what I've had to put up with. A supreme command created over my head without my knowledge, without a chance to give my views.
You're not a member of the War Cabinet.
So that's it, sir, yes. You think you can build a pontoon over me and bypass all my efforts?
That's well put. That's very well put, General.
And where does this leave me, do you think? I'm supposed to be head of the armed forces of the Empire. Are British fighting men to be at the mercy of foreigners and their schemes?
If there's anything you seriously disagree with in the Supreme Allied planning, you have the right to appeal to the British government.
To you? Fat will have helped be to me.
I am the elected constitutional head, General.
No, I will not put up with it. I demand a right to sit on this council myself.
Well, that's possible.
You agree to that? Then I don't want it. Oh, yes, I see it all now. If I go and sit on the Allied Council, you'll appoint a new field commander, and he'll have the real authorities. And your approval to reject my strategy. If I remain in the field, then those damn frog-eaters will clamp down on everything I want to do. Yes, that's it, isn't it? You create a special military House of Lords to kick me upstairs into it. If I won't go, you'll give them the real authority. It's diabolical, that's what it is, sir. Diabolical. You're a schemer. Well, I won't stand for it. You may not be aware, but there are still one or two people who have confidence in me, sir. Two can play at this sort of game. Let me tell you this. At lunch today, the King said to me, Francis, he said, Francis, I was deeply moved by the press announcement of the latest success in the field.
You dare threaten me?
Threat, sir? I am merely reporting a private conversation about the latest communiques announced in the press.
You think you can frighten me with your Fleet Street friends? How dare you? How dare you, I say, threaten the head of government?
You'll find that I don't make idle threats.
One of your friends from Fleet Street was good enough to warn me not to interfere in strategy. I'll show you how I deal with threats. Jason.
Oh, what will you do to my friends, eh? Will you fire him, create a Supreme Allied editorial board, I suppose, for delinquent newspaper editors, eh? Or do you really think that you can fight the very public opinion which you were good enough to explain was responsible for your appointment as Prime Minister?
Sir. Got your notebook, Jason?
Yes, sir.
General, your friend from Fleet Street left a message telling me that if I don't watch out, he'll break me. Such insolence, I think you'll agree, needs to be punished. Your friend must be taught a lesson in future not to leave such messages. Jason, we won't be too severe this time. 6 of the best will suffice to impress the lesson. Send a memo to the Ministry of Supply. I think we've discovered that we need quite a lot of wood pulp for the war effort. What does one need wood pulp for militarily?
Cartridge paper, sir.
Splendid. That will do splendidly.
Devilish,
For cartridge paper. Tell the Ministry of Supply to divert half the tonnage that goes to the paper mills to the Ordnance Department. The gentlemen of the press will have to do with rather smaller news sheets from now on. I think this may have the unfortunate effect of cutting down their profits from advertising revenue. How much do you think Lord Northcliffe would lose by this, General? 5 million a year? 10?
No.
An expensive message, wouldn't you say, Jason?
Yes, sir.
You were saying, General?
Oh, all right. All right. You're strong enough to twist Northcliffe's arm, eh? You're head of the government. But I would remind you that we are a monarchy. You haven't heard the last word in all this. Oh, no, Prime Minister.
I seem to recall that Cromwell was a Welshman.
Prime Minister!
How dare you threaten me with your palace intrigues? Why in God's name don't you use some of that strategy of yours to fight the Germans instead of the French General Staff and me? Do you think I'll be your Judas goat forever out there? 48 hours, you said. 48 hours and we'll break through the German lines and start rolling them back into the North Sea. That was more than 48 days ago. Where's your breakthrough? 30,000 men, you said. Less than 3 divisions will be sacrificed to achieve victory. We've lost 300,000 men so far, and we are still floundering in the mud. I remind you that 2 of the fighting men out there are my sons. A father is a tiger, General. Victories. Victories. Lies! Lies! Oh, you be careful. I warn you to speak softly and think carefully from now on. You still got your job. You're still a great soldier hero. I won't take the glitter off your Wellington boots. But remember what I tell you now. When you go to war, General, pick your enemies very carefully. Someone you have a chance of beating. Because I fight dirty. I never went to Eton. My game isn't cricket. I know a few holes and low tackles you never dreamed of. Now pick up those papers and leave. The interview is over. I'll send you the War Cabinet's new orders tonight.
Damned upstart! Damned upstart!
Minister? Minister?
Hmm? Oh, it's you, Jason.
He's gone, sir. Please don't stand out in the garden in your slippers. It's wet. It's all right. Just sit down and rest a moment. Must have been a tough meeting. Your meal is ready. Shall I arrange for a tray here? You're shivering. I'll fetch you a shawl, shall I?
No. You mustn't let them see me like that.
Look, Mr. Evans, old Tom Richards is waiting to see you. Now, why don't you have a drink with him for old lang syne, eh? He always had the trick of taking you out of yourself.
I'll be all right in a little while, Jason.
Well, if you don't feel like eating now, how about a snort, eh?
Oh, you're a good fellow, Jason.
I've cleared the decks. No more appointments at all for the rest of the day. I've stopped all incoming calls. After what you've been through today, there can't be anything important. How did it go? Crump looked as though he'd collided with a tank.
I wanted to tell him, to explain what I'd seen out there. What happened to me out there. But I was afraid I might lose control. Misery. Grey hell with quicksand. The tattered, bleeding corpses on the barbed wire. Like bait on a hook. I said to the young soldier who was showing me the battlefield, "Good God, can it be true? Is it really like this?" And he said to me, "It's worse further along." It's worse further along.
Sir, old Tom has some very funny stories about his rest cure in Brixton.
How do they treat him there, eh? Oh, good old Tom. We used to be on the same platform at one time. Remember my pacifist days during the Boer War, Jason?
Peace meetings, great stuff. Pitched battles in front of the town hall in Birmingham and Bristol. Broken bottles, knuckle dusters. But you beat them, remember?
Yes, I was a pacifist in those days, and the broken heads didn't matter because I believed in that fight with all my heart. Why are people like that, Jason? I wanted to save them. Bloodshed in a useless war. Them and their brothers and their sons. And they turned on me like wolves. If only I could be sure. You're sure, Jason, that it is a threat to our homeland, and not like the other one, for a share of empire loot. If only I could be certain. You see, Jason, there are always 2 conflicts, not one. Every man has to fight a war on 2 fronts, and the hardest enemy to defeat is the one you can't see. What's that?
Sounds like gunfire. Another air raid on the coast, I should think.
Yes, a raid, all right. Open the French windows, Jason.
funny. All that gunfire, and the birds are still singing. I can hear them still in the rookery. Sir, I'd like to open the champagne.
Champagne? You got champagne, have we?
Yes. The French Premier sent us a case with his compliments after your last visit to France.
Well, that's nice. That's nice of him.
I'll open a bottle for you.
Give it to old Tom. He's earned it, I think. They don't get very strong tea in Brixton, I'm told.
And caviar from the Tsar of Russia.
Ooh, it does sound formidable.
For old Tom. Shall I tell him you will have dinner with him later? I'll prepare him for some blistering anti-war arguments. Splendid, isn't it, sir? Our French ally sends us champagne. Our Russian ally caviar. And we dine on them without pacifist. I'll tell Tom it will be war to the knife and fork between you.
Fine. Fine. And now, Jason, I'd like to be alone for a little while.
I understand.
Father? I brought you this old lantern.
Huh?
I knew you'd want to go out and watch the raid from the hilltop. It's even more exciting than a storm at sea.
You writing to your mother tonight?
Yes, probably.
I'd write too, and it's been a bad black day, and she can always tell. Send her send her a message from me to cheer her up.
It's been a bad day, Father.
I've had a theoretic success against Crump. Erected a war command to bypass his authority. Slung a pontoon over his head. History will know me as some sort of committee juggler extraordinary, political chess grandmaster. But I know it doesn't always work. Trying to guide Crump from above is like backseat driving. He's still at the wheel. The murder will go on and on and on, until they've all had enough. All been drunk and sated, sickened. And history will tell us it was a splendid victory. Mine and his. All right. The fever must run its course. There's nothing we can do but try to apply a few cold poultices. Look, I want to say this to you, Owen. You can come on my technical staff. You've had 3 years of it out there. I don't care a hang what anyone thinks or says. Enough's enough.
No, thank you, sir. I'd rather remain with my friends.
Oh.
No, I didn't mean it like that, Father. I only meant just that. It was kind of you to suggest it.
I understand. Well, it's a private battle. You must fight for yourself.
Oh, it hasn't been all bad and black. You couldn't get rid of Crump. Not altogether, and not yet. But you faced another storm bravely and well today, sir. You reached out a hand and helped a friend out of the wilderness. Someone with the sort of leadership people might need one day. And perhaps history will be grateful to you for it, if it remembers. Go up on the hill and watch the raid. It's better than Beethoven.
Yeah. What's the lamp for? Have we no torches?
I thought this would suit you better. It's a ship's storm lantern. It's rather old, somewhat battered. There are a few rents in it. But it will give enough light to show you the way.
Yes. The road's steep and there are some treacherous places. But it might do. And the view from the summit... The view from the summit, Owen. Doesn't that make it worth a journey to the end of the night?
In Storm Lantern, which was adapted for radio by Modest Mizeyevich from a book by Richard Earl Lloyd George, the part of Morgan Evans was played by William Squire, Mrs. Evans, Noel Hood, and Owen Evans by David Buck. Jason was played by Lawrence Payne, Hugh Hughes by Hayden Jones, and Caroline Bishop by Ira Heath. General Brewster was played by Walter Fitzgerald and General Crump by John Justin.
The BBC presents Spark in Judea, adapted by Simona Pakenham from the play by R.F. Delderfield. Spark in Judea.
The reception room of the Governor Pontius Pilate's residence, overlooking the temple area in Jerusalem, about the year 33 A.D.
Hurry, Goethe. A visitor has arrived. Bring him in here. Hurry. What is it you want?
I have an appointment, madam, with His Excellency the Governor, Pontius Pilate.
Oh, Aurelian. Don't you recognize me, Aurelian?
Jupiter. Claudia Procula. Procula.
I didn't expect you so soon. Here, what will you drink? Local, Sicilian?
Oh, anything.
The Iberian's good.
Oh, fine.
Sit down and tell all your news. Pilate might be ours. He's talking about money. Half the time out here we talk about money. Come now. Everything.
I had no idea you were out here. I was talking to Pilate only 2 days ago. He said nothing at all about you.
I wanted to surprise you. He told me you'd be calling within 3 or 4 days.
I thought there was an edict forbidding the wives of provincial governors to follow them abroad.
Oh, my dear, there is. A terribly strict one. I had to get at the Emperor himself through Sejanus the legate. It took me nearly a month. But never mind me. I want to hear about you and the rest of them. I've been starved of everything but official directives for more than a year. How and where are your brothers, Valerius and Pinto? And your sister, Tina? How did you like your first month's honest toil? Come now, facts, rumors, and scandal.
Valerius is pretending to farm in Thessaly. He spends most of his time breeding for the equestrian games. One of his teams is entered for the big race at Antioch in the spring.
Ah, and dear lanky Pinto?
Pinto is still in Rome, dividing his time between poetry and politics. He's very bad at both. Tina, she married a Sicilian. You might remember him.
Not the solemn one with bloodshot
That's
eyes.
That's him. But he's fabulously rich. They've got 28 slave farms and a great labyrinth of a house.
Oh, good for Tina. But do you realize, Aurelian, that I haven't set eyes on you since that week I came over to see you in Capri?
Just after your marriage.
Of course, that was where you first met Pontius. How did you two get on when you met on the aqueduct?
Oh, splendidly. I like him. He's as keen as a razor's edge. Do you know, Procula,
Well, go on, say it.
That time in Capri, I underestimated him. I think all of us did.
We weren't his sort, were we? Any of us, and most of us showed it. All except you, Aurelian. I loved you for that. He never forgot it either. That was why he put in a special demand for you to come down here and work on his wretched pipeline.
Hermes, did he speak for me?
Oh, you didn't know?
Of course I didn't. I bribed a steward of Vitellius 50 denarii to get that job. He took it as though it were a pair of old sandals.
That ought to teach you a lesson. Still, you are interested in the work, aren't you?
Oh, enormously. And this is the biggest chance I've had in my life. A free hand on a job this size before I'm 35.
You and Pontius will get on. You're both bitten with the same urge to do something. Stand back, wreathed in self-satisfied smiles, and say, "There, I made it. Applaud me, you indolent louts, dribbling your while and fondling your women."
Oh, he was always like that. It's very fortunate that he is. You got him this post, didn't you?
To my everlasting sorrow.
He's happy enough, surely.
No, I like him for wanting to do something with his life, instead of frittering it away like our crowd in Rome. But there's a limit, Aurelian. One shouldn't let responsibilities destroy one's capacity to enjoy oneself.
Don't lose me my money, Procula.
Money?
I've bet on your marriage.
Oh, you have. You won't lose your money. It's only that, well, recently he's been so busy, so preoccupied with the worry of it all that I begin to wonder.
How difficult are things here in Judea?
Sometimes I think not so difficult as they appear to him.
It's the most tricky of all the provinces.
So I've heard.
If it hadn't been, all your influence wouldn't have got him the post. It would have gone to a favourite.
And the favourite would have settled down and let things run themselves.
I despise that type of administrator. Pilate's worth 10 of them. What made you follow him out?
I got bored.
That isn't the answer.
It's part of it. We had a child. It was born dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That isn't the answer either. I was in love with him. Are you shocked, Aurelian?
Not a bit. I knew you were. That's why I bet on you. May I give you some advice?
Go back to Rome.
The reverse. Stick out the term here and come home in triumph together. You'll never regret it. Someone's coming.
Oh, it's Pontius. Oh, don't let him see we've been discussing him. Talk about home. How long has Tina been married to her Sicilian?
2 years or more.
Any children?
Not Tina.
Oh, it's stupid of her. With all those slaves of his, he may get a middle-aged passion for some of his own merchandise.
I've warned her a dozen times. Valerius says that...
Greetings, Aurelian. They tell me you're here. Get her my cloak and sandals. No drink, Procula. Gerda will fetch some orange crush. Did you bring the sketches, Aurelian?
Yes, Your Excellency. Here they are. Not yet coloured in, I'm afraid.
Oh, no matter.
We've had time to gossip. I've not heard so much news in months. Pontius will be interested to hear about everyone.
I unloaded myself when we met in the pipeline early in the week.
These are excellent. I'll go into them thoroughly tonight. You may go now, Gerda. You needn't keep up appearances here, Aurelian. I can't have you calling me Your Excellency and my wife Claudia.
He never does. Service with Vitellius seems to have made him half a diplomat already.
That servant of yours, Goethe, that odd-looking, misshapen fellow, does he ever speak?
No, he can't.
He was my guide in the Tungri campaign under Germanicus. His tribe caught him and tortured him so that he limps, and he's lost the power of speech. Procula tried to teach him to talk again.
He wept with the effort, but it was useless. We rather love him, don't we, Pontius?
He's a good object lesson. Most of us talk too much. You better stay here tonight, Aurelian, and go over the master plans with me.
No, you can't tonight. Theocritus and his wife are coming.
Damn them, I can't be polite to that woman.
Well, you invited them yourself.
Put them off.
But this is the second time.
I'm sorry, but I can't have guests here tonight.
Well, if we had them this once, we'd be rid of them.
Nonsense. It would encourage them to call every day.
As you wish. I'll send a messenger. Excuse me, Aurelian.
I suppose you ought to know we shall be lucky if we ever complete the pipeline into the city.
Not complete it? Jupiter, you must have sunk a fortune into it already.
That's what I mean. We're in serious financial difficulty.
But you must have got an imperial grant.
A few thousand from the Provincial Works Fund. That was used up long ago. Do you think Rome really cares whether Jerusalem drinks fresh water or foul?
But what of the civil levy here in Judea?
It was gathered in months ago.
But where has the money come from?
From the Korban.
From the temple treasury?
Don't look so horrified, Aurelian. I got it with the consent of the Sanhedrin, and they're due for the usual rates of interest. If Rome would only pay the interest regularly, I could go on borrowing. Meantime, I have to humor the priests. A man can't bully his creditors.
It's time the temple was made to pay for something practical.
I'd forgotten how sure of life one can be at 30.
33, sir.
A year or two, what matter? It's the decade that counts. At 44, one has ceased to be sure of anything, except death.
But it's ridiculous. You've taken risks to give the civil population something that's long overdue. Surely that entitles you to demand cooperation from the priests?
The priests aren't interested in pure water, Aurelian. They prefer power. With myself in their debt, they've got power, and they won't let go. Do you know why I picked you for this post?
I had hoped it was on account of my qualifications.
Not those enclosed in your application to Vitellius, I'm afraid. I picked you because your outlook is disloyal to your class.
I don't understand.
Both you and Procula come from what is known as the ruling class. They don't rule anymore. What is the empire to the peacocks and sham philosophers in the Capitoline Hill? A turbulent yielder of wealth which enables them to eat, drink, and whore themselves into early graves.
That can't last much longer. Over in Africa, they're already saying Rome is an apple ripe for plucking.
A defeated barbarian said that a century ago. So did Spartacus the gladiator. Almost proved it. Yet Rome survives from year to year. It could survive until the end of time if the men in power cared enough to work. A year ago, up in Samaria, I had a vision.
Sorry to break in, but I've had news. Can't wait.
I'm sure it can't. A drink, Marius, before you curse Judea.
You better pack your saddlebags for the north again, Aurelian. The masons have stopped work.
Huh? Stopped work? But this is monstrous. They had their pay?
No.
I tell you, 10 days' pay for the 400 masons were sent early yesterday morning.
It didn't arrive. The paymaster was ambushed by Barabbas and his band within 2 hours' march of the pools. They got the pay chest and 4 of my men, damn them.
That's serious enough, but It shouldn't cause a general stoppage.
The Masons seem well satisfied with their rate of pay.
They are when they get it.
All the more reason for giving a pay chest an adequate escort.
Damn you, you're trying to teach me my job.
Stop behaving like children. Tell me, Marius, have you had any particular trouble down there lately?
Trouble? Priests have been making mischief on that pipeline for more than a month. The work's being used as a cover for every separatist and religious fanatic in the province.
That isn't the fault of the civilian staff.
I'm not arguing whose fault it is, but I want the means to cope with the trouble. I should like you to sign this paper.
What do you want?
For the moment, I'm asking Vitellius for a reinforcement of 3 cohorts.
Well, this is ridiculous, Marius.
I tell you, we've got to have them. They've troops to spare in Syria. This pipeline isn't popular.
The officers of the garrison are responsible for that.
What's that you say?
They've let it be known that the pipeline is a military undertaking, aimed at strengthening the garrison's position in event of a siege. I've heard it myself.
Did you also hear that civilians are expected to mind their own damn business?
If I'm in charge of the work, it's essential that I have...
Hold your tongue, Aurelian. Marius, how many men have you between here and the Springs?
1 legion of auxiliaries, and that's depleted.
I asked you, how many men?
Just over 5,000, and no cavalry.
They have chariots?
60, and half of them in the workshops.
Over 5,000 men and 60 chariots. 3 cohorts in Samaria and another in Galilee. And yet you expect me to send a whining letter to Vitellius to come down from Syria with reinforcements. Is it a Parthian war you expect? Or a little unrest among unarmed workmen?
There's Barabbas and his following.
A few ragged outlaws weighed down with loot. Now listen, Marius. This matter of the aqueduct. Can't any of you realize that it's an honest attempt to reconcile Judea to Roman administration?
It's perfectly obvious the work is a military undertaking.
If it is, then don't expect the civil staff to take responsibility for trouble.
Am I to be hectored by a civil official who hasn't been in the province a week?
Aurelian, go into the plan room. Wait until I send for you.
But Your Excellency...
That's an order.
As you wish, sir.
Now, Marius, if there is serious trouble, the civil staff will need a scapegoat. And the first man they'll pick on is you.
Oh, yes. Yes, I expect to be blamed for it. It's always the brutal soldiery that gets the whipping.
You want a transfer to Egypt, don't you?
Who doesn't? Gaul, Egypt, anywhere out of here.
Then, in the name of all that's sane, be guided by me. It's essential we get this job finished and show the mass of the population here we're not the greedy pirates the priests would have them believe. That makes sense, doesn't it?
The only thing these people understand is the sharp end of a pylon.
That kind of talk will ruin the empire. What's needed here is patience.
Poets talk. I've seen a campaign bungled through patience. It didn't help Justus the consul, did it? The barbarians cut off his eyelids and kept him awake in the sun with javelin points for more than a week.
I was a junior officer under Justus before you saw your first campaign. Now then, until actual violence occurs, I'm in command here. Will you obey my orders, or hand me your resignation here and now?
What are your orders?
Go to the house of the high priest now, and conduct him here personally.
Suppose he won't come.
And ask him to send his deputy. Annas, the former high priest, will do. Do not discuss the matter on the way, and on no account use force.
I suppose you know what you're doing?
You can be sure I do. And Marius, it's offensive to carry arms into the house of a Jew. Leave your sword belt here.
But... Oh, well.
Goethe, fetch your mistress.
All right, Goethe. I was coming. Why don't you get some rest, Pontius?
Rest? How can I?
Clear the glasses, Goethe.
And then come back. I want this room set for visitors.
You won't be able to stand this strain much longer.
Do you imagine I enjoy it?
To a degree, I suppose.
Oh, what's happening to us, Procula? You used to understand so well.
You used to take the trouble to explain.
I would again. Your understanding was important to me.
Nothing is important to you now but Judea.
Well, that isn't fair.
It's fact. How can you expect sympathy and understanding? What woman likes to be married to a couple of outlying provinces?
You understood it all when I came out here. What's different today?
You're different, Pontius. Sometimes so different I hardly recognize you.
You must see that a task of this size takes every ounce of my concentration.
It's not merely a matter of concentration. I can stand being virtually ignored. It's your whole attitude to life. The risks you run, the The reckless way in which you stake your career and our whole future on your policy. And for what?
A man has to take certain risks if he's to justify himself. Would you have me play for safety and ape the satrap in Caesarea?
You know I wouldn't. But, well, this aqueduct, which began as a mild municipal project, has now become an obsession.
I'm up against forces I can't even see. A cold-blooded priesthood. Mass ignorance on the part of the population. Greed on the part of the craftsmen exploiting their skill. Utter indifference from Rome and the people that sent me out here. And yet, I go on believing in what I'm doing, in spite of finding my own wife playing the cynic. If you had... Who is it?
Special patrol, Your Excellency.
Oh, it's Longinus. Find Aurelian for me. He went into the chart room.
Very well.
Come in, Longinus.
The masons are coming into the city, Your Excellency. I got an hour's start on them at Bethlehem.
Are they armed?
I think not. It looks like a peaceful demonstration, but it's well organized.
Were any of the priests in Bethlehem?
The priest Annas had been there recently, Your Excellency.
I knew it. But why? It can't be a matter of money.
There's another possibility, Your Excellency.
Well?
There's another Messiah, a new one from the north.
Well, the advent of a new Messiah isn't likely to tempt Annas as far south as the springs in this weather. Messiahs are as common as pomegranates round here. Here, drink this. You've no time for food or a bath.
Oh, thank you, sir.
When the masons reach the area of the fort, allow them to congregate here.
In the outer court, sir?
In the inner, underneath the balcony.
Is that wise, Your Excellency?
Very. Nothing confounds a mob like an open gate. Take the main gate sentries off duty and post two immediately below.
And the bodyguard?
Dress them as civilians and arm them with clubs. Let them mingle with the masons when they come and join them yourself. If any legionary strikes first, he'll die for it. You can tell them that.
I'll do my best, Your Excellency.
Oh, one more thing. This Messiah, did you see him?
A glimpse, just outside the Hebron, sir. I rode in at a large crowd. He was preaching.
Sedition?
Oh, no, sir. He was talking about the kingdom of God.
You may go, Longinus.
Very good, sir.
Your Excellency?
Ah, Aurelian, come in.
I can't stand that fire-eating Marius. But he's right about one thing. The sword's still the ultimate answer to everything.
You think so?
Don't you? At heart?
No.
Then what's the alternative? We're only civilized where we can hold the barbarian at a spear's length.
I met a man once who had an alternative.
Who?
A Jew. A Jew I met in Samaria. Have you ever been so full of a sense of failure that you felt ashamed to go on living?
You never get more than halfway towards self-satisfaction with a job.
It happened to me 9 months ago. Over a trifling affair, a land dispute up in Samaria. After a day in the stifling courtroom, I rode out into the desert alone. Out to a place called the Prophet's Well. Perhaps the heat had made me lightheaded. I let the horse go and sat on the low parapet. When I looked up again, I saw a man cooking some cakes over a little fire. I always thought it odd. I didn't see him the moment I arrived.
Yes?
He was a big fellow, only a beggar. But his clothes were clean, and so was his beard. He had the most beautiful face I've ever seen. Beautiful but strong. You could picture him equally well as a Gallic chief shouting defiance at the legions, or as one of those half-crazy ascetics one sometimes finds in the caves of Thessaly. His voice matched his face, the voice of a great orator, but played down to a murmur, trickling out the most persuasive logic in the world.
What did you talk about?
Ah, what indeed? Of Rome, of life and living, of comradeship, of pain and the inner mind, and of its victories over the flesh. I remember he called that mind the spirit, and that led us to life after death. And soon I contributed nothing but questions, 10 score or more questions. And he answered them all so simply that I grew afraid.
Of your ignorance?
Of my arrant cowardice, Aurelian.
Oh, you're less of a coward than anyone I know.
Measured against that Jew, we are all cowards, Aurelian. He had a plan.
What was it? Jewish emancipation?
So much simpler. It was a plan to gamble everything on the inherent goodness of man.
How?
By humility, by gentleness, and by trust. Man for man, and tribe for tribe, by tolerance, by humor, by stoicism, but above all, by forgiveness.
The Greeks up to date. Plato...
Beside that man, Plato was a mere pedant. Well, that was my vision. I rode back and ran into the search party sent out for me, and I laughed in their faces. I suppose they thought me mad. And mad I was until the next dawn. For I knew that if the Jews' plan could be grafted onto our empire, it would justify the centuries of strife that went to Rome's building. My faith endured until sunrise. And the fire burned out. I still have the ashes.
Your Excellency, Annas, the former high priest.
Get her. Fetch drinks and fresh fruit. I appreciate your coming at such short notice, Annas. Please seat yourself.
The high priest declined our cordial invitation.
Caiaphas bade me express his profound regrets.
But you are in a position to speak on his behalf, I trust.
On all but matters of high policy, Your Excellency.
The aqueduct. Is that high policy?
If I can assist in furthering the welfare of my people, I shall be happy to cooperate, Your Excellency. Those are my instructions.
Good. You are, of course, aware of the reason I sent for you.
I have been informed there is some unrest on the pipeline, Your Excellency.
Yes. Why did the high priest give orders for the work to stop, Annas?
Your Excellency has been misinformed.
You disclaim responsibility?
Emphatically, Your Excellency.
You have been down to the springs yourself.
My duties take me all over Judea, Your Excellency.
Can you make any suggestions as to the cause of the stoppage?
A matter of a stolen pay chest, I believe.
How do you know that so soon?
It is common knowledge in the city, Your Excellency.
That's true enough. Everyone knows it by now.
You were at the springs last night before the ambush occurred. For what reason?
The Masons are all of our faith. I was summoned to give advice.
Advice? Upon what issue?
A spiritual issue, Your Excellency.
Are you suggesting that the Masons know that their pay comes from the temple treasury?
I cannot answer that question with accuracy, Your Excellency.
Can you guess at it?
Yes, Commandant. I can guess at it.
And what is your guess, Annas?
My people are a God-fearing people. If they did know that Rome is paying them from the Corban, they would be humiliated.
Would their humiliation be soothed by knowledge of the temple's rate of interest?
You will recall you enjoined us to strict secrecy as regards that matter, Your Excellency.
What in Jupiter's name has all this to do with the stolen pay chest?
A good deal, I imagine. The priests went down to the springs and gave away the source of the money and tried to stir up trouble on that score. But it takes more than a spiritual grievance to make a well-paid man lay down his tools.
Yes, Aurelian?
The hint was dropped to certain parties to help themselves to coin and give the men a practical cause for complaint.
This is preposterous, Your Excellency.
Is it preposterous, Annas?
You imply that the temple is a party to highway robbery?
Men have done worse things for power, Annas. What is it you want over in that nest of intrigue at the high priest's house? In the name of reason, what is it you want?
We would be grateful if Rome backed the authority she vested in us, Your Excellency.
You have your own laws, complete religious freedom, and your own court.
Courts, Your Excellency. But courts without the power adequately to punish.
Ah, your flock is beginning to congregate, Annas. I have given permission for them to be admitted to the inner court.
Jupiter! Are you mad?
Oh, we are safe enough while Annas is still loyal to us. He shall address them.
I address them, Your Excellency?
Why not? You may be a poor orator, but they'll be dazzled by the glitter of your silver, Annas.
I cannot pay them, Your Excellency.
You can, Annas. Aurelian, make a rough estimate of the amount due. Marius, escort our friend to the temple treasury and draw the sum required from the vaults.
I dare not, Your Excellency. Not without the sanction of the high priest.
The high priest was invited, and you are his accredited deputy. The role of paymaster will increase your prestige enormously, Annas.
He wouldn't be admitted to the treasury.
He'll unlock the treasury if he has to do it with a spear at his back.
I thought you were in favor of a peaceful settlement.
This will be peaceful. Come, Annas. Lead the way.
I can't help feeling
Your
that...
Excellency, forgive me.
Longinus, what are you doing here? Can't any of you obey orders?
I have important news, sir.
It can wait. We're in conference.
No, sir. It is for your ear alone.
Very well. The priest is in your custody, Marius. Come with me, Longinus.
Sir.
More bad news, I'll wager. You, I've forgotten your damn name.
My damned name is Aurelian, Commandant.
Well, you may have some influence with the Master Masons. Why not go down and talk with them?
I'll do what I can.
Why don't you and I call it truce, Annas? We both want the same thing, don't we? I understand your party. He doesn't.
We are always happy to negotiate, Commandant.
You could get that much money if you wanted.
There are certain difficulties.
Ah, yes, difficulties. But you and Caiaphas could get a personal draft for that small amount.
The money difficulty is not insuperable. If the Procurator would extend us small privileges in return.
What do you want?
A mandate to maintain our authority.
Well, you talk as though your authority were questioned.
It is questioned every day. And in every village between the Springs and Galilee.
Barabbas?
Oh!
Who then?
By a Nazarene. A talking carpenter. He calls himself the Messiah.
Oh, there have been a dozen messiahs since I joined the garrison.
They were mere nationalists. This one is different. He has set his face against the temple. He claims the forgiveness of sins.
The Sanhedrin. Worried by the babblings of an artisan. Oh, I don't believe it.
You would if you heard him, Commandant. This man performs illusions on a formidable scale. He's getting a powerful following.
The rabble will always watch a circus.
Not only the rabble. This man has won over at least one member of the Sanhedrin.
All right, stamp on him. You've got the powers of arrest and detention. Forgiveness of sin doesn't figure in our statute book as a crime. Unless, of course, the sin involves Caesar.
Supposing Caesar was already involved.
Well, if that's the case, why haven't you brought him to us before?
Because the Procurator is not dependable. We can't afford to fail in this matter.
You leave the Procurator to me. If it's as simple as that, why bandy words any further? Here he is. Don't go yet.
Marius!
All this prattle round a table. Give me 5 minutes alone with him and Annas will get us the money now.
We no longer need the money.
Not need it. Listen.
That isn't a riot. It's a cheer. Longinus is superintending the play issue in the outer court. The headquarters of Barabbas was stormed at noon, and the whole of the treasure has been recovered.
Zeus! And Barabbas himself?
Wounded and in chains in the guardroom. He'll live for the cross.
I congratulate Your Excellency. With your permission, I will report back to the High Priest.
By all means. The audience is over. Goethe, show Annas out. You won't need an escort, Annas. My respects to the High Priest.
Your Excellency.
I'll interrogate Barabbas and order a double guard for the cells. We've been lucky this time. We won't always be. Why don't you leave the priests to me? I know how to bargain with them.
I'm sure you do, Marius. I'm sure you do.
And when Pilate was set down on the judgment seat, his wife sent unto him, saying, Have thou nothing to do with this just man, for I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him.
Goethe. Oh, give me my cloak. Oh, it's cold. Is your master still down below in the judgment hall? Thank you. Now get me something to drink. No, something hot, you fool.
Dracula.
Oh, for both of us. I couldn't sleep.
There's a slave.
Getting drinks. You look as if you could do with one.
It's cold. It's miserably cold down there.
Why did you stay so long?
It's a difficult case.
Well, you can go to bed now.
It isn't over yet.
I asked one of the centurions. He said you were writing a conviction.
The centurion was guessing. I found the man innocent.
How much longer do we remain in Jerusalem?
Till after the Passover.
Oh, leave the drinks there, Goethe. And now get some sleep yourself. How long will that be, Pontius?
About a week.
I shall stay in Caesarea next time you come here. I hate this place. Hate it. Who is it that must be tried at this hour?
A carpenter called Jesus.
High treason, I suppose.
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy? Is that what kept you up all night? That's for the priests to play at, isn't it?
The Sanhedrin sent him to me.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Why do you pamper them so? Why didn't you send down and tell them to wait your convenience?
They're within their legal rights. There might be a death penalty. Their Passover begins at sunset.
You ask for half the worry you get. If only you took a firm stand against these people.
Oh, how many times have I told you we can't govern by force of arms in a place like this? Do you think I've enough men to suppress a real rising?
Who said anything about a rising? I merely implied the case was trivial.
It isn't trivial. If this man goes free, the aqueduct will never be finished.
Then how can he be so innocent?
He's a bargaining counter, that's all.
Very well. But I can't see Cassius at Antioch being hauled out of bed for a bargaining counter. If you'll take advice from me, you'll get some sleep before you hear another witness.
There aren't any witnesses. Only the man himself.
What sort of a trial is this?
I told you, it's legal. An Orthodox Jew is defiled if he enters these premises on the eve of Passover. So they all sent in depositions, which he neither admitted or denied.
Were there no witnesses for the defense?
Not even his own testimony. Jupiter, the confusion of it all. Are you the king of the Jews? You say that I am. Are you a king? Are you? And he? My kingdom is not of this world. To that end I was born, that I should bear witness of the truth. I asked him, what is truth? Do any of us really know, except him?
You sound as if you were on trial yourself.
Down in the hall, I had the strangest feeling I was. It was after you sent down your message. And was it really necessary to send Goethe down with a hysterical note in the middle of a difficult sitting?
I'm sorry. It was an impulse. A stupid one. I was frightened.
Frightened of what?
Oh, of nothing. I had a bad dream. I've had it before in this wretched place. I felt so oppressed when I woke that I got up and went into your room.
Well, what then?
Well, it's no good looking for a matter-of-fact explanation. There isn't one. When I saw your bed hadn't been slept in, I suddenly felt sick with fear.
You shouldn't let superstition rob you of sleep. There are enough practical worries in all conscience.
Give me my letter. Let it burn with the rest of the illusions. Sometimes I think it would be wiser if I went myself.
You went where?
Home.
What's a scribbled message about a dream to do with your going home?
You honestly don't see the connection, do you?
No, I don't. How should I?
That I should have to tell you a sufficient answer in itself. A year ago, you would have understood that message. It wouldn't have irritated you. It would have brought you to me wherever you were. Today, I have to explain it like a dull lesson to a dull child. That's the measure of our failure, Pilot. Go and get some rest.
Rest? You talk like a fool. Do you think I can loll on my couch and shut my brain to what goes on down there? Do you think I can see a decent, earnest, and supremely intelligent man hounded to death by scum who lack even the courage to kill him? Men who are trying to bully me into performing the office of hangman for them. Oh, I'm sorry, Procula. I'm tired and out of temper, but you can't begin to understand...
I understand less and less. I only know that in the last year something has grown up between us, like a great, gloomy rampart, and that you yourself keep adding to that barrier. Soon we shall no longer see or hear one another.
I'm sorry, Procula. This case, it's more than a routine trial. It has a personal element, one that I find very disturbing.
Well?
That prisoner, I recognized him as soon as they brought him in.
Who is he?
I owe him my life.
Your life?
Yes, we met in Samaria over a year ago. If I'd not met him when and as I did, you would have been back in Rome by now. But without me.
You never told me an attempt was made on your life in Samaria.
No, Procula. You see, the attempt would have been made by myself.
I've never thought of you as a man who would contemplate destroying yourself. Oh, yes, you might talk about it, but with no real intention of ever...
I had every intention, I promise you. I went out into the desert alone and at night. I met him there. And from that very moment, I forgot my intention. We talked the whole night.
Did he realize...
I don't know. He might have. He had an odd, intuitive mind that brought the discussion round to such matters. I saw then that to kill myself is no solution. For somewhere there is an answer. He taught me to believe that. Now do you understand?
What will you do?
I've had him flogged as a mischief maker.
Perhaps that will satisfy his enemies.
No.
Then let him escape, as you did the Greek mercenary last year.
I can't play the same trick twice, and besides, this poor wretch should be stabbed in a festival mob, and that might even mean civil war.
Then discharge him after the festival and escort him out of the province.
I don't think he'd go, Procula.
Then how can you risk ruin for a man who won't even defend himself?
That is my problem, Procula.
Will you listen to me a moment, without interruption?
I'll always listen to you.
Very well, then. Resign.
Resign?
Resign now, before it's too late.
On what grounds?
Ill health. That's no falsehood. You've aged 20 years in the 3 you've been out here. No matter what happens to this man, the temple will bring you down. What was once a probability is now a certainty. Oh, you could do work anywhere in the empire. You just happen to be the wrong man for Judea. They want a man like Marius who knows how to look opulent and when to crack the whip. Oh, this man in the hall has been trying to do in the streets what you are trying to do from the seat of power. They've brought him down. How much easier a mark is a man like you standing in a ring of torches? Will you wait here to be crushed?
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I had to see you. It's urgent.
Leave us, Procula. What is it, Marius? That cannot wait upon courtesy.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd have gone to bed. They told me you were in session all night.
I was in session. I was told you were out on patrol.
I got back a few minutes ago and found this waiting for me at the guardroom.
Another appeal for troops.
It's not mine. It's from that old fox Annas. You haven't really dismissed this fellow with a scourging, have you?
Well, what does this matter to do with you? It's a civil trial.
I keep my ears open. I've known of this mystic for some time. The Sanhedrin are terrified of him.
And you? Have you got him listed as a public menace?
Jupiter, no. There was a time when I thought he carried some weight with the rabble, but he doesn't count for 2 straws politically. I've checked on that. Read what Annas says.
I've heard him and I'm weary of it. Weary to death. Yes, it is nothing but a summary of the deposition he sent in.
It shows that in earnest.
Listen, Marius, I'm here to dispense law, not fables. I interrogated this man with great care.
I heard you did. And what did you discover?
Nothing, except that the man was quite innocent.
Under our law, maybe, but not theirs. He's supposed to have scoffed at every line of their book.
He is innocent of that, even.
Well, they might have put up a bad case, but does it matter all that much?
It should, to an administrator of justice.
I see.
What do you see, Marius? Come now, you'd better speak as you feel.
All right, then. I think it'd be madness to let this man free. You'll be sacrificing policy for sentiment again.
You suggest I should go back on my verdict and crucify an innocent man to placate the temple.
You haven't always been so merciful. Last year you hanged 3 of Primus's men for betting a Jewish trollop.
That case is closed, Marius, and I refuse to reopen it. I will discuss this one, if you can manage to keep a civil tongue in your head.
I'm sorry, but it seems so pointless.
Listen. Quite apart from the claims of justice, how do you think an ignominious capitulation to the Sanhedrin would affect our prestige in Jerusalem?
We haven't much prestige to lose. If this pipeline peters out, we're finished, both of us. You ought to see that.
Well, what then?
Well, get out, get back home. Get a transfer to Corinth, to Gaul even. To anywhere out of this cursed hole in the corner.
Is that all we're here for? To plot our way out?
It's the best we can hope for. I keep telling you that.
Then it's a pitifully poor excuse for being here at all.
Well, we're not to blame. We've got to rule by craft if they won't give us enough men to do it my way.
And your way is still the point of a pylon where it hurts most, Marius.
You can sneer as much as you like. But it's the only sort of administration barbarians respect.
Barbarians? These people had a civilization when Rome was a hideout for pirates.
Then all I can say is they must have had a better government machinery than we have. Look at us. The whole fabric of administration poised on the guilt or innocence of a talkative Galilean. I tell you, this place...
Galilean, did you say?
Well, he's entered as a Galilean in the charge records. He comes from Nazareth.
Why didn't I notice that?
What has his being a Galilean got to do with it?
Everything. Galilee comes under the nominal jurisdiction of Herod.
Well, what of it?
You urge me to try the temple's tactics. I will, Marius. The prisoner shall go to Herod to be judged. I wonder how many times the Tetrarch has violated scriptural law. I'll write a message. Goethe! Oh, why is it we always overlook the obvious?
Caiaphas isn't a fool. He'll see it's another compromise.
He is meant to. That's all part of the game. You leave this to me, Marius. I know what I'm doing.
Suppose the Sanhedrin object?
How can they? Less than a year ago, they petitioned to try all cases in their own courts, save treason, robbery, and violence. Herod's name headed the petition. This is a Passover courtesy on my part. Well, there it is. Shall I send Goethe, or would you prefer to deliver it yourself?
I'll take it myself. What about the prisoner?
Leave him. And inform Caiaphas he must conduct him to Herod under the temple guards. I'll have no legionaries concerned with this. The matter has passed from our hands. Goethe, prepare my bath, and inform your mistress I'll breakfast with her.
Supposing this doesn't work, what then?
Caiaphas will doubtless call on us with further suggestions.
He'll call, all right. The temple have sworn to have this man's life.
And I, Marius, have sworn to preserve it.
I tell you, we'll have more trouble over this fellow than you bargained for.
And I'm accepting full responsibility, Marius. Unless, of course, you will agree to share it.
I share it? Oh, I'd as soon share a bed with a leper. No, Pilate, this is one thing you can't pass on to the military.
It is something, Marius, that I can pass on to nobody.
And there was a woman of the Jews, Mary Magdalene, out of whom Jesus had cast 7 devils.
You, Goethe, why are you here? Don't go, don't look so frightened. You won't give the alarm, you know me. Mary of Magdala. You're one of us, I've seen you at the meeting place. Listen to me, I must see the governor. I've climbed in here to see the governor. I'm trying to save Jesus. Will you help me? You must help me save Jesus. Do you know where he is? Bartholomew said he was taken away by the temple guard. Tell me where. Where did they take him? If only you could speak. Write it down. Write. Are you a literatus? I don't understand. What are you trying to say, Goethe? Money? A coin? Or what are you telling me? Herod? They've taken him to Herod? But why Herod? He knows nothing of Jesus. You must take me to the governor. I beg of you, if you love him, only the governor can save him. Is it the governor? No? Hide me. Where can I hide?
I thought that I should have passed out. So I thought as I was coming, she might as well come too. There's not many people in Caesarea this time of the year. Nearly all of them have gone north for the games.
All the same, I wish I'd stayed. This place is crowded to suffocation.
Ah, dwarf pineapples. I haven't seen one in months. Do you mind, Procula?
See, oh, you boor.
Nonsense. Let him have one, Nestor. They're put out to be eaten. Goethe, find your master and bring him here. Look in the scroll room. He can't be far away. We had breakfast together less than an hour ago. Well, let's have a drink. I think some of your wine's left. We get through an enormous amount. Half the garrison officers slink in here and guzzle it on the sly.
I'll send you a couple of cases tomorrow.
This is a charming room, Claudia. We've never been in here before. I could have sworn it was a barrack from the outside. It looks it.
You must think we're the most inhospitable couple in the world. Whenever you call, Pontius is either out or up to his chin in official papers.
Well, we must expect that if we call uninvited.
He was in the judgment seat most of the night. The trial isn't over yet.
More fool him. If I was governor, I'd post archers at every door in this heat and give orders to shoot visitors at sight.
Lucky he doesn't. A blind archer couldn't miss you at 100 furlongs.
I work like a slave, but I go on putting on weight.
You eat too much between meals.
I'm always hungry out here.
I can't imagine where Pilate's gone. Well, go and look in the hall, Goethe.
I couldn't bear having that lame, half-witted creature creeping about. Why don't you get somebody good?
Oh, Goethe's all right.
He's quiet. I like him that way. Good mind to have the tongues out of some of my people. A friend of mine in Aquila did it.
Yes.
Only made them sulky, though. I say, Claudia, couldn't we come to a meal tonight?
Theo!
Oh, Claudia doesn't mind. She can say no if she likes. This business of pilots will be finished by then, won't it?
I hope so. It should be.
What he needs is a bit of cheerful company.
Aurelian's staying with you, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, come over tonight and bring him with you.
Come on, Theo. We're due at Clyto's in half an hour. It's quite a ride, but...
I'll hand you over to the duty centurion. He'll have your horses brought round to the front.
Yes, thank you, that's
thank you
most
so much.
kind of you. I must say that I...
Goethe. Goethe.
Goodbye, Nesta.
Oh, no.
Who are you? How did you get here?
Don't have me arrested. Not before I've seen him. Just let me speak to him for a moment.
But who let you in? Goethe?
The slave didn't admit me. I came in myself.
Why didn't the stairhead sentry stop you?
I didn't come by the stairs. I came by the balcony.
But how?
I climbed the coping. I had to see the governor. I tried over and over again, but they turned me away. I got over the wall and went in through the kitchens. Then I got out into the court and climbed up. I knew this was his room. I've seen him standing here.
It's incredible you didn't get shot by the guardroom archers. They must keep a scandalously lazy watch. I suppose you have this heat to thank for being alive. Well, the governor's not here at the moment. I'm his wife.
His wife? Claudia Procula.
Goethe, this woman climbed in through the balcony. You've been in and out all morning. How is it you didn't see her?
I hid myself in there. He knows nothing about me.
You've cut yourself badly. See to her leg, Goethe. Fetch water and bandages. Come over here and sit down, woman. I'm not going to eat you. Now then, why this urgency? Why didn't you petition in the proper way? The governor always grants an interview.
There isn't time. They're trying to kill Jesus.
Jesus? Oh, the Galilean carpenter.
You know about him.
The governor tried him this morning. He sent him to the Tetrarch. Are you his wife?
He has no wife. He is the Messiah.
Then where is his following?
There aren't many of us. We tried to stop him from coming to Jerusalem. They hate him here.
Why?
Because he says that people like me will see God.
All right, Goethe. Leave us. Why shouldn't you see God? What are you? A harlot?
No, I was never a harlot. But I plaited harlot's hair in Magdala. I was torn by devils. I lived in the harlot's dwellings. No one else would have me.
Yes? What then?
He touched me and I was sane.
This Messiah of yours, what else does he do besides cast out devils?
He can do anything if you believe. He cures all sickness and blindness by touch. I've seen him heal lepers. And James told me he can raise the dead.
If he can do all this, why isn't he more popular?
Because he loves people like us. The temple won't bother with us. They'd like to have him for themselves. He's a wonderful talker. He makes jokes about them and they hate him for it. They hate him because none of them can heal as he heals. How should they? He is the Son of God.
The Son of Jehovah, the Jewish God?
The true God.
How do you know this?
Because he tells us.
Do you understand anything else he tells you?
Not much, but the 12 do.
The 12?
His picked followers. It was one of them that betrayed him last night.
I've heard all about this promised Messiah. He's expected as far away as Rome. But the Jews want a nationalist. A man who will restore Jewish independence and make your race more powerful than Rome.
It's the same with the men here. They want a fighter. Jesus preaches love.
You don't understand his teaching, yet you risked your life to come here and plead for him. Did you do that as a convert or as a woman?
I don't understand.
You love him, don't you?
He gave me a place in life. He was good to me when I lived in filth and rags among harlots. That is more important than giving me sanity. He made me a woman again. Can you understand that?
Of course I can. There's nothing wrong with loving him as you love him.
Of course it is wrong.
How can a woman like me love the Son of God?
That claim has been his undoing.
For the love of God, save Jesus of Nazareth.
Pick her up. His wife?
No, just a follower.
Odd how the world pays its debts. He's supposed to have cured thousands. When he needs help, what do we find? One half-crazy woman. Where do you live?
In Bethany, at the house of Natai the porter.
Now listen then. I intend to save this man's life.
You will.
But there are difficulties. If he goes free, can you and your friends get him out of the city?
We will take him away before sunset, north to Samaria.
Samaria isn't far enough. You must get him into Syria, or east of the Jordan. You understand?
Oh, yes, anywhere.
Has she money?
She has nothing.
I'll take this then. And go home.
She'll never get out of the fort.
Get Goethe. I'll write her a passport. Goethe!
Oh, I should be careful what you put in writing, Pontius.
I'll take this, woman. It'll get you out of the city. Go back to Bethany and wait. If the man is released, I'll send him to you. Goethe, escort this woman to the postern and make sure she leaves. I advise you to buy some food and get some rest. You can do nothing more at the moment.
May the Lord bless you.
Take her, Goethe. That's the first time a Jew has kissed my hand, Dracula.
It might have been bought at a price. Oh, what made you commit yourself in writing? She could have taken her chance in the city.
It wouldn't have been much of a chance. Every one of this man's little sect is marked down.
But supposing they arrest and search...
What would you have me do, woman? Turn this man loose without hope of friends or refuge? You urged me to be merciful not 2 hours ago.
Mercy need not entail risk to that extent, surely. In any case, I thought this affair was to be settled by Herod.
As we came in, there was some sort of disturbance outside the high priest's house. I sent Longinus to investigate. The Galilean mightn't have got as far as Herod's.
And if he hasn't?
I've another and better plan.
My plan is the only certain one. Give a verdict of not guilty and turn the man loose. If the verdict is not accepted, you'll have every excuse for honorable resignation.
I will not resign until I put one thing to the test. The people here. When have I ever heard their voice? Always the voice of the temple through whom we rule, but never the voice of the Jews themselves.
Why shouldn't the two be one and the same?
No, I'll never believe that. And because I will not believe it, this case shall be judged by the people if that becomes necessary.
You'll have your chance to test a mob's nobility, all right. There's a rabble making holiday outside the main gate now.
It won't hammer on the gate in vain. I've given permission for it to enter.
Will you speak?
If necessary. Dracula.
Yes?
If I do speak, I should like you to stay.
If you want me to. Oh, here's Longinus now.
Come in, Longinus.
I've just seen the covenant, Your Excellency. This was to be delivered to you from the Tetrarch.
Where's the prisoner?
Back again. They're bringing him over from the high priests now.
What does Herod say?
Your Excellency will understand. Dare not deal with this man. Galilean by domicile only, native of Bethlehem. Beg you to believe my position will become untenable. Oh, why do we suffer these lice to live on our backs?
Marius tells me they had fun with Messiah up at the palace.
What constitutes a tetrarch's fun?
Oh, baiting him is what you'd expect, sir. He's back here in a purple robe with a crown of thorns and a reed scepter. Octavius said how much better the trapping would have suited Herod.
How big is the crowd?
2,000 or 3,000. Are you sure you won't have them dispersed, sir?
No. Fetch Caiaphas.
Oh, I doubt if he'll come, sir. To enter the building now means defilement.
He'll risk that to make sure of the carpenter. Besides, for the high priest, there's always dispensation. Fetch him. And Marius, too.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Do you still want me to stay?
Yes. But whatever happens, do not speak. Do you understand?
I understand.
I met the centurion on the stairs. Things are getting out of hand. What do you expect me to do?
Help yourself to a drink, Marius. You look uncomfortably warm.
You heard what's happened at Herod's?
Longinus told me. I've sent for Caiaphas. You'd better stay.
Jupiter. All night on duty and then 3 hours there in the broiling sun with that mob. It's a wonder I'm still on my feet.
The high priest, Your Excellency, who's waiting an audience.
Greetings, Your Excellency.
You have seen my clerk's transcript of this morning's proceedings?
I have, Your Excellency.
I found the man technically innocent, Caiaphas.
He was found guilty in our courts, Your Excellency.
I have no doubt of that. But your code is not ours.
He is guilty by your code also if sedition is still a capital offence, Your Excellency.
I found no proof of that in your deposition.
Pardon me, Your Excellency. Bar Matthias testified to trapping the blasphemer with a common coin in the temple area a few days ago.
I recall the statement. Bar Matthias himself admits that the prisoner replied, "Give to Caesar the things that are Caesar's."
A cleverly veiled insult, Your Excellency.
But a long way from sedition, Caiaphas.
Be that as it may, Your Excellency, I cannot vouch for the temper of my people if this man goes free during the Holy Festival.
Use your brains, man. How can I pronounce capital sentence on a bundle of vague statements which do nothing but contradict each other?
If I might be permitted to speak plainly, Your Excellency.
I want you to speak plainly. Why else should I ask you here?
Your Excellency relies upon my authority to cooperate in the maintenance of good order here.
Naturally I do. That's our system.
I cannot shoulder that responsibility during a festival if your imperial support is withdrawn.
I appreciate your precautionary measures, but why this ridiculous insistence on a death penalty?
We used to stone blasphemers before the Romans came here. This man claims to be the Son of God, and by our law he ought to die.
Were you not expecting a Messiah?
The Messiah will come to us in the fullness of time, Your Excellency.
And how will he be recognized?
The Messiah will not be a Galilean carpenter, Your Excellency.
No, not a carpenter, Caiaphas, but a doctor of the temple. A high-born prophet, whose mission is clear. Maintain your privileges and shield your prestige. Is that the man you await?
You cannot maintain discipline without trained leadership. With my people, leadership is a tradition. It does not emerge from stable dung, mouthing a false doctrine of fellowship with God through a mere act of believing. Our faith and our temple were not built overnight.
10,000 devils. What's to be gained from theological discussion? Let us surrender the man and be done with it.
I've learned to respect your Jewish faith, Caiaphas, but I cannot sacrifice an innocent man on the altar of bigotry. But I believe your faith and that of your fathers to have long since parted company.
Your Excellency is ill-informed. I assure you they remain as one. Hear for yourself. That is the voice of my people, Your Excellency.
Your people? Why not his people? If I let this man free...
With deep respect I say it, Your Excellency. If you let this man free, you are not Caesar's friend.
A threat, Caiaphas?
Advice, Your Excellency.
Of course it's a threat. If the carpenter goes free, they'll apply direct to Rome.
That won't be necessary. I'm inclined to take Caiaphas at his word.
A conviction? Now, here's common sense.
I intend to act strictly according to law, Caiaphas. Your law.
Your Excellency will be increasing our loyalty to Rome if our wishes are granted in this matter.
Very well, then. I officially pronounce this man guilty.
Guilty on our depositions?
On your depositions, Caiaphas. The decision of your courts shall be the decision of mine.
Your Excellency will not regret it. If I might have the warrant of conviction?
I've already prepared a warrant. It only needs sentence and signature. Here. The sentence is death.
And the order of execution? There is not overmuch time before the Passover, Your Excellency.
There will be no execution on this occasion, Caiaphas.
This is madness. How can the man be put to death without execution?
A point of law, Marius. The Galilean is convicted, but discharged. I release him under the Passover clemency clause in your Declaration of Privileges. Jesus of Nazareth owes his life to the festival. Is that satisfactory?
Satisfactory? How can it be?
It is strictly according to law, I assure you.
The law is our law, Your Excellency. The Passover release of one state prisoner...
Quite.
And the choice is our own. There is one other state prisoner, Your Excellency.
Who?
Barabbas.
Barabbas? You expect me to release him? The man is an outlaw, a dangerous and violent one.
Nevertheless, my people would prefer Barabbas, Your Excellency.
You can't mean that.
Most earnestly, Your Excellency, Barabbas has not made light of Jehovah.
Is that your last word? You prefer to loose upon society a man like Barabbas in preference to a harmless philosopher?
I did not say that I preferred it, Your Excellency. I speak for my people.
Very well. You shall be put to the test. We shall see if your choice is their choice. If it is, then you have my pledge that the carpenter shall be dead before sunset.
What are you going to do now?
Put the question to the people.
A plague on the people. How can you make us look so cheap?
The governor is the voice of the emperor. How dare you question his decision?
How long has Judea been ruled by a woman?
Marius, how dare you?
The army will not forget that insult, Pilate.
Leave us, Procula. And you, Marius. This is a matter between us, Caiaphas. Are you agreed?
I am agreed, Your Excellency.
When the people have chosen, I shall require you to give the prisoner a guarantee of safe conduct out of the province.
My personal guarantee, Your Excellency.
I shall go out to them now. Jews! They have brought me your king!
We have no king but Caesar!
I have been asked to crucify your king! Tomorrow is the feast of the Passover. In honor of the festival, Rome releases to you one prisoner. I give the people a choice. This man or Barabbas. Choose now. One prisoner. Jesus of Nazareth or Barabbas.
Give us Barabbas! Give us Barabbas! Not this man!
I find no fault with the Nazarene.
Give us Barabbas!
Goethe, fetch water. Take him and crucify him. I wash my hands of this innocent man.
And they took Jesus and led him away into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and two other with him, on either side one, and Jesus in the midst. And there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour.
The men are just as bad with their fashions of the moment. Look at Theocritus and his sudden obsession for physical culture.
Oh, did he get himself a dancing instructor?
He got a mania for javelin throwing.
It happened years ago, but Nestor never lets me forget it.
It was when we were in Antioch, herded over the premises. The only place we could stretch our legs was on the roof, and that looked down on the main street of the city.
But what happened?
Well, Theo started practicing on the roof, hurling the awful things at a stuffed mattress he'd fixed up on the parapet. One morning I was in my bath when the Chiliarch walked in. He'd come to arrest us after one of Theo's javelins had sailed over the roof and pinned the foot of a charioteer to the floor of the four-horse he was driving. Oh, no, thanks, Claudia. I could eat another thing.
I think I could try some of those peaches. They look juicy. It's the bother of stoning them.
Goethe will peel and stone them for you, Theocritus. He's good at it. Clever monkey, isn't he? Yes. I don't know what we'd do without him.
Talking of slaves, Pontius, you had a big fellow going up to Golgotha at noon. What was he, a tradesman?
Golgotha? He was a carpenter.
A carpenter? But why didn't you sell him? He'd have fetched over 400 in auction, wouldn't he, Marius?
He wasn't much of a carpenter. He talked too much.
It's getting dark. Why is it getting dark at this hour? It isn't sunset yet.
There's a storm coming up, I expect.
There isn't a sign of a storm. It's simply unnaturally dark out there. It's stuffy, too. I've never known it so close and so stuffy. The fan, Goethe.
Well, it's cooler with the curtains across.
Do you feel that?
Feel what, old man?
An earth tremor. I felt it distinctly. Did you feel it, Procula?
No.
I did. It was slight, but I did feel it.
Well, they don't have earthquakes in Judea, do they?
Never. People who come here from Pompeii and Sicily have got earthquakes on the brain.
I tell you, I felt it.
Listen, who says there isn't a storm?
What's troubling you, Pontius? Anything wrong?
I'm sorry, I haven't slept well for some time. I'm finding this heat oppressive.
Overwork, that's your trouble.
He's not the only one.
Look, why don't you and Claudia take a trip back home? You could both do with a rest.
I'll find you a comfortable passage any time.
I can't go until the aqueduct's finished.
Oh!
Who's there? It's Longinus.
Forgive me, Your Excellency. Someone down in the hall is making repeated requests to see you. He claims a matter of urgency.
Oh, who is it?
His name is on this paper, sir.
I'll not see anyone tonight.
I've issued orders to that effect, sir, but the man is insistent. When I ordered him out, he produced this authority.
A woman from Magdala. The case is closed. Tell him nothing more can be done.
Shall I make an appointment, Your Excellency?
Well, send him away.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Who was it?
A merchant from Arimathea. Called himself Joseph and claims to represent Nicodemus of the Sanhedrin.
I know Nicodemus. He used to do a good trade in mixed stuff from the north. Gave it up some time ago to follow some cult or other. A lot of these wealthy Jews get religion when they've made their pile.
Oh, it's hot in here.
Why don't we all go over to Balthazar's? I'm willing.
Anywhere out of this oven. I shall only be pestered if I stay here where they can reach me. I'll order the horses.
Thank you, that's most kind.
Guard! Commandant! Let Arimathean in the hall. If he's still there, tell the centurion to order him up here now. Then return to your post and keep your eyes open.
Very good, Commandant.
Come in, man, and shut the curtains after you. You are Joseph of Arimathea?
The centurion said the procurator would receive me.
The procurator will not receive you. I am the commandant. How did you come by the official seal and signature of the governor?
It was given me by one of our faith, a woman.
How did she get it?
From the governor himself, sir.
Liar. Give it to me. Well, this is a forgery, but a damn good one. We'll go into that matter shortly. What do you want with the governor?
A corpse, Commandant.
A corpse?
Jesus of Nazareth. He was executed at noon.
Is he dead?
He was not dead when I left him. But I have to make arrangements for burial.
Are you a relative?
No, Commandant. No relative.
Then you must be one of his following.
Yes. I was one of his following.
Do you realize the danger of an admission like that? This man was crucified for high treason. Where are the others?
The others, Commandant?
The other followers of this circus act.
They are scattered.
Have you no meeting place?
None that I know of.
Down in the cells under the guardroom, we have various means of loosening tongues. I'm placing you under arrest.
You must do as you think best, Commandant. Meanwhile, I request the body of my master.
You'll get no body, damn you! Guard! Maybe you'll be too concerned with what happens to your own carcass. In the meantime, try to remember which of your fellowship is the expert at forging the official seal. Here, you! Take this man to the guard.
What are you charging him with, Marius?
Your Excellency. With forgery. This is as good a counterfeit as I've ever seen.
It isn't a counterfeit.
What?
Did the woman from Magdala give it to you?
Yes, Your Excellency.
What could you hope to do now? The man has been on the cross for hours.
He came for the body. The man isn't even dead yet, and they come whining for his body.
The bodies of malefactors must be down from the cross by sundown on the eve of the festival. Guard! Take this man to the chart room and stay with him till I send for you. Don't let him out of your sight.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Why did you arrest him?
I tell you, I thought that pass was a forgery. I couldn't believe that you'd issued it yourself.
And now that I tell you I did issue it?
If you don't keep that man under arrest, you'll have more trouble than you bargained for.
What sort of trouble, now the Nazarene is executed?
I got a hint from Caiaphas this morning. This fellow's a miracle worker, and he's promised he'll raise himself from the dead.
Do you believe that?
Of course I don't believe it.
And why this agitation?
Well, others might believe it. If they got hold of the body, there's no knowing what sort of rumors might get about during the festival.
Have you any proposals regarding the disposition of the body?
Exhibit it in a public place. That'll quell any ghost stories.
Are you so ignorant of the people we govern as to suppose we could exhibit a dead body in Jerusalem during their Passover?
All right, then embalm it, set a guard over the tomb, and expose it to the public immediately the festival's over.
No.
Oh, very well, then, if you're so squeamish about it, let Caiaphas superintend the burial.
Why? Why? Are we completely under the thumb of the priests?
Well, what are we going to do?
Get up. This Arimathean can have his body, and bury it where he will. There's a prisoner and escort in the chart room, Goethe. Fetch them here.
You're determined to act against my advice?
I'm determined to prevent the Imperial Eagles from being chained to the temple wall.
Very well, then. But you won't drag me into this. I'll hand in my personal resignation to Vitellius tomorrow.
Vitellius will hear you with the greatest interest, I'm sure. Provided, of course, you can coax him out of his bath.
If the legate won't listen, Rome will.
The prisoner, Your Excellency.
I'll leave him here. Go back to your post on the stairhead. Do you expect Jesus of Nazareth to rise from the dead? Well, do you?
I thought it possible, Lord Pilot.
How could you, a businessman, believe that?
He worked greater miracles, Your Excellency.
Why didn't you make an effort to save him?
He forbade force. We could have broken from the temple guard last night.
Why didn't you get him away in spite of himself?
He refused to leave Jerusalem. He told us that his father forbade it.
When he is dead, where do you want to bury him?
In my own tomb, Lord Pilot.
And then?
I shall go back to Arimathea.
What did you do in Arimathea?
I was principal agent for the business of Nicodemus the merchant.
Will you restart your business?
What else can I do?
How much could this man have meant to you? He or his teachings?
He meant everything, Lord Pilot.
Yet while there is still life in his body, you plan to re-enter the world from which he called you and forget all that he taught.
We can never forget what he taught, and none of us can ever be the same again. But without him, not one of us knows enough to propagate the truth.
And when you die, there'll be nothing left of his faith.
Nothing but the example of our own lives, those of us that remain faithful.
A great disappointment, this Jesus. If he had come down from the cross.
He would have changed the world.
Why are you so sure of that?
Because he taught us to know people. They came to gaze on his miracles, as the vulgar will here and everywhere. But they stayed to listen to his voice, and many were comforted. One more miracle, a consummating personal miracle, and he would have been accepted throughout Judea.
And beyond.
Why not? We had ambitions, plans. Some of us have already gone out with the word.
Lacking that miracle, the tree will wither. Even you now believe this man is mortal. Yet you did not always believe him so.
It is only tonight, we know, he is dying.
Yet he called himself the Son of God.
He called every man the Son of God.
Take him now.
Your Excellency.
Take him before it's too late. Take him for dead and wrap him in a shroud. Goethe! How far is your sepulchre?
No distance from Golgotha, Your Excellency.
Who knows of your tomb?
My family only, Lord Pilot.
Fetch the Centurion Longinus, Goethe. Now listen carefully. You and I, Joseph, will attempt this miracle. When you've recovered the body, you'll move off towards your tomb. But before you've gone far, you'll be overtaken by a messenger. He will direct you here.
Here, Your Excellency?
Obey my messenger's instructions to the letter. Your duty is to find Nicodemus and his servants and take them to the cross, but leave everything else to me.
There is a hangman's squad at the cross, Your Excellency.
The squad will have its instructions. Use this seal if you're challenged.
Your Excellency.
You sent for me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Longinus. Return to the guest, Goethe. Guard!
Sir.
Escort the Arimathean to the gate.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Longinus, I believe you superintended the execution today.
Myself and Nona, sir.
Is Nona still there?
Yes, sir, with 4 men.
None of the malefactors were dead when you left?
No, sir. I gave orders for the dispatch of all 3 after 2 more hours. They must be dead before the festival commences.
How much of that 2 hours is left?
I returned about an hour ago, sir.
Were there many spectators at Golgotha?
Well, they nearly all left after the disturbances.
What disturbances?
The earth tremor and the sudden darkness.
You are to return to the cross at once, Longinus. Get there as quickly as you can and dismiss Nonus.
Shall I break the legs?
Of 2 of them. Jesus of Nazareth, you will take down living or dead.
Forgive me, sir, but do the priests know of this?
No. There's your authority. It carries my seal and signature.
But What am I to do with the man, sir?
At the cross, you will meet a party of Jews, 4 in number. One of them has a safe conduct under my seal. Dismiss the squad and chase away loiterers. When the Jews move off towards their private tomb, follow them. At a safe distance, overtake and redirect them here. Now come in through the postern.
There are sentries at the postern, Your Excellency.
Have you 2 men with welcome transfers to Alexandria?
2? I have 100, sir.
Well, select 2 and give them orders to admit a party in charge of yourself. Oh, one other thing, Longinus.
Yes, sir?
I cannot order you to fulfill these instructions.
I have your authority, Your Excellency.
There is no authority for an action such as this. I can only say that if anything goes wrong, my seal will prove that you're acting on my instructions. Does that satisfy you?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You may need an extra pair of hands. Take my slave, the German.
A slave, Your Excellency? Is it wise?
Getter is dumb. You'll find him below. I need not remind you to keep the closest counsel.
There is one question, sir.
Well?
Have we fresh evidence on the Nazarene, sir?
Evidence of a sort. The evidence of our consciences.
I think I understand. You see, sir, I saw him crucified. And he was, well, different.
You may go.
And the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And when the centurion saw what was done, he glorified God, saying, "Certainly this was a righteous man."
Sentry! Oh, damn it, a sentry!
Who's there?
Someone will hang for this. No sentry. Should be a sentry. I posted one myself.
What do you want, Marius?
Easy enough to get in here. Might have been a zealot, mightn't I? 6 inches of steel in your neck.
If you have nothing to say, go back to your quarters and get sober.
Oh, I'll sober up in the saddle at first light. I'm riding north, pilot. Handed over to Tertius hours ago. Came to tell you.
Give me your resignation and get out, Marius. I don't want to be obliged to place you under arrest.
You arrest me? That's good. That's good. You can't arrest me. I'm off duty.
If you're going to lay your complaint to Vitellius, you'd better give me your resignation and start north immediately.
Pontius, do you know that there isn't a sentry on the stairhead?
There. What did I tell you? Easiest thing in the world to get in here of a night.
Your resignation, Marius.
All right. Here it is.
Now get out. And see you don't fall down the stairs.
Why has Marius resigned?
We can't agree on policy.
What did he mean about an inquiry?
He's going to report to the legate in Syria.
Are you going to let him?
I can't prevent him.
If he manages to win over Vitellius, you'll be ruined. You realize that, I suppose?
I'm not afraid of Marius.
I shall be leaving in the morning.
I think you're wise. I told her to go back to Caesarea a week ago.
Further than Caesarea, Pontius. I'm going home.
I'll make arrangements for transport in the morning.
Theo is booking my passage on one of his own boats.
You saw fit to discuss it with Theo, then?
I've discussed the passage, not the reason for my leaving.
Do you intend to give me your reasons?
I've already given them to you 12 times.
Very well, then there's no more to be said.
There is one thing.
Well?
You never gave me your answer about resigning.
I'll give it you now. I'll never resign.
I still think we could start again somewhere else.
Oh, don't lie to yourself, Procula.
You don't need me any longer.
That's not true.
Of course it's true. You've been stumbling in a dark world of your own choosing for over a year. Sometimes I think you aren't quite sane any longer. You need me? Why, you barely notice me behind your mountain of documents and memoranda. Goethe, the slave that changes your sandals, is closer to you than I am. Can't you see that you're deceiving yourself?
Not any longer. Doubtless you'll hear of it soon enough. And then you can add your voice to the voice of my other enemies.
What new lunacy have you committed?
I am trying to save the Nazarene.
Save him? But how?
His followers and Longinus are taking him from the cross. I've given orders for him to be brought here.
What made you run such a risk?
What concern is it of yours? From now on, we follow our own roads.
You cannot do this alone.
I must.
Oh, how can I go with this hanging over you? If it means as much as this to you, I have the right to share it. I beg of you, tell me and let me judge. Why?
Because I must. Because I should never know another moment's peace. Because something here in me would die, as certainly as they mean him to die out there.
You did your best to save the man before.
A coward's best. At first, his life or death was a matter of common justice. But as their determination to sacrifice him hardened, so my understanding of him and his plan clarified. Until I saw beyond doubt that the woman from Magdala was right. This carpenter is no conjuring messiah. Neither is he what they make him, a god. He is more. He is me. He's the whole of enslaved humanity. I believe that the mob, the men who whimper in their sleep for miseries past and fresh miseries to come, would welcome him. I believed that, and I staked his life on it. I gave them the choice, and they chose Barabbas.
You could do no more.
But I can. There's a prophecy among this man's following that he shall return to them from the dead. If I restore him to them, I shall have done more than save his life. I shall have launched his plan. Don't you see, Procula? The people rejected him today. But one more miracle. The crowning miracle of a man dead and buried walking among them. And there are no limits to his authority. He will reach out to Rome itself and beyond. The world's prejudice and ignorance could not withstand the impact of his faith. But it's time for you to go.
Not now. I begin to understand.
Oh, pass ready.
It's Caiaphas. How did he know the password?
What will you do?
Face him. What else can I do? And if he knew the password, how much more might he?
The High Priest, Your Excellency.
This visit is unique, Caiaphas. How is it that you break all precedent by entering these apartments on the morning of the Passover?
It was imperative that I saw Your Excellency.
What is it that cannot wait upon religious observance?
I have called for the body of the blasphemer.
The high priest defiles himself for a corpse. Nazarene is still at the place of execution?
No.
When he's dead and disposed of. The hangman's squad had orders to clear the knoll before Passover.
The blasphemer was not interred at the place of execution, Your Excellency.
Why should his place of burial concern you?
With respect, Your Excellency, the Sanhedrin deputed me to claim the corpse.
Claim it? High words to the governor, Caiaphas. This man died under Roman jurisdiction. His interment is the concern of the Roman authority.
Your Excellency is not fully informed. There is a prophecy.
I've heard it, that the carpenter shall rise again within 3 days. Do you, as high priest, believe this preposterous fancy?
I am not concerned with the probability of resurrection, Your Excellency. Certain ignorant people are deliberately misinterpreting passages from our sacred books.
Are you sure that belief in the possibility of resurrection is confined to the ignorant? If so, then how is it you risk defilement at this hour to satisfy yourself on this point? Has the Sanhedrin said to itself, suppose, after all, this man is the Messiah?
No, a man cannot rise from the dead save by the power of Jehovah. And if that power is not visited on the elect, how could it enter a man who took the holy name in vain?
Ah, how indeed, Caiaphas. Everything shrieks out a denial of such a monstrous possibility. Yet even so, you come to me for sanction to watch a corpse for 3 days. To what extent did this anxiety possess you? Shall I tell you, Caiaphas? To the extent of making you imperil your own life and liberty. At this moment, Caiaphas, only my clemency stands between your person and a capital charge. In order to gain access to me, you discovered and used the fort password. A password changed twice each night.
It was imperative I saw, Your Excellency. If the rumor of resurrection got abroad in the city, this man's prestige might threaten Rome. You dare not arrest me for doing Rome's work.
I dare this instant if I chose. Do you presume that because I find it expedient to give you a man's life at noon, I'm to be your lackey for my term of office? The Nazarene's remains are Rome's affair, and Rome will select and guard the tomb. Guard!
My sole object is to prevent disorders.
Leave such work to me, Caiaphas. And never forget that the temporal power you wield flows from me and me alone. Guard! The visitor will leave by the main gate immediately. Escort him to the street.
I will solicit an audience after 3 days, Your Excellency.
The interview is over, Caiaphas. I am trembling with hatred, Procula. The Nazarene would have chastened him without hate.
Pontius, there's someone here. Where do you come from? What do you want?
He comes from the Nazarene. You have him. Speak, man, speak.
His wounds were terrible.
But not mortal.
They speared his side.
Is he dead?
He died more than an hour ago.
You bungling fool! I gave you direct orders!
Is he here?
We've taken him to the tomb I prepared. That dumb slave you sent, he was one of our brotherhood, a gentleman. He carried him in his arms the whole of the way.
You sent Goethe?
Leave us, Joseph, leave us.
Have I your permission to set the seal on the tomb, Your Excellency?
Yes, yes. Act as you please.
There is one small matter, Your Excellency. The Sanhedrin will certainly seek to take him from us. If they use force...
The governor has already informed the high priest that the tomb will be guarded by auxiliaries. Wait below. I will try and make the arrangements.
Your Excellency.
Pontius, you will have to issue orders for the tomb to be guarded. That man is right. The Sanhedrin will do all they can to get possession of the body.
What does it matter now? Who has the body?
You began this thing. You must complete it.
It has been completed for me. This man deified himself, and the gods have given him their answer. If he had lived to complete his work, he might have changed the world. He has died, and his plan with him.
Nevertheless, the tomb must be guarded.
Why? What use to involve ourselves further? You do not believe this man had the power to raise himself from the dead?
I do not know what I believe about him. Only that I have witnessed the miracle of faith he wrought upon yourself.
That was no miracle. I was born with faith in the ability of men to shape for themselves a destiny in which there was hope and dignity. It was only that this man showed me, for a brief instant, the means of putting that dream into practice. And the moment has gone by.
The moment may come again.
Never, never for us. Who is that?
It's Goethe. He no longer limps. And Pontius, his face.
The courts are empty, but soon the city will be stirring, and the people will come from their dwellings to seek his presence. I will go to the house of Mary to prepare for the Master.
That was Spark in Judea by R.F. Delderfield. It was adapted by Simona Pakenham and produced by Noel Iliff. The part of Pontius Pilate was played by Valentine Dial, Claudia Procula by Pauline Letts, Marius by Roger Snowden, Caiaphas by Heron Carvick, Mary Magdalene by Ela Grant, and other parts by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company.
The play is The Golden Deed by Andrew Garth, dramatized for radio by Eileen Cullen.
Crumbs. Mummy? Mummy, will you help me finish blowing up the raft?
Well, just a moment, darling. Wait till I've unpacked the tea things.
I will help you, Tony.
We'll have to get him a real raft someday. The old airbed's looking pretty tired.
It's a nice raft.
There you are. Is that enough?
Uh-huh.
Oh, say thank you, darling.
Thank you, Kira. Look, Mummy, over there. There's a man here today.
Oh, so there is. Well, never mind. There's plenty of room. May I go in now, please? Yes, but be careful. I'm going to sunbathe first. You'll go with him, won't you, Kira? Of course, Mrs. Mellenby. Come along, Tony. Race you, Kira. All right. Ready? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. Keep close to the edge, Tony.
Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby, it's Tony. He's rather far out, and I can't make him hear me.
What's the matter? Where is he?
Oh, God.
Tony! Tony! Come back! Come back this minute! You're much too far out! You're very naughty! Tony! Come back!
He's blowing him out!
Still, Tony! I'm coming! Help me!
Someone in difficulty?
Yes, sir. The little boy and his mother.
All right, don't worry. I'll get down.
Tony! God help me.
Don't struggle. I'll soon get you in.
Come on. Help him.
I'll come back for him in a minute now. Stand on your back. Relax. That's right. Now, we're in the shallows. All right?
Oh, Mrs. Mellenby, how dreadful.
Look after him. I'll get him, don't worry.
He's a strong swimmer. He will save him, Mrs. Mellenby.
He's drowning. The wrong thing.
It's all right, Mrs. Mellenby. He's there. He's holding him. Oh, thank God.
Oh, there you are, young man. Don't go frightening your mother again like that.
Tony, haven't I told you over and over again to stay near here?
But, Mommy!
Well, he's learned his lesson.
With the wind, Mommy.
Have some tea, Mrs.
Yeah,
Mellenby.
that's just the thing. Just what you need.
And you, too. You must be absolutely worn out.
I take a lot of wearing out.
I simply don't know how I can ever begin to thank
really,
you.
it was nothing. I'm glad I happened to be around, that's all.
I'm afraid I panicked. You see, I'm not a strong swimmer, and Kira doesn't swim at all. I simply don't know what we should have done without you. Here's the tea.
Ah, thank you. That's splendid.
I honestly thought those last few yards were going to be too much for me.
I rather wondered myself, to tell the truth. The wind blew up so suddenly.
I can't forget it. When I saw the raft overturned.
I'd rest a bit if I were you.
Do please tell me your name.
Oh, if you really want to know, it's Roscoe. Frank Roscoe.
And I'm Sally Mellenby. That awful boy over there is Tony, as you know. This is Kira from Norway. How do you do?
Norway. I've always wanted to go there.
Are you on holiday here?
No, I'm on business of a sort. I'm hoping to find a small farm, just prospecting around, you know. But it looked so good today, I decided to take time off for a few hours on the beach.
Thank goodness you did.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Mellenby, and thanks for the tea. I'll push along now.
Have you far to go?
Oh, no, not really, just a few miles.
Have you a car?
No, I came by bus and walked along the beach.
Then we must take you home.
Oh, don't think of it. I don't want to break up your picnic.
Oh, we're not in the mood for picnics now. At least I'm not.
Oh, well, Tony looks none the worse. That's something.
Where are you staying?
Oh, a little place called Fresney Stoke, near Bath. I'm at a pub there.
But we live in Bath. We'll drop you off on the way. It couldn't be easier.
Oh, it's extremely kind of you. Well, if you're sure it's no trouble, I'll just get my things.
Come along, Tony. We're going home now. Come and help us pack up.
Why are we going home?
What sort of a farm are you looking for, Mr. Roscoe?
Oh, just a few acres for a poultry farm. I'm one of those, redundant army chaps, you know. Too old at 40.
It must be difficult starting all over again. Have you always been in the army?
Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't know anything else. Still, I expect I can learn.
Do you know this part of the country?
No, hardly at all. But a friend of mine recommended it. He said he'd heard the land here was comparatively cheap. I hope he's right.
Well, he may be.
Mummy, can I have a new raft?
Oh, I should think not.
And that's what I call bad timing.
We're coming into Fresnostoke now. Which is your pub?
The Plough.
Oh.
There it is, just on the left.
Yes.
Very modest, but I'm going carefully. Well, thank you for the lift.
Mr. Roscoe, I know my husband will be very anxious to meet you. Would you come and have dinner with us tomorrow evening?
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mrs. Mellenby, but it really isn't necessary, you know.
Please, Mr. Roscoe, you saved our lives, and you could have lost your own.
All the same.
My husband would never forgive me if he didn't have a chance to thank you himself.
Well, if you put it like that, I'll be very happy to come, of course. Where exactly do you live?
Well, don't worry about that. I'll come and pick you up in the car. I'll be here at 6:30. Will that do?
It'll be fine. I shall look forward to it.
Till tomorrow, then.
Right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Roscoe. What can I get you?
Whiskey, please. Large one. Whiskey. Thank you, sir.
A grand day it's been.
Wonderful.
Did you manage to get your swim?
I did indeed. Have a drink yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll have a light ale.
Lovely bit of country you've got round here.
Very nice, isn't it?
You been here long?
Oh, I've been in this house 20 years.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you know some people named Mellenby.
You mean Mr. John Mellenby?
Could be. I met a Mrs. Mellenby today. Dark, very attractive, with a small son.
That's right, sir. Pretty big shots in Bath they are.
Are they?
Oh, yes. Public work, you know. He's president of this and that. They're fine people and very well liked. Don't throw their weight about like some.
Mm-hmm. What does he do for a living?
Mr. Mellenby? Oh, I don't think he does anything now. Don't need to.
Oh, lucky man.
He used to be a lecturer at Bristol. Archaeology or something of the sort. He's interested in antiquities, I know. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the richest men in Bath. Got it all from an uncle some little time ago. You can always count on him for a subscription if the cause is good.
He sounds a generous type.
Very generous he is, sir.
I think I'll have another large whiskey, landlord.
In here, Mr. Roscoe. John, darling, this is Mr. Frank Roscoe.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Roscoe, my wife has told me all about what happened yesterday. I can only say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
There was nothing to it, Mr. Mellenby.
Well, you must allow me to thank you. I owe you more than I can ever repay.
I'd really be happier if you forgot all about it.
No, I'm not likely to do that. But I understand. Now, what will you drink? Gin and something or sherry?
Oh, gin and French for me, if that's all right.
Yes, of course. Sally?
A sherry, darling.
You have a beautiful house.
It is attractive, isn't it? It's a design they're never likely to improve on. Perhaps you'd like to look round later. There are some lovely fireplaces.
I would indeed.
Well, this is quite an occasion. Your very good health, Roscoe.
Happy days.
Do sit down. I can't imagine why we're all standing. A cigarette, Mr. Roscoe.
Oh, thank you.
My wife tells me you've just left the army.
Yes, I was a major in the Gloucesters when they axed me.
And now you're planning to become a chicken farmer.
Yeah, that's the general idea. Does it sound crazy to you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
People make fortunes out of it.
The thing is, I've been used to an open-air life, and I don't think I could stand a desk.
I suppose you've been into the economics of it.
Well, I've been browsing in the books a bit.
You ought to talk to someone who's actually running a poultry farm.
Yes, that'd be a great help.
I can't think of anyone offhand, but I'm sure we can find someone.
Yeah, I've been abroad so long. I've been almost a stranger here. But I expect I shall soon make some friends.
Well, you've made some already.
Oh, jolly nice of you.
You're not married, are you?
No, I'm not. But perhaps when I get more settled... Must have someone to collect the eggs, what?
What size of a place had you in mind?
Well, the gratuity won't run to anything ambitious. About 3 acres, I thought.
Oh, as little as that.
Oh, I'll be working on the battery system. You don't need a lot of ground for that.
What about a house?
Shack. Small bungalow will do to start with.
You know, John, Eleanor's been talking about selling her cottage and field. Eleanor Bright is a friend of ours, Mr. Roscoe. It's a charming little cottage full of possibilities.
You're worrying too much about me, you know.
Oh, we just want to help. Well, would you like me to ask her about it?
That's very decent of you.
You know, it's going to be quite an undertaking, starting from scratch.
Yes, I'll be all right if the money holds out.
Yes. Forgive me if this sounds impertinent, but if an interest-free loan would help over the early stages, you've only to tell me.
Oh, that's most generous of you. But I'd like to stand on my own feet as much as possible.
Well, bear it in mind. And talking of standing on your own feet, Sally tells me you haven't a car.
No, I passed the test and got a license, but I guess the car will have to wait till I can see my way more clearly.
You'll find public transport here very thin once you get off the main roads. It'll be difficult to do on foot.
And you'll have to cover such a lot of ground.
You could borrow my car.
Oh, but you'll be needing it yourself.
We've got 2 cars. I can easily share Sally's. What do you say, darling?
But of course, it's perfectly simple.
You're very kind, but I'm sure you'll find it inconvenient.
There's no reason at all why you shouldn't borrow one.
It's very tempting. Certainly saved me hours of foot slogging.
You can take mine with you tonight.
You're the most generous people I've ever met. Actually, it'll solve another problem, too, because I've got to find some new lodgings.
You mean you're not staying on at the Plough?
No, they're booked up solid after tonight.
Look, I've got an idea. We've got lots of room. I'm sure John agrees with me.
Yes.
Come and stay with us for a while.
Oh, now, look, you people are much too kind. I'm just a stranger.
It's all settled. I'll collect you at the Plough tomorrow evening, and you can use our house as a base till you're fixed up.
But really,
We
I can't.
insist.
Oh, well, I give in. I'm overwhelmed. It'll be an enormous help, and apart from that, I'll enjoy it a lot.
So would we. Now, I think dinner's ready. After dinner, I'll show you your room.
How's the day gone, Sally? Has Roscoe been out exploring?
Yes, he's been out all day. John, I hope he's a good driver. He went down the drive at a speed that would have alarmed you.
Well, I'm considered a cautious driver, you know that.
I rang Eleanor, and she said he could see the cottage any time. The key to the farmhouse next door, so he was going to have a look at it. Oh, and I spoke to Mr. Adams, too.
Ah, there he is now.
I hope he's had some luck.
Oh, I meant to give him a map of the district.
Oh, I forgot about that. There's one in my car.
Never mind, there's a spare one in the desk, I think. I'll look it out later. Ah. Had a good day, Roscoe?
Very promising on the whole.
What about Eleanor's cottage?
Oh, I think it might be a bit grand for me. By the way, Sally, these are for you.
Oh, they're lovely. But you shouldn't spend money on flowers.
Oh.
Can I have the elastic?
Ah, I've got something better than elastic for you, young man. Look here.
Boxing gloves. Oh, super.
Have you done any boxing at school, Tony?
Yes, I have, and I'm a very good boxer. Except that I keep my eyes shut.
Oh, well, that's not much use, is it? You'll have to practice. I'll soon teach you.
How did you get on with Mr. Adams?
Oh, fine. He was very helpful. I think I've just about got the practical side sewn up.
Can I have a boxing lesson now, Uncle
Anytime
Frank?
you like.
Let Uncle Frank rest just now, darling. He's been out all day.
Are you a heavyweight?
That's right, son.
Are you a champ, too?
Well, I used to box a bit for the regiment. I did pretty well. Pity you can't have a crack with us, Mellenby, but I guess that leg of yours has let you down.
Oh, I dare say the leg would be all right, but boxing's not really my line of country.
How did you get the limp? Trouble with the Hun?
No, I was excavating a wall and slipped. The knees played me up ever since.
Oh, bad luck.
Come on, Uncle Frank.
Coming on, man. Now, you just see if you can batter me into unconsciousness.
I wonder if Roscoe's really trying. He doesn't seem to be making much progress, does he?
Well, give him time, darling. He's only had 3 days.
Don't make him too comfortable. You might regret it.
Well, we did press him to make use of us, you know.
Yes. I don't mean to sound ungenerous, but I'm uneasy.
John.
Let's have a drink.
Yes. All right. John, I hope you're going to like him.
I'm having a darn good try.
It was rather awful last night. I can't imagine what got into him.
The answer's simple. Gin.
I don't feel it could have been only that. He didn't have so much. But he seemed like a different person. I don't understand him at all.
Well, we don't really know him very well.
He suddenly seemed such an exhibitionist.
I think he was trying to impress Kira.
I don't like talking about him like this. It seems dreadful after what he did.
Yes, I'm not forgetting that.
But actually, I think I'm a bit afraid of him.
Oh, nonsense.
But it's true. I feel quite terrible about it. Surely it should be easy to like someone who saved Tony's life.
Not to mention yours.
I do admire him enormously for what he did. But...
Of course, it's a forced relationship being so obliged to anyone. And he doesn't have to turn out compatible just because he's physically brave. Anyhow, Sally, we'll do everything we can to help him. We must do that.
I wish you weren't going to this dinner tomorrow.
Well, I can't very well get out of it, darling. And if I leave early, I should be back by 10. Oh, all alone, darling?
Oh, John, so glad you're back. Just a minute, I'll turn this off. How did it go?
Oh, quite well. Some good speakers. Jones was fascinating about the Shetland dig.
You must be tired.
How's our friend been?
He was quite all right at dinner, except...
Where is he now?
Walking round the garden with Kira.
Oh.
I hope he's not going to turn out to be a wolf.
Oh, I don't think Kira's likely to come to much harm in the garden.
Haven't you noticed how he looks at her?
I've noticed how he looks at you.
No, John, be serious. I'm really very worried.
About Kira?
She's only 18 and rather impressionable. I didn't at all like his manner to her this evening. I wish you'd do something about it.
Speak to him, you mean?
Yes, I think you should. I could talk to Kira, but I don't want to upset her. Do you know, they've been out there nearly an hour.
Oh, better put the garden light on. It'll help them to find their way back, besides serving as a hint.
They're coming now.
Oh, hello. You're back, Mellenby.
Yes, and very glad to be home.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mellenby. I didn't know it was so late.
I could take that as a compliment, eh, Kira?
I think I'll go up. Good night, Mrs. Mellenby.
I'm coming too, Kira. Don't stay too long, John.
No, darling, I won't.
I think I'll turn in, too.
Have you a big program tomorrow?
4 places. One of them sounds quite promising.
Oh, good. Just switch that lamp off, will you?
Right.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Roscoe, just a word of warning. I'm sure you'll understand. The fact is...
What are you driving at?
Sally's a bit worried about young Kira. Don't let her get too fond of you.
What's the idea?
She's very young, you know, and we're responsible to her parents. She obviously admires you, and we don't want her upset, so watch out.
Come off it. A man in my position has to take his fun when he can get it.
Don't try to take it here. That's all.
Oh, don't be so damned censorious. Oh, okay, old man. I certainly don't want to abuse your hospitality. I'll lay off her. No more walks in the garden, eh? I promise.
Thanks.
Bath 9201.
Oh, Sally, sorry to bother you, but I've had a bit of an accident with the car.
An accident? How do you mean? Are you hurt?
No, no casualties, no damage to speak of, but I'm stuck and I'll need some help to get clear.
But what's happened?
Got my near side jammed against a wall. I was trying to pass a caravan on a lane. What's the best place to ring for a breakdown van?
Where exactly are you?
Oh, I'm ringing from the call box on the main road, and the signpost says Eversley half-mile one way and Crouch 4 miles the other.
Oh, I know the place. It's Blackett's Lane, where they're rebuilding a bridge.
That's right. We're just beyond the bridge.
Well, aren't there any workmen who can help?
Not a damned one. I wouldn't have bothered you.
Well, I'll ring our garage.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sally. Awfully sorry. Bad show, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. Could happen to anyone.
What's the trouble? Roscoe, I suppose.
Yes, he's had some sort of accident with a car. I'm ringing the garage.
What's he up to now?
a nuisance. I think I ought to run over there, John. Doesn't seem to be a reply. I wonder what's happened if no one turns up.
Well, I'd better come along with you. We might be able to lend a hand. There. It looks a pretty tangle.
Hello, you two.
We thought we'd better come ourselves.
Oh, sorry to bring you out, John. Well, I've put up a bit of a black.
So it's your car, is it?
This is John Mellenby and Mrs. Mellenby. I'm staying with them. How do you do?
Well, Mr. Mellenby, if you don't mind my saying so, this fellow's not fit to drive a... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bawl at you. My name's Chesterton, by the way.
How did it happen?
Well, he was going a heck of a lot too fast.
He's talking through his hat. I'd have been all right if it hadn't been for the bridge.
It's an accident black spot, as a matter of fact. There's been talk of widening the lane.
In any case, it was ridiculous trying to bring a caravan through.
We wouldn't have thought of it if someone hadn't told us there was an old quarry which would make a good stopping place.
I know the quarry. It would make a good stopping place.
Oh, this is my wife, Eve.
Oh, hello. And I'm Sally Mellenby.
How do you do? Anyhow, there doesn't seem to be much harm done. Do you think the three of us could lift it?
Oh, we've tried already. We're both pretty hefty. I doubt if you'd make much difference, old man.
Well, I'll try the garage again from the call box.
Oh, thanks very much. Well, what about you folks joining my wife and me in a glass of sherry while we wait, eh?
That's a very nice suggestion.
Well, we might as well make the best of it. Yes, come in and see the homestead. That is, if we can get in. I'll go ahead. Can you squeeze through?
Yes, I think so.
If George can manage, we ought to be able to.
Oh, but what a marvelous caravan.
It is nice, isn't it?
Oh, we find it's better than staying in hotels if you want to see the country. You know, this way we're independent.
It looks wonderfully compact.
Yes, it is. It's got practically everything.
Yes, life would suit me all right. Especially if I had a woman like Eve.
What the hell are you insinuating?
Insinuating? Nothing, old man. Keep your shirt on.
Now, look here. I admit you...
I love the big windows.
Yes, it's almost like living out of doors without the discomforts.
My little boy would love it.
Oh, so you like our home, eh?
It's wonderful.
The breakdown van will be along shortly.
Oh, good.
Isn't this charming, John?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Sherry, Melanie?
Thank you. Oh, this is very hospitable of you. You're on holiday, are you?
In a way. Well, if it takes us years, so much the better. First England, then all round Europe with a bit of luck.
Where are you from?
Trinidad. I'm an oil man. At least I was. A mining engineer.
Chap in my regiment, redundant like me, was thinking of going out there.
Are you planning to go back there eventually?
Well, we haven't really got around to deciding that, have we?
We had a wonderful stroke of luck.
Oh, yes, you see, I bought myself a small Crown concession in the bush, and it turned out that there was oil there.
That was very smart of you.
Oh, well, it's my line of course, and I had a hunch. But I had to act fast because there was another fellow after it. But I guess that's the way to make decisions quickly. Impulse, that's the thing, don't you think, Mr. Mellenby?
I suppose it makes for an exciting life.
Yeah, sure it does. Like the way we packed up and came over here.
We even got married 2 days after we met.
Did you?
I guess we're talking too much about ourselves. More sherry, everyone.
How long are you staying around here?
Oh, it depends what there is to see. I've heard Bath's an interesting place.
It's unique.
My husband can tell you all you want to know about Bath.
If you happen to be interested in architecture, it's a sheer delight.
And what about those famous waters? Do you think they'd get this corporation of mine down, eh?
Someone told George that a spa course was just the thing to tone one up.
Oh, does he need turning up, Mrs. Chesterton?
Those repairmen should be here by now.
Oh, there they are, I think.
A bit of trouble, eh? You folks have fairly got yourselves wedged in. What have you been trying to do? All right, Mr. Mellenby, we'll soon have this straightened out. All right.
Heave away, lad.
You'd better come back with us, Roscoe. The man will take the car back to the repair shed.
I wouldn't let him drive if I were you, Mr. Mellenby. Oh, by the way, you'll let me know what the bill is.
Oh, it won't amount to much.
I wonder if you'd like to bring your little boy to see the caravan sometime, Mrs. Mellenby.
Do you mean it? I know he'd adore it.
Oh, well, come and have tea one afternoon. May I ring you?
Yes, do. The number's Bath 9201. It's in the book.
I shall look forward to it.
So shall I.
Ready, Sally?
Yes, just coming.
I'll be seeing you then. Goodbye.
I've just come from the garage. The car should be ready by tomorrow.
Well, I suppose we should be thankful it's no worse. Are we going to let him go on using it?
I'm a bit stumped. I don't know what to do.
He may be more careful after this.
For 2 pins, I'd ask the man to leave the house at once.
I don't think it would be wise, darling. It could be terribly nasty. It may not be for much longer. It would really be better if his departure came about naturally.
He's so unpredictable. His behavior to Mrs. Chesterton yesterday.
He just sat and leered at her.
He's an unspeakable oaf where women are concerned. Is he in the house, by the way?
Upstairs, I think.
Hello? Yes, this is Bath 9201. Mr. Roscoe? Wait 1 moment, please. It's for Mr. Roscoe. The gentleman was quite rude.
You say it was for me. Who is it?
I don't know, Mr. Roscoe.
No. Yes, who is it? Oh, you will you? Oh, for God's sake, pipe down. What's all the fuss about? Don't be so ruddy, silly. It was only a friendly gesture. Now, you better watch your step, too, or you'll get hurt. Oh, shut up. You make me sick. Damn fool.
I wonder what mischief he's up to now.
He sounded horrible. Darling, I don't think I can stand any more of it.
I wonder if he's making any real effort about the farm. Suppose we give him 2 more days, then I'll ask him to find somewhere else to stay.
All right. 2 more days.
Is Mrs. Mellenby in? Yes, I think so. Oh, I'm Mrs. Chesterton. May I come in?
Of course.
Oh, Mrs. Mellenby, Sally.
Oh, hello, Eve.
Do forgive me coming in like this. I've really come to apologize for George.
What's George done?
Well, I mean about his telephone call last night. I hope Mr. Roscoe's not about, is he?
No, he's out of the way. But what's the trouble?
George was so angry with him, he just rang up and blew his top. I knew he should have asked for you first.
You mean it was George who rang Roscoe last night?
Well, yes, didn't you know?
What was it all about?
Mr. Roscoe turned up at the caravan yesterday. As it happened, George had gone into Bath to ask about the waters. I must say he was pretty unpleasant to deal with, but I got rid of him. When George came back, I told him about it. He was so furious, he just rushed to the phone box before I could stop him.
I don't blame him in the least.
I don't quite understand. I mean, he's a guest in your house. You don't seem to like him very much. He's so different from you.
We're under an obligation to him. We were trying to help him.
But we don't really know him at all.
What's the matter with the man?
As a matter of fact, John had to warn him of Kira, our nice Norwegian girl.
Well, he better not risk anything with George. He was brought up rough and tough, and I'm afraid he's not very civilized.
It's Roscoe who's not civilized.
What are you going to do about him?
We're going to tell him he's got to go.
There's more coffee.
Not for me, thanks, darling.
No more for me. Mellenby, I wonder if we could have a word in private.
In private?
Well, I'm going up to say goodnight to Tony. I'll leave you alone with my husband, Mr. Roscoe.
Well, what's worrying you?
It seems that I'll have to take you up on that offer of a loan after all, old man.
You mean you've found a place that suits you?
No, I haven't found anything, and unless I can raise some money quickly, I'll have to give up the whole idea.
Why, what's happened?
Well, the fact is, I owe quite a bit. I hoped the chap would wait, but instead of that, he's dunning me for the lot right away. That was the happy news I got in that letter this morning.
How much do you owe?
I suppose I better come clean with you. £7,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, you're telling me, old man. Still, it wouldn't mean a lot to you, would it?
It's a lot of money by any standard.
I'm told you've given much more than that to charity. Well, surely I'm a deserving cause.
You're pretty cool.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way. You owe me for 2 lives. You've talked a great deal about gratitude. Okay. This is the payoff.
You put things very bluntly.
Well, not much point in beating about the bush. You promised to help me, and I need help. I'm claiming it as a right.
All right, Roscoe, I'll be equally blunt. I accept that I have an obligation. It's been weighing on me quite a bit. I still want to help. But I'd like to be quite sure I'd be doing some real good.
Oh, I'm the best out of that.
You're asking me for a present of £7,000. Don't you think I'm entitled to ask a question or two?
What do you want to know?
To whom do you owe this money?
Well, I don't see that it matters. But if you must know, he's a colonel in RE, or was. He's retired now, lives in London.
Would you think it prying if I asked how you came to borrow so much money?
I would. But I'll tell you. It was when we were stationed in Kenya. I bought a farmhouse as a speculation. Lancaster lent me most of the dough, had a private income. Then the Mau burned the place down, and I had a debt. Nothing to show for it.
Wasn't the property insured?
I thought it was, but it wasn't. Not against Mau.
And now your friend is asking for the whole capital back.
That's right, old man. Wants it urgently.
Would you object to showing me the letter he wrote?
I can't. I tore it up and threw it away.
Oh, it's a pity. How did he know you were staying here?
Oh, I wrote to him just to keep him sweet, but it merely set him off.
Of course, you could start paying him now out of your gratuity.
I'll need that for the poultry farm.
You still plan to buy one?
Of course. With $7,000 from you, I'll have nothing to worry about.
What is Colonel Lancaster's exact address?
Oh, that's my affair. No need for you to go chasing after him. All you've got to do is discharge your debt. Well?
I'll have to think about it.
You better think quickly.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Do you mean to tell me, John, that the whole thing's an invention?
He certainly invented Colonel Lancaster. I've been through the army lists, and there's no such name in recent years. And so I thought I might as well look up Roscoe himself. It went against the grain, but after all, we've taken him completely on trust. There was no Major Roscoe in the Gloucesters.
You mean it's not his name at all?
Oh, it may be his name, but he was never in the army. The whole thing is a tissue of lies. Another thing. You remember he told us the plough was booked up? Well, the landlord told me today it had been a bad year. He's never been without empty rooms.
He's just a confidence man.
Looking for a victim. And he found one. He simply tricked his way into our house.
But, John, he couldn't have saved me from drowning as part of a plan?
No, I know. It's probably the only genuine thing about him. He did a spontaneous action and then seized on the chance to exploit our gratitude.
It's fantastic. What are you going to do?
What baffles me is how he ever thought he could get away with it. That story of his never even began to sound true.
I suppose he was just trying it on.
Do I really seem so gullible?
Well, darling, you do give a superficial impression of not being too worldly wise.
Even so, he must have known I'd never hand over £7,000 without some sort of a check. In fact, I'm sure he did know. I made it clear enough. And it must have been obvious he'd be shown up as a fake.
It's very odd.
He'd have done better to ask me straight out for a gift when he first came here.
Perhaps he's just not a very good confidence man.
Why did he have to say he was a major in the Gloucesters?
And when he told me that, he'd only just met me. He didn't even know you had money then.
And if he'd planned to ask for money on that scale, you'd think he'd have behaved a bit better.
I think he's completely unbalanced.
Damn the fellow. It was bad enough having to be grateful to him before. It's intolerable now.
Mind if I have a drink?
Yes, help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Where's Kira?
She's gone to the pictures.
Perhaps it's just as well. No. Melanie, let's get this over. What have you decided?
I checked up on your story.
You did? Pity. Still, I didn't think you could be quite the sap you seem to be.
Really? You don't have to be insulting as well as everything else.
Anyway, there it is. There's no Colonel Lancaster. You weren't a major in the Gloucesters, so you've no gratuity. And I'm pretty certain you haven't been seriously looking for a farm.
You're dead right, damn silly things, hens.
Well, at least we know where we are. I can't imagine what you think you're going to get out of all this.
I think I'm going to get £7,000.
You surely don't expect that now.
Indeed I do. I saved your wife and child, didn't I? I did my golden deed, and that's what it's damn well going to be, golden.
You're wrong, Roscoe. If you think I'm going to pay $7,000 to a brazen crook, you're making a big mistake. I could prefer a serious charge against you. But if you cleared out now...
It's you who are making the mistake.
It would be more comfortable all round if you went straight away.
Oh, would it? Now, let me tell you something. I like it here. The house is nice, the food's adequate, and with £7,000 in the bank, I shall get along fine. So I'm staying. I even like your wife.
You must be out of your mind. Get out of here.
You don't know me very well yet, Mellenby, but you're going to very soon. You've been underrating me. I'm not afraid of you. I could break you across my knee. And I'm not afraid of Chesterton either, the big slob. I went around to see his wife again today, just to show him.
He's mad.
I'm going to call the police. I'm warning you.
Oh, that's what you think.
John!
How much use you trying any rough stuff, little man? Doesn't take much to knock you down, does it?
Get to the telephone, Sally.
Now, don't move, Sally. I'm not having any sneaking out. We're coming to a full understanding before anyone else moves.
You'll never get away with this, Roscoe.
Oh, and I?
Oh, dear God.
Now, perhaps we can talk things over quietly. Sit down, Sally.
You'll go to prison.
On the contrary, I'm going to stay here, and you're going to keep quiet about me. You're going to pretend you like having me around. Don't answer that.
It may be Kira.
If it is, you can wait. Now, let's get this quite clear. You'll play along with me, and if you don't, you'd better take a last look at that sweet child of yours. Ever heard of people using razors? Who could that be? Come on, who is he? Where have you been up to?
We don't know who it is.
Go and see. But remember what I said. Don't move, Mellenby. I said don't move. Where is he? Where's that devil out? Oh, so there you are, Roscoe. I'm going to break your ruddy neck.
Look out.
I'll teach you to come creeping after my wife. No, don't force me, Chesterton. You'll only want... I'll kill you, you little... Oh! Well, very good training, are you? You're satisfied? Come on, get up. You devil.
John, do something.
Mellenby, put down that chair. Oh.
Thanks, John. Do you think he's all right?
Yeah, he's only knocked out. He'll be around soon.
I'll get some water.
Thank God you came.
Oh, what a mess. Sorry, Sally.
I can't imagine what he's been like tonight.
I warned him. He came to the caravan again today and went for even.
He's been threatening us, hitting John.
Why?
He was trying to get money out of us.
Damn thug.
I brought some water.
Oh, come on, dash some in his face. But watch out. He may be shamming.
Oh. He looks pretty bad.
We'll have to do something about him before Kira gets back.
Oh, why don't we take him upstairs?
No, he can't stay here. I don't want anything more to do with him. I want him out of the house. He's horrible.
I'll ring the police.
Now, you don't think we ought to wait till he comes round?
Why?
Well, after all, we did both go for him.
I think we ought to tell the police about his terrible threats. He was talking about razors.
We'll just have to put ourselves in their hands.
Did you see a razor?
Yes, he threatened to use a razor on my little boy if we didn't give him money and keep quiet about it.
Oh, I was bluffing, of course.
I'm not sure.
Oh, John, I'm so scared.
Well, it's harmless enough at the moment, anyway.
Yes, but what about later?
Darling, we've either got to keep him here for the night or call the police. I think the best thing is to hand him over now.
Oh, I'm so tired I can hardly think. All I want is never to see him again.
You know, you two aren't in a state to make decisions just now. I think we should keep the police out of this if we can. What do you say we wait till the morning?
We've got to get rid of him. I can't bear having him in the house.
Look, Chef.
Now, what about me dumping him in the car and taking him along to the caravan for the night? I'll keep an eye on him.
Oh, if only you would. Well, what about Eve, then?
Oh, he won't object if I sit over him with a spanner. Anyway, I don't think he's likely to give any more trouble.
I'm surprised he's out so long.
Well, what do you say, John? You'll be out of your way and...
Please, John.
I feel a bit worried.
I think it's the best way, you know. No one will see him then.
We'd better hurry. Kira's due back any minute.
Well, you'll have to help me get him into the car, I think, John.
I'll try and straighten up here.
Perhaps I'd better come with you.
No, I'll manage. You stay and look after Sally.
It's very decent of you to take him off our hands.
Don't worry. Come over in the morning, and between us, we'll fix up Mr. Roscoe's future. Come on, now. You take his feet, and I'll take his shoulders. Come on.
I only hope I never see him again. Yes? Who is it?
It's Eve. Eve Chesterton.
Oh, Eve, it's you. Has George got back?
Yes, he has.
Sally, I'm so sorry about it all. It must have been dreadful.
It was horrible. A man like that should be shut away for good.
Is John there?
He's in the bath. Why?
George thought I'd better ring just to let you know. Roscoe came round, but he keeps going off again. I want George to call a doctor. What do you think?
Oh, I see. Well, yes, perhaps it would be better. Try Dr. Hamley. His number's Bath 9207.
Bath 9207?
Yes, 207. Well, I'll tell John, and he'll come round in the morning.
Yes. Well, good night, then. Don't worry.
Good night. Hope you get some sleep.
Who was it?
It was Eve. Roscoe came round, but she said he keeps going off again. They wondered if they ought to get a doctor.
I don't much like the sound of it. I wonder if I ought to ring Hamley and take him round right away.
Darling, I think we can leave things to George. He's on the spot. Honestly, I'd wait till the morning. You can go first thing.
God, I'm tired. What a night.
Try and forget it.
Forget it? I'll never do that. Yes? Willoughby here.
John. Chesterton. I'm sorry I had to ring.
What's happened?
I'm afraid I've got bad news.
Roscoe?
You better brace yourself. He's dead.
No.
I'm afraid so.
Have you called a doctor?
It's too late. There's no doubt about it.
When did you find out? What happened?
About half an hour ago. I'd been out for a stroll. Couldn't sleep. But when I came back, I had another look at him. He was gone.
George, why didn't we get a doctor right away?
Well, who the hell would have dreamt he'd go out like that? Now, listen. Does anyone else know what happened tonight? You didn't tell Kira.
No, we didn't say anything.
I'd like you to come round. We must talk.
All right, I'll come straight away.
Don't make any more noise than you can help when you leave. And keep your chin up.
Oh, hello, Eve. Where's George?
Oh, John, I'm glad you've come. He's over there in the bushes.
George, what in God's name are you doing?
You've been quick. Good man.
What are you doing?
You want to take a last look at him?
Stop, are you mad? We can't do this.
What, man? What else can we do?
We can tell the truth. We must. What's got into you? Stop it. Put down that spade.
Let me finish, John. It'll be light in half an hour. We have no choice. I'll do that when I'm through. It's almost done.
It's madness.
Let me get on with it.
Can you give me a drink, Eve? Water, anything?
Yes. Here you are.
Thank you.
You look awful. Sit down.
George is mad. Do you know what he's doing?
I tried to stop him. Truly I did, but he wouldn't listen to me. John, I'm terrified.
You've good reason to be. We all have. If only I'd known. What's that?
Who's coming on at this hour?
False alarm. It's only the milk lorry. Oh, it had me worried for a second.
George.
I'm sorry. Sorry if I was a bit rough out there just now, John, but I had to finish what I'd started. Oh, I know what you're going to say. I ought to have consulted you first.
If I'd even dreamed...
It just wasn't time for a discussion. I had to use what darkness there was left.
But why? We're not criminals. It was an accident.
Now, listen to me, John. Of course it was an accident. We neither of us intended to kill him. But what would it look like if tonight's story leaked out? We both hated his guts.
I don't care what it looks like.
You soon would. Can't you see we wouldn't have a dog's chance? We both went for him, and between us we knocked him unconscious. We were 2-1, 3 if you count Sally.
We've got to tell the truth.
There's not a jury that wouldn't bring in a verdict at least of manslaughter.
Eve.
I think George is right. It would look bad, John.
Well, we'll have to take our chance. We only did what we were forced to do. He was threatening to use a razor.
He hadn't got a razor, though. That's what the jury would pick on. They'd say we weren't either of us in actual danger of our lives. Oh, believe me, John, I know what I'm talking about. There was only one way to look after ourselves, and that was to put him in the ground. And I'm glad he's there.
You're wrong. You've put us both in the wrong hopelessly. Don't you see? What you've done now is criminal.
Oh, maybe it is, technically. But not any other way, not morally. Anyhow, I did it on my own. I'm not asking you to take responsibility for it.
You are. I know about it. That's enough.
Oh, keep quiet about it, that's all. In any case, I don't see how you can do anything else. They'd never believe you hadn't had a hand in it.
I can't keep quiet about it.
Yes, you can. All you've got to do is to give out that Roscoe's pushed off somewhere else. You don't know where. Fortunately, he didn't speak as if it had any roots here, did he? He came out of the blue, and he's gone back into it.
Everyone leaves traces. What about his things up at the house, his clothes?
Oh, yes, you'll have to pack those up double quick. I'll get rid of them.
Suppose someone found them.
By the time I've finished with the place, there won't be a sign.
So miserably cold-blooded.
Yes. I didn't enjoy it. Oh, John, I know how you feel. Don't imagine I don't understand. But the thing is, it was necessary.
Eve doesn't think so.
I didn't at first, John, but perhaps George is right. No one would believe you.
I'll have to talk to Sally.
Yes, you do that. Ask her if you want her life ruined. All our lives. 4 lives ruined for that bastard. Now, I know you're a man of principle much more than I am. But I've only tried to do the best for all of us.
I'll come back later anyway.
Yes, and bring the clothes. And, John, for God's sake, be careful. Watch your step.
John, darling, do you think George is right?
How can you ask?
No, of course, I know. But I mean, right about what would happen if you told the truth. Would you be sent to prison?
If only we'd done it right away. But now it would sound terribly bad in a court of law. I'm horribly afraid he may be right. But it need not have been like this.
Well, surely they'd believe it was an accident.
Unfortunately, the law goes mainly by results.
I couldn't bear it if they sent you to prison.
The trouble is, we didn't do any of the things we ought to have done after it happened. What sort of a figure would I cut in the witness box? Roscoe was a man who saved my wife and child from drowning. And even supposing we got over other things, actually burying him, we'd never get over that. I think we've got to face it. The verdict would be manslaughter.
What would that mean?
Anything up to 5 years.
John, 5 years? But it would be so unjust. You've done absolutely nothing. It's unthinkable. You can't do it. I won't allow it. Suppose we keep quiet. What then?
Well, if we say he left here last night... But if inquiries ever did start, things would get very difficult.
He said he had no relation.
You never know. There's always something one hasn't provided for.
It may be very wrong of me, but I think I'd rather take the risk. Do you think we could ever carry on as if it hadn't happened?
I doubt it.
But we can't bring Roscoe back to life. What good would you be doing by telling the truth?
I believe in law and order. I have a very deep feeling about it.
I know, but there must be some exception.
I don't think so.
Yet, when you found out Roscoe was a fraud, you were going to let him go free because you were grateful to him. You were making your own rules then.
Yes, strictly speaking, I was wrong. But at least I wasn't doing it to shield myself, which is what I'd be doing now.
You really want to confess, don't you?
I hate the thought of living with a lie.
More than the thought of prison.
I think so.
Listen, John, I think we should keep quiet. George has forced your hand. I know he's been terribly wrong, but you've done nothing. Please think of me and Tony.
I simply hate the whole thing.
John, it's nearly breakfast time. We've got to be prepared with a story for Kira and Tony. Roscoe left last night. Good morning, Kira.
Good morning, Mrs. Mellanby. Tony, please run and ask Uncle Frank if I shall boil an egg for him.
Oh, Uncle Frank's gone.
Gone?
Gone where, Mummy? He left last night. He had to make up his mind in rather a hurry. He asked me to say goodbye to you both.
He has stopped looking for a farm?
He heard of one in Sussex, Kira. That's south of London. And he thought he'd better look at it straight away.
Is he coming back
left, Mummy?
No, I don't think so, darling.
But he's left his boxing gloves and punch ball. They were in the shed. I just saw them.
Oh. Well, if he wants them, I expect he'll send for them.
Perhaps he'll forget. It's a jolly good punch ball.
Frank was sorry not to see you, Kira. I'd have told you last night, but I thought it might upset you a little.
I am not upset.
Well, I thought you rather liked him.
At first, perhaps, but not later. He was not a nice man, I think.
No. He wasn't a nice man.
Everything all right, John?
I think so. Here are his clothes. The case was his, too. Where will you hide it?
Oh, the ground's the best place. There, where the earth's soft, near the other. But I'll have to wait till it's dark. You can leave it to me. I'm grateful to you, John. I know how you feel about it, but don't worry.
What are your plans now?
Oh, I thought we'd move on tomorrow. Eve can't wait to get away.
Yes. Where will you make for?
Oh, we'll stick around in England till we're sure there's not going to be any trouble. I don't want to leave you in the lurch. And if anything did crop up, we'd need each other like hell. Short of that, I think the less we see of each other, the better.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I'll give you a ring in a week or two just to check up and let you know where we are. I feel pretty bad about it. I know I was a bit high-handed.
If you consulted me, I'd never have...
I knew that.
But I've accepted the position now, and I'll go through with it.
Good man. Say goodbye to Sally for me.
Daddy, come and watch me with the punch ball.
Don't worry, Daddy, just now, Tony. He'll come out later. Do eat some breakfast, John.
I'll just have some coffee, I think.
And you simply can't go on like this. You look so ill. Oh, what's the matter? What's in that letter?
It's addressed to Roscoe.
To Roscoe?
Yes, I've opened it. I didn't know what else to do.
What is it, John? Is it bad?
Very bad, I'm afraid. Where's Kira?
Upstairs. She's busy. Read it to me.
Dear Roscoe, I was surprised and distressed at the contents of your letter. The money I gave you was specifically for investment in the company, and as I gather you have not yet closed the deal, it should still be in your possession in full. You certainly had no right at all to use any part of it for your own purposes, which, judging from your evasive tone, I begin to think you must have done. Indeed, I am now seriously wondering whether the company ever existed and whether I was not taken in by a smooth talker. I feel very worried and upset and angry. And the purpose of this letter is to tell you that I expect the return of the £7,000 in full and immediately.
John.
I can accept no excuses. If I do not receive your check by first post on Friday morning, I shall go at once to the police and ask for your apprehension on a charge of false pretenses and fraud. In view of our past relationship, I much regret this, but you have left me with no alternative. Charles E. Faulkner.
So, he did owe money.
That part was true.
And if this man, Faulkner, tells the police about him, I suppose they'll come here.
They're bound to. It was Roscoe's last known address.
He says Friday, doesn't he? That's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Well, what can we do?
Imagine the questions they'd ask. All of them awkward. All of them full of pitfalls.
Surely we could make up a watertight story between us. He told us he was going to Sussex, but he didn't tell us where. After all, I don't see why they should suspect us of anything.
It wouldn't be long before they did. They'd start to check up on his movements. They'd go to the station and find no one had seen him. Whatever story we told, they'd be able to disprove it. We'd be caught in a web in no time.
We must plan
They'd question the neighbors. Someone might have heard me drive off in the early hours. They'd find out about the caravan. The charge could easily be murder.
Murder?
We've got to stop the police coming here. I think I know how it might be done. I'll have to see this man Faulkner, and I'll have to see him today. His telephone number's on the letter. If he's a decent chap, it may work. Oh, good afternoon. Mr. Faulkner?
Yes, Mr. Mellenby. Do come in, won't you? In here.
Thank
you. You'll find that chair quite comfortable.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't explain over the telephone. I felt I had to see you. So as I had other business in London, I thought it might as well be today.
You said it was about Frank Roscoe. Is he a friend of yours?
Roscoe has been staying at my house in Bath for a week or two as my guest. This morning he showed me a letter he just received from you. I gather he owes you £7,000.
He does indeed.
Well, I've come to settle his debt.
What? You mean Roscoe has sent the money?
No. I mean I should like to pay it for him.
Forgive me, Mr. Millenby, I don't understand. Why on earth should you do that?
It's very simple. You see, just over 2 weeks ago, Frank Roscoe saved my wife and child from drowning at the risk of his own life.
Really?
It's put me under an enormous obligation to him. Now I feel I have a chance to discharge the debt.
Oh, this is most surprising. I am bound to say I think it would be a most quixotic action. If you saw my letter to him, you must know my view of him. The truth is, the man's a complete rogue.
Oh, he's a rogue, all right. That may be why I'm anxious to square my account with him. It isn't at all pleasant to be indebted to a rogue.
Believe me, Mr. Mellenby, he doesn't deserve your consideration. He's a fraud. He's behaved abominably to me.
How did you come to meet him?
Well, oddly enough, it was through a kind deed that he got to know me. It was in connection with a cause with which I am closely associated. After a meeting, he offered me a generous contribution. I had never met him before, but we had a drink and a chat, and I must admit I took to him.
I know. He can be charming and persuasive when he feels like it.
We became quite friendly. And when he talked about a business he was interested in, a fleet of pleasure boats on the less active canals, I think it was I who first suggested investing some money in it. Damn it, I even pressed him.
That was the £7,000.
Yes. Shortly afterwards, he went to the West Country to buy some additional craft, he said.
And nothing else happened, I suppose?
Not for some time. He had promised to send me some share certificates, but nothing came. Then I had some financial troubles, and I badly needed that $7,000, or its equivalent. By now, I'd begun to think I'd been a simple fool. And I was about to make inquiries when he wrote to me from Bath, promising the certificate soon. But it was a very vague letter.
He was playing for time, of course.
Yes. Well, I'd begun to have real doubts now. And I wrote to him rather stiffly, asking him to return the money at once.
Yes, it was a letter that worried him a good deal.
Well, I had no acknowledgement, not even an excuse. I felt really angry by this time, and I wrote the letter you saw. I can't help feeling it would be best to put the matter in the hands of the police.
The fact remains that he did me the greatest service one man can do another.
It's odd. He does seem to be capable of generous impulses.
One way I can repay him is to save him from going to jail. Indeed, I'm committed. I promised him, before he left, that I'd settle his account for him.
Oh, he's gone, has he?
Yes, I made it a condition that he should leave my house at once. And he cleared off after breakfast. I don't even know where he's gone. What I do know, Mr. Faulkner, is that you'll be doing me a service by accepting my check and not pressing a charge against him.
I think I can understand why you don't want to hand him over. But as for the money...
If I pay it, I can, I hope, forget about him.
I admit I need the money, but I feel very reluctant to accept it from... Well, forgive me, Mr. Mellenby, but from a stranger...
The circumstances are unusual. He owed you the money. I feel I owe it to you.
But he should be punished.
Yet in your letter you indicated that if he paid the money back, you wouldn't pursue it.
No, yes, of course, if he'd paid it of his own accord.
Whatever his faults, he's an unusually brave man. It's a mitigating factor, surely.
It's such a large sum. Forgive me for asking, but can you really afford it?
I can well afford it.
Have you put me in a quandary?
I'm asking it as a favor.
I must say your action is a very generous one, even if it is quite misguided.
It's settled, then. I have the check here, ready made out.
Have you been very determined? Thank you, Mr. Mellenby. And let us hope that neither of us is ever troubled by Frank Roscoe again.
I think perhaps we've seen the last of him.
John, you look so dreadfully ill. I simply can't bear it. Kira's noticed it, too.
I'm ashamed of myself, Sally. I try, but I can't get it out of my mind. I think it gets worse instead of better.
Only I could help you. I'm quite certain George isn't making himself ill like this.
He's tougher than I am. People are made differently.
All you did was hit a man twice your size who was wrecking your home and threatening your child,
actually beating George to a pulp.
I feel I killed him.
But that's nonsense. Anyhow, I'm sure it wasn't the chair that hit him. I think he'd struck his head on the fireplace as he fell. You're speaking now as if you meant to kill him.
I lifted that chair out of sheer uncontrolled fear. I think I had murder in my heart.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising at such a moment.
Thought is gnawing at me day and night. I'm going mad with
Darling, you're not being fair to yourself. It was all his
He
fault.
started it, I know, but it doesn't alter the fact that I'm going to be haunted by this for the rest of my life.
John, do you still want to confess?
I feel it's too late. It's impossible now.
Because if you do, darling, I won't try to stop you. Anything's better than seeing you like this.
I'm committed. Apart from anything else, I gave George my word I'd see it through. I can't go back on it.
You're sure?
Quite sure. Well, perhaps things will seem better now that I've got it off my chest. At least I've confessed to you.
If only I could give you absolution and some peace of mind. Shall I turn the wireless on, John? Quite a good concert tonight. John.
Hmm? What did you say?
What is it? Something in the paper?
Yes.
Let me see.
There.
Plans to divert the new Bath-Radbury Road through Blackheath's Lane and so bypass the village of Eversley, a black spot for accidents. The lane in its new form will be 30 feet wide. The Gazette understands that Blackheath's Lane will be closed to all traffic from September the 15th until its reopening as a bypass.
They'll find him, of course.
How deep do they dig when they build a road?
A road to take heavy traffic would have to have tremendous foundations.
They might add all the width on the other side away from the
Don't
park.
let's deceive ourselves. They're bound to find him.
John.
Sally, we're in a frightful mess.
What can we do?
They'll find the suitcase with his things, and they'll check up on the laundry marks. They'll find out who he was and come straight to us.
We've got to find George.
They'll learn about our association with the Chestertons. They'll ask all those questions we decided we couldn't answer. They'll find out about my check to Faulkner. It'll be the end of us, if they find the body.
But you said they must.
We made a dreadfully wrong decision, but there's no way back.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to move him somewhere else.
John, oughtn't we to try to find George first? You can't do it alone.
I wonder, perhaps we could get the AA to look for him.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, but if he's in a quiet spot like the quarry, it might take days. We haven't the time. The lane's to be closed on the 15th. That's only 10 days from now. The workmen will start moving in well before that. I think we ought to start at once.
You don't mean tonight?
Well, I'd have to make some plans first, find a suitable place. I'm afraid I'll need your help, Sally.
Of course.
I'll spare you all I can.
Oh, darling.
We'll move the suitcase first, get acclimatized.
John, you're all right.
I've just about got to the point where I don't give a damn, that's all.
You actually slept for 6 hours. Do you feel better?
My back aches. Have you seen Kira?
Yes, she didn't hear us coming.
Oh, that's a relief. Did you get any sleep?
No, not really. I'd no sooner closed my eyes than I had the most extraordinary thought. I almost wakened you to tell you about it.
What was it?
You remember when George rang you up that night to tell you Roscoe had died?
Yes.
What did he say exactly? Can you remember?
What do you mean?
I mean, did he say when it happened, finding him dead?
Yes, he said about half an hour before he rang me.
And how long after that was it before you reached the caravan?
About 3/4 of an hour, perhaps less.
John, do you realize how long it took you to dig that new hole last night?
What is this leading up to, Sally?
That's what kept me awake. If George was telling the truth, he had less than an hour and a half to dig much deeper, a full-size grave, and he had started filling in again before you got there. Could he have done it?
I see. No, I don't think he could.
He's very strong, of course.
Yes, but he had to find a suitable place to dig, telephone me, and get back. And he was digging in a tougher spot. I'd say it was absolutely impossible. Sally, this is fantastic.
If we're right, it means that Roscoe died sooner than George said he did. And he didn't tell you about the death until the grave was almost finished.
It seems incredible.
He went ahead on his own because he didn't think you would agree.
Simply can't believe it. You mean he kept back the truth as a calculated policy?
Unless you're prepared to consider an even worse alternative.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? If Roscoe died when George said he did, then George started digging his grave while he was still alive.
Well, that can be ruled out right away.
Can it?
If he had the slightest suspicion that Roscoe was going to die, he'd have called a doctor, not dug a grave. He's not a monster.
We don't really know him very well.
We know him well enough for that, I think. Why would it would have been deliberate murder, just as if he had hit him with a spanner.
Perhaps he did just that.
Sally.
Darling, I've been thinking about this for hours. It seems to me that if he deliberately finished off Roscoe himself, that would account for his not phoning you and his haste to get rid of the body. There might have been marks he didn't want you to see.
It is a point. But there's not a scrap of evidence to support it.
Isn't there? Didn't George keep on saying that Roscoe wasn't fit to live?
That's a very different thing from killing him.
Well, his feeling about Eve was primitive, and he'd had a rough upbringing. He was just the sort who would take revenge, and there was almost no risk. He'd know you'd have to cooperate afterwards because you were in it, too.
I was in it. It was my blow that knocked him out.
Look, a strong, tough man like Roscoe, honestly, John, did he look as if he were going to die when George took him away? He was already beginning to come round. We were both absolutely staggered when we heard he was dead, and we had good reason to be, don't you see?
I can see you're trying to take the load off me. You know, you've really thought all this up because you want it to be true.
Surely you agree there's a case.
I can't see him as a cold-blooded murderer deliberately finishing off a helpless man. Though there is one point you haven't even thought of.
What's that?
He was very willing to take Roscoe to the caravan. He actually suggested it.
There you are, then.
And he cleared out of the district pretty quickly. Well, that was natural. Sally, we must try to find the caravan.
Yes, I'm sure it's the thing to do.
Well, if you're right, he may be on the continent by now.
The ferry boats are pretty well booked up at this time of the year. I don't think he'd get a place for a caravan at such short notice.
No, perhaps not.
Do you remember the number of George's car?
Yes, I made a note of it when Roscoe got stuck in the lane with the caravan.
What exactly will you say if we do find him?
It could be very awkward. We'll just have to take a step at a time. I'll begin by telling him about Faulkner's letter and then about the road widening. I'll tell him about my digging for the suitcase and the time it took me.
Suppose you were convinced he'd done it. Would you tell the police?
I suppose we face that problem when it arises. We've got to find him first. I'll get on to the AA now about the caravan. This looks like the site.
Yes, this is it.
I'll drive slowly round in a moment, and you keep a lookout.
Heaven, there are hundreds. I'm surprised at them coming to this sort of place.
They wanted to lose themselves in a crowd there. Can you see them?
Yes. I believe I can see the car and the caravan.
Give me the glasses, will you?
Here. Can you see George?
No, but if the car's there, they must be.
How do you feel?
Pretty keyed up. Do you think we can go through with it?
You're not expecting him to get violent.
No, there are too many people about for that. We'll feel our way and go easy on accusations. We'll decide on the next step when we've compared notes afterwards. All right?
All right, darling.
Then here goes.
There's Eve.
Well, of all things. George, it's the Mellanbys.
What?
Why,
You too? Well, this is a surprise. We were saying only last night it was about time we rang you.
Yes.
How did you manage to find us?
It wasn't too difficult. We got the AA to help, and you left quite a good trail.
How are you both?
Oh, we're fine, thanks. We've been enjoying a good rest. I needed it, too, after that business. Oh, now, what about a drink, eh? We're expecting some friends along later, as a matter of fact. A young couple we met in Gloucester the other day, but they won't be here yet. What about you, Sally?
No, thank you. It's a bit early for me.
And for me.
No drink? You sure? There's nothing wrong, is there?
As a matter of fact, there is. That's why we're here.
Bad news? Oh, I think perhaps I'll have a drink myself. Well, what's the trouble, John?
Well, the first thing that happened was a letter from a man whom Roscoe had defrauded of £7,000.
What?
7,000?
We were pretty shaken ourselves.
But, well, you mean the letter was to you?
No, it was to Roscoe. I opened it. It was from a man named Faulkner. There'd been some correspondence between them, and he had our address.
What did he say?
Faulkner said he was going to put the police onto him. I knew we couldn't risk any inquiries, so...
What did you do?
I went to see this man, Faulkner, and paid him £7,000. I said I was doing it out of gratitude to Roscoe.
Good God, you paid it? Well, that was pretty drastic. Wasn't there any other way?
I couldn't think of one.
Well, good heavens, man, why on earth didn't you get in touch with me straight away?
I had to move quickly. It was a question of hours. You remember you yourself acted without consulting me.
Yes. Yes, of course, I see. Well, I'll pay my share, of course.
I'm not worried about the money. There's worse to come.
Worse?
Yes. We learned a few days ago that the council are going to widen Blackett's Lane.
Oh, that's something I never thought of.
No, we should have thought of it.
When are they going to start?
Almost any day now.
Ah, what a lousy piece of luck. Oh, well, we'll have to get to work again, that's all.
Sally and I have already been at work.
What?
We've already moved the suitcase. It was quite a job. We spent the greater part of a night at the quarry.
Oh, hell, I really am sorry about this, John. Sally and you have had the whole thing on your shoulders. Anyhow, I'll take care of the rest. I can manage it on my own.
You certainly seem to dig faster than I do.
Yes, well, I'm a good bit stronger, of course.
Even so, I've been wondering how you managed to dig Roscoe's grave in less than an hour and a half.
Just kept sweating at it, Elmer.
I don't think that was it.
What the devil do you mean?
I mean that I know you couldn't have done it in that time.
What the hell are you suggesting?
I'm asking for an explanation.
There's nothing to explain. You're wrong, that's all.
Perhaps you knew he was going to die and dug the grave in readiness.
Good God, you don't
Or
imagine
perhaps you killed him because you hated him.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
It's something we'll be able to check up.
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, it looks as though I'll have to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's about time we had it.
George! He didn't mean to, Sally. I know he didn't.
No, I didn't mean to. You've got to believe me, John.
What happened?
Well, it was after midnight. Eve was asleep. Suddenly there was a noise. And I looked up, and there he was, coming for me. Well, I went for him. Honestly, all I meant to do was to stop him.
Go on.
We struggled, and I got my hands on his throat. And then suddenly he sagged back, and I realized that he was dead. But I was simply defending myself. I swear it.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I was afraid. I said over and over again that I hated his guts. I didn't know whether you believed me. I had no witness. He was still asleep.
Yes, I'd taken a sleeping pill.
And so I decided, well, I thought I might just get away with it. So I dug the grave. Then I rang you.
And let me believe that I was responsible when I hit him.
It was a lousy trick, I know.
It was unspeakable. How could you? John's been torturing himself, making himself ill.
The way I saw it, I had no option. Anyway, there it is. If you give me away now, I'm finished.
So, now we know.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
John, if you just leave it to me, I'll take care of everything. I don't really expect you to forgive me, but I can't believe you'll sacrifice Eve and me on account of Roscoe.
Let's go, Sally. Let's go home.
What are you thinking, darling?
That
But it's been a ghastly business.
And still is.
Yes. It's not over.
I suppose it could have been worse. I mean, it could have been murder.
We only have Chesterton's word for it that it wasn't.
Don't you think he was telling the truth?
How could one tell?
But, darling, whether he did it on purpose or by accident, he did it, not you. That, to me, is the important thing.
Could a semi-conscious man really become dangerous again so suddenly?
I think it's possible. He might have been shamming for a bit, and George could have thought him dangerous.
I wonder. Oh, we're just coming into Monmouth. I need some tobacco. Look after a shop.
Oh, I see one over there.
All right. I'll go into the station yard. There's no place to park. I won't be a minute.
What's the matter, John? What are you staring at?
Sally, you see this man coming towards us? Do you know who he is?
No.
Mr. Mellenby. Well, you're the last person I expected to see here.
Yes, it's extraordinary. Sally, this is Charles Faulkner. You remember I took that check to him. My wife, Mr. Faulkner.
Oh, how do you do? Well, this is really remarkable. It prompts the old saying that the world's a small place.
Yes, indeed.
I remember I ran into a man on the quayside at Bangkok. Hadn't seen him for 20 years.
Oh.
Well, but how are you, Mr. Mellenby? Any word from Roscoe?
No, we haven't heard.
You have a quixotic husband, Mrs. Mellenby. But what brings you here? Do you often come to these parts?
No, very rarely. We've just been visiting some friends who are staying here. And you? Are you on holiday?
Yes, just for a few days. I've always been fond of the Forest of Dean, especially at this time of year.
Are you staying in Monmouth?
Yes, I make it my headquarters.
You're not at the Crown, are you? We had an excellent lunch there.
No, I'm at the King's Arms. It's also very good. If you're at the Crown, perhaps you'll join me in a glass or something after dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Faulkner, but actually we're on our way home now.
Ah, well, in that case, I mustn't detain you. It's been very pleasant meeting you again, Mellenby. I shall always be grateful to you, but I know you don't like gratitude. Goodbye, Mrs. Mellenby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He seems a nice old man. Wake up, darling.
It's extraordinary.
Aren't you going to get your tobacco?
No, it doesn't matter. We'll stop later on. In fact, extraordinary isn't the word for it.
But it's the kind of thing that's always happening.
I'd have said he'd just come off a train.
What on earth makes you say that?
I think he came out of the station, and the papers and magazines he had under his arm. Just the sort of thing for a journey down from London.
Was it the London train?
I don't know. Do you mind if we stop again at a telephone box?
Darling, you're behaving very strangely.
I just want to make sure of something.
Well, there'll be a telephone in the station.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll go in there. Won't be long.
That was quick. Well, what was it you wanted to know?
Faulkner isn't staying at the King's Arms. They don't know him there. I thought he hesitated.
But why should he lie about it?
Sally, I'll swear he'd just come off the train.
But he didn't have to tell us. He was
I
staying
don't
at...
believe meeting him here was just a coincidence. Think of it. We come to see the Chestertons about Roscoe. And we meet a man I've only seen once before who's also connected with Roscoe. And he told us a phony story.
What are you driving at? Do you mean there may be some connection between Faulkner and the Chestertons?
Yes, perhaps.
Oh, I don't understand at all.
Neither do I. All I know is I'm not satisfied. There's something very peculiar here. And I'm going to find out what it is.
What are you going to do?
We've got to do this, Sally. We've got to go back to the caravan. Now. I'll stop here before we reach the hump of the hill where they can't see the car. We'll walk.
John, I'm rather frightened. Do you think it's wise?
We've got to see this thing through. Ready?
John, look. There's another car there now.
I can't see anyone from here, can you?
No, they may be sitting on the other side of the caravan.
Yes, you're right. I can see someone's foot.
Darling, the guests they spoke of must have arrived. Faulkner wouldn't have a car. He came by train. Perhaps we should go back.
They might have picked him up. And I think we ought to make sure on our way there.
We'll have to give some reason for coming back. What shall we say?
My watch. Oh, see, I dropped it somewhere. The strap broke. Come on. Roscoe! Roscoe, but how? How?
You damn fools. I thought you said they'd gone home.
I watched them drive off. How could I know they would come
I
back?
guess we've had it, Frank.
You swine.
Oh, come, we're not as bad as that. Nobody's been hurt after all. We're not really violent types. Only in fun, eh, Frank?
Only in fun, a few well-rehearsed punches.
Doesn't agony of mine mean anything to you? Do you realize what we've been through?
Oh, you're soft, Mellenby. You fret too much.
It was monstrous. The most monstrously wicked thing I've ever heard. Darling, Sally, you're right.
Yes, I think so. John, can we go away, please?
Yes, we will, very soon.
Oh, give her a chair. I can understand it's a bit of a shock.
How did you manage it? How did you do it? I saw him.
Not him, Mellenby. Just a dressmaker's dummy, one of our few props. Oh, it would have deceived anyone 4 feet down in a poor light. It was quite well executed, don't you think?
A most polished performance, all of it.
Thank you. We had bad luck, of course. That road-widening nonsense.
And supposing I'd insisted on going to the police in the first instance?
And invite a 5-year sentence, it wasn't very likely. No one ever has.
You mean you've done this before?
Well, there are 1 or 2 chaps around who firmly believe they've killed Roscoe in a fight, aren't there, Frank?
There are. One born every minute, you know. Not all suitable material for this particular routine, of course. But then we've got other lines.
It seems a very tortuous way of making £7,000.
You know a better one? It came off, didn't it? Or would have done if it hadn't been for that damned road of yours. That's the acid test. Does it work? And £7,000 in a month is hardly to be sneezed at. All tax-free, don't forget. But, of course, Faulkner here is the real rascal, aren't you, Charles? A great actor.
Thank you, George. I do my best.
Well, then we're all quite proficient, wouldn't you say?
You're proficient, all right. A fine predatory gang.
Yeah, that's it, Mellenby. Opportunity hunters on permanent safari. You just look around to see who you can do a good turn to. Rescuing your wife and kid was just a lucky break, of course. That kind of chance doesn't often happen.
You're very frank.
Well, man, considering what you know about us already, there's not much point in being anything else, is there? It's what they call a fair cop. But if you showed any signs of causing trouble, we'd be out of the country before the police had even got the particulars down, so don't get any funny ideas. But, you're not going to give us away.
What makes you say that?
My dear fellow, what would you gain by it? Of course, we all realize that we'll probably be jailed in the end. It's an occupational risk we accept. But why should you ruin your life by trying to hurry it up, eh?
Ruin myself?
That's what you'd be doing, Mellenby.
Yes, your name would stink if it all came out. I can just see it spread all over the local paper.
What do you think would happen if you told your story in court? Maybe you haven't thought of what it would sound like.
I'll be able to explain the position I was in. It's not as though I committed any crime.
Well, you certainly behaved as if you had. I tell you, Mellenby, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll be changing your name and emigrating in 6 months.
Don't listen to me, John.
I quite realize it wouldn't sound very nice.
Nice? It sounds bloody awful. Playing along with a bunch of crooks and not realizing it, falling for a lot of melodramatic threats, too scared to even go to the police.
Yes, I was scared.
John, stop. Stop it, all of you. It's not true what you're saying, any of it. He wasn't scared of going to the police. He wasn't. I tell you, it was me. I begged him not to. Everything he did was for me and Tony.
We've put things the way the world will see them.
I'm afraid you may be right, Sally.
John!
Besides, what are you going to tell the police? That you believe there had been a murder and kept quiet about it? Or just that you gave Faulkner £7,000?
You must admit, Mellenby, that you implored me to take...
It'd be just plain damn stupid to talk now.
Of course, we wouldn't let you be the loser. You can have your money back. That goes without saying. It's only fair. Yeah, you agree, George?
All right,
Me? Charles?
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, that's settled then. As a matter of fact, we'll be really generous.
Are you going to take it, John?
Of course he's going to take it. I'll write it out now.
Will it be honored?
It'll be honored, all right. We've pulled off several lucrative deals lately, haven't we, George?
Yes, we have. Oh, you needn't worry, Mellenby. It won't bounce.
There it is. £8,000, 1,000 extra for pain and suffering.
You think £1,000 covers what we've suffered?
Well, I'd suffer a lot for that myself.
If I do take it, it doesn't mean I condone anything you've done.
Oh, take it, you damn fool.
Well, it is my own, after all. And I don't see why I should wreck my life on account of a pack of scoundrels.
Oh, John.
Haven't we been through enough, Sally? It's no good. I just can't stand anymore. Come on, let's go home and try and forget. As for you, if I ever come across you or your accomplices again...
Don't worry. It's a long and lasting goodbye.
It had better be. Come on, Sally.
Oh, goodbye, my dear fellow. Goodbye.
What a monstrous, diabolical plan.
John, this time we've got to tell the police.
You think so?
We've got to, darling. We were wrong. It was all my fault, I know, but we were wrong. We can't do it again. We mustn't.
You're sure? If we keep our counsel now, nothing more can happen. It really is over.
Only for us. It's not really over. They'll do it again. They'll go on doing it. They'll make other people suffer just as we did. Darling, someone's got to stop them. They're relying on people just thinking about themselves and taking the easy way. Didn't you say yourself that if everyone did that, the world wouldn't be fit to live in?
Did I?
John, why do I have to say this? Surely you agree.
Of course I agree.
But you took the check as though it settled everything.
I had to, Sally. I had to make them feel absolutely safe and sure, or they'd clear off and get away.
Oh.
That's all. I couldn't let you know, could I?
Oh, I'm so relieved. I couldn't understand what was happening to you. You were terribly convincing.
Then, with any luck, they were convinced too. Sally, it's going to be pretty tough for us. You do realize that?
Will it be as bad as Roscoe said?
Well, you never can tell, but Roscoe doesn't know very much about decent people.
We'll just have to see it through.
That's it. We'll see it through together.
In The Golden Deed, by Andrew Garve, dramatized by Eileen Cullen, the part of John Mellenby was played by Peter Cook. Sally, his wife, Joan Matheson, Frank Roscoe, William Edel, George Chesterton, Ronald Baddeley, Eve Chesterton, June Tobin, Charles Faulkner, Hugh Manning, Kira, Daphne Jonasson, Tony Mellenby, Glenn Grant, and the landlord, Kenneth Dyte. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Cedric Messina.
Saturday Night Theatre. The Sybil Thorndike Festival.
We present Sybil Thorndike as Kate Murphy in God and Kate Murphy by Kieran Tunney, based on an earlier work by the author and John Sing. The scene is the living room in Kate Murphy's public house in a small town in Southern Ireland, some 20 miles from Cork. Kate has been busy trimming a small lamp. Now it's glowing to her satisfaction, and she's replacing it in front of a statue as her niece, Sheila O'Connor, comes in.
There was not a drop of oil in it. Sure, I'd have lost my life if that had gone out.
I'm sure the Lord wouldn't hold it against you, Aunt Kate.
It's little enough he asks of us. What's Rory doing still upstairs? He's a terror to get moving in the morning.
Shall I go up and hurry him?
No. I'll give him a shout. Rory, will you please hurry?
Just coming, Mother.
Hey, Sheila, you'll be getting a good breakfast ready for your Aunt Nora.
Oh, one that would satisfy a ploughman. I hope she'll be able to eat it all.
Ah, she should. I'm told the food in England tastes of nothing.
Good morning, Sheila. Mother.
Good morning, Rory.
What an old sleepyhead. You could snooze till the cows come home.
Sure, it's inhuman getting up at this old while on holiday. I feel I'm still at college.
Ah, yes, I know. But my boy's expected to set an example to the town. Now, come on, hurry, dear, or we'll be late for Mass.
I had to go out into the yard for eggs. It's freezing cold out. You should wear a scarf, Rory.
Oh, maybe I should. I wonder where I put that black one.
It's in the hall. I'll fetch it for you.
I feel guilty. You all spoil me so when I come back.
Well, and it's right and proper that I should. Sure, you're the sun, moon, and stars to me, child.
Oh, Mother.
Ah, you know, it's a wonderful thing for a woman to know that her son belongs only to God and herself.
Here's your scarf, Rory.
It's that lovely knitted silk one I got for you in Cork. Now, come on, let me get you nice and muffled up against the wind. There. Now, come along, son. Or we'll be as late as Carrie Donovan usually is. Oh, and Sheila.
Yes, Aunt Kate?
As soon as you brought Nora up her breakfast, you can start on Rory's and mine. Will not be long. It's a short mass today.
Oh, Rory. Rory. What'll I do? Better take that tray up. Take one's mind off things. Nora, here's your breakfast. Leave it outside the door. I'll be fetching it in a minute. Who is it?
Pat Malloy.
Oh, just a second, Pat. Sean, are you up yet?
Coming now. What is it, Sheila?
Oh, open the back door, will you? I'm getting breakfast for your mother and Rory.
Who on earth's making that row?
It's Pat Malloy, back from the fair, I expect.
Oh, Pat, is it? Come in, Pat, come in. It's like waiting the dead getting you to open up. And me at Kilmallock Fair since 5 o'clock this morning.
Sorry, Pat.
Well, never mind. Fetch us a large one like a good boy.
He will so.
That's me boy. Where's herself?
She's at the chapel with Rory.
At second mass? That's not like your mother.
Indeed, it's not. She's usually at first mass and long before Father Sheehan at that. But we had a bit of excitement here last night.
Oh, don't tell me you're having trouble with the new guard.
Gosh, nothing like that. It's just that Aunt Nora's come home for a few days.
Nora? Back from London?
Yes, she arrived last night.
I suppose there's a terrible change in her.
Oh, not a bit of it. Sure, she's just the same as the day she went away.
How could she be, coming from that God-forsaken country? Where is she, anyway?
She'd breakfast in bed. She should be down soon.
Sheila, are you there, love?
Oh, Carrie, aren't you the morning lark?
Ah, God bless you, Sheila. No one's called me anything but an old crow for years. I'm longing to see Nora after all her years in England.
She's not up yet, Carrie. Come in and have a cup of tea this afternoon. They'll all be here then.
Haven't you a greeting for me, Carrie?
Oh, it's that scallywag, Pat Malloy. Sure, I didn't see you tucked away in that corner. Sheila, could I have a squint at the paper?
Oh, certainly. Here it is.
Now they've raised the price from threepence to fourpence. Poor creatures like myself can't afford to know what's going on in the world. Oh, God knows I'm told that's no loss.
State of the world, indeed. You want that paper to study the horses you hold, Rick?
You're right, Georgie boy. I may as well admit it. The Ascot Gold Cup's been run today. I must have a flutter, and I want to see if any of me old favourites are running. Mother of God, it's a big field. What do you fancy, Pat?
They've given it up. They prefer drinking to betting.
I'm more versatile, Patsy. I like 'em both.
Why don't you just stick a pin? I used to find it as good as studying form.
That's what I'll do. There are too many horses. Oh! Lord preserve us. Look what I pricked.
What?
Doomsday.
Oh, Kate will have hysterics when I tell her that.
Oh, no, for heaven's sake, don't say a word. Not to Kate.
Why?
You see, underneath all that religious mania of hers, she's got a very kind heart. Gave me £5 the other day because she thought I looked run down. But she'd skin me alive if she thought I was wasting it on the nags.
All right. Off with your Belanier bet. I'll not say a word, nor will Sheila.
Thanks, Pat. Doomsday. To think I picked that.
Oh, poor old Carrie. Well, I must get on with my work.
Ah, Sheila, dear. Thank you. That was the best meal I've had in years. Is Kate back?
No, not yet, Nora. But there's an old friend here who wants to see you.
Hello, Nora.
Pat, I'm delighted to see you again. Let me look at you now. Why, isn't it grand you're looking?
Yourself too, Nora. Is the husband with you?
No. Sure, I had to leave him in London to look after the children. Tell me, how's the missus?
Sure, she's blooming. Nothing ever worries Mary.
That's what I liked about her. She always looked on the bright side of things.
Well, you must come out to the farm before you go back.
But of course. You and Mary I'll definitely call on.
Oh,
there are many old friends I'd like to see, but I'm only here for 4 days. And then back to London town.
You'd find lots of them gone anyway. To England or the graveyard. Sure, there's little life about the place nowadays.
Do you realize, Pat, I've been away for 12 years.
Is it all of that? Then Kate was still on the farm when you left.
She was. Till poor Jack died, leaving her with the 2 boys to bring up.
That's it. Then she made a bid for this place.
When she wrote to me about it at the time, I was a bit worried. I mean, giving up the farm and buying a public house. But it seems to have turned out all right. Kate must have worked hard.
She did that. But then she'd the mania for the money driving her on.
Mania for money? I was beginning to think it was a mania for the church.
Sure, it's come to that now. But it was the money she had to have first.
I suppose so. The body and the soul of a respectable life, as you might say.
Now, be careful of your blasphemies now, Nora. You'll soon be having a priest in the family.
I know. Rory, a priest. It seems funny somehow. When they were children, Sean was the one I thought might turn to the church.
It might have been better if he had.
He certainly doesn't seem happy.
Since he left the farm, he seems unable to settle down. Restless he is and grudging somehow. As if he resented this fine business his mother's built up.
Interesting you should say that. I felt last night that he was resentful about something. Tell me. Oh, here's Kate now. Kate? Yes, Nora. You've got an early customer. Who? It's you, Pat. Well, how are you? I had an idea you'd be at the fair, and I was hoping you'd drop in.
'Tis fine you're looking, woman.
Well, I got my health, thank God. One can't ask for more.
I saw Bill Barrett's wife at the fair this morning. She was asking for you.
Is that so? Tell me now, how do you think Nora's looking?
Sure. She's the same old tree and fourpence.
Remember the day we married her off?
I'll never forget it. That was a hooli for you.
Yeah, sure, it was a grand wedding and no mistake.
Sure, there are no weddings like that these days. We were all plastered. I'll never forget that brother of yours.
Poor old Matt.
He hadn't a leg to bless himself with by the end.
That reminds me, Kate. How is Matt? It's ages since I had a word of him. Well, he's not too well at the moment, poor thing.
The old bronchitis again, I suppose.
That's it. I had a letter from him only yesterday morning, asking if I could spare Sheila for a week or two to help them out. And you think you can? Sure, it's out of the question. This is a busy time of the year. Besides, Matt and his wife have quite a bit tucked away, and they can easily afford to pay a girl from the town.
They were always the tight couple and no mistake.
Nora, did Sheila give you a nice breakfast? Wonderful. I'd forgotten how good a bit of home-cured ham tastes. Pat, and that reminds me, I promised a ham to Father Sheehan. I was wondering if you had one already cured.
Father Sheehan? There's many more deserving in the parish than Father Sheehan and the likes.
Now, may the Lord forgive you. Where would we be these days without the priests?
And where, if it's not impertinent, would they be without us?
Will you listen to that? Isn't that nice talk to be coming from a Catholic, surely? I think there's a lot in what Pat says. Nora, so you've turned against your faith? I have not. Because I think people pander to the priests in this country. It doesn't make me a bad Catholic. Heaven protect me. I never thought I'd live to hear my own sister talk like that, criticizing a poor priest. Poor indeed. Look at the fortunes they leave when they die. You can't tell me that's right.
True enough. And who do they leave the money to? To the Church of the Poor? Not in your life.
But if it's their money. But it's not. And even if it was, why shouldn't they help support the poor in the church? They expect us to support them. Nora, how can you carry on like that? I'll tell you. Religion, like everything else, can be taken too far, and that's what you're doing, sending hams to Father Sheehan when there are lots of poor people who need them more. I'll not have talk of that kind in my house. But, Kate, this is ridiculous. Let's have an end of it.
Aunt Kate?
Yes, child?
Your breakfast will be cold.
Sure, I'm coming now.
And Rory, did he not come back with you?
I left him talking to the canon. He'll be here in a moment.
Very well, Aunt Kate.
Now, Pat, will you let me have the ham by the end of the week?
All right. I'll send it by Mary when she comes for the shopping on Saturday.
That's the thing. And let's have no more of your nonsense.
You're right, Nora. But there's no good in talking.
But there is good in talking. It's dangerous the way Kate and many like her lose sight of God in their search for the faith.
You're right, Alana, and it'll never change. Well, all this blather won't get me home to the missus. Kate,
Give old Carrie 2 pints of stout and put them on that big slate of mine.
All right.
And good day to you now.
Good luck to you, Padge. Nora, I thought you'd gone out.
Aunt Kate.
Yes, girl?
I'm going across to Hennessy's to get a pot of marmalade.
What, have we run out?
Yes, and Rory loves it for his breakfast.
Oh, don't be long then.
I won't be.
Oh, Sheila,
Yes?
in case I forget, I met 2 of your admirers on the way back.
Oh.
Aha. Christian Nagel was in for mass with his mother, and that grand young gentleman staying with Colonel Fitzgerald. Sure, he nearly fell off his horse when he was so anxious to hear news of you.
More fool him.
Yeah, isn't she the funny girl? Gets quite offended if any of the young men take an interest in her.
And who's this young man staying with the Fitzgeralds?
Vernon Musgrove. His father is one of the richest men in the north of Ireland.
One of the gentry?
Oh, indeed, yes. But sure he might be a tinker for all the notice Sheila takes.
She's very young.
She'll soon be 19. And though I'm far too sensible to have notions about young Musgrove, Christian Nagel will come into Ballinray, one of the biggest farms this side of Cork.
Perhaps she's fond of someone else. Someone nearer home.
Who, Sean? Ah, I was going to talk to you about...
I didn't mean Sean. I meant Rory.
Rory?
It may be my imagination.
Of course it's your imagination. Everyone knows I'm the only woman in Rory's life.
It's simply that there's a sort of tenderness between them when they talk. You know, as if they were in love without knowing it.
Oh, but she wouldn't say things like that.
Oh, dear.
My Rory's never thought of a girl in that way.
Kate, for heaven's sake, sit down and drink your tea. I didn't mean to upset you.
I finished my tea and I'm not upset. Not about that anyway. Of course, they're fond of one another. They spend most of their lives together.
Exactly. Childhood sweethearts often fall in love when they grow up. That's why I thought...
Ah, it's all those films and things you see in London. Don't you think I'd be the first to realize if there was anything like that in the wind?
Oh, well, let's forget it. What were you going to say about Sean?
Only how pleased I'd be if he and Sheila fell in love. They're third cousins, I know, but she's a good girl, and I worry about him.
Why?
Well, I just feel he should marry.
Is that all, Kate?
No. No, I hadn't meant to tell you so soon. I didn't want to spoil your first few days. But I need to discuss it with you.
What is it?
He drinks.
Oh.
Terribly. I don't mean like the fellows who come in and have a few pints and go home feeling merry. No, this is different. Terrifying.
Oh? Oh. Awful. What have you done about it?
Oh, what can I do?
But I've never known you like this. Of course you can. You must do something. I can't understand how you can let this go on without raising a finger to stop it. He's such an intelligent, sensitive person, too. Could he be unhappy about something?
Well, I was a good mother to him. Why should he be unhappy? Has he talked to you?
Of course he hasn't.
If I'd kept on the farm, he could have gone on with his schooling. I had help of a kind there. But, you know, this place took every penny I got for the farm, and I needed his help to get it started.
Many children in this country leave school early if their parents need them.
Then you don't feel that I was wrong?
Certainly not. Oh, if it had been Rory with his desire to enter the church that you'd taken from his studies, there might be some reason for regret.
Oh, don't let's talk about it anymore.
All right. But let me tackle Sean for you. I'll try and get to the root of the matter.
No, Nora, don't you say a word to him. Promise me that now, promise.
Oh, very well. If you don't wish me to.
Oh, well, you know, talking to you has eased my mind. I'll be able to deal with it now. At least I'll try to. Ah, there's Rory.
Morning, Aunt Nora. What does it feel like to be back in the old country?
Grand. And I'd breakfast fit for a king.
Ah, sure, if we've nothing else in hand, we've got the food.
And what kept you so long? Sit down now. Your breakfast's been waiting for the past half an hour.
It was the Canon. He's a terror for talking.
No. Not a word against the Canon. Remember, 'twas he brought you into the world.
Oh, is that a fact, Mother? And where did Dr. Reardon come in?
Your mother means the canon blessed your entry.
Ah, what a lot of nonsense you both talk now. Here's your breakfast.
Oh, looks good. Thanks, Mother.
Well, what did the canon have to say?
Oh, the same old rigmarole about the responsibilities ahead of me. With all his chatter, I miss seeing Tom Bolster about the football match next Sunday.
'Tis training to be a priest you are, Rory, not a footballer.
Sure, a fella must relax sometimes. Am I right, Aunt Nora?
I'm not going to be drawn into this sort of argument. Besides, I must go up and finish unpacking my clothes.
Mother!
What is it, Sean?
Mr. Sullivan told me that they've got that new book I wanted at the library now. I thought I'd go and pick it up and collect that stuff from the station on the way back.
Why haven't you had any breakfast?
I had a cup of tea. I didn't feel hungry.
Sean doesn't seem to eat a thing nowadays.
Well, he never had as good an appetite as you.
Kate?
Ah, there's Carrie Donovan in the bar. I'm coming, Carrie. Patty sorted her off earlier than usual.
Oh, you're back, Rory.
Oh, hello, Sheila.
Is it all right? The breakfast, I mean.
Oh, it's grand. What have you got there?
Marmalade.
Oh, this is my favourite thing. You're just in time.
I'll open it for you. There. I hurried over to Hennessy's to get it, but Maura kept me talking.
Oh, she's a girl for gabbing, sure enough. Oh, this is new. This locket you're wearing. Who gave you that?
Oh, it's just a locket my mother left me. I had it repaired the other day so as I could wear it again.
Let me look at it.
There's nothing to see. A photograph of my mother on one side and...
And who's on the other?
No, please, Rory. It's just ahead of me. No, you're not to undo it. Let go of me, Rory.
I want to see it. Why can't I? Sheila.
I'll take it off. Here you are. I hope you won't be angry.
Angry? Why should I be angry? It's you and me. Cut out of the group Sean took ages ago.
You don't mind? It wouldn't have fitted in unless I left our heads together.
Mind? Of course I don't mind. In fact... Tell me, what was more on about?
Oh, just reminding me of the class tonight.
How's the shorthand and typing, by the way? Are you good enough to be a secretary yet?
I'll know that next month when we have the exam. Oh, by the way, Rory, Maura was telling me she's going over to tomorrow's thrashing.
Tomorrow? Where?
Over at Flynn's near the crossroads. It's always the best of the year. My cousin Deirdre in Cork is thinking of coming down especially for it, if she can get away from her job.
Tomorrow's your half day, isn't it?
Yes.
Can I come with you?
Oh, would you, Rory? That'd be wonderful.
Do you think old Seamus will play the fiddle?
Yes, and they've got a stage fixed up for the dancing.
Then I'll come on one condition.
What's that?
That you'll dance mostly with me.
I won't dance with anyone else, if you like.
Good. Is it a bargain, then?
I'll wear my new dress.
Oh, we'll have a wonderful day.
I'm so glad you're coming.
Sheila!
Yes, Aunt Kate?
Sheila, Nora's unpacking. Run up and help her like a good child.
Oh, of course. I'm longing to see her London clothes.
Rory, you know that I'd planned to go to Cork tomorrow about the month's stores.
Aren't you going after all?
Well, the accounts have got so far behindhand, I don't see how I can. Besides, I think Nora'd like me to be here her first days home. I was wondering if you'd go for me.
Oh, I've just promised to take Sheila to Flynn's thrashing tomorrow. Couldn't Sean go?
Oh, he hates the city. And if I do the accounts, there'll have to be someone here to look after the bar.
Well, wouldn't it do if I went on Saturday?
Well, sure, the shops will be shut at 1, and there's a whole day's ordering to be got through. Well, it's not often that I asked you to do anything.
Oh, I know. It's just that I was looking forward to this.
Ah, well, if you won't go, you won't. That's all there is to it.
Well, if it's really necessary, of course I will. Oh, I hate to disappoint Sheila. She doesn't have much fun.
Kate, will you come and pull me the other pint? I'll be with you in a moment, Carrie. Sheila will understand, Rory.
I suppose so.
Then you'll go for me?
All right.
Oh, you're a good boy, Rory. That's a great load off me mind. Come in, Carrie.
Last.
20 is 40, And that's 442.
I've sent the telegram, Mother.
Ah, good. What did you say?
That Sheila would arrive on the 7 o'clock train from Limerick.
Ah, that's a good boy. Have you brought the trap round to the door yet?
No, I'm going out to the yard to harness it now. I must say it's hard on poor Sheila, being hustled off to Matt's at a moment's notice.
Well, you can't think I like it. With the fair in the town next week.
I thought you decided to refuse.
I had. But they must need her badly to write a second letter.
Oh? You've had another?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
Ah, one arrived from Hannah this morning. Full of woes and troubles.
Sure, those two are experts at making the poor mouse.
Well, it seems this is the worst attack Matt has had. The doctor says he must have every care to pull through it all.
If they were willing to pay, they could easily find someone to help up there.
Sure, I know that. But he's my brother. I haven't got the heart to refuse.
Well, I'll get the trap. Tell Nora to hurry.
Nora, are you ready?
Yes, I'm coming now.
Has Sheila finished packing?
Nearly. Do you think I'll be warm enough in this?
You're sure it's not cold out?
Oh, it looks a lovely afternoon. Tell me, Kate, do you miss the farm at all?
The farm? I hated it. Those awful winters up to your neck in mud and dirt.
Of course. You always had a hankering for the town.
Sure, I was tired of being poor. I knew I could make a success of this pub, and it isn't often there's one for sale in these parts. I think I did the right thing. We're comfortable now, thank God.
You certainly are.
And yourself? Are you happy?
Oh, yes. Jim's a good husband, and the two children are healthy and fairly intelligent. We've made some good friends in London.
You no longer think about the past, I hope.
Michael, I still love him, if that's what you mean.
Nora.
Oh, don't worry, Kate. It doesn't hurt anymore. I don't let myself even think about it often, because when I do and I remember the ridiculous reason behind our parting...
Ridiculous?
Oh, I know he was a Protestant. But he was a man, and I loved him. It's only in this country that religion is capable of separating people. How stupid I was then. If I'd been the person I am now, I would have married him if he was an out-and-out pagan. Well, I didn't. And I'm reasonably happy, but I love him till the day I die. By the way, poor little Sheila's a bit gloomy.
Well, I don't see why. She's always said how fond she is of Matt and his wife.
Oh, she doesn't mind going. It's having to start at once that's upset her.
Sure, I'm in despair at sending her at all. But with Tom Hennessy offering to drive as far as Limerick, I thought it best to get it over with.
Well, it's not my affair, but I'd let Matt and Hannah wait a few days, rather than make the child miserable.
Oh, she's all fads and fancies. She'll be as game as a cockerel once she's there.
Maybe you're right. Where's Sean?
He's bringing the trap round to the front door.
Are you sure you don't mind? I mean, my going off to the Malloy?
Of course not, girl. I've got all those accounts to go through. Besides, you can fetch the ham from Pat. Knowing Mary, she might easily arrive without it.
Don't you think it might be a good thing if I had a word with Sean?
No. No, I don't. I'd much rather you said nothing.
Nora.
I'm ready, Sean.
Fine. We'd better start out, or we won't be back before dark.
Sean, before we go, run upstairs like a good boy and bring down Sheila's suitcase. It looks rather heavy.
I'll do that.
I gave her that taffeta blouse of mine to cheer her up.
Gosh, all this carry on because she's got to go away for a few weeks. Well, when we were young, we did as we were told and made no fuss about it.
That's true. But we had better times than the youngsters nowadays.
Don't agree with you. They're all spoiled. Reading the dreadful stories in the Sunday papers, one wonders how the Lord can keep his temper at all.
Hey, can we give you enough to eat? She's a real old skinflint. Tell Matt I'll try to get up and see him one Sunday. Now, there we are. And Sheila?
Yes?
Look after yourself.
Thank you. Goodbye, Sean. And goodbye, Aunt Nora.
We are off to the Malloys. Have a good journey, dear.
Thank you, Aunt Nora.
Yes, have a nice day, and don't forget the ham.
I won't forget.
You ready, Sheila?
Yes. What time did Tom say he'd call?
About 3. He'll not be long now.
I suppose I suppose I must go today.
Now, don't let's have any more of that. It's a bit of a rush, I know. And if they weren't in such a state at Carraglen, you wouldn't be going at all.
If I caught the early train in the morning, there wouldn't be much difference, surely.
Orphan, you can do half the journey comfortably in a car.
I don't mind the train, but you see, I may be away for a few weeks. I wanted to say goodbye to one or two people.
Who, for instance?
Well, Rory. He goes back to college next week. He'll think it odd, my not waiting to say goodbye.
Sure, he'll understand. Besides, I can say goodbye for you.
I suppose so, but...
What?
Well, it was disappointing for him not being able to take me over to Flynn's.
I know. I'm sorry I had to send him to Cork.
Oh, sure, that couldn't be helped. But now, when he gets back, I'll have gone without a word.
He'll be sad, of course. He'll miss the way you spoil him.
Spoil him?
Yeah, but we all do. It's because we are proud that one day he'll be a priest.
You know, Aunt Kate, it's a funny thing to say, but I somehow can't see Rory being a priest.
Chef, what are you talking about, girl? What, be 5 years of his training already behind him?
I know that.
Has he been talking to you about it?
No. It's just that nothing he says or does seems to fit in with the priesthood. He's so gay and full of fun. I can't imagine him wearing the cloth and being serious all the time.
Oh, is that all? You've got quite the wrong idea, child. Priests don't have to be gloomy and serious. Look at Father Sheehan. Always joking and full of life.
Well, that's not exactly what I mean, Aunt Kate.
Oh, then what do you mean?
I don't think that Rory's got the kind of mentality that's right for the priesthood.
Sheila.
Well, don't be angry with me. It's what I feel.
Well, if that's what you feel, I suppose it's only right you should tell me.
You see, I'm sure.
You're sure of what?
That Rory no longer feels he's got a vocation.
Well, don't you think his own mother would know, if that were the case?
He might not tell you. I think he's going on with it because he doesn't want to make you unhappy.
All this, and he said nothing to you?
No, not a word, but I know him so well.
Not as well as you think. You'd be surprised if you knew what he thinks about you.
Rory's fond of me, I know that.
Of course he is. We all are. But if you must know the truth, you worry him a lot.
Worry him? What do you mean?
Well, child, Rory thinks that you're in love with him and that one day you'll be wanting to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes. And it makes him very unhappy.
But I don't think I ever thought of that.
Well, he seems to think that one day you may, and that's probably why he spoke to me.
Rory spoke to you? About me?
In a very kind way.
I can't believe it. What did he say?
He asked me to try and explain that his love for you is a brother's love, nothing more.
Did he say that?
Well, he didn't want you to be hurt by feeling something different.
He might have told me that himself.
Ah, now, child, don't be carrying on so. Everything will turn out for the best.
I'm so fond of him. I can't bear to feel that I've upset him.
Tell me the truth, Sheila. Are you in love with Rory?
In love?
I mean, if things were different, would you want to marry him?
I don't know. Perhaps I would. I think about him always.
Oh, you poor child. Well, maybe it's all for the best. Matt and Hannah needing you just now at Carraglen.
Oh, please, couldn't I stay tonight? Just to tell him how sorry I am.
Well, don't you think that might embarrass him a little?
Maybe it would. I'll write him tomorrow from Matt's instead.
Yeah, you do that. And by the way, dear, I hope you've not forgotten to pack that bundle of magazines for Hannah.
It's a good thing you reminded me. I've left them upstairs.
Is herself in?
Oh, you're a bit early, Carrie. Do you mind waiting a few moments?
Where's Sheila after, all dressed up?
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, love.
She's going up to her Uncle Matt for a while. He's not too well.
I'll get those magazines. I'll be down in a moment.
I came up directly I got your message, though God knows I'm far from well.
What's wrong?
A pain like a knife across my stomach. Wind, I suppose.
Would a drop of whiskey help?
Sure, that's kind of you, Kate. It is the only thing that relieves it.
All right, there's some in the dresser here. Here you are, Carrie.
Thank you, dear. I feel better already. I don't know what we do at all without a drop of whiskey. Now, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Here's Sheila now. Now, I want a word with her before she goes. Carrie, go in and keep an eye on the bar like a good girl.
I suppose everything's locked up in there.
Aunt Kate, I've scribbled a little note to Rory. Would you give it to him when he gets back?
Sure, of course I will, directly he gets back. And I'll tell him how brave and sweet you've been. Oh, Mother of God, there's Tom already. Hurry now, put on your coat, and I'll go and give him a little something for being so kind.
Oh, Aunt Kate.
Yeah?
I'd like you to give this to Rory, too.
But isn't that the locket your mother gave you?
Yes. Perhaps I'm being silly, but I'd like Rory to have it.
Sure, he'll be delighted. And I'll give it to him with your note.
Thank you.
Well, get along now, or Tom will have a fit.
I'm going. Goodbye, Aunt Kate.
Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye. What has she said to him? Now I know what I have to do. Carrie?
Are you ready, Kate?
Yes, will you come in? I'll tell you what I wanted to see you about.
Oh, what is it then, Kate?
Now listen, Carrie. I can't leave the place, so I want you to do a little job for me.
And what'd that be?
You know where Maisie O'Connell lives in Bridge Street?
Of course I do.
Well, Maisie has a connection with a Shamrock domestic agency in Cork.
Oh, I know. She supplies the castle with maids from there.
Sure, that's right. Now, I want you to hurry down and tell her that I need a girl quickly to help me with the house and the shop.
Will you want her to live in?
Yes, but tell Maisie I need references.
Yeah, I'll go down straight away.
And Carrie, I don't want anyone young and flighty.
Oh, you can't be too fussy when it's only temporary.
And who said anything about it being temporary?
Isn't Sheila coming back?
Oh, she says if you'd only listen instead of asking questions. Well, don't. You just tell Maisie that if she finds someone suitable, it may be permanent. And go on, hurry now. And I'll have another little drop ready for you when you come home.
Oh, I'll fly, so I will.
And as for the wretched locket, the fire's the place for that.
Blast!
Is that you, Rory?
Damnation, she's coming down.
Why didn't it have kept you so late? I was just going to bed. Oh, Sean, you frightened me.
Is Rory not back from Cork yet?
No, can't think what's keeping him. He's after 11. I thought you'd gone to bed hours ago.
I couldn't sleep. It's that pain I keep getting. I needed a drop or something to take it away.
Oh, my son. Is that the only thing that helps?
I'm afraid so.
Ah, when you were a little boy, you used to get those terrible headaches. You remember?
Yes, Mother.
Yes. And you used to say, Mother, my forehead is loose. Please fix it for me.
Yes. You used to lay your hand gently on my forehead and keep it there until the pain went away. Yes, I remember. It was thousands and thousands of years ago.
Oh, it was only yesterday to me. But it was like magic, wasn't it? And you know why? Because I loved you so much. Because I had to put you out of pain. I was somehow able to do it.
Was that it?
And that was it, son. And I want to help you now. Won't you let me?
I'm all right.
You're not. Oh, I know you don't like me to talk about it, but surely it might be worth seeing Dr. Reardon.
You know as well as I do, it's not that sort of pain.
Ah, yes. I suppose I do. But, Sean, we must do something. Sheridan, the famous nerve specialist, he started a clinic.
To hell with Sheridan!
Sean!
And you. You made me like this. Now I'll look after my own cure. This is the only medicine I need.
Oh, how can you say things like that?
Because I won't lie. To myself or you. Let's be honest with each other after all these years. I'm sick in my soul. Not in body or mind. And you know why.
Oh, Sean, don't.
Remember? When I wanted something better from life, you prevented it.
Well, it wasn't so easy for me then.
I know that. It was possible, though. If you'd been prepared to wait a little longer for the comfort and security you coveted.
Well, I want to help now.
Too late, Mother. That's my little tragedy. And yours.
Oh, don't be like that.
Then leave me alone. What more do you want? You're making a small fortune out of this place, and you've made whatever I am out of me.
How can you be so cruel?
I'm your son. Perhaps that's the explanation.
Oh, I can't bear it. Oh, that'll be Rory, thank God. Oh. Ah! It's you, Carrie. So late.
I met Colonel Fitzgerald near the county club, and he asked me to deliver a message to you, Kate.
Well?
As early as possible. In the morning, he'd like you to send over a case of whiskey and a bottle or two of champagne if you've got such a thing.
Sure, I better write it down in case I forget. I'm not grumbling, of course, for they're the kind of customers one needs. But, oh, what a lot of drink they get through up at the castle.
Yeah, the people need something to soften the knocks of life. I'll give you one guess what I feel like now.
No, it's after hours, Carrie. And that new guard is on the lookout for something to complain about.
Now, go on, darling. When you were gathering your fortune, you didn't pay much heed to them.
That I won't deny. But do you think you should have any more? You drank at least half a bottle here this afternoon.
Sure, the carcass is old. It needs a lot of oiling. Here. I'm willing to pay for this one. Me horse came in today. God's blessing on him.
Oh, you know it isn't that. Whatever else, I'm not mean. Sure, I'll risk the guards as I've often done before and get you half of one.
That's a good girl. Me throat's as dry as the road outside.
Here you are, Carrie.
Ah, bless you, Kate, me darling.
In a way, I'm glad you dropped in. I'm feeling a bit low at the moment.
Sure, what's wrong at all? You're usually on top of life.
Ah, this and that. I can't think what's keeping Rory. I expected him home long ago.
Rory out so late? Don't tell me that the priest-to-be has started court.
Another blasphemous remark like that, Carrie, and I'll let the quenching of your thirst wait till tomorrow.
Sure, I meant no harm. And the lad's not a priest yet.
No, but by the help of God, he soon will be.
How long's he been at it now?
He's got 5 years behind him. One more, and he'll be ordained.
Ah, 'tis you'll be the proud woman when he is. Has Nora gone to bed?
Yes, she has that. She was in the country today looking at old friends, and she felt tired.
The Malloys, I suppose.
Ah, and how did you guess that?
I saw the trap coming up the Fermoy Road, and knowing what cronies she and Mary used to be, I put 2 and 2 together.
Sure, you're an ace hand at doing that.
You know, it's myself that says so. Carrie Donovan seldom wrong.
I grant you that.
Look how right I was about that saucy doxy at Walsh's drapery store.
What, you mean that fair-haired girl I bought the petticoat from last week?
That's the one. Bald as brass. Aping the gentry with her tennis rackets and perfumes, and you made him this, and you made him that.
Oh, now that you remind me, I did think her a bit hoity-toity.
Putting the decent boys at the town off her with her airs and graces. And what do you think she was up to all the time?
Sure, how would I know? But go on, girl.
Gallivanting with the Bank of Ireland, if you please.
The Bank of Ireland? How on earth would she be doing that?
You know what I mean.
For God's sake. Is it Mr. Driscoll himself you're talking about?
That's the lad.
Well, what cheek of that. And he a married man with grown-up children.
Oh, it's a nice how do you do, all right.
Still, there's no harm in a bit of gallivanting, I suppose.
Not if it stops at that.
What? You don't mean?
They've run off to England together. Eloped, as you might say.
Well, sure, Carrie Donovan, what are you saying?
It's the truth, Kate, as God is me judge. And what do you think your little pet father, Sheehan, had to say about it all?
Well, what could the poor creature say?
He blamed it all on Hollywood and the films.
And sure he's right. They're the ruination of the country.
Oh, take it from me, Kate Murphy. The fault lies much nearer home.
And what are you driving at now?
If the priest didn't make it a mortal sin for a boy to be looking at a girl, they'd marry her here in this country. And the girls wouldn't be thinking of married men or leaping across to England to learn the mysteries of life.
Oh, it's a shame you should be.
Come off it. Get off your high horse. That's the trouble here. We're expected to be ashamed of anything that's natural.
I'm not listening to you. You're in the pay of the devil himself.
Are you two having a free-for-all about?
Rory! Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Hello, Carrie. Having one for the road?
Indeed, the doubt. Making fun of poor old Carrie.
Now, come on. None of your grammar creek. Go on, leave us in peace.
Oh, isn't it nasty of Turin because I give you a lick of the truth?
Go on, out with you. And don't darken my door again till you've learnt to harness that wicked tongue of yours.
Not a bad cess to you.
Carrie's had one too many as usual.
Let's talk about the wicked old thing. She's got a tongue like a viper. What kept you so long?
I missed the last train.
Lord save us, how did you get back?
Tim Fahey gave me a lift. He was up at the Opera House.
Oh, I've always said the Faheys are nice, obliging people.
Is Sheila in bed?
They're all in bed, sure. It's quite late. Did you order the tin fruit?
I did, and I paid White's bill and delivered Rita's eggs. Mother, I brought a little present for Sheila. I'm dying to know if she'll like it.
I suppose you didn't have time to call on Father Marney.
Well, no, it takes quite a time getting about, and I don't know the city too well yet.
I hope you found time to have a bite to eat.
I went to the pavilion for supper.
Oh, did you now? Isn't it lovely the way they serve things there?
Yeah, it's a grand place, all right. And who do you think I met there?
Who? Someone from the south?
No, but you remember my telling you about a friend of mine at college called Dermot O'Connell?
I do indeed. Well, sure, isn't he the son of Dr. O'Connell from the Mall?
That's right.
Wasn't that nice now? And his father is one of the best practices in Cork. Who was Dermot with?
He was alone.
Oh, then he must have been doubly glad to see you. And what was he doing eating alone with a lovely house nearby?
I think he was trying to work things out.
Oh? And what was he trying to work out, for heaven's sake?
He's not going back to college. He's decided not to be a priest after all.
Wish you, in the name of God. What's happened?
He's discovered he hasn't a vocation, that's all.
That's all. His poor family.
Well, according to Dermot, they don't mind. They seem to think it lucky he found out in time.
Ah, whatever they say, it's a tragedy.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Mother. He's fallen in love and he wants to get married. Sure, that's natural enough.
What, when he had the chance to serve the Lord?
Wouldn't it be a greater tragedy to become a priest with those feelings inside him?
I can only thank God I'll never have to suffer the disappointment his mother's had. Now, there's everything you want. Now, don't be too long down here. I'm going to bed. I've had a tiring day.
Mother.
Now, let's talk any more. It's nearly 12 o'clock, and we must be up at 7 for Mass.
Don't go, Mother. We're hardly ever alone like this, and I must talk to you.
No. We can talk on the way to chapel in the morning.
I'd rather tell you now.
Oh, you wouldn't be upsetting your poor mother, would you, Rory?
This will hurt you. But I'm afraid I must be truthful. Please sit down, Mother.
Well?
I'm not like Sean. I've never been one to think very deeply about things. And since I was a boy, I accepted the fact that you wanted me to be a priest. I was even reasonably happy about it. But when I got back from college a few days ago and mixed again with those I've known from childhood, I began to feel discontent and uneasy about the life ahead of me. Something had changed. Something was wrong, yet I couldn't decide what it was. day in Cork, I was in an agony of mind. And as I stood on Patrick's Bridge and looked down the river, a storm blew up. A flash of lightning turned the river red, and rolls of thunder shook the bridge. It was as if the confusion inside of me was being reflected in the water below. In some mysterious way, I felt that with the storm's end, knowledge of what was wrong would suddenly be cleared to me. After walking for miles in the rain, I found myself outside the pavilion. I wasn't hungry, but felt compelled to go in. And there I found Dermot. When he'd finished telling me about himself, the storm had cleared, and the confusion in my mind with it. I knew I did not possess the true vocation for the priesthood. Oh, I know how hard it will be for you to understand this.
Understand? How can I? It would mean going back on my vow.
What vow?
Rory, when your father died, and I was left with only Sean on that miserable plot of land on the cold mountainside of Drummoneen, I made a promise to God. I knew that without Jack, the damp and mud of that farm would eat into my soul. And as I felt you stir within me, I talked to the Almighty. I begged for a miracle that would take me from that bleak place. I made a vow to him that if the child I carried was a son, I'd make him a priest to do his work. Well, he answered my prayer, making it possible for us to enjoy a little of the comfort and warmth of this world. Oh, don't tell me now that I must break my vow, that I must fail him. Oh, don't tell me that, Rory.
But what do I do, Mother? I feel lost and confused. It isn't only that I've no vocation. That's but half my problem. I no longer wish to face life alone. I've discovered that I need what most men need. The love of a woman.
Rory!
Oh, I know it must be a disappointment to you, but you'll find some consolation in this. I think, though I'm not sure yet, that I'm in love with Sheila. And I know you're devoted to her.
So Sheila was right after all.
What do you mean? We've never discussed...
I know. Oh, what a wise girl she is. For she saw what I failed to see.
You mean that she feels for me as I do?
No, Rory. Sheila talked to me very seriously this morning. She said that she was worried, that she loved you dearly, but she felt that you misunderstood her affection, which apparently is that of a sister for a brother, and she has a strong feeling of guilt that she may have conveyed something different to you.
She said that?
Yeah, and you must think highly of her. Few of her age would be so good and unselfish.
Unselfish? What are you saying, Mother?
Well, thinking that she might be a danger to your whole life. She packed her things and she left here this afternoon.
Because of me? Where's she gone to?
She seemed reluctant to say, and I didn't force her to do so. Her worry about you was but one of the several problems that the poor child is trying to solve.
What problems could she have?
Well, she didn't tell me much, but I gathered that she's in love with a man who is unable to marry her.
I can't believe it.
Oh, I don't blame you. It was a shock to me, too.
But who? Who is this man?
I don't know. She didn't tell me.
Mother, she's been so close to you. You must have some idea.
Well, I do know that young Musgrove was very keen on her.
Young man from the north who stayed with Colonel Fitzgerald?
Aye. And I happen to know that he's married. Anyway, whatever the truth of the matter, it seems that she wanted to go away and be on her own for a while.
What'll she do? How will she live?
Well, through those evening classes she's been attending, she's now a trained shorthand typist, and she's got that little bit of money her mother left her. The girl wants a career, Rory. And sure, there's little that an ambitious and intelligent person can do in the town of this size.
I see that. Isn't it strange, though, that she should go off at a moment's notice without saying goodbye or anything?
Ah, it is indeed, I suppose. On the other hand, the fact that she was worried about you could explain that. And don't forget, Sheila's always had a longing to be independent, to travel. She was always talking about how much she'd like to see London and Paris. Well, remember the way she used to study the letters and postcards that Nora sent from London over the years?
Yes. Yes, I do. I still think the whole thing very strange. I'd imagine the people here in the town will, too.
Yeah, I agree. It's put me in a very awkward position. After all, one doesn't know what they'll think. In fact, I decided to tell everyone, even Nora and Sean, that she's gone to Matt's and Hannah's for a while. Since they asked for her anyway, it's an easy lie to tell.
You think she's gone to England?
It would seem so. The Innisfallen was due to leave Cork Harbour this evening.
If only I could have talked to her to make sure of my feelings. I suppose it's possible she might spend a few days with her cousin Deirdre in the city before going away.
Well, she's fond of Deirdre, but, I don't know, Rory. Oh, I've had a tiring day, and all your questions are confusing. Where are you going, child?
To Cork, in case she's still there.
But you realise it's almost midnight.
Yes, but I'd be able to catch the mail train from Dublin.
Rory!
Don't you see? It's important to my peace of mind to see her.
Oh, I shouldn't, son. And here, I nearly forgot. Sheila left this note for you.
Dear Rory, I'm sorry if I've made you unhappy. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm going away for a time. Forgive me.
You see, Sheila felt she was disturbing you, distracting you from your studies. If you see her now, you'll upset her even more. Besides, you should go to bed and rest. I mean, you've only one more week at home before you enter college again for the 18 months.
I'm going to Cork. Expect me when you see me.
Oh, God. Surely I did the right thing. Please, please give him the strength to remain with you.
Kate Murphy, it's the proud woman you must be this day.
Ah, it's what I hoped and prayed for, Carrie.
Father Rory Murphy. Oh, and doesn't the cloth become him?
It does indeed.
Mrs. O'Donoghue was saying so this morning when she came to get his blessing. Sure, the whole village was lined up outside the door at opening time. Oh, for his blessing, I mean.
Ah, yes, I'm very proud of him. He'll be down for his dinner in a minute. Are the potatoes done?
They are so fine and flowery the way he likes them. These 18 months are gone like a flash, wouldn't you say?
Not for me, Carrie. I'm his mother, remember. Ah, come along, Rory. Your dinner's all ready.
It smells good, I must say.
Carrie, you might call Sean. I told him 1 o'clock sharp, but he's buried in those books of his these days. I doubt if he heard me.
Sean, come on. It's dinner time.
I'm coming.
I'll be going along to look after the bar.
Rory, you say grace for us?
Of course, Mother. Benedict Domine nos et tua donna, quid tua lagitatis sumus sumpturi, per Christum Dominum nostrum.
Amen. Sean, can't you eat a meal without a book propped up in front of you?
For heaven's sake, Mother, leave me alone. I'll read if I want to.
Rory, I saw Pat Malloy's trap outside Hennessy's this morning. I suppose he'll be in to see you before he goes home.
Oh, how is he at all?
Except that his tongue gets sharper, the years don't change him at all. Oh, here he is. Come on in, Pat.
Who's this I see? Pat. Rory. Cardinal Rory Murphy. The dazzling light of sanctity surrounds the very ground you walk on. I heard you over at Hennessy's that you were back. 'Tis fine you're looking, boy.
There isn't much change in you. Same old Pat, I see.
I'm wasting away. What with the wife, the government, and the cost of tobacco, life is hardly worth living. How are you, Sean?
Well enough, thank you, Pat.
Still get your nose in the books, I see. Well, you couldn't do better. There's nothing like a little learning. Look what it's brought your brother, the church. The only luxurious way of living left to man.
Well, you'll have to mind your P's and Q's from now on, or himself will be pulling you to order.
And to think I used to dandle him on my knee, and now he stands before me, a fearsome Irish cleric. But it must be wonderful having that studying over and done with.
Oh, I'd rather have it behind me than in front of me, I can assure you.
Saving souls is a lot less wearisome than saving crops. Well, Kate, 'tis a proud and happy woman you must be today.
Well, what mother wouldn't having a priest in the family?
Only for the arthritis, I'd kneel for the blessing, Father.
Well, you must have a drink on the house, Pat. Carrie!
Yes, Kate?
A drink in the house, and they say miracles don't happen.
What a sarcastic old codger you can be.
And how's Pat Malloy today?
Sure the devil couldn't kill a bad thing, girl.
Come on, give him a large one, Carrie, before his blather makes me change my mind.
Oh, sure, nothing could be upsetting you now, woman. You've got what every Irish mother longs for. Someone with influence to put in a good word for you in heaven.
Now, listen, a sting in every word he utters. Rory, go on, finish your dinner now it's hot.
I'll go into the snug and let you have your meal in peace.
Stay and talk. I haven't seen you in a century.
What about a bite to eat, Pat?
Yes.
There's plenty.
I won't. I had a bit of ham across at Hennessy's just now.
And a little something to wash it down, no doubt.
She said that with the bitterness of someone who'd taken the pledge.
No fear of that. How's Mary?
Well, she's got her health and me. What more could any woman ask from me?
Listen to the coxcomb. And tell me, what brought you to town today?
I'm meeting the wife's sister.
Cool, you're not meaning Bridie?
Aye, on her annual penitential pilgrimage to the farm. She's riding from Dublin this afternoon, at least I think so.
Then you're the very man I want. I'm going up to Cork on the same train. Will you drive me to the station in the trap?
Sure, I'd do more than that for you if the truth be known. Well, your health, Father.
Good luck, Pat.
Have they fixed you up with the parish yet?
No, but the bishop wants a number of us newly ordained priests to go to Africa as missionaries.
So that's where you're off to.
Well, unless I get a parish near here, I'll feel obliged to volunteer.
Don't you worry, son. My visit to the Archdeacon of Cork today will prevent that.
Oh, so you're taking a hand, Kate.
I am. And you don't think I'd allow them to send my Rory to a terrible place like Africa?
Africa? There's a certain magic in the name, you know.
Listen to him. He's talking like an Englishman. I made Rory a priest so that he could do the work of God.
Yes. The work of God in a comfortable Irish parish, you mean? Listening to you, Mother, one would think a priest was a commercial traveller, journeying only where there's a ready market for his wares.
Sure.
No. A real servant of God must go forth and seek new territories, new people, to convert to the likeness of Christ. Remember his words. There is more rejoicing in heaven over one sinner that repenteth than over 10 just men that needeth no repentance. God has favoured this country of ours. There's no point in leading to the altar those who already know the way. One must seek those who sin in ignorance and show them the road to salvation. That's what his apostles did. And that's what the priest of his church must continue to do.
Did you hear that? Anyone would think he'd just been ordained.
Carrie, will you go and look after the bar?
Carrie's right, you know. He spoke like a real priest.
Yes. He made me feel ashamed.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't take the slightest notice of him. All these books he reads are driving him cracked. Now, Pat, I'll have a quick cup of tea and then it'll be time to start for the station. Will you have a cup, Rory?
No, thank you, Mother.
Pat, what about that new tractor you ordered? Have they sent it yet?
I collected it from Cork last week. Oh, and by the way, who do you think I met in Patrick Street?
Who?
Sheila.
Sheila O'Connor?
Yes. Oh, and wasn't she looking smart? Oh, she's turned out a lovely girl.
But is Sheila working in Cork? I thought she was in England.
England?
She never went there in the end. Yeah, she's in Cork. Oh, I must have mentioned it to you.
No. I thought you said you weren't sure where she was.
Oh, you're dreaming, Rory. Of course I told you.
No, Mother. You didn't.
Yeah, she's been working up there as a shorthand typist for the past 3 months.
And a nice, cushy job it sounds.
Is she happy?
Sure, of course she is. 'Tis better for a girl than being stuck in a pub.
Will you be seeing her in Cork today, Mother?
I don't know. I want to get back to the last train, and I may be some time with the Archdeacon.
Mother, I don't want you to go.
You don't want me to go?
No, I don't think you should see the Archdeacon.
Ah, you seemed pleased enough when I suggested it yesterday.
Maybe.
I suppose it's because Sean...
It's got nothing to do with Sean. It's just that...
Well, what?
Well, for one thing, it's not usual. The Archdeacon might easily resent it.
Oh, nonsense. I've known him all my life. Now, you leave everything to me, Rory, and don't worry.
Your mother sweeps obstacles aside as a dictator sweeps armies to death.
I wish you pat with the philosophy you're becoming. Now, hurry and finish up the drink, or I'll miss my train and you, your sister-in-law.
Here, more excitement. A telegram.
For me?
No, for Rory.
Now, Carrie, it's Father Rory from now on.
Sure, for God's sake, I forgot. What's the difference anyway?
It's from Matt and Hannah.
Of course, there's been an earthquake at Carriglian. Nothing short of that would put them to the expense of a telegram, surely.
No, just congratulating me on my ordination.
Well, the letter would have got here as quickly.
What are you talking about, Kate? Letters get to the post office fast enough. But by the time those two old hay bags, Molly Linehan and Aggie Rourke, have steamed them open and memorized them for the town, a hell of a lot of time has gone by. Talk about your Gestapo and your MI5. You can't scratch your behind in this country without everybody knowing all about it.
Yes, it's a pity about you.
Can I bring you anything from Cork, dear?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Look after yourself, then. And when you go to church to pray this afternoon, say a special one for me.
Any cigarettes, Carrie?
Only these tipped ones.
No, they'll do.
Oh, they'll do indeed. I suppose it's cigars you'll soon be asking for. Give me one of those. I've been panting for a fag all day, but Kate doesn't like me to smoke in the shop.
You've got the wrong end. Tell me, how long have you been working for Mother?
Oh, going on 4 months, I suppose. When the Tipperary girl went off, Kate decided not to train any more of them youngsters. No sooner were they of use than they married and went off to another place. I think she's quite happy with me now, though she'll never have anyone as good as Sheila O'Connor.
And Sheila's become a shorthand typist, I hear.
Didn't she do well for herself? Great credit's due to her, getting on in the world like that. Do you know when she comes to town to see her friend Mara, 'tis a joy to see how neatly she's turned out.
I didn't think she came anywhere near here nowadays.
Indeed she does. Hardly a month passes without her visiting the Hennessy's across the way.
I haven't seen her for the past 18 months.
For heaven's sake. Sure, the two of you was never apart when you were children.
Oh, that seems years ago.
None of your woebegone business. You've been very naughty about that poor child.
What do you mean, Carrie?
Well, I just meant it was a bit unkind not to answer her letters.
What letters?
Well, let me think. Well, it must have been about 6 or 9 months ago, one day over at Hennessy's, when she was down from Cork, and the conversation got around to you. I was saying how sweet you both used to be, always together as children. And she said with great sadness that she'd written you twice and you hadn't bothered to answer.
Do you remember if she mentioned when she wrote those letters?
No, Dottie, I don't. Oh, I've an idea it was soon after she went up to look after your Uncle Matt, but it's a time ago, and my memory isn't what it used to be. Sure, I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm not upset. Carrie?
But you're as white as a sheet.
Carrie, where's Sean?
I don't know. Why? What's the matter?
Never mind, just find him. Try Hennessy's across the road, the library, anywhere.
Oh, will you keep an eye on the shop?
Yes.
Well, and since I'm out, I may as well collect me old age pension from the post office, if you don't mind.
All right, but find Sean first. Just be quick. Tell him I must see him at once.
Oh, I'll go straight away.
Oh, God. Let my suspicions be wrong. My mother, surely she wouldn't. She couldn't do such a thing. Oh, what the hell's keeping him? Ah, there you are, Sean. Sheila.
Rory, I met Carrie at Hennessy's looking for Sean, and she told me you were here.
Oh, Sheila. Is it really you? I can't believe it.
Of course it's me. Or have I changed so much?
No, not at all. It's just that... Well, it's so wonderful to see you again.
I came down from Cork to spend the day with Maura and couldn't resist dropping in.
So I should think. I'd have felt very hurt if you'd left town without seeing me.
Let me look at you. Funny. I never thought that cloth would suit you. But it does. Congratulations, Father.
Sit down and tell me about yourself. It seems an age since we last met.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Well, there isn't much to tell, really. I've got quite a good job. Shorthand typist, you know, in a solicitor's office in Cork.
All those years attending the technical school weren't in vain, then? Like a cigarette? Or do you still not smoke?
I'm afraid I do. Quite a lot nowadays. Thanks, Rory.
I've got into the habit a bit, Pooh.
Well, Aunt Kate must be thrilled that you're ordained at last.
Yes, she is.
It must be a great relief to you, too. Having the whole thing over, I mean...
Sheila.
Yes?
Why did you go away that time?
Go away? When?
Oh, you must remember. A year and a half ago when I was at home. We were going to Flynn's thrashing together. Instead, I had to go to Cork for Mother. When I got back, I'd found you'd gone. Where did you go?
Rory, you must be dreaming. You know I went to look after your Uncle Matt at Carraglen.
Oh. Is that where you went?
But surely Aunt Kate told you at the time. And didn't you get the note I left you?
Yes, I did. But to be truthful, I couldn't make head or tail of it. What did you mean, Sheila?
Isn't it rather embarrassing to go into that now? Besides, I explained everything in the letters I wrote from Carraglen.
I never had any letters from Carraglen.
You must have had. I wrote the first the day I arrived there, and another 2 days later, and you were at home for at least a week after I left.
I never had them. Oh, Sheila, there's been some terrible misunderstanding. You've simply got to tell me what you meant by that note you left. It's the only way we'll ever discover the truth.
Oh, please, don't ask me that.
Oh, why shouldn't I?
I was very hurt at the time. I've tried to put it out of my mind.
Don't you think I felt pretty hurt, too?
Were you indeed? Then why did you discuss me with your mother the way you did?
Discuss you? With Mother?
The day I left here, Aunt Kate explained to me how unhappy I'd made you.
Unhappy? What do you mean?
She said you felt I'd fallen in love with you. That was why she insisted on my leaving for Matt's at once.
Mother told you I said that?
Yes. She said you realized my feelings for you, but you felt nothing but a brother's love for me. And since you didn't wish me to be unhappy, you'd asked her to tell me.
Sheila.
Well, I was dreadfully upset. Upset that I'd worried you, I mean. Oh, Rory, I wished so much that you told me yourself.
Now I understand what you meant by that note.
What else could I have meant?
Oh, Mother. Mother.
What is it?
I never asked her to tell you anything.
But surely...
I swear to you, there wasn't a word of truth in what you were told. I didn't know until that very day that I...
Rory.
I'll never forgive her, never.
Oh, no. Shh, don't say any more. There's nothing to be done now.
Sheila, listen.
One thing. When Aunt Kate gave you my note that evening, did she give you anything else?
No.
But I gave her... Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Everything matters between us.
No, no. Oh, God. Oh, dear God.
We love each other. Look at me. Please look at me, Sheila. Oh, Sheila.
Oh, Rory. I've always loved you, and I always will. But our lives are separated now. Rory, there's nothing we can do about it.
What we feel for each other is more important than anything in the world.
No, not anymore.
Yes, and I won't give you up. Now or ever.
Rory, don't say such things. You're a priest.
A priest? Oh, yes, indeed. Priest.
Sean.
I heard you. I was watching you. Father Rory Murphy. Not above a game of football with the boys, or a little love-making with the girls.
Sean, don't speak to your brother like that.
Leave us alone, Sean. You're drunk.
Drunk, am I? Why, you hypocrite. You're lucky I haven't got a little more inside me, and that I've respect for the clothes you're standing in. Otherwise, I'd hammer the life out of you.
You're making a mistake. It's not like that. You don't know what's being done to us.
Be quiet, Sheila. I owe him no explanation. If you can't do what you want with this collar on, tear it off, then.
No.
All right. I'll tear it off for you. Now take me to task as a man.
Oh.
Come on. Don't you want to work off your smug spite?
Oh, stop. Stop, both of you. Sean, don't heed this. Rory, you're being unfair. It's not surprising Sean feels as he does. He can't know.
No, not care.
Oh, you needed my interest too, did you? Of course, the Golden Prince demands love and loyalty from all his subjects. Not enough you were given everything denied me. The way of life you wanted, a life you seemed well suited to. Forgive me, dear brother. I didn't know you needed my devotion as well. Hasn't Mother made you feel like a new savior? Or do you want me to kiss the hem of your garment?
Get up, Sean. Stop this, for God's sake. Or I kill you. I swear it.
Let go of him, Rory. Now, Sean, can't you see? Your mother has wrecked our lives. She's lied and tricked us both.
What? It was Mother, was it? How did she trick you?
It doesn't matter anymore. I know what to do now. I'll leave the church and marry Sheila. And neither you, Mother, Canon Sheehan, or anyone else can stop me.
Rory.
Who's trying to stop you? I just want to know what hand our dear, sweet mother had in all this.
According to you, I'm the white-headed boy, given everything I ever wanted. The only time I ever asked for anything was 18 months ago, when I told Mother I was in love with Sheila and wanted to give up the church. What did I get? Lies. Cunning, stupid lies about the girl I loved.
Lies?
She told me that Sheila was involved with a married man, that she'd run away because of it, and that the trip to Carrickglen was invented to avoid a scandal.
Oh, God.
Yes, that's what she said. And she confiscated letters Sheila wrote me.
Sean, it's true. That's why he went on with the priesthood.
I believe you.
How could she do it?
You might well ask. But everything else had been gathered by then, except the priest in the family.
Oh, what a fool I was.
Don't reproach yourself. I know, Mother. You didn't have a chance against her.
Well, I have now. And I'm taking it. Sheila, I'll go up to the canon this evening and tell him my decision. When everything's settled, I come to you in Cork.
Rory, wait. You must listen to me. We could never be happy together now.
Sheila.
You'll always be a priest to me now. Even if you left the church, I couldn't marry you.
You can't mean that.
I do mean that. I'm a Catholic, Rory.
Listen. You're upset and confused. For the moment, go back to Deirdre. I'll join you as soon as possible. We'll discuss it then.
Goodbye, Sheila.
Good night, Sean.
Sheila.
Goodbye, dear Rory. I'll pray for you always.
Did you hear that? Girl I love, that I die for. Tells me to live alone. And why? Because she's a Catholic. Damn the church, I'm sick of it, sick of it!
Rory! Sheila will see how right I am. When I explain to her calmly and sensibly, she must. She won't. You know that as well as I do. What strictly brought-up Catholic girl would risk being told you stole a priest from the work of God? You know you're simply putting off the real decision.
I tell you, I've made up my mind. Don't you understand? I never had a vocation. I never had the call. The voice of God has never spoken to me. Oh, Sean, you don't know how I've tried. The hours I've spent kneeling on cold monastery floors in churches by my bedside, praying for a whisper, a voice to guide me. But I've had nothing. Nothing.
It's ironic, isn't it? I first heard the voice of God when I was 12 years old, Rory.
What?
The dream was so vivid, the voice so clear that there was no doubt at all. I remember waking up and going to the window. It was dawn and the loveliest morning I'd ever seen. The sun, a glowing ball of fire, was rising over the farm, turning the snow on the ground to sheets of diamonds. In my boyish way, I thought that the mysterious universe must surely be connected to the summons I'd just had. My happiness was unbelievable. I kept the secret to myself for 2 years, that I longed to be a priest.
You told Mother?
Yes. She ignored it. By keeping on the farm, she could have me sent to college. But it was money she wanted then. When she sold out and bought this place, it took every penny we had. I had to be taken from school to help run it.
Oh, God. How could she?
Rory, take a lesson from me. Your life has been twisted enough. Don't twist it further. I'm hardly the one to give advice, but I beg you. Stay in the church. Don't renounce your vows.
You've heard the things I said. You know the feelings I've in me.
I know all that.
I'm no use to God now.
Despite what's happened, I still believe you can be the priest I might have been.
No, I can't.
I think that even now, I could make something of my own life if you do that.
How can you ask me? To all the lies and deceit?
I wonder. Pray, Rory. Pray to him for strength. He'll help you. And who knows, though it may not appear so now, but this is the will of God. His ways are strange and often difficult to understand. Remember, the foolishness of God is wiser than man. The weakness of God is stronger than man.
But it's the truth I'm telling you, Pat. I was in the snug, but their voices were so loud I couldn't help hearing.
It is a sad and terrible business, all right.
How could she do it to her own flesh and blood? Do you think she was possessed by the devil?
Stop that talk, woman. No wonder the country's in the state it's in. Everything's blamed on either God or the devil. It's about time someone other than God was blamed for the mess this country's in.
Maybe there's something in what you say. But when I think of what she's got to face, me old heart hurts for her.
Don't you think mine does too? But it hurts more for the sons and that unfortunate girl.
Although he'll never go on with it now. Pat, you must be starving. Would you like a bite of something?
No. I had a nice fresh kipper at the station bar. That'll keep me going.
Mother of God!
Now,
the kippers!
Now, what are you on about?
Oh, you've just reminded me. I forgot to collect the kippers from Daly's for breakfast.
Oh, you'll get it when Kate gets back.
She'll filth me. Pat, Keep an eye on the place. I won't be a moment. And if Kate gets back before me, don't let on that you and I know a thing about the carryings on at all day.
All right. My heart is growing grave ever since the day you wandered far away. There's good fish in the sea, but there's none of them like the pride of Petrovor.
Rory! Carrie! Rory!
They've all deserted you, Kate.
Pat! Oh, I didn't see you there in the shadows. You gave me quite a turn. And me in a nervous state all day.
What? Go on, woman. You haven't a nerve in your body.
Ah, that's more than could be said of you, you old rascal. Drinking away like a fish in it well after hours. What brought you into town today? I thought you'd taken your sister-in-law Bridie home.
She must have mistaken the day. I've met every train since 3 o'clock this afternoon, and not a sight or a light of her.
Well, where are the boys and Carrie?
She left me in charge and nipped across the daily to fetch something for you.
At this hour of the night, gosh, isn't she a terror?
Is himself back, Pat?
Sure, I'm here, Carrie.
Oh, so it's home you are, is it?
But where's Rory? I'm longing to tell him my news.
Sure, I'd forgotten. You've been seeing the Archdeacon. How was he at all?
He was fine. Sure, there's not a wrinkle in his lovely, calm face. And had great success with him.
Oh, indeed?
Yes, Katie says you're a woman after my own heart. Always go to the top for what you need.
Go on, woman. Don't keep us in suspense. What has he promised?
What I asked. A nice parish near me. And that'd put pay to any rubbish about Rory gallivanting round the world. Now, Pat, you'd better head for the station again and see if Bridie's on that train.
That I must.
And be careful how you drive, too.
Anyone listening to you would think I had been drinking. Good night, all.
I'd better be off too, Kate.
Well, where's Rory?
Oh, I don't know. I think he must have gone out in the car. He went off to the garage a few hours ago.
Oh? Did anyone come in today for his blessing?
Well, he did have a visitor.
Who?
Sheila.
Sheila? Do me...
She means Sheila O'Connor.
Oh, all right, Carrie. You can go home now. And don't be late for breakfast.
I won't. Good night. Good night, Sean, dear.
Goodbye, Carrie.
Sean. Sean, what are you doing with that suitcase? Where are you going at this hour of the night?
I'm leaving here, Mother.
What are you talking about? Where's your brother?
He's with Father Sheehan.
Father Sheehan? What's he doing up there?
I'll let him tell you when he returns.
Oh, what's been happening? And who brought Sheila O'Connor into this house?
Is there any reason why she shouldn't come here?
I won't have people sneaking into my home.
Aren't you forgetting it was her home for years, too?
Ah, well, it's not any longer.
Why?
I know it. It's that wicked girl. She's been poisoning you both against me.
Why did you send her away?
Sean, what lies has she told you?
Answer my question. Why did you send her away?
Because she was planning to take Rory from the church.
How?
She was trying to trick him into marriage. She's a bad girl.
Mother, I must warn you. Rory and I myself know the whole story.
Oh. I had to do it. I couldn't let that girl or anyone interfere. I wanted a son of mine to serve God. Was that so wrong? Tell me, was it?
Strange that you can ask me that. Or have you forgotten? For I was the one who wanted the church, Mother. You gave what was easy to give, never paying heed to what Rory or I might need or want. But God is beyond bargains of the kind you thought up. And what has happened today is proof of that. I'll take my savings and some clothes. I'll travel to Cork on the midnight train and from there across to England tomorrow. Rory, I was hoping you'd get here before I left.
Rory!
Hello, Mother. You're definitely going, Sean?
Yes.
You don't think you should think things over?
It's important to me that I go now.
May God protect you. I'll pray for you always. Here's the address where I'll be. Write to me when you're settled.
I will. Goodbye, Mother.
Sean. He stole me. Everything.
I hoped he wouldn't, but perhaps it's just as well. Mother, do I know you'll miss him? He had to go.
I didn't try to hold him. I don't have the right. I'm trying to find words to explain.
Please, Mother, no explanations. I couldn't bear it.
But, Rory, the Archdeacon's going to help you. He mentioned a parish near Dublin to start, and after a while he's promised to find you one nearer home.
I'm going to Africa.
Africa? Oh, you're joking me, you are.
Just come from Father Sheehan. I leave at once.
Oh, no, Rory, no. I won't let you go.
Try and understand, Mother. I no longer belong to you. I belong to God. That was what you wanted, wasn't it?
Oh, can you forgive me, Rory?
Yes, I forgive you. It's Sheila's forgiveness you must ask for.
Oh, I will. I promise. Only say that you can stay a little while with me.
No, Mother, I cannot. My things are packed and in the car.
Packed?
Yes. I did it earlier this evening.
Oh, you come in, you're going now?
I must. I've got to be with the bishop first thing in the morning. I'm joining a group of young priests that sail almost at once. Believe me, this is much the best way.
Forgive me, Rory. And bless me. Bless me, Father, before you go.
Benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, descend et super te omnipotentis. May the Almighty, merciful God, forgive you too. Goodbye, Mother.
God and Kate Murphy, by Kirin Tani, was based on an earlier work by the author and John Singh and adapted for broadcasting by Cynthia Pugh. Kate Murphy was played by Sybil Thorndike, Rory by Kevin McHugh, and Sean by Dennis Carey. Sheila O'Connor was played by Kate Binchy, Nora by Olga Lindo, Carrie Donovan by Anita Sharp-Bolster, and Patrick Malloy by Michael O'Halloran. Production was by Richard Imeson. The time now is 1 minute to 10. At 10 o'clock, the chimes of Big Ben will be followed by